Yeah. A chat was saying we're muted. Is he there? Can you hear me? There we go. We're back. We're back. They can hear us. We did it. We're here. Yes.
Better on the internet as the Will Hall EXP and the one and only esports himself, Mason Clark. How you doing today, my friend?
I'm doing great. We got to watch May win a second go with Living In, and now we got more modern, a little Domain Zoo versus Amulet.
And look, what you meant to say was Splinter Twin, because that's just been assembled, but this isn't one of the best decks to assemble it against, right? Like Titan can just, it doesn't really matter. We can go straight over the top of this. We can just burn you to the face with Valakuts, as Primeval Titan is the draw for the turn.
Yeah, that's a really big draw step there for Chris. We're going to float a mana, search our deck. We also have the One Ring in hand. That's going to help us find this. And one of the great things about the Amulet deck, Will, is that the One Ring is both a defensive card, but also a proactive card and kind of winning and assembling the things you need. One of the problems with a lot of One Ring decks is that they're always reactive, right? Because the One Ring really gives you everything you need to win outside of mana, right? It gives you the cards, it gives you time, it does all those things, but the thing it lacks is mana. And this deck, lets you have all the mana. That's what you do. And then you can actually close the game out because you're working towards these unbeatable win conditions, or essentially unbeatable.
When I was speaking to some of the good Titan players that I know, I was going on about Titan, how powerful it is. They went, it's not a Primeval Titan deck. It's just the best One Ring deck. This deck's so good. One Ring is the underlying card that no one really talks about in the deck. And I imagine we're going to see it's a full solution here, because as quick as these Domain Zoo decks are, if the life totals are still correct and we're at 20, this is going to be a big ass to finish it in this one turn.
Yeah, Ooh. It is going to be really tough. We didn't play the Boseiju for Chris. We decided to hold the land. That's going to make it so that we still have the bounce land as a live draw to get out of here.
And here comes. Remember, they've all got First Strike, Trample, Lifelink, Hexproof, and Vigilance, due to the Leyline of the Guild Pack making them all 5 colors of magic, and then the Draco giving them all 5 abilities because of those colors. We don't see the Ragavan getting in the red zone either, because of course there is that Dryad of Lycian Grove on the left of your screen. One of the key combo pieces to these Titan decks, as we're going to see a Leyline Binding hits the One Ring, only 1 mana, of course, because of the Guild Pact on the other side of the battlefield.
Yeah, and Chris does have the summoner now. It's going to choose to actually tap up for a Draco. It's going to let Chris develop another One Ring.
Okay, that could be a bounce land. That's the I forgot the name.
Vesuba.
It is Vesuba, yeah. Vesuba. Mm-hmm. It means that we can copy any land. We can copy our bounce land. That's going to be able to generate us 2 extra mana. We'll talk through the triggers as we go about it, or I'll get you to talk through them, shall I say? Talk me through this. What's about to happen right now, Mason?
Yeah, so Vesuba copies any land. It's going to make a copy of the Selesnya Sanctuary, which makes a green and a white, picks up a land, bounces it back. So now we had 4 mana. We're going to play the One Ring. We're going to activate the One Ring. We're going to draw a card. We're going to try and draw another land that we can play. We drew another Primeval Titan. And what's going to happen when we go for the combo turn is we're going to be able to do a lot of different things. Typically what happens is the Titan player will put a bunch of Titans into play, attack with all of them, get a bunch of Valakuts, and then Valacut the opponent out. With these 2 Scions, it's going to be pretty hard for Chris on the left here, as both players are Chris. We're going with Jones, I guess. As Jones can't really actually attack for damage, but is going to be able to get enough Valakuts and should be able to, shoot for lethal. We are going to see that Boseiju actually played eventually there for turn.
It's one of the cool things about these Domain Zoo lists is obviously not to be able to play 5 colors. Normally, that's quite painful to your mana base. Now that Leyline, can be a turn 0 effect, means that all these fetch lands that you see in play, they can tap for all 5 colors of source of mana, which means it is a full 20 that has to be done from Jones on the left of your screen, as opposed to 15 or so. Because remember, it does stack up in freeze going forward. But a grip for the cards. Primeval Titan is going to be coming down. Here comes a bunch of triggers. So what is this finisher that we were just talking about? What is the sequence with the cards in play and the cards we're finding now?
So there's a lot of options available to Chris. That's one of the benefits of this deck, is it gets a lot of things. Looks like Chris is going for a Mirror Pool and a Simic Growth Chamber. There's lots of varying things you could do. Like we could get like the haste land and then attack with the haste land. We have an extra land drop thanks to Dryad. And then, we could like get a bounce land to pick up the Boseiju to blow up the Leyline of the Guild Pack. We could also get the Valakuts I talked about. So there's a lot of options, and that's why this deck is so good. And also where a lot of the hard to master stuff comes in, because it's like, there's so many different options available to you. It makes it really hard to figure out what the exact right play is. Like on this turn, we could have also maybe done something like get 2 bounce lands, pick up the bounce lands after floating mana, play the Grazer, play another bounce land, play our extra land for turn, play that Cultivator Colossus. That gives us 3 more bounce lands, then put the Titan into play and draw a bunch of cards. So there's a lot of differing options, and it's just, a matter of like how you want to go about playing them. As we're going to see a Vestuva come down, copy the Simic Growth Chamber, float, a blue and a green, get picked up, play the Arboreal Grazer, play another Vestuva, pick it up, play another Primeval Titan.
Yeah, I'm just like, I'm glad you're keeping up on these triggers. This is where MTGO is stellar, because it just shows me everything that's going on. And when I see about 10 triggers, I'm like, okay, cool, right click concede. I'm fine with that. I don't need to play as anymore. I know I'm dead. But here in paper, triggers can be missed. You make sure you follow it up, and it's not just your opponent that has to do it. You also have to do it as the opponent. You've got to make sure the triggers are resolving in the right order, that they're being announced, that anything's missed. Giving yourself that extra chance of potentially maybe they can mess up, because these decks are very complicated. But then you don't really pick these decks up if you've not goldfished it a few times.
Yeah, there's also times where like I play this deck a lot. One of my first big finishes actually was Amulet back in the day, and like sometimes you just draw. Like I've drawn the haste land and just not been able to combo before. There's also situations where like I played against House of Mana, incredibly strong Titan player recently at the SCG for my win in, and he just like had to do a weird line with these packs, and I was able to blow up enough of his lands that he couldn't pay for the packs, So sometimes weird things just occur. We're going to get a bounce land and a Valakut. I imagine from the way Chris has been playing, we're going to probably see these Valakut triggers go at face, and then we're going to probably end up Bosejuing down Leyline of the Guild Pack after the Dracos block.
Okay.
If they block.
I'm down for that. I like that a little bit. No first strike, no life link going forward. I think we're just trying to work out what the power of these are. These two are flying. They're 4/4s. This one's a 5/3. This is a 2/1. All got first strike, trample, lifelink, hexproof, and vigilance.
Yeah.
I think just having a little question.
So the creatures can get shot by the Valakut, which I think is what's happening right now with the judge. I think Chris is asking, can I shoot these 2 creatures because of the Draco? I believe it's blue that gives hexproof.
Yeah, but they're all because they're all colors, right? They can't.
So, because they're all colors. Yeah.
They've all got hexproof.
Them. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so Chris is gonna get GRV for oopsie poopsing, and he's gonna have to target the other Chris's face.
Oopsie poopsie, and what was the other one? Was the big fatty boom booms? Okay,
fatty boom booms. Yeah,
don't wait, chat.
Yeah, this is the terminology, the vernacular, as it were.
I just wasn't ready for it on a Sunday afternoon. That's all. That's what it was. I just was not ready for it. I love it. Okay, so I think that's what's going for. They're just saying, Judge, maybe this is an illegal target. Blah 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 blah. They need to go face. Maybe this was Jones's idea, was I could just mow down the battlefield and I'm fine for any future combats that can happen. We know there's a Boseiju in hand. We know that can get rid of the ley line, and then the triggers could have targeted them. But I imagine past that stage currently. But we do have we also don't have any hasted Titans yet. That's
well, no, we do. I think we hasted the one at the start. So one of those Titans they like pushed forward, and that's how we got the third search off. There's
okay.
The battlefield. We're a little cramped. We're just got a little stuff going on. We decided not. Oh, this might be a situation where Chris said damage because he forgot about the first strike. We did have the Boseiju that could have blown up the guild pack, but it's not over yet for Chris. He can still get out of this.
Okay. Remember, round 1 here of 7 today, ladies and gentlemen. Standard, Pioneer, and Modern will be on show all throughout the day. So, if you've got a favorite format, make sure you let us know in chat, and potentially we'll try and get that one on camera for you, or even a deck in those formats. Me and Mason, if we were playing today, we'd both be fighting over who to get to play in the modern seat. And I think maybe I'll play a little bit something a bit spicy on a Sunday afternoon. Maybe I would register that Infect deck that's from 10 years ago that I've always wanted to play, which never gets to play anymore.
Yeah,
I did try your mono black
scam tempo
deck. I was I got pilot. I got absolutely destroyed by slick shots. Like last weekend, I got destroyed by slick shots.
Yeah.
Amulet, I owned it, but the rest of them, they got me.
Yeah, Slick Shot was something I kind of knew might be a problem for my deck, but also it was release weekend for OTJ, so I didn't really worry about it. But I still just whatever. Sometimes you lose in Modern.
Yeah.
All right, looks like we're going to see this Boseiju get fired off on the ley line now.
So that's going to go. We can go find ourselves a basic of any land type. So we could get a Triumph here if we want to. Could also get a Surveil land if there's any in the list. We do see, some copies from 0 up to, I think we saw 2 or 3 yesterday in some zoo lists. Dealer's preference if people like to do it or not. It looks like we're going to go straight for that Triumph because now our fetch lands do not tap for mana. We are going to have to start paying some life with them to get lands to be able to cast our spells moving forward. But only one card in hand here. There's the more shuffling. There's lots of shuffling happens in this format if this is your first time looking at the modern metagame.
Yeah, so Drontis has Stummer Denial, Giganta, and something else in hand. Because we spent our 3 mana picking up the Giganta before moving to combat, which worked out.
I think it's the Windswept Heath.
Oh, that makes sense.
Could not get that out of my mouth then.
You're good. Vesuva copy of the Valakut, and it looks like we just targeted our opponent.
This 23, so we need 7, 8 triggers.
Yeah, we could move to combat and attack and then play Cultivator Colossus after getting bounce lands. We're just going to play the Cultivator first. We might see an activation of the One Ring in response to the trigger to try and draw more lands. Every land is basically put a spell into hand, and and with these Valakuts deal 6 damage. So, drawing 3 lands here is actually basically lethal because we get to attack with the Titan. So,
all right, we're just going to go for them. So, talk us through what these triggers are, obviously, and being able to respond to them is pretty different to sometimes that you'd be used to, right?
Yeah, so Cultivator Colossus is an effect that keeps going and going and going. We're going to see a concession here. So Cultivator puts a land to play. You draw a card, repeat till you don't put a land to play. Every land was dealing 6 damage. We have to finish resolving the Cultivator Colossus. Drontis there just picked up his cards. He didn't have anything that could stop that spot. So we are going to be moving to a game number 2 here for them. But yeah, he was just dead to the Valakut trigger since Drive the Elysian Grove makes all of your lands, all land types of Valakut, saw the 6 mountains and started bop, bop, bopping.
Just machine gun into the face. So I think we can move across to our Pioneer table now and have a little look in here. It looks like we've got Nivtolite versus Is It Phoenix, 2 of the tier decks of this format, and we're jumping in while there's a lot going on, Mason.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. So it looks like the Phoenix player is sort of in the mid game and has a Prophetic Memory and a pretty big Ledger Shredder, but no graveyard. It looks like a Treasure Cruise was recently, the graveyard was recently gotten rid of by an Ashiok. And then our Niflite player has got a bean, some mana, but not a ton of lands, meaning a bunch of spells in hand.
Also their own Ashiok. Ashiok's on both sides of the battlefield here.
Mm-hmm.
Are they treasure tokens that I see? Or is that just Oh yeah, I think they are treasure tokens, which so they're probably made off the Goblin Shaman that you can see in the middle of the screen. Mm-hmm. We've got a Sunful in hand plus another beans. So that's going to be another ETB, draw a card. Get another card deep. And then when this deck starts, rocking and rolling and just burning through its deck, every spell now is going to be drawing 2 that's over CMC 5 or more, like this Leyland's Binding, costing just 1 mana.
Pick him up. Pick him up. We're conniving off the Ledger Shredder. The draw from the beans will happen after this because they all cast triggers and an active, non-active player. And honestly, I can't quite make out Jarrett's hand here, but it looks like we have a Treasure Cruise as one of the cards I consider as another.
Treasure Cruise, not great when you don't have a graveyard. Even I can know that bit.
Well, that card's sideways, so maybe Jarrett plays with the graveyard sideways, and we haven't got an Ashiok yet. It's a little hard to know. Our life counter score updater is going to make it a little awkward.
So that's going to target the Ashiok on the other side, which means now things like Bring to Light are going to be live because we can start searching our deck. Are we missing the draw 2 here?
I think we did.
Okay.
Tough.
Look, don't need them. Don't need them. It's fine. Yeah. So we're copying the Goblin Shaman token by the looks of it, getting a second one. That's going to attack both of these, generating 2 treasure tokens. So we're going to go up to 4 treasure tokens. which with a land drop, well, even currently actually with the bowl state, we can cast a Bring to Light, and that is what's at the front of the hand. Sometimes you get tunnel, like laser focused on the line that you were trying to play this turn, and you can miss the some things like those draw triggers there from the Bring to Light. So here comes the mill 4 from Ashiot plus exile the whole graveyard.
Yeah, we also have a Fable in hand, a Fable Passage, so we can play.
Ooh. Okay, not forgetting the draw triggers this time. But what do we go and find? There's obviously lots of different variants you can build in this deck. It does very much have a toolbox element to it. This is game number 2. So after sideboarding, looks like we might get the powerful dragon Niv himself. And they got the old boarded one, the older like gold star. I love that. That's some of my favorite.
Oh, it looks like our modern game is starting, and it looks like this game is over because Ronnie here is going to draw 2 cards off the Niv type being put on the stack and all the gold cards drawn. So if we
let's
want
move
to
across to our modern, let's go to our modern. This is that one. We're thinking that we're going to a game 3 momentarily. So looking back here at our main feature match, which is Titan versus Domain Zoo, where we're going to have Jones on the left of your screen, 1 game up, piloting this Primeval Titan list. Now, what sort of cards has Chris got generically in the Zoo? Obviously, we don't really have deck lists in front of us, but what cards in these decks line up well against Titan and Titan's game plan?
From the Zoo side, there's cards like, I mean, well, first off, you have all 5 colors, so you can do a lot of different things. Cards like Pick Your Poison are surprisingly good. Like, lots of times, Titan is the deck that likes to lead on Amulet, because that lets you get a turn 3 Amulet off the search, float the mana, play some bounce lands, do your thing. So Pick Your Poison, blowing up enchantment is huge. Blowing up artifact is really big as well for both the One Ring and Amulet. So we might see those. Overall, though, typically I think you just kind of like try to pressure them down. Subtlety is a card that we often see as like an option for players. So we're gonna have to see exactly what Chris wants to do, but those are a couple of cards that I would keep in my eye on.
Yeah, I feel like Leyline's binding is actually quite key in this matchup as well, right? Trying to take out a key Titan coming down, stopping it from attacking. I think we're keeping Leyline with Guild Pact in hand, though. So we might see pre-game effects again here from Chris on the right of your screen, and there it is on the battlefield. Now, our fetch lands can tap for any mana, and it's going to make the Wild Nicole a 3/3. Was you playing Magic when this was banned?
No. Well, I mean, technically I did, but I got unbanned fairly quickly into my life of it all.
Rightly so. Rightly so.
Yeah. By the way, I think you called it Splinter Twin.
But I say, here comes Splinter Twin. So get in there for 3 points of damage, life linking, of course. That's going to mean that the combo element of Titan being able to throw multiple lightning bolts to face or Valakut triggers to face is going to be needed to get a lot more if we can gain a huge chunk of life. But don't rule out these Titan decks just yet. They are very powerful. We're just having a great draw right now, should we say, for Jones on the left of your screen. Can we capitalize that here? First, we're going to start off with 7 points going to the face. We're going to block the Draco because remember, reach is a thing that the Sloth has.
Draco's trampled though, so get wrecked, Slothy boy.
And what's going to be the follow-up play? I see a Leyline's binding in hand. I think another land and maybe a stubby D. Okay, just land and pass. Another land off the top and 4 mana, 1 ring. Some denial check. Oh, there's a Pick Your Poison. It's Pick Your Poison in the hand.
Yeah.
So do you like letting them go 1 card deeper here, or do you like Leyline binding in response to the draw trigger?
I think I like the binding in response to the draw because they don't get a card if that happens. But you might just want to, I was gonna say they could pass and then you just pick your poison and you get to save your binding. Because now if Chris tries, like it has to go to the end of the turn. So I think it's a pretty good spot just to play the poison. Like Chris has his 1 card. Yeah, what a treat. Don't put the dice on there, Chris.
I say, look, there's a big white one there. Come on, there. It doesn't matter.
Just in general, life's short. We get it. It's got a counter on. Take your card up. It's in sack. We're gonna do Flash of Midnight in.
you gotta take your screen time. You know this. Like, I'm a feature match area.
I understand. I'm just saying. If not for me, for the people. The coffee hasn't kicked in quite
yet. I don't know. With all these fatty boom booms and what's the other one you were saying? I think the coffee's too much. A bit too strong this morning, maybe. As we see a little cycle there, giving us the ability to play an extra land for the turn if we would like to. First one's going to be Inerza's Saga. We know how good that card can be. One of the only decks that tends to play Urza Saga turn 1 as well is these Titan decks, right?
Yep, it's basically the only one that does it. You'll sometimes see it in other like brewy decks or like, like odd fringe stuff. But for the most part, like your opponent's probably not going to lead on Saga unless they have something like Springleaf Drum and sort of like maybe a slower start as something like Hammer. Like they might do like Saga, Drum, Mimnite. We do have double Amulet in hand we're holding right now.
Yeah, what's the reasoning behind that?
I assume Chris is playing around cards like Pick Your Poison, like Leyline Binding on that regard, and just wants to play it and go up a mana. With the second one and the Microsense Gardens in play where you can make a copy, I think I might try to play one personally, at least, if not both. But Chris is choosing to be pretty patient here, which I can respect when to be patient, as we are going to see Giganta get picked up. And
I think we got double Amulet, double Summoners Pact, maybe, and now Bounce Land for the turn.
yeah, I think you're right. And Chris is at 6, so this is going to be the turn we need to start doing stuff.
So start off. Here comes the first Amulet. Second one. Here comes another Amulet. Maybe.
Yeah.
Yes.
If
Now
Chris tries to kill it in response, we'll be able to respond.
Now here's the first Bounce Land. I'm going to gain 4 mana. I'm going to return it back to my hand. I'm going to cast Summoner's Pact to go find a green creature, put it into my hand. Amulet Titan is going to be the card that we find. Of course, 4 mana floating, remember.
Yep, Castle Gamberg will turn that 4 into 6 green only for creatures.
More ETBs.
I imagine this is where the mirror pool gets involved.
Yeah, what's the optimal time to Leyline's Binding here?
So if your opponent's going for the mirror pool like this, you're going to want to go when they sacrifice, I believe, because I think mirror pool targets.
Yeah.
I can't remember exactly. I would double check the wording if I was the opponent. If not, then now would be a good time before there's a chance to activate. But it's going to make a copy of the Titan, which will let us get another one. So if Chris does have that Leyline Binding, right then was the moment you wanted to do it. Let's see. Sacrifice, create a token copy that target. Yeah. So getting rid of it would. It looks like maybe there's some clarification on what's exactly happening.
Or the amount of mana that's still floating, perhaps. But it looks like we're letting this resolve. Copy going to enter the battlefield. Another search of the library for 2 lands. Can I read this? Maybe we might have gone too far. I don't know what. I'm definitely going to be asking about this. Maybe I would like to respond to this. Now it's just going to come down to the wording. What was said when we said, I want to target my primeval Titan. That's why we have judges at these events. Never be scared to ask anything. And I think now we're saying that I would like to Leyline Binding it in response to the target trigger.
Yeah. This might also be one of those classic situations where, our Domain Zoo player said like, okay, and like kind of like thinking about it. And then Chris starts to put in play. And the other Chris is like, no, I'm like saying it's on the stack. And it's like, oh, sorry. And like, is showing the token to like sort of represent what would happen,
So we're going through. So basically, from the triggers, we've got a bounce back to hand trigger with the mana floating. We're returning the Beseiju, and it looks like we're going to be using the Beseiju to get rid of that Leyline's Binding to get another trigger from the Primeval Titan.
Yeah. So I think what our Zoo player missed is that the Beseiju went to hand for the cost of this, and then he was backing up to show him like, no, this is how it got to my hands because the bounce land paid the cost. So now we're gonna go and be able to search out a land from our deck, and the Titan's in play. The trigger is on the stack. We figured it out.
Do you think the players have spent more time shuffling and looking through their decks this game than actually playing Magic? It's
somehow, like that. Despite all these fetch lands being turned off, for our Zoo player, it is still we've still been searching. By the way, this is a big match for the Titan player. The homies on the team are down games. Now, we saw in the Is It Phoenix versus Nivdelight matchup, things were looking really good for Niv a minute ago. So we're probably, we're looking at maybe a 1-1 situation there, but Standard might be in a bad spot as Blue White Control is down a game to Domain.
This is also a really awkward spot. We're at 6 life. One of these creatures is flying. Our opponent's deck has things like Tribal Flames in and Lightning Bolt. I can't imagine that we can get 34 damage this turn, but I have been proved wrong many times in the past. Cultivated Colossus is the card left in hand with, I believe, a bounce land. Is there some sort of, maybe we have to Beseiju shenanigans going on. Otawara, maybe that's on the battlefield.
Yeah, there's a lot of different lines you could do. I think when Jones played around the removal spell for the amulet, we've maybe sunk ourselves. Because if we had the third amulet copy from the Microsynth Guardians, we would obviously, be going harder. Now they have the binding, but I think here we can give haste to the Titan, and we can talk about what we did last time, picking up Boseiju and then Boseiju down the Leyline if they block. But I don't know exactly, because what I was thinking was that you had to pick up 2 bounce lands from your deck, go to 8 mana, pack for Cultivator Colossus, then play Colossus and hope that you draw the right cards after you put a bunch of lands into play. Which, if you did that correctly, it would win from this spot, I believe. But you'd have to get very lucky.
So we are getting Bounce Land Boseiju. These are going to have the untapped triggers. Bunch of mana can be generated, but it's only going to cost 2 to use this Boseiju. That can only get rid of the ley lines of the guild pack, remember, because the Draco has hexproof currently. So bunch of mana, floaty, float. I think they're just talking through how this is going to be resolved, all these triggers and stacks going on. I've given it haste.
Yeah, I think he might be asking how big the Titan is. He's saying 8. He's saying that thing has 6 on it. He goes, I got +2. He goes, oh, that's my bad. It's 7 a.m. waking up in the morning.
Boseiju is going to go back to hand, and then we're going to start moving to the blocking step, or maybe even just the damage. We can take 8 points of damage. That's fine. I'm at 34. I'll just drop myself down to 26. That's good. I'm happy with that. And just passing the turn back. Okay, Tribal Flames would be great here. Even a Lightning Bolt would do it.
Yeah,
even a Ragavan would do it. Or that Leyline's Binding.
Well, the Leyline Binding won't do it, Will, because we have the Boseiju still.
That is true. That is true. Your
Binding would be a bit of a trap.
Well, and you know about the Boseiju that's been bounced back to hand. Yeah. So do we try and bait it out or not? Like, what's the optimal time to do this?
We're attacking with both. So I think what Chris is going to do is pretty smart here. So Chris is saying, put both, then I'm going to Leyline Binding and hope that you let the trigger resolve. If you don't let the trigger, if the trigger resolves, then the thing will be removed from combat, will trample over and win. If we respond with the trigger on the stack, it doesn't leave play, and we can kill it with the Boseiju. So we are fine if we just kill it with the trigger on the stack.
Okay, let's have I think they're going through literally what you were saying now. Like, if this resolves, I've got trample damage. Doesn't matter if it's blocks or not. We're going to be able to get 7 points damage coming across. Obviously, Jones at 6 life. That is not going to be ideal.
Yeah.
So, go on.
I was going to say, Jones has to Boseiju right now. If you Boseiju right now, the Titan never leaves play.
That's a small line. So some players would not know about that. They'll just think it all happens in one go. But it is an ETB effect, so you can destroy it while the ETB is there, and then there is no place for it to get exiled to, so it will survive.
Yeah, it looks like our Zoo player is like, "Hey, I said I'm targeting this or whatever," and our Titan player is like, "Yes, but you put a trigger on the stack, and then I respond to the trigger. Right? It isn't all one fail swoop. And there seems to be some communication about what's happening."
I think this is a key turn. Basically, this is why they're making sure they get it right. Who said what at what time? Because if you say the wrong thing and you let something resolve it, and then you're responding to it, then lethal damage is going to happen. So a little bit because it's confusion here, and it looks like we're scooping up, and lethal damage did happen there. So maybe we can move across to another table while they're shuffling up and going to go to game 3. What table are we moving to here? This looks like the Niv and Phoenix deck. So they're just starting off here. Live to Light did take that game 2 down like we thought. So not much happening here, just kind of some setup turns, should we say, for both of these players.
Yeah, the Niv Light deck often spends a lot of the early turns playing cards like Sylvan Caryatid or Cornucopia. And we're plotting.
What is that that's getting plotted?
Ooh, I forget its name because I haven't actually said it out loud before. Basically, it is a Tormenting Voice's plot. So when that card comes off the stack, you'll discard a card and draw 2.
Okay, I quite like that. That seems like it fits quite well here. As we're going to have a Beans and both of them never Sylvan Caryatid, adding more to the battlefield mana-wise, adding more draw spells going through. I don't believe this game is sped up, but geez, the shuffling quick.
They're moving fast. We're live.
I love to see it. And of course, we are live all day today, ladies and gentlemen. 7 rounds plus a cut to top 8 of this team event today. Standard, Pioneer, and Modern, the formats. We did crown ourselves a champion this morning of May French, taking down the Modern 10K on Living End. So congratulations to her. She's already sat down ready to play and battle more Magic today. If it wasn't enough winning a big tournament, can she go back to back with her team today? Well, you're gonna have to stick around to find out. Make sure to hit that follow button if you have not. If you got any questions, maybe this is your first time watching Magic or you're looking at going to a big event, fire them in chat. Me and Mason can answer them to you. We are, I'm going to say we're seasoned vets at this point. Are going to some sort of paper Magic events. I feel like we've been to 1 or 2 in our time.
We have Highway Robbery is the name of that card.
That's good for the set. That's going to be an Arc Light Phoenix hitting the graveyard. Mm-hmm. I got my old arts. I just don't. Some of the newer cards are the ones I'm like, what's that new card? But yeah. I like that old art, Phoenix. I think I just upgraded my own to that as well. Here comes an opt. Little scry poos before we want to draw a knot. Don't like it. Going to the bottom. We get a fresh card in the grip.
Little slick shot show off.
I didn't even know that was a card that's being played in Phoenix these days, but I'm down for it. I love, inventing new cards, building new decks, and getting them kind of brewing a little bit more.
Yeah, players have been trying it just basically as like you cast, like on this turn, we've cast 3 spells, right? So Slick Shot just does 7. With the profs, it would maybe do like a couple more damage. So it's just a card that players have been trying to be a bit more aggressive with the Phoenix decks. It's really a flex slot card, much like, Spell Pierce, Ashiok, that kind of thing. You're just making your deck lean a little direction, and I really like it. Like the idea of it, at least. I don't know. I think it's probably fine-ish. The mirror seems kind of tough, but
how are you feeling, Mason? Do you want to stick here with a bit of Pioneer, or do you want to see the conclusion of the Modern match?
I think we should stick here because I think this one's going to matter a lot, and the other one we've seen the ins and the outs.
All right, let's stay here then. Let's do it. I'm game for that.
Let's hang out. Let's we got a lot of mana. We're Nifta lighting.
We had a whole Modern tournament yesterday. Let's mix it up a little bit. We got a bit of Pioneer, and these are 2 of the best decks in that current format as well. So we're going to start off with an Omnath. We know what card this can, how much power this one can do. Obviously, fetch land is not really a thing in this format. They are currently banned, but there are some pseudo ways around that, right? There are a couple of fetch lands that are legal, just not the ones that you're all thinking of. But it doesn't really matter. It's going to eat a Mystical Dispute. 1 mana answer, your 4 mana threat spell is always good. Moving forward, a little bit more tempo here for Jarrett on the right of your screen.
Yep. Mystical Dispute there, answering the Omnath is pretty huge.
Ooh, Ashiok off the top.
Yeah, Ashiok's going to turn off Bring to Light. Could also play something like Slick Shot into a cantrip in order to push like 6-ish damage. Looks like we're just commenting with the team like, hey, this isn't crazy, right? Just to like try and go a little hard.
That's one thing. Go on.
Treasure Cruise is in the yard. Or in the hand, excuse me.
That's a good one I had. 1 mana, draw 3. Pretty good in Magic the Gathering.
Yeah.
Even more so when it does an extra 2 points of damage as well.
Yeah. Yeah, when Treasure Cruise also becomes Shock.
Power creep. Anyway, going on. So what you will see slightly different here into team events. You'll see the team can actually talk to each other during their matchups as well. Obviously, it's something you don't see in 1v1, but in team events, you can talk left and right of you and, be like, do you think we play this, or what deck do you think on? Should I go for this line, that line? And how much do you think that kind of affects where you pick people? Where do you pick your most experienced player? Where do you pick your new player? Like, how would you kind of lay it out if you're on a team, mate?
Here's my thing. If I'm teaming with you, if you have some burning question that you can't live with yourself without knowing the answer to, then you can ask. Otherwise, we all trust each other. We're on a team. We're not talking. We're playing. We're not giving anything up. If there's like some really tough line and someone's been watching the whole time, then they can weigh in. But honestly, so often there's so many little things given away and shown while you're playing that you don't have the full story. So often when I finish my game, I just start watching whichever match seems to be the one we're losing the most in. I just start watching as much as I can so that if I need to ask a question or get asked a question, I can answer it. But for the most part, I don't talk. I don't talk to my teammates. We're just hanging out. We might joke with each other, but that's it.
Yeah, I've got 2 teammates I kind of always go to team events. We're the team that gives each other a lot of stick. There's no card. It's like, you played that card? What are you doing? You know what I mean? And that's what I love about team events.
So I know what give each other a lot of stick means, and so do all the people at home, but for our producer who's in my ear saying, "What does that mean? What does giving a lot of stick mean in British?"
Banter. Do you know what banter is? A lot of banter.
Oh,
There you go.
okay.
We give each other
Yeah.
a lot of banter in between, making it a bit of
Yeah.
camaraderie with your friends. I see team events as a very chilled out
Mhm.
atmosphere moving forward. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Getting
No,
carried by my teammates is normally the one that they come at me with. They're like, "Well, you're like 0-6 and we're 6-0. Can you start getting out the bag, mate? Start doing some good stuff here." Bring to Light looks like it might be getting cast right now.
I hope it's Bring to Life. We're shuffling before we do it because the game state's got to be preserved.
Maybe we can get a translator for when I come up with my British terms. I apologize,
No,
chat.
we actually cast the Bring to Light after shuffling. Oh, we have to.
We had to draw. Come on, Mason. State-based effect.
I didn't see to the corner. I was losing my mind for a second. I was like, gonna go crazy.
But what are we finding here is going to be the question. Do we want a sweeper? Do we want the big Niv Mizzet itself? Like, what's going to be the line?
I don't know. There's a lot. There might also be some weird, like there's a lot of tech options in these decks, like we talked about earlier, right? There's a lot of room with Yorion as your companion to fit one ofs in. I could easily see us putting in one of the Niv Mizzets. Looks like we're going to go for the Sunfall, lose some of our mana from the Caryatid, but in exchange, get rid of the Slick Shot and the Phoenix. And I think that makes a lot of sense.
And we get a draw card. Don't forget that.
Draw card too. True.
And I think with the 2 mana that we've got left open, we've got a Dampening Sphere in hand as well. And that's obviously going to play in quite well against these the Phoenix decks that want to be playing multiple spells in one turn.
Yeah, it's been really interesting to see Dampening Sphere become more and more a part of like people's plans versus Phoenix. And there are sometimes I think for some decks it makes a ton of sense, and others where I'm a little skeptical. But I kind of like it here for Ronnie, where just like you're trying to make the game go long, so like slowing yourself down a little bit is not the end of the world,
And it makes an incubate token as well, which will be should have 4 counters on it when it flips, I believe.
Yep, is a 4/4.
I think they're going to get a dice on it now just to help us all at home as well. Thank you very much. And then just pass the turn. But Phoenix still a grip for the cards. Like they never run out, it seems.
Yeah. Yeah, as long as the game's going, they kind of get cards in hand. And really the question for Jared is, do I have the land so I can multi-spell through? Worth noting here, the team of Jared actually just got the first match win in Standard. So if either the Domain Zoo player or the Is It Phoenix player win, they're going to win it for their team. So both people on the back foot as Ledger Shredder comes down.
Let's show the first spell of the turn. So now the next spell cast is going to cost an extra 1 colorless. So we could play an op or consider that I think we do have it in hand here for Jarrett to try and get another sort of another card deeper and potentially get a +1/+1 counter on this Ledger Shredder. Might just be a bunch of land in hand here as well for Rodney. Or for Ronnie, sorry. So first off, Connive Trigger, land, and Treasure Crew. Yeah, Treasure Crew is going to go to the graveyard. +1/+1 counter is going to go on the Ledger Shredder. Now Consider is going to resolve. It's a basic island. Let me draw myself a Pixie. And I think that might be it for the turn.
Agreed. And if you're Ronnie and your opponent discards Treasure Cruise with a graveyard that big, you've got an idea of what's in hand. More Delve cards.
Ooh, okay. That looked like a flex. So it might be what, a Fable the Mirror Breaker, maybe?
Yeah, it's probably either Fable or Valky.
We'll have a little look. There you go. What is that? What is that? Is that the
Niv Mizzet Reborn?
The Reborn Niv Mizzet. That's the one. That's the.
No, sorry. It's not the Supreme one.
Yeah, the newer one. The newer one, the 2. I don't know the name of it correctly because I haven't bought these yet for my deck in Pioneer. That's why I haven't got them. But also being told that time has been called on the round for this matchup. So it looks like we're going to be going into turns. 9 versus 16. Everything's still to go for. That dice is not on the screen, but we appreciate it. Yeah. Maybe they can move it down a little bit more for us, producer. That'd be great for everybody at home.
Don't worry, gang. I've got it. Turn 1. I got the old finger method.
You on it. Count to 5, Mason. You know that's a hard task for us Infect players over here.
That's tough. Halfway there.
Well, we never get to 5. That's the problem. Our creatures keep dying before we get there.
That's true. So, all right. So, turns out it's actually turn 2. Looks like we might be talking to a judge for a second. It's actually turn 2. So, it wasn't turn 1. We were told time was called after it had already been called. Looks like the players are talking to a judge for a second, maybe asking their teammate something. Typically, you're not allowed to get up from your seat and ask your teammate something. That's a weird rule. If you ever play a team tournament, you need to stay in your seat if you're not talking to a judge, because if you get up and leave the table, you're not allowed to talk to your teammates anymore, which is also the power play. Well, I finished my match. I'm going to the bathroom. Bye, gang. I'm out. No pressure on me. I can't talk. I love to talk. I can't. I'm not allowed. The rules don't allow it.
My favorite team event I played in is my friend was playing what's the color, the modern deck where they don't play any lands. It's just all Oops All Spells. It's playing Oops All Spells, and I kind of went off and didn't know how to play the deck and just lent into me. He goes, I think I just killed myself. And I was like, no, you got a jack-o'-lantern. That's the thing. Oh yeah, that's why I was like, yeah, cool, got you. I saved the day. Felt great about it. It was just so funny how they leaned over in like full disheartened, like, I think I comboed wrong. No, you've got it. You're golden. But how can we turn this into a W here? First, we're going to start with this consider. First spell cast for the turn. There is a dampening sphere, so now everything's going to get taxed by 1. That's an arc like Phoenix drawn for the turn. We'd have really liked that one to be on top and put it in the graveyard the easy way. Do we have some sort of way of getting that into the battlefield? If it might need multiple, because of course on the other side there is a 5/5 flying with hexproof and protection from monocolored spells. Well, just in general, protection from monocolored, but that is all spells. Does the added text on this card ever come apparent, where each instant and sorcery card in your graveyard that's exactly 2 colors has jumpstart?
It comes up a lot. Deck has a lot of gold cards, and just Vanishing Verse, for example, Kolaghan's Command. There's a lot of things that end up mattering. We're going to get the Connive here, and Will, I believe we can delve the Damping Sphere cost with the Treasure Cruise.
That would be cool. I'm down. I like what you're cooking. Let's see. So that's 2 spells. That's what that dice does. Well, it's either 2 spells or turn 2, but we're going to go with 2 spells currently. Yeah. So looking for a third to get this Arclight out the graveyard. I haven't got a good look. Bear in mind, spells are going to cost an extra 2 now.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And the Free the Fae needs to resolve. We didn't resolve the spell. You can't not resolve a spell. Let's get a judge involved. I mean, maybe it happened, and it's early.
No, I think you're right. I don't think it's resolved yet.
Yeah.
So one spell, second spell cost 3. Also, this Treasure Cruise, we can pay the extra 1. Yeah, okay. We're good. That looks like another Arclight Phoenix. All going to go to the graveyard. Spell Pierce is going to go to hand. Now we can start delving away. So double Phoenix. Does that get us there in this is turn 2, turn 3, turn 4. So we've only got 2 attack steps for Jarrett on the right of your screen.
Yeah, I mean, without life gain, that'll put Ronnie down to 3. Ronnie will probably eat one of the things. I believe the Niv misses a 6/6, right? So if we attack with the Ledger Shredder, it's a 5/5. Okay, yeah. So it still eats the Shredder. So we're gonna go down to 3 in that world. But if we draw something like Vanishing Verse, well, we just Vanishing Verse, Jumpstart Vanishing Verse, and then we have a blocker for the Hall of the Storm Giant.
Okay. Oh yeah, Hall as well. That's going to come into play. As in, like, not come into play, but come apparent later on if we can get some more mana next turn, turn that into a 7/7.
Yep.
So we are going to Treasure Cruise. There's going to be 3 more cards deeper. Third spell for the turn. Man, there's some stuff going on. Board states left, right, and center going on.
Yeah. Looks like we're talking to the judge for a second. I have no clue why. Maybe the judge was just confused about if we had delved enough cards. Both players were like, yeah, we can. We're good.
So third spell, they're going to come back. Now go to combat. These come back. 2 Arclight Phoenixes. So everything's got 3 power right now. If we turn it all sideways, we'll be able to get 6 damage in. Over on Ronnie's side, decks typically do play things like Lightning Helix and stuff, so that might come apparent moving forward. But if you look there at the bottom of your screen, it looks like this matchup is not going to matter. The team of Steven, Chris, and Jarrett have already taken this down, but I believe they're going to play it out for us here on coverage. Yeah. So that means both the domain decks getting the W's here, but can it be a full sweep? Is it Phoenix get a bit of star points here on round number 1 of the NRG team event?
I think it would have won. So we block like this. We're seeing both players just kind of showing their hands because they don't really Jared's team already won. Congratulations to them. You're going to move on to 1-0. And it looks like Ronnie just has all these lands. So we could jumpstart something like a Bring to Light, but there's nothing that we can super duper do. and we can't like triple spell or anything because our damping sphere is hurting us. So like it's a very awkward-ish spot. But yeah, I think this would be a spot where if this match had its natural conclusion, Ronnie would probably be very close. But then the Hall of the Storm Giants is lethal. You have the damping sphere, so you can't double spell this turn. You don't have, I think you don't have the mana to flip the thing because of the damping sphere actually came back to haunt us. So we're gonna come back to the booth here. But yeah, an interesting matchup for sure.
Very interesting. Very back and forth with the lines that could have been taken for the extra turn, but of course didn't end up mattering. Because in a team event, as long as 2 of the 3 players win, that is how the match concludes. So congratulations to them. That's only round number 1, ladies and gentlemen. That's the good bit. That means we've got 6 more rounds today before we cut to that top 8. So we're going to have a short little break, and we'll be back with round number 2. So don't go anywhere. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the NRG Series, where we're bringing you a team event. That means Standard, Pioneer, and Modern. That's 3 different tables, 3 different formats. You love to see it. But who's going to bring it? It's going to be me, Will Hoard. That is Mason Clark. We're looking forward to this, Mason, because, yesterday we had a lot of Modern action, but today we get to showcase some of the other formats that are very popular in Magic the Gathering. We just saw a little bit of Pioneer, so we thought we were going to start today with some Standard going on. So we got 2 good decks, 2 like fully functional decks, no spice that we know of so far, but we've got Boros Convoke versus the Esper midrange deck. How does this normally play out?
Yeah, this matchup can be pretty interesting. Post board, a lot of times the Esper players have pest control. That's the new card from the big score, that little subset of OTJ, and that destroys all permanents with mana value 1 or less that are not lands. That card does a good job of stabilizing. But game 1, it can still be pretty close, but the Convoke player is pretty favored just because they're able to kind of double spell, get on board really quickly. You need a timely bat, a timely no more lies. And if you don't have those things, you're in big trouble.
This is actually my standard. This is the one I play. I play a lot of Boros Convoke in standard, so I'm looking forward to it. Let's see if we can get down to the matchup, see how the players are getting on shuffling up. Looks like they've got their opening hands. And if Convoke's on the play, and in the hands of Andrew Ellenberger, then I'm going to be a little bit scared.
Yeah, Andrew Ellenbogen, Pro Tour champion, got there playing, aggressive decks, is not someone who is, weak when it comes to these sort of things. So it's definitely someone who also, is going to understand what they need to do in order to win.
Yeah, and as you said, they as turn 2 could end up with something crazy like 10 to 11 power on the battlefield that early, plus refilling their hand because of the Knight of Eos. It's going to be pretty crazy, and it lines up very badly on the other side for Grant. 1-for-1 removal is not ideal against this deck because it can just go so wide. But we'll see what these opening hands look like. Looks like we have got pretty good 6-carders so far, so that the 7 is going to be a keep this round.
It's good because he only drew 5 cards. And Ellenbogen's like, how many cards is this? He was like, this is all I need. I guess I'll draw 2 more.
So here comes the Novice Inspector. This is going to generate a clue token. Clue tokens, great at drawing cards. Not what we want to be doing in this deck, really. We want to be turning that into free freeze. Who is that?
That's Max McVitie's clue token from the Star City Games Invitational, who is our modern seat in this round. So, pulling over, grabbing his bud. He's like, hey, that's him.
A little bit of flex here. Love to see it. Here comes, this is one of the newer inner cards that's seen a little bit of play. Warden of the Inner Skies. Great little 1-drop here. Can tap 3 permanents to get to scry 1 plus put a +1/+1 counter on it. And then once it gets, I think it's 3 +1/+1 counters, it actually gains vigilance as well. But then the real kicker here is, now we're going to turn this into another 3/1/1 Phyrexian Goblins because of Gleeful Demolition. So really off to the races. And now we got, I'm going to turn these tokens into these tokens. My face, your face. This is a flex, and I love it.
Yeah, Andrew Ellenbogen got a vampire token back in the day. Not quite the right color, but, Andrew doing his best goblin impersonation on stream.
While you're on the feature match, you got to use it. And the real extra bit there is we got to tap them all to scry another one and add another counter to that Warden. So how are we going to kind of turn this in? Are we going to be able to give him +1/+0 in haste because of a recruiter? Or is this just enough for this turn?
I don't know. We'll have to see. I mean, Ellenbogen kind of was like, well, my opponent could have Mastermind. They could have a kill spell where they could have No More Lies. Pretty easy to kind of work that calculus and be like, oh, if I do something like Recruiter, am I cool with what my next turn looks like if they just counter that? I'm hitting in this turn for what, 6 damage, a decent amount. Could also just, activate, could play some stuff and just activate the warden again and push for a little bit more. So we have to see. And we're also seeing why pest control is so big out of the board for these decks.
Okay, we're seeing the vampire hit the battlefield. 1 point of damage being dealt. Blood token being made just on the top of your screen there. Again, not bad late game, but in this scenario, again, it's just another target for a lethal demolition. The game goes, the more we might actually have to start cycling through for it. But we're going to tap 3 of them. We're going to put a +1/+1 counter on the warden. Scry 1 deeper. This means the warden's now going to have vigilance as well as being a 4/5 on the 4/5. It is 4/5. Quick math. 4/5 on the battlefield.
Yeah, and this is nice too because sometimes these Esper decks play cards like the Wandering Emperor, which wouldn't come up for a while, but the ability to not have to worry about that card from Ellenbogen gives them a little bit of security along with that sculpting. So
now, do we go for another scry here? Do we just turn everything sideways? And we're turning everything sideways. So this is going to be 4, 5, 6, 7 points of damage coming across, dropping Grant down to 12. And what we're going to do end of turn here is going to be a mastermind on the battlefield. Just a 2/1 flyer, invitational card. Managed to rip our 3rd land off the top. That's huge. Because I'm pretty sure if we didn't draw that, most of our spells in our hand are just dead going forward.
Yeah, we have this Shoshani's Tidebinder, which is kind of nice because we can use it to stop Emidane's Recruiter or Knight Errant of Eos's trigger. You can also use it on the Warden. If we go to Scry again, you could stop that Scry and stop the counter from going on and turn it off. But
what do we want to do here? Like at the minute, currently on the battlefield, we've got what, 10 power already, plus whatever we do for the turn.
Yeah,
3 mana.
One of those tokens is the blood token that's underneath the goblin that got convoked off of for the
okay.
Yeah. I also was like, where did the extra creature come from?
Really testing us in the booth here. We appreciate it.
Yeah, one of the cool things about winning these events, right, is you get tokens. One of the downside is all of our tokens are people. So it's sometimes a little confusing.
So in response to the trigger, no +1/+0 effects are going to happen for the team here. We're going to tap these 3, put another counter on this. Scry 1 deeper again. Not had a good look at what it is, but looks like we like it.
I wonder if Andrew's going to tap again because it doesn't super matter, but your Thraben Inspector, if you're going to throw one of the creatures away with an attack to push extra damage, it's a little bigger. So
yeah, we're getting in. We're turning it all sideways. So we got one thing that we can eat up here. Do we want to chump block the Sky Warden or just take all this damage? Maybe we could trade with one of the other 1-powered creatures just to get it off the battlefield. Interesting, and we're really seeing why this is going to be a hard game 1 here for the Esper mid-range deck. Just 1-for-1 removal, 1-for-1 blocking doesn't line up well at all, and just being able to get big chunks of damage every single time we go to combat for the Boss Convoke deck is exactly how it wants to be playing.
Yep. Yeah, we see Grant here with cards like Urtai, Rafine, another Tidebinder, a Wandering Emperor in hand, but they just don't line up. Like all these 1/1s are going to chip shot in enough.
They do play a couple of Anthem effects in these decks. Of course, one of the cases, we don't really see cases played too much, has a very plays a little bit like the Saga effects. But Case of the Gateway Express, that's a nice little removal spell that also can pump the team after damage if we do have them. They've moved up to a couple of Get Losts in the decks with these Boss Convoke decks, just be able to get these big pesky creatures off the battlefield, or maybe even what's the 3 mana enchantment sweeper I'm thinking of?
Temporary
lockdowns, things like this, things that can kind of sweep the battlefield early. Being able to have a couple of answers to them moving forward is not a bad way. I've kind of also adapted that, play a couple in my main deck, and it really does come up top trumps when things need to add that extra couple of damage to the battlefield. As we just pass the turn back, leave up. Oh, there it is, straight off the top. That is the case.
Well, I think the case puts a trigger on the stack. I'm not exactly sure how that one works. If it does, we can Tashani's Tidebinder the trigger. Because it enters the battlefield.
When it enters the battlefield, choose target creature you don't control. So
I think the targeting would put a trigger. I'm not positive. I also don't know if it matters. We also have No More Lies, so I believe that does, and I believe you can just Tidebinder, and this will let you have another blocker. Now, obviously, we
This is
know
still
Ellen
lethal,
Boone
right? Is this lethal?
it's really close if it isn't, because there's 5 in the air for sure, putting us to 4, and there are 5 creatures on the ground, so 3 get across, go to 1.
Yeah, it would be 1.
Yeah,
It's that blood token. It's got me twice now.
it's got you twice. But Ellenbogen might have something in hand that he can put an extra counter on.
Yeah,
Ellenbogen
and
might also just want to tap all these things and just make his warden bigger.
well, any one of like the novice inspector type effects where it can generate artifacts plus the 1-drop, that would be the extra counter needed. So just I think doing a little bit of math, which probably tells me that that's not a 1-drop left in hand. Are we just going sure? Turn everything sideways. I don't hate
Yeah,
it.
I think I like to turn everything sideways because you get the trade. I mean, probably because otherwise, I believe the knight. If you let the knight and the other things go through, you die. So the knight has to trade. You get to eat the 1/1, and then Ellenbogen's putting Grant dead to everything, including a Voldaren Epicure off the top. That we're convoking a Knight Errant, I think. Oh no, never mind. We're attacking. Sorry. Okay,
Yeah.
Ellenbogen turned it sideways, and so I thought he was convoking. I was like, oh, that's a crazy line.
No, I get it. Looks like we're going to go into 1. Then we've got to try and work out. We need kill spells plus life gain plus blockers, putting them in a really, really hard situation moving forward here. 1 life for Grant by the end of this combat step. We do see the warden in hand, as you said, but that's only going to be able to gain us 2 life and not get the biggest threat off the battlefield because it's now got vigilance. And everything's now got +1/+0 from the hun. Is that how it works? The case has got 1 on it, 1 dice. It should be 3,
It's
right?
at the end of turn. So at the end of the turn, the case is solved because 3 creatures attack. So now the case is solved, and it's +1/+0 to everybody. I think Ellenbogen's just putting a dice on it to say, "Hey, my case is solved."
Okay, that makes more sense to me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Me logically, I'd put a 3 on the dice just so I know, but it is what it is. It all represents as long as the board state is correct. But yeah, having that anthem effect is going to really help. But it doesn't matter too much right now, as any creature is lethal with just 1 power.
Yeah, I was gonna say every great play here from Ellenbogen. Every point matters. We actually have an Urtai in hand, so if we were at maybe even 2 more life, for example, we could Urtai down the flyer, double block, and then maybe stabilize. But in this situation, we're just dead to everything. I think Grant's figuring that out there. Grant's team, actually, we were hearing before, and it's actually their collegiate Magic team that came out to play. So pretty cool to see them here in our event.
If you look at the other matchups, it looks like both Gruul decks are able to take down game number 1. Of course, in a team event, 2 of the 3 players need to win. Land off the top means that we can channel this, make 2/1/1 haste spirits, and that is going to be enough to scoop it up here. Grant going to be going a game down with Andrew going a game up. So it looks like we can move to our middle match, which is modern. So let's have a little go across to that, where we're going to have Jun Creativity versus the Gruul Prowess deck. Slick Shot is kind of the hot topic at the minute. This card makes a lot of explosive draws from this deck, able to go under quite a few of them. And was able to take down game number 1. Would you expect that this is kind of how it normally lines up versus Jun's Creativity?
Yeah, I think it depends on the build and everything. Like we saw earlier today in our finals, we had a lot to pick your presence. That stuff I imagine helps, just giving you an answer to the Slick Shot show off. But typically, I think these faster, prowessy decks are pretty favored as long as they can stick something on the board early turns. We actually saw Max McVitie make a pretty deep run yesterday. I believe finished X3 in our 9-round tournament with this Gruul Prowess deck. So definitely, showing his prowess playing it, and as someone who's known for playing these aggro decks incredibly well, not somebody you want to get paired against.
So there's a couple of different builds that you see floating around. You see this green version here, which is a lot like what Mengucci has been playing quite a bit, and I think got 2nd place in one of the challenges with. Plays Timer Growth, plays the green effects, plays things like Mutagenic Growth and the Questing Druid. Where then you've also got the red-blue version that everyone kind of started with Iteration and Preordains. Is there a reason why more players are going towards the green version? Is it more explosive?
Yeah, you get also a couple more threats. Like you get the questing druids, which you can then play and they generate cards. They're not as strong on by themselves as cards like Expressive Iteration, right? Like the one mode of draw 2 off that is worse than EI normally. But getting that body matters a ton, lets you just have that resiliency through removal. So I think that's where a lot of it is. Also, the weakness to Bowmaster can sometimes come up, even though Bowmaster is sort of at an all-time low right now in Modern.
So I'm always intrigued by this, like especially like when I say modern, it rewards you for knowing the format. Fail pushing there and at sorcery speed in our own turn. Why are we doing that? Are we scared potentially there's some blue in here? Maybe some spell pierce shenanigans could happen, or some sort of
Mhm.
protection effect. Is there any upside to downside? Could we wait for them to spend a bunch of spells into that slick shot and then kill it? Is the juice worth the squeeze? Is what I'm probably asking.
Yeah, so I mean, it really depends on like kind of the builds. There have been team of prowess builds running around, so Johnny maybe doesn't want to risk it, right? He's like, hey, I feel really good if I just fatal push this now, and maybe you're playing spell pierce out of the board or something, right? And that's just a way for me to lose a card you'd very easily bring in, and I need to get this tap land right now, right? Like that could be what Johnny's going about. There could also be protection spells. I don't think this build of the team of prowess deck was playing any protection spells, but it's very easy to imagine that happening.
Having to put creativity into the graveyard, really looking for a fourth land drop that is a mountain, but instead we're going to play the Fable, the Mirror Breaker with a Passaggio as our fourth land drop. Here comes a Goblin Shaman token, which famously is worth more than the Timer Growth these days.
Yeah.
And here comes Quest Druid, end of turn. That's going to go on a little adventure. Top two cards are going to go into exile, and we've got to the end of our next turn to be able to cast them. Those two cards are land plus a
Abundant Harvest.
thank you, harvest. That's what it was.
M8 and All Star turned into a Strixhaven secret spell.
Draw for the turn is going to be an Unholy Heat. So we've got an answer to the Goblin Shaman token on the other side, which of course will generate extra tokens, which is very good for creativity because that means they get multiple targets if they ever do cast a creativity in this game. We're going to play the Scalding Tarn as our land for the turn. Do we want to use our green mana to basically? I imagine it's going to say non-land spell when if and when we cast it.
Yeah, I can't imagine winning a land here, but Max McVitie might have a lot of expensive cards in hand.
I feel like Lava Dart's quite good in this matchup when your opponent wants to be targeting 1/1 dwarf tokens and you're just like, oh yeah, it's Lava Dart. I'll just play it back from a graveyard, Lava Dart.
Yeah, I feel like Lava Dart, I mean, you're 100% right. It's also just a card that I think quietly overperforms in this deck if you're someone who doesn't play it a lot or play against this deck, right? Like it seems like it wouldn't be that big a deal, but it's pretty huge.
I think the standard is just starting again. So, like, while this was kind of setting up, let's move back to that one, and maybe we can just keep updated on what's happening in this. As remember, the Boris Convoke deck is one game up and starting off already with Novice Inspector. After board, does it tend to does it get a lot better for the Esper mid range decks after board?
Yeah, the Esper midrange post board has cards like we're talking about, like pest control, that go a long way in just stabilizing. Like we saw in that last game, even if Grant had drawn the pest control like a turn before the end there, it would have stabilized the game. Like these 1/1s and tokens, I'm sorry, these 1 mana creams and tokens are needed to be on the board for a very long time. Obviously, Ellen Bogan here, holding up resolute reinforcements, not playing into any sort of flash creatures, and Grant, sort of just passing there, holding up the No More Lies, trying his best to make things awkward for Ellen Bogan.
And this is quite awkward, right? Like, yes, I could have done this. Do I normalize this because I've got the target? But then potentially one of the powerful turn 3 plays can happen next turn. Do I let this happen? Do I not? It looks like we're letting it happen. So an extra 2 power added to the battlefield. I think we're asking, does anybody in our team have a token of themselves that is a 1/1 human that we can use on the coverage?
Yeah.
And okay, I think that's Warden drawn for the turn.
Yeah, and it looks like Andrew also has a resolute reinforcement. So we might see it's just Andrew might just attack, right? Get his 3 points in, then play his land, maybe play something like an Expector or a Voldaren Epicure. If Grant wants to, counter that, he can. And if not, he's just going to wait for the resolute reinforcements again and play the Warden on a later turn. Because right now, Ellen Bogan knows, like, okay, there's something up.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like he's down to maybe trade for a No More Lies. Okay, and Grant, incredibly patient. I respect this patience here. He's going to let it resolve. We're going to activate, and we're going to Tashani's Tidebinder that trigger. It's going to also turn off the Warden.
So no scry effects will end up happening. And we can play this bit of a longer game, right? Like things like pest control, etc., can really change the dynamic of this game. We just need to drag the game out as long as we possibly can, keep our life total as high as we can, so we can start drawing some of these powerful spells moving forward. 1 point damage here, plus blood token added to the battlefield. We've got 1 more mana floating. We could add to the battlefield. Just double. Oh, double. Maybe it's 1 land plus the flash spell in hand, the reinforcements. So back to Grant. Another land off the top. Lots of No More Lies in hand.
Yeah. Also, notably, all the lands are tap lands, so we can't get Dinnick plus play this No More Lies. Have the No More Lies up, which should be a very powerful turn for Grant. If we could, really lock up the battlefield and have a counter spell, we would be feeling very, very good. Otherwise, we kind of feel just fine right now.
Is everyone getting a little bit greedy in standard these days? Is everyone relying on these fast lands and kind of not playing any more untapped lands after turn 4? Is this kind of a way standard is moving towards, would you say?
I think, it really depends on the build of Esper, but, some people are, and some people are playing, a lot of lands that don't enter untapped in the first turn. So, like, we're seeing it go kind of both ways, right? Some players really over-indexing on the fast lands, some really over-indexing on the slow lands. It's a very hard mana base to sort of figure out. And, sometimes it also just curves out perfectly. You don't have to worry about anything. So we do see a Knight Errant of Eos.
Yeah, with 3 mana up, though, using the full Convoke, playing around this No More Lies, which looks like we're going to fire off anyway. And this just means we're not taking any damage this turn. No More Lies. I imagine we're paying the 3.
God, it'd be so funny if Ellen Bogan didn't, though.
Pay the 3. Now we get to look at the top 6 cards, put 2 creatures into a hand, CMC 5 or less.
I think we're about to whiff. Okay, I think we hit an Immodance at the end. Oh, there was a Voldaren in there. Okay. All right.
I whiff a lot, to be fair. When I cast that card, I've whiffed more times than I'd want to with this deck, considering the high creature count that tends to be in it, around 28 to 30 sort of creatures, depending on the builds.
Yeah, it makes sense too, right? Because, like, especially post-board, you're going to trim a couple creatures, and then to get it on the battlefield, you need to have a couple creatures plus itself, right? So often you're kind of firing off at like 24, 23 creatures in deck. Which is a little late. Little late.
It's the old Collective Company sketch, isn't it? Like, you don't want to board out on too many creatures. You have to have so many creatures to reliably always hit 2 creatures when you cast a spell. But now we've got 4 mana. Now we can start double spelling over on the left of our screen on Grant. How first, I imagine we're going to deploy another tapped land, which is going to, there you go, it's going to enter the battlefield. No Surveil lands in these standard decks. Just too slow for the format?
Yeah, a tad too slow. Decks like this Convoke one, really big problem. Also, Esper is typically like a 2-3-4 deck. Like, you kind of want to be in a like play a 2-drop, play a powerful 3-drop like Raffine, then double spell would play a powerful 4, or maybe play something like Tapland plus Wedding Announcement. So the deck wants to curve, so it doesn't really have time. And even decks like the Teamer Analyst deck don't really need that land to fill the graveyard up with lands because they have all the Capenna lands.
Yeah, so Get Lost off the top of the deck here for Andrew. It does have a land drop for the turn if they want, and that means that they can cast it with the 3 mana to play for any more No More Lies that could happen. There's the planes. Oh, mix matching planes. What are your thoughts on this?
Art's great. Would have a wide variety. I want to know, do these planes mean something to Andrew, or are they draft box? That's another part of the question. Because if these are like, oh, this is the land I won the Pro Tour with, right? Then, like, those planes, maybe mean a little bit. Maybe he got those at the draft box of the PT, and suddenly I'm cool with it.
Yeah, I like that case. The backstory matters quite a bit on it, is what we're saying. I like it.
Yeah.
Andrew has been playing for a long time, as you said, and also has a nice trophy cabinet. 18 life, 9, 10 power on the battlefield, 9 power on the battlefield. How can we turn this into W? We're in the tank. Still got quite at least 2 or 3 cards in hand. 4 cards in hand, in fact. About to go down to 3 as we fire off. It's going to be the Get Lost by the looks of it. Start with the Get Lost.
I like it. Get the Dinnick off the battlefield. That lifelink 2/3 was pretty troublesome. You don't unlock your Warden yet still, but it's fine. Also worth noting, Max McVitie did lose that game against Jund Creativity.
I was about to say the other tables have kind of shored it up here, as it's going to go to a one apiece in our Pioneer and Modern seats. We're going to turn everything sideways here. We're going to get in a bunch of damage. You can take out any of these 1-powered creatures if you want, and take the other 8. 3 mana left up on the other side for Andrew, so could end up trying to play another spell after combat if we want to go that route. And is there any preference to what we block here? They all kind of do the same, right? Just one's got one extra toughness, I guess.
Yeah, you want to kill the Warden so that if the Tidebinder dies, they don't unlock the Warden, just in case.
Just in case. And I pass the turn here. Big draw step. Just another land, but it's again, it's one of the channel ones that does double up as a removal spell. Leaving Triumph in hand by the looks of it, because that can be cycled for a land for another card if we don't end up using all our mana.
Yeah, it looks like Grant was thinking about like if he wants to play the land out, and Elbogan's like, what's up with the card? What are we doing?
We are playing it.
Yeah.
Untapped. 6 mana for the turn. How are we going to use it? How are we going to pull up this game and level it up like the rest of our teammates on this team event that we're bringing you here at the NRG? Round number 2 of 7 today. And then we've got to cut to top 8. So that's 10 rounds of Magic for you today. Well, technically 11, because we also crowned our champion, May French, taking down the Modern that we had this morning. That, again, was all day yesterday battling out. But in the end, we've got ourselves a champion on Living End.
Yeah.
1
Speaking
mana.
of Living the End, I'm surprised we didn't, from the graveyard, bring back the Dinnick this turn. I kind of thought that's what Grant was setting up was, do I want to bring this back and have No More Lies or play my tap land potentially, and then have Iganjo plus Lies. But looks like we're trying to grow the Tidebinder, which does make sense. Like being able to block the Knight Errant will help clean the battlefield up, especially if your deck has like 2 or 3 pest control or something like that. You're just taking a look for it. So
right now we would have 1 removal spell plus Counter Magic up.
Yep.
So we can kill 1, chump 1. Well, yeah, we're not in a bad spot. We do need to start drawing some of our bigger spells in the deck. This 1-for-1 strategy is not going to work out too well, especially as end of turn. We're going to see the reinforcements. I don't mind firing it off on this.
Yeah, Andrew's shown that he's so patient. Yeah, I agree with you. He's just too good. That's the problem. Maybe somebody else, they would play into it. He's clearly shown like, I'm not going to play into your No More Lies. Just, you've got to get the value when you can.
I hate it when I sit across from people and they're just too good. It's like, I'm already at a disadvantage. The mind games have started and they don't even know it.
Yeah.
Okay, let's have a little look. How are we going to go forward here? If we've got another land drop, that turns on all the free drops in our hand as well, which I think we've just drawn one of the recruiters for the turn. Of course, if that does ETB, we can get a +1 to all creatures and give them haste. That might be enough to just finish off this game. What's the other red card in hand? Could be a barrage.
Garage. Yeah.
Yeah. So a barrage that deals 1 point damage to target creature or planeswalker. It deals 5 if that target is a white or blue creature, and it is uncountable.
Yeah, there can't be counterparts. Pretty big, even if you could. Interesting.
So that's going to get a blocker off the battlefield. That's a bunch of damage coming across. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 damage. 10 lethal this turn if there's no interaction from Grant. We know that we've got at least one way of getting something off the battlefield.
Yep.
Are we playing into a No More Lies? Do we have time to kind of sit and wait? I think I would sit and wait on this. I don't think I need to commit anymore to the battlefield. This is enough. It's definitely making them have it. And playing these Boris Convokes deck here is a deck that makes your opponent have the answers. But what do I know? Andrew's going to go for it.
Yeah, because it really depends, right? Like if Grant's answer is a Urtai, it's awful for Ellenbogen to go there, right? Because then we get the buy on the board. And also, maybe not the end of the world, because maybe you think Urtai is going to kill the Knight Errant. That might be where Ellenbogen's at. And Ellenbogen knows there is some answer. So getting him to tap out maybe could have caused some issues for Grant. Also, if your hand is just like another Emadane's, you might as well, right? So I think Ellen Bogan was just doing the math there and was like, yeah, I think it's worth it to kind of be like, I beat this subset of cards, and against this other subset, I'm heavily advantaged. So who
Yeah.
cares? You know?
It's super win or just about get there. 6 point damage is going to what's happening at the end of this. Grant dropping to 4, and then it's going to have to be a big top deck. Can I have a redraw with one of the tri-lands that can get cycled, and also that map token at the top. So we can have a little look. Let's see how we want to go for it. I think we're still in Andrew's turn. So that card in hand, maybe he's thinking, do I want to deploy this? Maybe I want to cycle because that's, oh no, it's a clue token that costs 2 mana. Yeah, we're into the battlefield. No point damage to your face. Blood token added. You're at 3. Do your worst. Have you got it? Can you rip it? Pass control is what we're looking for. That's just a go for the throat. That's not ideal.
It's like a pest control in the fact that it kills something. Unlike a pest control, not really what you're wanting.
Yeah, we're cycling 3 here. I'm cycling, pitting the 2 mana aside and flipping it. I'm showing everybody. I'm going for it. Like it's pest control or bust at this spot. We believe. Cycle, draw. Oh, it was a gold card. It's not. Yeah. Does that change anything? Lifelink. We can go up to 5.
The map token. I think it matters what the map hits.
So block, gain 6 up to 9, take 6. This is still lethal, I believe.
Yeah,
it's definitely lethal. Now we haven't caught a break there with being able to put a counter on it.
Yeah, I think you're right. It was still exactly lethal. But great play there from Andrew Ellenbogen. He's going to be able to attack in here for lethal. He's going to pop his clue. We can find the other matches to go to. I believe in Andrew's ability to turn everything sideways here. You can see he's basically just being like, am I missing something? Draw my card, might as well.
Yeah, no 0 mana spells in this one. Okay, let's have a little look, see if we can go across to the Pioneer one. Okay.
Yeah, let's get Greg. Other half of the System Magic stream up on stream. Had a great run of the Pro Tour last 2 weekends ago now.
That's it. Good to see. So we got Gruul Aggro on the left versus Rakdos Vampires. Rakdos Vampires kind of made a big showing at the Pro Tour. Seth Manfield taking it down with that. The red-black decks have kind of mid-range moved to this version because you do have the nice little combo of being able to get a big Vampires into play pretty quick as early as turn number 3. But on the other side, Gruul Aggro using Slick Shot to its huge advantage. We're seeing this a lot in Modern. In Pioneer, is it just as good?
I think it's quite a reasonable deck. Basically, we haven't seen many decks like this outside of kind of Boros Heroic. Basically, the idea is you get on board and then you kind of protect them and push pump spells. We see players do multiple different things. Questing Druid is the most common, but some players have been experimenting with as being the only green card, excuse me. Maybe not Tarkus Command. Some players have gone more in on pump spells. You'll typically see a couple like Blossoming Defense, but this build's looking to use Wizard's Lightning in addition as a way to sort of push damage. So the Preacher's going to trade with that Swift Spear. And yeah, I think the deck is good. I think it is not my favorite deck, but Vein Ripper is not my favorite card if you're a Greg fan.
No, I'd say Vein Ripper is not the card you want to see on the other side. There goes a bit of removal, getting another Swift Spear into the graveyard. And, we're getting in there, Mutavault. Why not? Get in there. We're not scared of your haste creatures.
Yeah, it's also a small Greg left up Mutavault, which I kind of like. Like, you're at such a high life total that if your opponent just kind of throws their their burn spells at you, it's not the end of the world. And you don't want them to be thinking about something like Fatal Push.
Just using Path to Peril as a 1-for-1 removal spell there. Gigantic going to hand. Okay, we got a bit of reprieve. Land for the turn. That's obviously going to enter tapped. Do we want to get in there for 4? Yeah, I love it. I love it. Let's do it.
That play is so smart. Your opponent, maybe they have a Swift Spear, maybe, but you've killed so many, there can only be one left, and they just added Giganta to hand. They missed their land drop. You have a Vein Ripper in hand. Just get them close to dead. Win the game. As Slickshot Show Off is going to get cast.
In with a Monstrous Rage as well. So that's going to be +5 to this. That's a 6-point damage swing. Gee, that's it's going to be pretty scary.
That is, very Infect-esque. Which honestly, the other, we're talking about how some builds play burn, some people play pump spells. This deck reminds me of the Infect deck, Will, where it's just Blossoming Defense and the ability to push a ton of damage. And you sort of just sit there and kind of poke people sometimes, The Wizard's Lightning should be a more aggressive. Oh, Will, we drew Sorin.
I was about to say we just drew Sorin off the top, which means we can get this Vein Ripper in. But I think I think that's a Pick Your Poison in hand for Richard as well. So that's a nice clean answer.
Well, I think that's what Greg's talking about. I think Greg's saying, hey, I can just put in Vein Ripper, or I can animate my Mutavault and throw it at this Slick Shot show off. And I think I want to do that because that will, gain me 3 life, answer that creature. And you see he's talking to his friends. Greg wearing the System Magic shirt. He and Ellen Bogan stream just about every day playing competitive Magic at the highest level. And so, we hear them talking about it. So they're used to working together. Yeah, we're going to animate, love it. Get to 2, and then throw. Bam.
That is a big brain play right there, because there's a spell in the hand. They haven't cast it. It's been sat in the hand for a little while. What could it be? Pick your poison. They've got the read on it and absolutely use that to advantage. Crazy good play there as just a stomping ground off the top and a pass for Richard. That might be the play of the weekend that I've seen so far. Getting that read, that was so cool.
That's, you see, earlier we talked about, right? Like, we don't talk to our teammates too much because they aren't there the whole time. But Greg was able to mention, right, and convey to his teammates and his friends, because they play together so much, like, hey, they haven't done anything. Oh, it's Soaring into second Vein Ripper, I think. We have another card in hand, and we drew the Vein Ripper. That is very good.
That's your expert opinion. This is very good. 2 Vein Rippers.
Greg's laughing too. It's
12 power on the battlefield that both have wards. Sacrifice a creature. Remember, when a creature dies, target opponent loses 2 life. You also gain 2 life. That is, yeah, I'm scooping it up. That was just too much there. So we're going to see the team of Greg, Max, and Andrew taking this down, because it is a team event. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, so only 2 of the 3 need to win. I'm going to ask the producer, are we going to go to the 3rd game? Are they playing out for funsies, or are we going to kind of come back to the booth? It looks like they're playing out for a little. Maybe I think they're just doing the talk for it. I still got all these. I've still got all these. Who would have won? Try and get that little bit of clout where you can. So we're just going to come back to the booth while the players talk through it. And we're going to say welcome to everybody that's currently watching us. We appreciate you being here on this Sunday. I'm Will Hall. That there is Mason Clark. This is round number 2 of 7 today, before we cut to that top 8, where we're going to be bringing you standard, pioneer, and modern all day long. So if you haven't yet, go get yourself a drink, sit down, get ready, because we've got a lot of just action for you. Maybe we can have a look what everyone's playing for today, producer. Maybe we can get the prizes up for today on the screen for everybody at home. Also, I know what the first prize is going to be. The first prize is you also get the end of year invite. So talk me through the points and how they work, and then the prize money, Nathan.
Yeah, so first place is going to be $3,000 and 30 points. Our points is for the leaderboard. There's a player of the year race, but also there's 3 trophies. The trophy is not just because you're getting a trophy, you also get an invite to our end of the year championship, which we saw May French punch her ticket for earlier today. Andrew Ellenbogen's played that tournament in the past, about 2 years ago, where he qualified via our leaderboard. And you're playing for over $20,000 in prizes, and it's a PTQ 16-person winner goes straight to the Pro Tour. It's a very exciting moment. So the points matter if you're trying to grind the leaderboard, because our player of the year does get free entry into all the events next year along with some other swag. So very exciting for that. We're going to see our players do that, but still a lot of other points on the line too. If you get second, 25, third and fourth, 20, those points matter a ton. If you're someone who's trying to make one of our at-large bids, which is basically 3 players from each season, will be added to our end of the year championship just to perform the best, but didn't already have an invite. So getting 25, 20 points, something like that, matters a ton. And this is our second to last event of season 1, Will. So it matters a lot to score these points now.
Well, maybe we can let's have a little look at going into this weekend, what the points race look like, what the leaderboard kind of does, because obviously this is a really cool style of how to qualify for end of year tournaments. Obviously, we've got some big names on this leaderboard already, racking up some big points. Who's kind of standing out to you so far?
Yeah, so there's a lot of really strong players on this leaderboard. Connor Mullally was our player of the year in 2022. The year Andrew Ellenbogen actually played our championship. He is in a good position here with 40 points. I think he had an okay day yesterday, nothing to write home about. Got a couple points. That's what you need to do if you're going to make it at the end of the year. Max Kamenowski, better known as Twinless Twin on Twitter, one of the minds when it comes to Murktide, doing great here as well. Tim Hatch, we have seen play so great and losing the final of 2 of our events. He is going to continue doing that type play. Roger Suleiman won our championship the year Connor was our player of the year. He last year, despite already getting an invite, because if you win, you're invited back, right? He played enough of our events and just had a finish that would have been good enough, like on points. He basically earned 2 invites. So Roger couldn't make it this weekend, have some stuff going on. And if you're someone on the leaderboards, you're so excited because Roger Suleiman is one of the people you have to look out for. Benjamin Ungar, another player we saw last year in our Players Championship, did not make it there. Cliff Boyer D had a good run. Zoe, someone we saw once again 2 years ago. A lot of people from 2 years ago, they kind of had a bad year last year. Our 2022 class didn't super perform. I'll just say it like it is. But they are back and on the board here. And then we see May French, who his name's going to be in orange after today. She locked up 30 points and her invite. So she could make a run for Player of the Year. But Dom Harvey's already said Player of the Year is a lock for me. I'm not even going to play this weekend. I've got it. Don't worry about it.
Well, you spoke about the players that are locked. Maybe we can have see the 4 players that are locked. Obviously, there is 5, but I doubt that it's been updated, this graphic yet. So talk me through these 4 players and then also add May to this for me, please.
Yeah, so Steven Dykeman, he was our player champion from last year and our player of the year. Kind of got the double header, won back-to-back tournaments in the first weekend of last year and never stopped. Matthew Hoey, if you've been watching the NRG series, just a mainstay. I think he's played every player championship but the one in 2022, if I remember correctly. Just a beast. If you've ever played Midwest Magic, you know Matthew Hoey. He's very, very solid. Sean Gallagher, someone we saw a lot of our events last year, had a great start to this year, even got a win, has another top 8. He's just been grinding, loves playing control decks, and it's just doing his thing. Dom Harvey. If you've been following Magic, you know Dom Harvey. He also does commentary with us here in the booth, was dominant on the SCG series right before the pandemic, has got a Pro Tour top 8 at Lord of the Rings. In fact, even a top 4, let's call it like it is, and has just been sort of doing his thing, won back-to-back tournaments last weekend, and is making a Player of the Year run, along with May French, won the Secret Lair Showdown, has been doing really great on Magic Online, and has been really sort of, pushing to improve at Magic, and it's been great to see her do that as well. This is just a small sampling. 3 more players are going to join today, whoever wins our tournament. 3 more players at large, and we're going to have some more tournaments with some more people joining. It is going to be intense Magic. One of the great things about the NRG Champs is basically you have to have proven yourself at these very hard tournaments consistently in order to seriously make it. Maybe you spike it, right? But for the most part, even if you spike one, it's really hard to spike a tournament. So these players are going to be the best of the best, and we're going to have that tournament for you at the beginning of next year. I'm very excited to see it.
Because you've done such a good job hyping this up. Obviously, everyone at home is going in, where are the next events going to be? How can I be part of this NRG series? Well, lucky for you, we've got a slide for that as well, showing all the events we've got coming up this season. As you said, is coming to a close. We've only got like one more of that, but then the season 2 is going to be kicking in to get yourself on to that leaderboard. If you want to see your picture on the screen for all the NRG events, well, you need to start turning up to some of these events here. Talk me through them, Mason.
Yeah, so the next one is going to be in July 13th and 14th in Chicagoland, Illinois. I feel like there's actually one before that, if I'm not mistaken. I think I believe in June, but these are some of the other ones coming up. Yeah, I was going to say St. Louis, June 22nd, 23rd. That is going to be the Modern 10K Showdown. Showdown, basically, if you're at home, that means you win an invite to End of the Year Championship. That's just a straight invite, a trial. Still, a 5K on Pioneer the next day. Lots of points that can be earned that do count, but winning does not give you that direct ticket. All of our showdowns give you a direct ticket. Will, this is worth noting. I cannot wait to commentate this event. This is the first big tournament after Modern Horizons 3 will be released. It's going to be out for 2 weeks at the time of this. I worked on that set. You got to get me in the booth, Norm. You got to get me in. I got to be there for that one. I'm not working Sunday. I'm working Saturday. I cannot wait. You have to be there. Click that follow button so you don't miss it. But we do have 4 more events rounding out the rest of our year. We'll pull those up now. Season 2. Yep. So after St. Louis, our top 3 players in the leaderboard are going to make it. Here, Chicagoland, Illinois, July 13th and 14th. We're going to have a Saturday Showdown Modern. Make it, you're in. Sunday, Legacy players, we got you. Come out to Chicago. We have a 5K trial. We love Legacy here. That's one of our events. You're going to want to come and do that. After that, we're in August. We're in Madison, Wisconsin with a Showdown and Modern once again. And then Sunday, 10K Showdown Team Trios to be determined. Who knows what that could mean? I can tell you what, though. I hope we see some Modern and Standard because those formats are on fire recently. September 14th and 15th, we're in Louisville, Kentucky. We have a 10K Showdown in Modern and a 5K Trial Standard. Well, I might need you to cover for me. I might be going to that one. It's about 2 hours from me, so I'm pretty excited. And then November 2nd and 3rd, we have Indianapolis, Illinois. We have a 10K Modern Showdown on Saturday and Sunday, another Showdown 5K Pioneer. So that Indianapolis is our last event of the year and a double Showdown weekend. That is going to be a can't-miss event, whether you're playing or watching. So many people are going to be tight in the leaderboard race and qualifying themselves.
That we might need your help. That me and Julian were talking yesterday. That Madison in August, we might be flying across to that. We need a third for that team. You know what I mean? We need someone to
Sure.
carry us, get us those
Sure.
invites, Mason. And if
Yeah.
you're in, we're game.
Yeah.
We're down to have you because
There we
those
go. We need to be
invites.
legacy so Julian can, really be in his prime.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
gotta put the fix in.
We got to utilize his strength there moving forward.
Mhm.
And one thing I like from the outside, obviously, I'm in the UK, we're in Europe. I get to look at these events. I get to see all the tweets from these events. That end of year event where they also give like the plaque and the display of like the key cards that players use throughout the year, and then you get the name badge and you get the jacket. It's so cool to see that and see that you get those awesome jackets coming through. This, yeah, it's all good. It's the bird. It's the bird. It's okay. We're getting lashed up, but it is pretty sick to see. And we're going to send, as you said, 3 more players to date in this team event are going to be at their end of year championship. So this is going to be the end of round number 2. We're going to go away, have a little break, come back for round number 3. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you shortly. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back here to the NRG Series, where we are bringing you a 7-round team event that's Standard, Pioneer, and Modern. But who are we? Well, my name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as the Will Hall EXP. That man in the booth with me, well, that is the esports himself, Mason Clark. And we are so happy that you're all here joining us in round number 3, because I'm excited. I wish we recorded my excitement when I saw this deck list. I thought it was a joke when I clicked on it, but it's a real thing that's about to happen. In the feature match here, we have got 5 color infect with a 2-0 record. So I'm super stoked for it, Mason. I know that you're gonna have to deal with my excitement this round. I apologize, but this is it. This is all my dreams coming true. This is what I want to see in Modern, and we're gonna be seeing it this round. So I'm super stoked.
Yeah, Infect is a deck that used to be kind of a mainstay of the Modern format. Left around MH2, hasn't really come back. Kind of got usurped by Hammer, right? Like was doing a similar thing, but a bit more consistent, a little more resilient. But now, players are experimenting. Like, Scion of Draco, when you have the Leyline combination, is really strong, and that card hits really hard, right? Like your pump spells kind of do the job still with that card. So it's interesting to see players experiment. I'm excited to see what they do this round.
I can't wait. We're going to go straight down to the matchup where they're going up against. It says Azorius Control. Is it Azorius Control? I thought it was I thought it was the Reanimate list that we're going to be playing against this round. But
yeah, maybe. If not, there's a really cool Esper Reanimator deck going on in Pioneer. We'll check out later. So it's really a win-win.
Yeah, either way, we got Bruce going left, right, and center. It's fine. Not that I'm going to be favoritism at all, but come on, Kevin. Come on. One time. Let's do it. Let's get some infect damage going across the line and test the production team to see if they do get these infect counters up on screen or not. But looks like we're having a little bit of a mulligan here on the right of screen from AJ. Going down to 6, potentially, if we like to keep this hand or not.
All right, so this is Esper Reanimator. I see a Grief in hand. Or it's a wild Azorius control deck.
I'm having a little look at the list here myself. Starting off with Leyline. Love it. Closed deck list tournament as well, remember? So when we see like someone glistening elf, we're not going to be surprised. That's an agent off the top. Unblockable. Inkmoth Nexus for the turn. It's taps for all 5 mana. I'm loving it. I'm buying it. Noble Hierarch coming down. I'm so excited. Come on.
Yeah. Also, if you're AJ, you just don't know what's going on, right? Because so the game starts, your opponent doesn't reveal Gigantha. They put the Leyline in play. And you even saw AJ kind of be like, well, what's going on? Right. And then now it's just having to shock and pass. And it's just kind of obviously the Inkmoth Nexus gives you it away a little bit, right? But what are they doing? Why do they have this Leyline? What else is in their deck? What could they be doing? They have all 5 colors now. So it's going to be interesting to see.
Here it comes, his Blight Agent, the 1/1 Infector with Unblockable. In response, we're going to draw 2, discard 2, gain 2 life. Life not really going to matter too much in here. But some of the advantages we're going to get from this 5-color Infector main list is we get access to some unusual pump spells that we can't see. So we've got Gaia's Might. It's basically +1/+1 domain. So for every basic land type you control, you get +1/+1. So for 1 mana, we can get +5/+5. What else we got going on in here? We've got Might of the Alea. Am I saying that right?
Alara.
Again, Alara. Thank you. +1/+1 for every mana type. So a lot of 1 mana pump 5. We've also got a Ren and the Realm Breaker in here, meaning giving another way for our lands to tap for all color as well as a couple of extra abilities on that. Look, whatever what you're selling, Kevin, I'm buying it all. I'm ordering all the cards after this.
While that happened, AJ decided to be the fun police play to fairy Time Raveler, unsummoning the Blighted Agent, and pass the turn back to Kevin.
That is one thing looking at this deck. There is no protection spells going on in this 5-color infect list. It is all just pump and removal. So interesting that we couldn't do something like a Vines of the Vastwood to protect the Ink Moth. And we're going to play I can't remember its name. It is a Phyrexian Crusader. Pro red,
You're
pro
the
white
player.
I'm so excited right now, Mason. You don't understand how excited I am. The 2/2 first striker, pro red, pro white. There it is on your screen. I should know this is the card that got me to a pro tour. Literally, this is the card that got me there. I was like laughing at people with the Path to Exiles on Lightning Bolts back in the day. Just like, you can't do anything against this. Cannot be bounced with its fairy coming down. And the problem with it is we got to get that in. Here comes an Archaeologist. 0/3, maybe going to be a bit more. Path to Exile. Nice prismatic ending. Don't worry about that. My creature's got pro white.
Yeah, and that is the thing that really matters. Like if this was a Blighted Agent, it'd be very easy to finish it off. But in this world, we just have to main phase get rid of this noble so they don't get the mana.
So we've got a slight little problem here. Obviously, there is a 0/3 blocker on the battlefield right now, and it doesn't have pro blue, so that would be able to go through. We do have Leyline's Binding in our deck, so maybe we could get that off the battlefield. Double pump spell, win the game. I'm down.
I'm down. Also, I think I'm Team Infect now after seeing how AJ plays his card. We got like a clump of lands in one spot, the creature behind it, and the walker to the right. Let's go Infect. Let's go.
Okay, first strike damage. That's going to be, remember, Infect deals damage in -1/-1 counters. That's going to be 2 -1/-1 counters added to the Archaeologist. Doesn't really matter here. We're animating an Ink Moth here. No, we're just going to play the Blighted Agent that we already knew about. What other spells we've got in hand?
We have another Blighted Agent.
Oh, I'm buying. Also, Mason, this deck looks like it's fully foiled. And as an Infect player that also owns a fully foiled Infect deck, I am so one-sided for Kevin. Like, this is what I do, and this is all I'm doing. That's what he's basically saying here.
I like it.
Okay.
Liking things is cool.
This is I can't tell you how, like, you can't see my face, ladies and gentlemen. I am smiling so happy right now. Hopefully this pays off. Not that we've got favoritism. AJ on the powerful reanimator list, of course. I think just for our production team, I think AJ and Hunter's lists on the screen should be swapped around. I think it's Esper we're watching now, and Control is the bottom of our screen. We're going to go put another 2 cards into a graveyard. One of them is going to be a Traxer. Then it looks like Basic Island as well. Potentially, yes, Basic Island. A little bit of life gained. We've already worked out that's probably not going to be the way that we win this game here. And Otawara for the turn is our land drop. Do we have a Goya's Vengeance into an Ephemerate or something crazy like that? Looks like Prismatic Ending for 2. Gets rid of the Blighted Agent. Still leaves one on the battlefield. 1 card left in hand. Okay, I'm feeling, holding up something potentially like a Fatal Push could be in this list. Let me have a little look. There isn't, but it's not open deck list, so Kevin does not know.
Yeah, this is a weird one where I think you probably could have just held the Prismatic Ending because of the Fairy Plus, and would have, had the ability to Faithful Mending it into turn if Kevin doesn't push for the win. I liked it last turn when we killed the Noble because that's denying a mana. But here, a little different, but probably won't be the end of the world.
So lots of options that we've got here. Obviously, we can animate the Ink Moths as well if we choose to go that route, get a little bit more damage in. I think it's a Leyline Binding in hand at the minute. Plus 2 unknown.
I think we have Leyline Binding, a land, and a pump spell. So we could do something like binding the creature to push damage. Hope they don't have a Fatal Push, which we know they don't. And then like pump and animate a Ink Moth and just like push 8 Infect. And just be like, I hope that's enough.
Which might be. I'm down for that. So what is that last card? What are we playing around? It looks like we're going to go for the green. We're going to go for the Binding straight away on the Archaeologist, get the blocker out the way for the Crusader. Now, because we can't win in one shot here, because we're literally 1 mana short of being able to activate both Ink Moths and have mana up to use this pump spell, is there merit to try and get the Teferi off the battlefield and then get like maybe 3 to the Teferi and like 5 to face or something like that?
Yeah, I could totally see that. In this spot, like getting the unsummon off the board is kind of nice because then you get to push the blight again. We could also maybe even just see like 1 damage in the direction of Teferi if you want to deny the card draw, which I think is also reasonable. I think I lean more towards killing it if you're going to do that, but
there's also a shout of just getting 9 infect in, which means every single creature is a lethal threat next turn, and you're going to make them deal with it with four lethal creatures.
Yeah, and I think that is where I land the most, because just giving it +5/+5 and hitting just puts AJ in this really weird spot where it's like normally if he sticks one of his fatty boom booms on the board, the life gain's enough, right? Grizzlebrand attracts those sort of things, making sure you don't die in combat. But this doesn't matter here. Now we have the 2 Ink Moths and the Blighted Agent. So not even to mention the Crusader. I'm just hoping we got a blocker for the Crusader.
This is it's kind of like a nice rule of thumb with Infect. Like if you can't get them from either 9 or 10, so either everything's lethal or lethal on that turn, you kind of tend to split it. But the fact full 9 to face, I'm happy with that. Yeah, you can have your Teferi. Yes, you can tick it down. Yes, you can bounce back my ley line, but that's not great for you anyway. I think that's what we're going through here. Maybe we need to go a card deeper in our deck. Plus, we get the Archaeologist trigger, but you are also giving a ley line back to Kevin.
Yeah, I'm really unsure what we can hit to get out of here. I guess Grizzlebrand is the start, because if you get Grizzlebrand, you can maybe get enough stuff because you'll just draw so many cards. But
Grizzlebrand can't block Crusader. Remember, pro white, pro red.
True. Yeah, so if you do that, that blocks the Crusader. The Teferi bounces the Blighted Agent. You draw 2 Solitudes and you Solitude down the lands.
All right, you've seen the line. Double draw. I think that's another Teferi. Have a little look. Yeah. What else we got going on here?
Making sure we have the type swing off the discard, which honestly sometimes is a benefit, right? Like this card's played because it does put in the graveyard most of the time.
Chat's making sure that Fat Boom Boom is an official term. That is an official term in Magic. Mason has copyrighted that, especially for this broadcast. We're going to see the Goyas come back being cast, which means the Atraxa comes out of the graveyard. The powerful Phyrexian General is going to reveal the top 10 cards, put one of each card type in it to our hand. And to boot, she's going to have be a 7/7 life linking vigilance, death touch flyer, but not too relevant in this match.
Yeah, this feels weird to me. I mean, maybe I missaw Grizzlebrand going to the graveyard. I thought we discarded on turn 1, or the first discard. Maybe I just missaw. Because Grizzlebrand would just be way more cards and you could ephemerate it or whatever. But
also can block Crusader.
Yeah, the being able to block Crusader thing, I think you're right, is the biggest part. And this not being able to do that, even if you hit the ephemerate or have it, is sort of big. But we'll have to see how this plays out here. So there's a land for turn.
Teferi just, yeah, I think Infect's about to win this game.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm quite happy about it. Don't tell anybody.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I guess Grizzlebrand just didn't hit the yard.
Yeah, if there's no Grizzlebrand in there, then it makes sense getting this back. Plus, you could hit a whole bunch of extra cards. We didn't really hit well off it. Prismatic endings don't line up quite too well. Yeah, you can take out this Blighted Agent, but I think we might be forced to cash in this Teferi. The Leyline's Binding. You can have that back to hand. Okay, now we're going to get the Archaeologist. 1 card deeper. Archaeologist going to reveal the top 4. We're digging. That is a
Ephemerate.
An Ephemerate?
Yeah, it's Ephemerate from the Mystical Archive again.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, honestly, Grizzlebrand's there, by the way. I enhanced. It's in there. So we made a decision for this Atraxa, and let's see if it pays off.
Leyline Binding on the Atraxa as the Ephemerate going to be cast on it. Sure, but that means we've left the blocker. The Archaeologist can stop the Crusader. The problem is there's 4 lethal threats on the other side of the battlefield.
Yeah, this is just Jover, right? Because we're
using the Binding in response to the Ephemerate in case you top deck something. Okay.
Yeah,
which it makes sense because Crusader can't be blocked this way. Another 10 cards, one of each card type going to the hand. Is there anything we?
No, it's just over because the deck's leaning on Solitude so much as the removal, and so you have this Prismatic Ending, which also can't hit anything. Yeah, we're just dead.
Let's go. Infect one game up here against Esprit Enemy. But this is a team tournament, so we do have 3 matches simultaneously playing. So maybe we can move across to one of them, please, producer. Looks like we're going to move across to Standard, where Gruul Aggro is a game up against Bant Toxic. That's right, this deck came to aggro. Bant Toxic, 5-color Infect, and Mono Red as their team decks. But a game down here for Bant Toxic in Standard. So, Mason, have a little look at that opener. Looks like they're happy with it. I think they're looking for the green light from production to kick off this game.
Love, live, laugh, love. You all good, Standard. It might also just be like a judge thing that's going on.
Maybe just have a little bit of a pause. You know what I mean?
Let's check out another match. We don't need to hang out here.
Okay. What's the Pioneer matchup looking like, production? It's over. It's over. Cool. All right. That one's going to be going to an Zoya's control victory momentarily, I imagine. Mono red, no creatures, no spells.
He's at 1 though.
1 creature land, and ultimate, and it's a fairy.
Okay.
That's quite scary. I'm trying to think. What do these play the desert land that can do 2 damage?
Yeah, Ramen Ruins is like I think the best draw because then you deal the 2 that can't be countered.
I'm gonna get the deck list up now. See what reach is in this deck. They've got skewers. They got play with 5. Yeah, there's a lot of reach in this list.
Yeah, we do have a 3-step ahead. It looks like we only have 1 counter spell in hand currently, but we do have 1 3 steps ahead. We find some No More Lies off the top. So yeah, I think Ramen Ruins is gonna be the lethal, and we see 1 in the graveyard already, actually. So something Hunter's probably thinking about.
I'm down for this. Okay, I love big top deck moments. But how much damage on the battlefield? There isn't 15 here, is there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, okay, it's not enough. Just making sure.
Yeah, no haul for some sneaky lethals.
No extra ways of drawing cards. Remember, there is an ultimate. It's a fairy now. And he's going to say, look, I've got this counter spell. I've got you then 2 turns. But we've worked out the land would have been lethal. If that was on top, I would feel pretty bad about it. Okay.
I think what happened is he's saying, I'm going to draw 2 cards and exile 2 lands, and I have this No More Lies. So you can't throw the Ramen up at me.
Ah, yeah, that is a bit of a hard lock. Okay, going across to Standard, where we're going to see more Infect counters going around. So I love it. Brandon, you are my hero. But 1 game down against this Gruul aggro list for Mason. We do see the double striker on the battlefield. Realistically, these Bant Toxic decks just look like good draft decks. If you get them up, maybe you're like, oh, this is a good draft deck with better mana base.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things about these block constructed decks, right? They're just like, it only really has 1 set of cards. There aren't any other toxic cards coming, most likely. There are none other in Standard except from All Be One. So the deck just looks like a draft deck because you can only play with cards from that 1 set. And you know what? That combination sometimes is very well positioned. You play against Domain with Bant Toxic, and you are over the moon with how good your matchup is. It's one of the better matchups I've ever seen when it comes to win rates.
Okay, we're going to see Player 5 is going to take out the Jawbone Duelist, and then the Swift Spear is going to come across that +1/+1 counter on it, plus the Bomb Prowess is going to be 3 damage total. How can we kind of rebuild here? Some reason I got hiccups. And we're going to start. Oh, okay, I don't know the name of this one. This is a Slaughter Stinger.
Yep.
I feel like it should be a sort of stinger considering it's a toxic creature, but here we are. Yeah. It's going to sing lullabies to get toxic damage coming across. That's going to pump all toxic creatures that get turned sideways. We're going to see the flip, add another 2/2 to the battlefield. What else we got? Maybe a Slick Shot plus removal would be a great turn here.
Yeah, and we're seeing kind of why this matchup can be really tough for Brandon as the toxic player. They're sort of doing a similar thing as you, but with much more efficient removal. Brandon has cards like March of Swirling Mist that can remove something for a turn or save something. We have some unsummons like Serum Snare, but we don't have a ton of ways to clear the battlefield as efficiently as like Mono Red does. And it matters when your turn 2 is play a 1/1, theirs is like play a 2/3, grow it, and kill your Thigh.
Realistically, being the toxic decks, you want to kind of prey on the main decks in standard, right? The big decks that can kind of grow quite a lot. That's interesting. Slick shot, end of turn there, not doing it main phase to get an extra point in. Any reason behind that?
I would imagine that maybe we thought Brandon had a card like Fading Hope or something, and we
Okay.
didn't want to get we wanted to wait until damage, and maybe we fire something off, Brandon does something, and now we're just like, well, if I'm not going to be attacking with them, I might as well plot it. Brandon's like, you got 2 Ancestral Rages? Guess what? Cast them.
So we're going
As we are going to
another singer came down there to coming across. One good difference between Infect and Toxic is obviously Toxic also does combat damage as well as poison counters, where Infect just does poison counters. So a little bit difference between us modern and standard decks here, but this is a lot of damage coming across now.
Yeah, this is really big. And just due to the prowess creatures, like Slick Shot's essentially a prowess creature, right? Like it's a little better. But now we get to target this one, and everybody's growing with every spell. With Ancestral Anger, it's getting bigger and bigger, getting trample. Everyone else is growing.
Multiple, of course, gets more for them out in the graveyard. So that's a +3, +2 on this one.
Yeah.
So many triggers.
And then if you have something, we have a Lightning Strike in hand, which I think finishes it off. Marching, discarding our entire hand. Yeah, we can get rid of it all. And March is a nice spell for clearing the way, but also sometimes randomly gets a kill. It's Rot Priest, right?
Yeah, oh yeah, the Rot Priest line this with multiple Rot Priests plus this, it can just win out of nowhere, being able to time you target when your creatures, you get the trigger of being able to add poison counters to your opponent. So this is going to phase them out until Brandon's next turn, which means that it removes them from combat, so they won't be able to get all this damage in, which is a lot. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 damage I can get them if this lines up. But they're all going to get phased out, so no combat damage coming across this turn. This might be the reprieve that we need. Yeah, those damage, the plus and plus characters don't get removed. It's not removing them from the battlefield, then putting them back in, so to speak. It's just a phase. And
it's not just a phase, Mom.
It's not just a phase. But no cards left in hand now. Now we're top decking. This isn't where we want to be. I think it was just a land. It is just a land. It's just a. Is it a Matrix?
I believe.
Mirix, yeah.
Yeah, we have a decent amount of toxic here too, but just not enough for lethal.
Yeah,
I think
6 damage plus 4 toxic. This would be so. Yeah, not enough. 7. So on the battlefield right now, there's 6 points of damage. This is where it's like, right, if you've got anything other than land, you're gonna win.
Yeah, I like this from Brandon. Just whatever. Don't need to hold a card.
Oh no, actually, this flips. This is 8 damage.
Don't worry about it. Just I'm gonna make a Mirix. Maybe you don't attack. It can't block. Says it on the card. We got the actual token. In our hand.
Lightning strike, handshake. Okay, let's see if we can move back to our modern match, because let's be honest, that's the highlight of this game. This for me. It looks like we've got an earlier Traxer coming down. Leyline Binding's dealing with it. Leyline the Guild Pact on the battlefield, but no creatures. Of course, as I say that, we have an Inkmoth Nexus for the land for the turn. 3 mana. Is this going to be Crusader? It is Crusader, which we know dodges all the Solitudes and all the help me prismatic endings. Thank you.
Okay.
And also Teferi takedowns.
The Teferi takedowns, the Leyline Bindings, the jump blocks. It slices, it dices.
I'm having a little look. There's actually no way of getting it off the battlefield besides an Otawara and
Surprise Grizzlebrand blocks.
Surprise Grizzlebrand Supreme Verdict and maybe a Solitude. A Subtlety to stop it entering. Other than that, not too many answers once it's resolved.
True. Yeah, I guess Subtlety, because it has first strike, it never is big enough. Sort of a weird, it chumps blocks but never wins.
Okay. How are we going to... Stacked hand here. but we're gonna have to play more of a racing game. I think we have to need to get that life total down to 20. Here comes Gristlebrand out the graveyard. Powerful 7/7, getting turned sideways, flying and life links. A 7 life gain, 7 life dealt, and normally 7 cards to hand is how this tends to play out. And yet, here we see 1, 2, 3. There's Supreme Verdict. 4, 5, 6, and 7. Double verdict to hand now. We're just turning and burning.
We're doing it.
I think that's an ephemerate as well, to pull to the front of the hand.
Yeah, we have ephemerate.
Here it comes. Remember, this does block the Crusader and the Ink Moth. What else do we want to do? We've got so many cards in hand.
Yeah, Gristlebrand is very, very strong. Still one of the best creatures ever printed, going decades strong.
Really good in these decks, and I think like the Surveil lands really pushed this deck up to up the rankings, being able to pit some of these cards in the graveyard that we would like to get there. We've got the option of potentially Goy's Vengeancing turn 2 in Modern, which is nuts in if you can get back things like Atraxas. And we're going to discard. We're at these 5 cards in our graveyard. That's another Gristlebrand Atraxa and 3 lands, leaving us with an absolutely stacked 7 cards.
Yeah, it's funny. You see AJ's keeping Ephemerate in hand because he actually needs to start attacking with the Gristlebrand to kill Kevin, and then needs to Kevin goes for something and he ephemerates, puts the Gristlebrand basically untapped and can block then. But it looks like Kevin thinks he's got lethal.
Okay. Block this.
Yeah.
Come on.
Oh, I guess Kevin could pump. Okay, he's gonna pump the Ink Moth.
+5. One more. Is there?
He could pump the Gristlebrand.
Oh, there's a Solitude.
The Solitude's not beatable. Let's just call it like I see it.
I'm so upset about this. We went for it. You got to respect it.
Yeah, I respect trying to win the game. It's funny because the Ephemerate in hand just means you were dead too, but you could have cast one of these on the Blighted Agent or the Crusader.
Yeah,
and then it would keep the Gristlebrand. Oh, sorry, the Gristlebrand's an 8/8, right? Or it has 8 mana. It's a 7/7. That's right.
Yeah. 7/7, 8 mana.
Yeah. But
look, you live by the sword you die by the sword, and in fact you go for it, make him have it. We didn't see that the Solitude revealed off the cards I imagine off the Atraxa. Obviously because of brand you don't see the cards that are drawn. It's just a nice straight 7. 2 -1 counters happening, and then the Crusader goes. Yeah, this isn't going like how we want it to.
Yeah. Then AJ is also going to gain 5 life after the infect damage withers away. So
well, we're going to see how I imagine this is probably locked now, as we're going to draw another 7 cards to go into our turn. 8 as the card drawn for turn is going to happen as well. Option to ephemerate if we want to. I can see Solitude in hand and Otawara. So basically all the tools we need to be able to get this game done and dusted as we see ephemerate end of turn, just to get, make sure it's a 7/7 when we go to combat this turn. Yeah, double ephemerate. We're not even using. We don't need any more cards. Grief drawn for the turn.
Yeah, I respect trying to attack and get it done sooner.
This is going to be 14 damage for the turn. As we're going to see the tracks are drawn. Top 10 cards. One of each card type can go to hand. Of course, that's optional. We don't have to draw them. And with I don't know about 14 gazillion cards in hand, maybe we don't draw them. What have we got? We've got Solitudes in there. Oh, no, Subtleties. We've got Flusterstorms. We're basically showing some of the cards that we've sideboarded here. Grief is going to go to hand as the creature. There is one card left in hand for Kevin.
Yeah, I'm Kevin. I let him resolve this, and I scoop. It's over. I can't win. Such is life. If we had an Ink Moth in play, maybe we could get a little tricksy with it, but...
Yeah, that line when we took where it all just went real bad. Yeah, we're scooping it up. Which normally we can go across to one of the other the matchups, but I kind of want to get this deck list on screen for everybody at home. Just have a little look at this 5-color infect list. Something we don't typically see in Modern or just in Magic these days. Let's be honest. This is the list, and look, there must be at least 2 Infect players in the room, me being one of them, making a mental note of this moving forward. Some cards I wouldn't traditionally think would be in here. You know, the Ren of the Realm Breaker is a different way to go about it, but I'm all here for it. I love it. This team, of course, is 2-0 as we're into round number 3. This is it's a spice. I feel like there's been some cookings happened here, Mason.
There's 3 Glister Elves in the sideboard for the Vroom Vroom matchup, so I gotta go fast.
I didn't even notice that. I didn't even notice it.
It's the first thing I saw. I'm like, what does this person's sideboard look like? We can talk about it. Probably gonna see the Endurances, Veil of Summers come in. I assume it's a Glister Elf matchup. Can't let the game go long. You're running the Realm Breaker, not very good here.
I'm down for bringing them in. I think them the Necromancers as well. Maybe we can take out the Goya's Vengeance, get them out of the deck, stop all these big engine happening. Endurances are going to bring. So yeah, there's a lot of cards here. Got to make sure that we don't dilute our main game plan too much though. But Draco's not going to be doing much in this matchup. So that could end up coming out. Leave the ley lines in because that really does help our game plan going forward. I'd be interested to see how reliant we are on these guild packs. Like, do we have to mulligan until we have them plus an infect creature? Because let's be honest, infect creatures, we have to mold till we have them. So maybe it's really affecting. Interest in this nonetheless. So, thank you for getting that up on screen for us, production. If we can get down to one of the other games that are currently playing, and we'll come to, well, if they're finishing sideboard, let's stay here. If we're going, let's get this game at number 3 of 5-color Infect versus Esper Reanimate. It looks like Gruul Aggro is taking down that standard match, which we thought would happen the way that it turned out, but the Pioneer is leveled up to 1 apiece. So if Esper can take this one down, they're going to be advancing to a 3-0 record. 7 rounds today, plus a top 8. A lot of Magic to be played, and I love it. Huge shout out to NRG. If you haven't hit that follow button, I need you to hit that follow button. Before this round went live, we were told that we are 23 follows away from 20,000 followers. So please do us a favor. Please hit that follow button. I want to finish this round with production telling us we've hit 20,000 because that's a huge benchmark, especially on the the current Paper Magic Twitch train that we're on here in 2024.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Get a lot of perks from following. You don't miss the streams. You get the little emote. We stop talking about it. A lot of good things happen if you click the follow button. So make sure to click that follow button. And we can move on there. As we are going to get a mulligan
mulligan came. I think I saw a Draco in hand there. So it looks like that they've stayed in. Maybe look at what's happening.
I think maybe the other teammate might be. Let's jump over to the other match. Something's happening in the other game. They're talking about. I want to see it. I don't want to see shuffling.
So it looks like we've got a player fire on the stack. That's going to get Darren vetoed. 1 Proash trigger as Taylor Swift Spear is coming in for a bit of damage. And then the follow-up is getting countered. Oh, that's the
Case of the Crimson Pulse.
Yes. Love it.
We have 1 in play too, and we're only 1 card in hand. That card, you discard your hand at the beginning of each of your upkeeps, and then you draw 2 more cards. It's really good in like these burn decks, excuse me. So if Hunter doesn't have something like Get Lost, he's in typically a really good spot right now, right? Well, 13 life, we're at 5 mana, everything's looking like pretty good. But if you start drawing 3 burn spells a turn, where just a burn spell every turn for sure, you don't flood out, those control decks count on you drawing 2 or 3 lands in a turn.
I think Modern is just starting and kicking off. Where do you want to? I'll let you pick, Mason. Do you want to go to? Obviously, my favorite is Infect, but if you want to stay here for a little bit, we can.
I'd like to stay here for a little bit and just sort of see what happens here. Because it looks like how Jack drew a land for turn, wasn't able to deploy all his cards. It might change the bit of the game up.
Yeah, I feel like how that's kind of how this will turn out, right? If we can not hit a non-land spell, being able to cast it while playing a land, start getting it online, drawing extra, like, is it 3 cards a turn you end up drawing then? That just might be too much pressure for the blue-white deck to deal with, unless they can find an answer for it. Just adding the... Is it Kuhira? I was going to say, which one is it that we're playing here? Okay, that's a spell. That's fine. Land for turn. 1 mana. Play this. Now we're empty-handed. 1 point of damage coming across. Goblin on the battlefield is what it is. Don't worry about it. We're going to animate this Den of the Bugbear. Turn it sideways. Generate another 1/1 Goblin token. We're going to block here. They're going to trade. It was a 2-2, wasn't it? Or was it just a
Yeah,
1-1?
it was a 1-1 because remember
Oh,
we
okay.
just killed the Sphere. Yeah,
Oh, the value. Oh, the value.
and the case is solved, and this might be tying it up 1-1. We might be back to Infect a lot sooner than you thought.
All to play for. Remember, best of 3. So best of 3 plus 3 of yours. What am I seeing? Enter the
Regal
battlefield right now.
Caracol.
This one brings along life linking cats, right?
Yeah, it's a cat lord, and it makes 2 1/1 lifelinking cats. So those are 2/2 lifelinking cats. And Will, we picked up Kahira last turn, which is another cat lord that gets vigilance. If we don't kill this Kahira, those are going to be 3/3s. We're going to be slamming in every turn, gaining a bunch of life. And this is one of the cards you get when you play Kahira. You know, you lose Baneslayer, but you unlock cards like Regal Caracol.
I think we got a Skewer plus a Searing Blaze in hand. So, well, his Skewer. So that's off the battlefield. That's step 1. Oh, it's just a Soul Scar. We've got Soul Scar plus a Desert. Sure, play it all. I also comes with a +1/+1 counter. I think we're trying to do the math of, is it worth animating Den and the Bugbear here?
Yeah, because if you animate Den, you do offer the trade with the 2 cats for the Den, which I think favors you because you don't want the cats on the board any longer.
Yeah, you've got another one as well.
Yeah.
So I like it. Get a bit more damage in there. Of course, 9 life, not a lot, especially when your opponent's drawing multiple cards a turn.
Yeah, so this is 6 damage. I kind of like just no blocking because you have the Kahira, that +1/+1s, the cats, and gives them vigilance. They're going to crack back for 4, and then you trade your 1/1s for the goblins. I mean, there is Ramanop Ruins in play, so you're going to go down to 3, up to 7. It really depends, I guess, on what your last couple cards in hand is. I could see maybe chump blocking with 1, right? You just, absorb a little bit of damage.
I'm seeing it. Well, I'm having a look. Is there any answers to this? Okay, we've got marches that can deal. We've got farewell that can deal with it. We've got get lost. Okay, so there's quite a few options in the deck to be able to get the case. What are we saying? Closed? Is that the way to put it?
The case closed. I like it. Yeah. Ooh, that's what you should say when you solve the case. Case closed.
I'm down for it. I loved all the pre-releases, seeing everybody dressed up for that set when it came out. Now everybody's turned into cowboys.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to see this, what you were talking about here. Just chump blocking with just the 1. Kind of making sure we only take 2 points this turn.
Yeah. It's really tough. If that Kamana wasn't flipping next turn, it'd be so easy just to take and then just shove, like get your 4 life. Basically took 2 on the turn prior. Can't attack for, with impunity. But the case is also just pressuring you so much. So you're a hunter. You need an answer.
Yeah. Team event. 2 of the 3 players need to win for your team to advance, remember. And right now it's going very well for the team of Mason, AJ, and Hunter. Already got Mason with the W, so that puts a lot of pressure on Jack and Kevin to win their games. Both games in game 3 right now. That's not a typo. That is 5-color infect on the modern seat.
Yeah. Looks like there's maybe some discrepancy about life totals, just making sure we have everything right. Very easy with all the little pings and stuff to, mark something down wrong.
And every point counts for this mono red deck as well. So you don't want them to get messed up. End of turn, we're discarding our hands. So that is going to be a Soul Scar.
It's not the end of turn. Yeah, it's
it's upkeep, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a really weird one where actually your burn spells are super strong because of it. Luckily, the players caught it. Hunter knows a Soul Scar Mage is going to get discarded now, which doesn't really matter.
Okay, here's a Cura. 2 damage. Swing, so 18 gaining 2, going up to, if the life total is correct, they would have taken 2 last turn total, so this will put them back up to 9.
Yeah, we attacked, we did our thing, and now we're thinking about, we have something.
There's so many lands on the other side. So, you're drawing 3 cards a turn. There's a good chance we're going to be able to cast every spell that we play, as well as we've got creature lands, as plus as we've got 3 ruins on the other side. So that's technically 6 damage.
Yeah, I think Hunter has a Gonjo in hand, and he's thinking about, do I need to play it versus just, channel it to answer one of the bodies?
Okay, we're passing the turn back. Now we discard our hand.
Yep.
Now this that flips in the main phase, right?
It flips in the main phase, but
it doesn't matter. We're shortcutting. It's fine.
Yeah.
Draw 3 cards. Chandra was double Chandra plus a
Light up the
light
stage.
up the stage. They actually work really well with each other because you can tick up, generate that 1 mana, get that 1 point of damage across. Oh, okay. We're cooking.
Yeah, Jack is going to be in a he's just in pretty. We're going to play the Chandra. We're going to do Dovin's Veto it. I'll play another one. And like you mentioned, it takes up Trigger Spectacle, but also makes that red mana. So we can just keep moving through our deck and just throw with impunity at Hunter. The Caracol was the biggest threat, and it got answered right away, luckily.
So probably tap our basic mountains. It's probably worth, and maybe 1 Ruin to play it instead of the Den of the Bugbear, giving us more options. But we're deciding. I think they're having a little bit of a team talk here of how they want to sequence these things going forward. So 5, 4 mana. What are we doing?
I don't know either, to be honest. I find it hard to believe that Jack's gonna Spectacle before playing Chandra. Yeah.
Chandra's going to come down. You can have a little read of this. Maybe we can get this up on the screen for everybody else to have a look at. This is a 3 mana Chandra, Dress to Kill, +1, add 1 red mana, and deals 1 damage to up to 1 target player or planeswalker. Also got second +1 of exile top card of your library. If it's a red card, you can cast it this turn. -7, look at the top 5 of your library. You may cast red spells from among them this turn. You get an emblem of whenever you cast a red spell. This spell deals X damage to any target, where X is the amount of mana spent to cast that spell. So pretty good 3 mana planeswalker, especially in this spot of the game.
I think Jack forgot he got his red mana from Chandra. He keeps tapping his mana. Luckily, all his spells cost 1 mana, so it shouldn't matter too much. It'd actually be an insane play, though. Jack was trying to set up Hunter to play a No More Lies, and he's like, I got the red floating. And Hunter's just like, oh, I'm dead.
I think they talk about getting the life linking creature off the battlefield, and yeah, that's what we're going to go with. Get that 2/2 cat off. Now we've got another Chandra in hand. Is there any advantage to playing it? Well, first we're going to wait for this No More Lies, which is going to reveal a Skewer plus another land drop. That Skewer's pretty nice. You get another blocker off the battlefield.
Yeah, Kahira is, threatening to be another Lord for Caracol, so you might as well use this. You also only have this turn, so.
Oh, we're going face.
Oh, okay. We're trying to set up lethal.
So, well, if we go to face, that drops us down to 2. This combat step means we've got to have something. And Oganjo, no, that's the which was the white one that deals with 4 damage to basically target its own creature. And that is going to be enough. That is going to level it up here for Jack. So it's all going to be on Kevin with 5-color Invec versus AJ on Esper Reanimate. Let's move across that modern deck as quick as we can.
Okay. Well.
Okay.
So we have Grief that can chump block right now. Clearly, there's a lot of cards in play. And Invec's at 7, Will. So we're not out of it yet.
What's the top deck that we need? Because we need a pump spell and we need a removal spell here. So let me have a little look.
On divination, and then
let's get in the tank. There is a Leyline on the battlefield. Draco doesn't do it. Well, okay, let me have a real good read of this Wren of the Realmbreaker. There's a lands tap for all mana, +1. Land drop becomes a 3/3. Doesn't matter. -3. Mill 3 cards, put a permanent from among them into your hands. No, that's just the same as drawing a card, really. Emblem, nothing. Okay, so Realm doesn't do anything. 3. Oh, and that Grief's not on the battlefield. So there's double Solitude in hand, so that means Ignoble Hierarch is not aligned. Does this mean a pump spell is good enough?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a pump spell is strong enough as long as there isn't a counter. Well,
there's a Flusterstorm, but that's fine. We can pay that.
Yeah, Fluster shouldn't be able to be a thing.
Okay, flip it. 1 time. Go into combat. 2. No blocks.
Yeah, whatever.
I'm on the edge of my seat. Are we just going to go to 1 infect?
Okay. Pass the turn.
Is this a pass? Okay, so you've got to find another way of either killing me this turn, which there are lots of ways of doing that, or you have to have a way of dealing with this Phyrexian Crusader. A Supreme Verdict is definitely a way of getting around that protection from white. In for 7 points.
Looks like AJ decided not to ephemerate in order to sort of deal the 7 and then probably verdict in order to clear the battlefield up and push the most damage he could. Appreciate the value of 7 life. 7 cards is a lot. 7 life's a lot too. Get him dead.
Here comes Supreme Verdict. Blue, white, 1. Destroy all creatures. Says sure. Crusader's going to hit the bin. Now what can we do? Is there like another Goyos? No, if there's another Goyos, we could probably go for it that turn to win. I think they're talking about which land should we play. Should we play the untapped or play the Surveil? We're going to go with playing the untapped land, which is an island, into an archaeologist. Reveal the top 4 cards. Pit the. Is it 4 or 3? I thought it was 4 cards.
I think it's 3 cards. It becomes an 0-4.
Maybe that's where I'm getting confused with. But it's going to put a Goyas in hand, which means we might be seeing that Atraxa a lot sooner than later. And that 4 life for Kevin, not ideal. I think might be a Leyland's Binding in hand.
I think he has Binding in a Triumph.
Sure, let's go. Let's go a card deeper.
Yeah, try and find like an Ink Moth or
I think it was a Hierarch.
Okay. A little surprised to not see it, but I guess it doesn't super matter.
But we got to hold up this Leyland's Binding, right? We just saw the Goyos.
Oh, sure. That's a good point. Yeah. Yeah, in my head, I was thinking they're gonna, ephemerate it or whatever, but yeah, you still gotta.
It doesn't matter with a Flusterstorm. It's not going to. Oh no, Flusterstorm doesn't hit it, does it? Because it's enchantment. Just read the cards, Will.
Winning again.
Just read the cards. It's easy. All right, we're going for it. I would like to reanimate this Atraxa. Put it into play, give it haste. Main part is, though, it has a lovely little ETB where we're going to reveal the top 10 cards, put one of each card type into our hand. Any responses? No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know. I've stopped counting now. I can count to 10. In fact, I'm good at this bit. Reveal them off the camera so we can't see. Great. There's another Goyo. So if there is a Griselbrand in the graveyard, that is going to be too much, too overwhelming, and we're going to see AJ take this game down. But it looks like we're going to go for the Ephemerate. Otawara to hand. Grief to make sure the coast is clear. And that's it. Just going to go for the 3 card types. I think it averages about 4 normally per hit from Atraxa. But this is enough. We've already got so many cards in the hand. Maybe we don't need to do it. Let's see if the coast is clear. Where we're going to get rid of the Goyos for this Grief. This might be the Leyline in response. Leyline is going to come down. It's just like, do we want to fight over this? 3 mana. Otawara, while it's on the stack, that's going to be enough because that means it's not going to get exiled, which means it's still going to have haste, which is going to be enough to turn it sideways. But first, this Grief is going to resolve to reveal the hand, which is... Oh, I think that was just one of the pump spells, actually. It's not the Noble. Attack you for lethal. There's the fist bump. GG's. We're going to see the team of Mason, AJ, and Hunter advance to 3-0. Brandon, Kevin, and Jack going to drop to 2-1. But don't worry, this is a 7-round tournament. So much more magic left to come here on the NRG series. I'm going to see if production can... we're going to have an interview with AJ. Sick. Okay, so while we kind of set that up, we'll kind of remind you what is going on today and what's happened throughout this whole weekend. Well, yesterday we had 9 rounds of modern action, and we managed to crown ourselves a champion this morning, and that champion is May. She took it down with Living End. Obviously, the deck lists are going to go live shortly, if not already. So all you beautiful people watching can get that and start jamming that maybe at your next F&M next big event, or just through the leagues on Modo. And then we switched over to today. Today we've got Standard, Pioneer, and Modern action in our team event where we've got 94 teams battling out to try and get themselves to number 1. Because, of course, today the champions not only get themselves some trophies, get themselves a bunch of money, but more importantly, Mason, what do they get on?
They get into our end of the year player championship over $20,000 in prizes, a Pro Tour invite, and if you win it, we haven't talked about this, you get invited to the next year. So winning it's a PTQ and QC you for the next year's $20,000 invitational. The EV is insane. It is one of the most value profitable things you can do is grind the NRG series. So if you're someone who's in that area, consider doing it. We reward consistent success. We talk about points you get on the leaderboard. The players with the most points at large get invited as well, Will. So you don't even have to win. Will, if you just make the finals a couple times, right, and
Just
sort of
make it.
have it, and just like you have. Honestly, we've had a lot of players who haven't even top eighted more than one event, and they make it because they had consistent top 16s, and they just like every tournament had a solid finish, and they got 6 points, 6 points, 6 points. And if you just get 6 points twice a weekend, every weekend, you're gonna make it. The math just almost always works out that way. So come on out, support some Paper Magic, and get the game. It's a very fun time.
Maybe we can get some of the future events on the screen for everybody at home production while we're waiting for it. Well, I say that as soon as AJ gets into the bit. Let's just go straight to AJ, where we're going to be interviewing our winner there in the modern seat. So as soon as we move across to it, we'll start that. I think production is just waiting. There we go. How are we doing, AJ? Welcome. Congratulations. You got Mason and Will in the booth asking you some questions. First, I'm going to start kicking off. You did me some dirty. I'm an Infect player. What did you think sitting across from that 5-color domain Infect list? What was going through your head? What were you like? What's going on? That's exactly what I was saying. Exactly what I was saying. It was sick to see, but you managed to take it down, with your powerful reanimator list, getting, being able to get the W. We kind of saw game 1. We missed a little bit of game 2, and then in game 3, we came in at the end there where you managed to get the W. So huge congrats to that. Mason, next question.
Yeah, so you mentioned you used to play Infect a lot. You like that. What drew you to this reanimator deck? Nice.
All right, team events. You got to pick, well, not only which 2 friends you want either side of you, but you also got to pick who's going on what format. How did you come to this conclusion that you're going to be sitting in the modern seat? That's an easy way of doing it. Cool. Good answer. I like it.
So, you're 3-0 right now. It's a 7-round tournament. You and your friends feeling excited. You're getting pretty close to, you win a couple more, we start shaking hands. Have you all got to like top 8 and play in team events together in the past, or is this, the kind of the first gathering?
Team all together, like in a
Oh,
long
okay.
time. But we all have done like pretty good individually in other tournaments. So we're pretty hype right now.
Well,
Heck
sick.
yeah.
Keep riding that hype train, and hopefully we get to see you in the top 8 of today. You're 3-0 in a couple more rounds. You start looking at double ID territory, getting yourself locked. So we're going to let you go away, celebrate with your friends as we move back to the booth. So congratulations, AJ.
Thank you.
And we are back in the booth. Maybe production can tell us how many games are left or how much time is around, because there is a new
time was just called.
Time was just called. Oh,
yeah,
I didn't hear.
We heard in the background the judge was like, "Time in the round."
I was in the moment. It is what it is. Okay, let me do a little click on my screen here, just see if there's any games playing. I've still got like this. Oh no, that's the wrong button. I've still got like 10 matches in playing, so maybe production can let us. If we got a little bit of time, I want to utilize this time speaking to you, Mason, because there is a set coming out that you might have heard of. People at home might have heard of Modern Horizons 3. It's meant to have some good cards in it. You might be a little bit invested in that set coming out for some strange reason. Maybe we could get some of the cards that have been spoiled up on screen, and maybe we can talk about the process of it. I'm just waiting for production to tell me if we've got time to do this or not.
Yeah, for those at home, what Will's alluding to is I was one of the 3 contractors who worked on Modern Horizons, who isn't a Wizard employee. So me, Brad Nelson, and BBD all worked on this set. So Will is very excited to see the cards. I'm very excited to talk about the cards. It's a good time. I can't wait to see all of you players what you do with the cards. You get your hands on it. I've been excited to see that for a little bit now.
Okay, well then let's start off with a card that I believe that you had a little bit of input on, White of the Reliquary, and that's as in the undead white, not the color white. So maybe we can, we're testing production now. We're doing this on the fly. See if they can get that one up on the screen first of all, and you can try and talk about it. So it is 1 green, 1 black for a 2/2 with vigilance. Gets +1/+1 for each creature card in your graveyard. Tap. Sacrifice another creature, search your library for a land card. Doesn't say basic, land card. Put it into the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. Talk to me about this card. As an Infect player, I'm kind of happy to see this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very cool card. It asks a lot of you in a lot of very unique ways, right?
Mhm.
It asks you to have very specific lands that you could do some cool stuff with. I mean, you could just get normal lands, and that's really awesome, right? Like
Yeah.
in general, maybe turning my plant token into something different off a colony garden, that's pretty good. Even just going infinite on that, maybe I like block with a plant token, block with this, sack it, search up another colony garden. A lot of cool stuff there, but also ask you to have, creatures in the graveyard so that white gets big. So it's a really interesting sort of like build around Johnny Ginny card that really
Mhm.
asks you, like, what are you going to do with this card? We don't really have cards like this, right? It's very similar to Knight of the Reliquary. Obviously, it's even alluding to that. A kind
Mhm.
of a cool story is we were talking about that card a lot, Knight of the Reliquary, in comparison to this in hand internally. And eventually, me and someone else could have petitioned to get zombie add to this card to enable some cool synergies. And then one of the people joked that it's now it's white of the reliquary. And as soon as we did that, we were like, oh, you
We're
have a
in.
zombie version of this. That's so cool. Like, if it's right for the card, we have to do this. And luckily, it ended up, I think, being the right decision. And now we have this awesome iconic card. I should say a shout out to an iconic card, but it asks a lot of you, right? Like white says play with lands a lot, and you play with lands you're here, but this one tells you to do a lot of different things. So I think this is a card that really takes a village. I played a lot with this card. It's one of my personal favorites. I spent a lot of time sort of messing with this. I can't wait to see what you all do with it.
Yeah, I can't hear it. It looks really, really cool. It kind of, I think, obviously, I would say that Yawgmoth is the color combination for this deck that it sees. Obviously,
Mhm.
Yawgmoth doesn't use lands too much, but that ability of having creatures in my graveyard works quite nice with Grist, because Grist is going to be milling me a lot of cards going in. So, real cool to see what people are going to do with that. Let's see if we get another one quickly before we end the round. I want to go to Winter Moon, please, production. If we've got that one, that we go. This is obviously we've got. It's a nice spin on an older card, Winter Orb, where this one is
Mhm.
Winter Moon on the screen. There goes. Players can't untap more than one non-basic land during the untap steps. Talk to me about this one if you can.
Yeah, so this one's pretty interesting, right? It is a card that is pushing you to play a lot of basics and
Mhm.
isn't super duper punishing to things like Tron, right? Like I think a lot of people when they think of land hate, they think of Tron traditionally,
Yeah.
right? But Winter Moon, it's fine against them, right? Like if they play two Tron lands and I play this, they can untap, play the tower, and they have like 5 mana, which is not 7. That throws them off a little bit. But really, this is a card that can, one, I think create some new types of decks potentially, right? Like we've seen Winter Orb, which is clearly
Yeah.
an homage to, where that's like kind of a tempo-y based deck. And if you're playing a deck with a high basic count, you don't actually need that many dual lands to like still have all your mana, right? Like if I'm playing literally, I don't know, like blue, black, Winter Moon, whatever, literally just a random idea here, right? I only need a couple duels for my cards to really work.
Random.
And my deck's
Right.
probably full of cheap things, right? So it's like, okay, I can sort of live a cool life doing this, right? Whereas, my opponents, if they're playing like these 5-color decks, right? Like these
Yeah.
Leyline of the Guild Pack decks, they aren't going to get that same thing. So they're going to get punished a little bit. And it really is something that's sort of saying, like, hey, you need to be like a little bit respectful and have some basics in your deck. Having a deck with no basics is just, straying a little bit from Magic, and there needs to be some more punishes to that. And this sort of, does that while also not being so punishing the game's over. One of the things I think players forget about too, right, is that like there are a lot of answers to artifacts these days. We've seen those. So like it isn't like this card I think is going to just end up locking you out every
No.
single time. It's going to slow the game down, allow for some new style of decks, which I think is really cool.
I know what you're thinking. You're like, oh, we really need to slow down these 5-color domain infect lists. So they're going to be running away with the format. We need a card to be able to deal with that. And, they came out of it. So, huge shout out to them. We're going to have a few more, MH3 cards to talk about later, after the next round, ladies and gentlemen. But we're going to have to call it as the, time has been called. And we're getting the players set up for round number 4. So this is the end of round number 3. I'm Will. That's Mason. We'll be back shortly. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NRG series where we are bringing you an amazing team event. I'm Will, that is Mason. This is round number 4. We started today with 94 teams, all battling out in Standard, Pioneer, and Modern. So we're seeing who we can whittle down to that final slot where we're going to get 3 players to the end of year championships. But, time is at the essence. So let's get straight down to the match. Let's see what we're going to see in our feature match area. And let me tell you, and ZMTG is very happy right now. There is 4 control decks in our feature match. We're going to start off with the Pioneer seat where we're going to see mono white humans versus a blue white control. Mono white humans on the play, which is exactly where I believe they want to be, Mason. Am I right or am I wrong?
No, you're right. The 1-drop creature deck wants to be on the play. Put that one. That feather's in your cap,
Boom.
my friend. And they
Easy.
say he couldn't do it.
Right, Thalia? No, not a Thalia. This is going to be the other one. It's going to give +1/+0 and ward 1 to all our human creatures.
Coppercoat Vanguard.
I bet it's the Vanguard, right?
Yeah.
I think I own the other alternate art ones, but moving through. But still,
Ooh, the old art's really good on that one.
oh yeah, it's really sick. Big old sword swinging it down, just to pass the or Hall of the Storm Giants and pass the turn. But that could be representing so much here. Could be counter magic, could be removal. Here comes a Thalia's Lieutenant. That's going to eat a no more life. So that's going to go straight to the exile zone. No +1/+1 counters here. Turn everything sideways. Does it not? Does training not happen there, or are they both 2 power?
So they're both 2 power because Coppercoat grows other creatures. It's a bit of a non-meta.
There you go.
A little interesting play there from our humans player. I would have imagined, just running out your 1-drop would have probably gotten the counter spell because for George's perspective, you need to answer everything. A recruitment officer is quite a big threat. It could also just be that we actually value the recruitment officer more than the Thalia's Lieutenant's +1 power. Could totally believe that, but just definitely an interesting spot here. Typically against these control decks, one thing I think happens a lot, Will, is people get frustrated. And I think that's because they too often play into the control deck. They let them dictate the pace of play. They play on the turns they want to. One of the great things we saw in round 1 from Andrew Ellenbogen is he just kind of made plays that were slightly suboptimal in exchange of not playing to their spells.
Oh, okay. Here's one of the big hits, and it looks like it might be. Nope. Okay, I was about to say Battery Zone, but it's not. Adeline is obviously a huge payoff for this deck. Really lets you go wide as well as keeping a big hit on the. Oh no, was it a big fatty bum bum on the battlefield?
Adeline, not a fatty boom boom. Sorry, that's a reanimate. That's a reanimate only thing. You've got to be above 6 power and toughness on your own. You got to be a fatty boom boom.
I'm learning. What is that? Adeline's just what? Just an Adeline.
Yeah. Just an Adeline.
I'm looking at how many sweepers are in this deck. Looks like we got 3 verdicts, 3 sunfall. Other than that, it's just a lot of counter magic removal spells. Something I do want to bring up, which I haven't seen before, is High Noon in this control deck list. I know a lot of people are thinking, what is High Noon? Maybe we can get that on the screen for everybody at home to have a look at production. But it is a 2 mana enchantment, 1 and 1 white for each player can't cast more than 1 spell each turn. And then it has a little bit of extra text there where we can sacrifice it and deal 5 damage to any target later on in the game. But interested to see that in this list. Maybe that's the way we're trying to slow down some of these Boris Convoke decks.
Yeah, Boros Convoke, Arclight Phoenix, just generally plays really well into your counter spells, right? Like if you can only cast 1 spell a turn and I'm playing counter spell, and like Planeswalkers, it makes it really easy for me to sort of keep the pace of the game really slow, right? Like imagine if George on turn 2 had just played that, we couldn't have been able to double spell. Now we wouldn't have had a counter spell up. It isn't a perfect solve, but it is like a card you can main deck that's a bit more effective than saying something like Damping Sphere.
Well, we saw Wandering Emperor come down. That's going to gain us 2 life, but still a bit of damage coming across, dropping George to 4. No follow-up play here, though, so maybe just a redundant dead land in hand. We're going to cash in the Wandering Emperor, make a 2/2 Vigilance Samurai. But what else have we got for this turn? Okay, that's not what we really want. We don't want the Citadel. That's, I imagine, naming white or blue, but it will mean that Field of Ruin can get turned on it, or maybe even that's Hall of the Storm Giants. But we're going to need something here as we add to the battlefield. I forgot the name of it. It's the one that makes day or night and a nightmare for coverage.
It is Brutal Cathar.
Thank you very much. That's why it's a team effort. And that can get that token off the battlefield, which I imagine George was hoping was going to be a blocker here. There it is on the screen for you all at home and myself. Day-night now being added to the game state. And turn everything sideways. This is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 damage, which means we need to answer at least 2 of these threats or gain a little bit of life. Another Wandering Emperor would keep us alive here. 3. A sharp. But what can we hit for 1?
We could hit March of Otherworldly Light and pitch a white card.
Play to your outs.
Worth noting too, we see Flex Slot here on George Javor's arm. He actually made that website, but there are also people that sponsor some teams and do various stuff. And actually, both these teams are Team Flex Slot. They got paired to each other. So if you're happy, a little acquaintance. And I do see
we had it.
Veto.
Can I just, obviously Flex Slot, great website, helps. It's what they actually, if you want to look at any of these deck lists on the NRG website, the Flex Slot is what powers that. But as a promotion thing on the sleeve when you're on screen, that's cool. I got a lot of time for that.
Yeah, I like it a lot more than the jerseys.
Oh yeah, like if it's on front, we don't have a camera pointing at your chest, but we have it pointing at your hand. So that's awesome. I've got a lot of time for that. Okay, we're still turning and burning through our deck a little bit, though. There's still threats on the battlefield, and they are both lethal. And we don't find it, so we're scooping it up here for George. But taking down game number 1 here, mono white humans. But luckily, a team event, we can switch across to one of our other tables. Let's have a little look at a control mirror. Okay. What about the other table?
Yeah,
production.
It looks like what's happening is someone's playing a subtlety, someone else is getting a subtlety. Oh, right. Okay. Sarah Shearer with Bant Toxic. Finally, a deck that doesn't use the stack.
Okay, but it looks like we're being able to answer all the toxic threats here. There's a land. What we're following up with. This is going to be this is the one that can exile something on ETB, so you can get rid of that token if it does resolve. It looks like we've got counter magic up here for. Yep, but that's where we're going to fire that off straight away. Not let that resolve. Which is kind of where we want to be, right? It means that we get to keep the Wandering Emperor plus a token, plus we put a plus and counter on it. Yeah, I like it. We're turning and burning. Not many cards in hand, though. Looks like just the one.
Yeah, it looks like we have a Sunfall, but we also have this Field of Ruin, which is actually huge because the Mirrex is one of the cards that can sometimes be a huge problem for us. We had the Anchorage that we could have also animated and maybe pushed a little bit of damage as well. One of the things about these blue-white control decks is they have to actually win the game. They don't have something that wins it for them. They need to actually assign lethal at some point. Some of us do play Jace, which can mill, but against a deck like Bant Toxic, that is not a viable strategy.
Yeah. Don't worry, chat. We'll be going back to control mirrors. I imagine that is going to be the last game that is going to happen in this event. So don't worry. We all get your blue white mages fix today, but we need to see how this can advance here in our standard seek. So we can get the idea is flicking back between all the games when we need to. Obviously, our main one of humans versus blue white control that's currently going through sideboard right now. So we've added a couple of 1/1s that when they die, we'll make pest tokens. Is that what they make?
Yeah, it makes the whatever they're called.
I think they're pests, but it doesn't really matter. They're going to get exiled. We're going to make an incubate token with 3 counters as those 3 creatures. Tick down a Wandering Emperor. Get a 2/2 samurai. End of turn and bounce. The temporary lockdown back to hand. Getting the jaw. Is it Jawbone duelist on the battle? Thank you. Jawbone was. I was like, it's jaw something. But not great on this current battlefield. Lots of blockers for the 1/1 double strike and just having to pass the turn back. And the turn we're going to flip this, make the a 3/3 Phyrexian. And now just quite a lot going on, I suppose.
Yeah, and this is one of the problems, like Sarah didn't seem to get. I mean, if our graphic is correct, she has no infect on Ken.
Yeah.
Meaning that we're not proliferating, we're not getting anything, we're not getting these extra bonus from our corrupted cards. And we're in such a good place. Just what? Sunken Citadel. Get a colored dice, my friends. That's what I do. There you go. Put a blue dice, put a white dice. Let people know.
It's like you could hear it.
Yeah. But yeah, no, this is a spot where we can tick up on sure, that works too, I guess. That whatever, it's fine.
It is what it is.
Yeah, it's definitely against the tournament rules to do that, but that's fine. It's not the end of the world. We will.
How are we getting on with our Pioneer Seat production? Because I think this one would, we're just basically the blue eye deck is not going to win quickly, but it looks like all the tools are there to be able to, lock this one up. It's just a matter of time, and that's why
just next turn. Okay. Well, we refused to fire the Anchorage up. One day we would get our attacks, but not today.
Not today, but maybe next turn. Okay, we're going to make 2 1/1s end of turn, so that's going to add the 2 Phyrexian mites. That's what I keep saying. Pest. It's the mites that's what makes. Thank you. Yep. 2 mites end of turn. Of course, they can't block, but they do have toxic 1 as well as being 1/1 creatures. So, the infect's been updated. Look, 7 counters.
Okay, so 7 is much different. Yeah, that makes that game a lot more reasonable. I was like, I know Sarah. I doubt she would keep playing. I don't know why she is if he is at 0 infect, but that explains a lot. Let's check out our Pioneer matches. It looks like a couple turns have gone by, but not much. We had a Shark Typhoon cycled, meaning we're probably missing land drops, Will.
Yeah, that's not where you want to be in this, as we're going to see Containment Priest come down. This isn't the matchup for it, but I actually am a huge fan of this sort of sideboarding strategy against control decks. Having flash threats, being able to add to the battlefield. You carry it, sure. Now in my turn, I can actually start deploying more threats. So yeah, this is a cool line. Plus, it also does trigger the training ability, meaning that it's going to grow to a 2/3. And then we get to play something for our turn, which is going to be counted anyway, so I don't have to remember the name of it.
Anointed Peacekeeper.
You're so good at this, Mason. You're
I
so
got
good.
it.
You should be like a caster or something.
I should. They should let me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the what I think is like with the Containment Priest, I love the flash too. It also weirdly comes up sometimes, right? Like
Yeah.
like there are just times where it stops things from entering the battlefield out of these decks. So it is just kind of reasonable as a flash jutsu, and sometimes you just get lucky in it, like high rolls.
I was about to say, when my opponent, my control players missing their land drops, I am activating these Mutavolts so quickly to get in underneath this counter magic, and we see a get lost is going to be targeting one of them. 2 map tokens generated from that, but more importantly, 6 damage is going to happen here. And just passing the turn back to George. Needs to start finding some land drops on the top of their deck. Doesn't
10?
9. Jeez. Yeah, Mutavolt such a key card in this matchup, and just having to pass the turn back again. Okay, another planes at the top. Not what we want. We're definitely looking to deploy more action onto the battlefield when we can, but at the minute, still a 2-turn clock happening if we animate this Mutavolt. And we're going to go for a map.
Yeah, slight messed up there. Probably not mapping first. If you hit something like a Mutavolt off the top, you kind of wish to play it, but it will not be the end of the world.
Ooh, a wedding invitation on the top. That's going to be a good is wedding.
Getting one of those from you in the mail soon, I think.
But that's good, because now it's got a +1/+1 counter. It will trigger the other ability of training and being able to put another +1/+1 counter, which we see there is going to be added just straight away.
Yeah, we got all these wraths.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Oh, that's lethal. Is that lethal? Yeah, that's just straight up lethal. That's 9 points of damage. Okay, we see humans taking that game down nice and quickly, which means all the blue-white players in the room are going to be happy. Let's have a little look at that middle table, please, production. Let's see what's going on in Modern.
For what it's worth, these players, like we said before, are teammates on Team Flex a lot together. One of them, Brickman here, tweeted, 74 card mirrors. They have 1 card different. I don't know what the card different is, but it comes up. It would be huge bragging rights at the home.
All right, I'm going to try and find it. I'm in it. You got me invested. Let's see if I can find what the 1 card difference is in this mirror. Give me a second while I just get up the old lists. Kahira. Okay, come on, Will. You can do this one time. What's
Prismatic took down the Narset. This game has been going. When we were last here, Teferi Time Reveler was on the board. Subtleties were being bashed back and forth, and now, at this point of the game, looks like the One Ring getting cast.
Sorry, keep talking. Keep stalling while I look.
So we're having an awkward moment here, Will, with both players where we're control decks, so our Supreme Verdicts are not very good. So both players are just sitting on a couple of verdicts, it looks like. To see a Solitude in the turn here. Probably supposed to activate the One Ring in response. I mean, the Leyline Binding might get you, but it's really not the end of the world. Maybe it is. I don't know.
I'm really struggling to find what this card is. I think one person's got a Misty Rainforest, and I'm trying to work out what the other one's got instead of it. I think it's... Oh, no, it's not an island.
I'm going to cancel Brickman if he tweets we're on 74, the same 75, and the difference is Misty versus, flooded. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Like it's Jover. You're playing the same deck. It doesn't matter. We are going to see Leyline Binding answer that Solitude.
It's a 73. So basically, instead of playing 3 polluted deltas, it's a Scalding Tarn and a Misty Rainforest.
Sure.
Do we? Well, let's move back across to standard, which has probably got something else happening opposed to the mirror. As the days are doing gets cast, great timing there by myself. Love to see it. Just keep that one, if you can, production. Just keep that in the bottom left-hand corner for us, so we can have a little look at it.
Yeah, I'll keep the players updated as they are tanking on what to do, what they're doing.
Yeah, that's pretty big. Okay, we're firing off. So we ban toxic, blue-white control game up here in our standard seat. Maybe we could go just. Do you want to? Let's go back to modern. Sorry, production. Let's go back to modern just while this one sort of sets up, because this is a big turn with Days Undoing going on, and
yeah, they're just fighting over it.
Make sure the right mana is tapped. Counter spell. Okay, so counter spell is going to happen. That's one of the new ones you can get from the Magicon. Okay, so we just had to make sure that there was an answer there. One control player with a active One Ring. The both players with a bunch of cards in hand, and I think this might be what's able to kind of push us ahead, so to speak, is having an active One Ring opposed to my opponents. Also, a way to untap that One Ring.
Let's get out of here. Let's actually watch something that's going to happen. The other player has 3 Supreme Verdicts in hand. They're just it's over for them. I mean, they can maybe win, but like they are really far. They have 2 in a Solitude, so like it's going to go for a while.
All right, back to standard we go. Let's go have a little look.
The developing turns are the most important turns, as it looks like Kin has actually missed on land drops, and Sarah has not. She's having. Oh, that's why her lands look weird. She's all doing the illegal thing with the lands. All right, so the Thran portal has the color it's making underneath it.
And we're making one's end of turn before anything like a not after all, any sort of counter magic can stop that. So deploying 2 threats for the price of 1 card is kind of where we want to be, or where we're going to at least need to be if we want to push across more toxic damage. As we turn them sideways, going up to 4 toxic, down to 17 life. So I was having a look what else is in this list, if there's any spice in the sideboard that could potentially be brought in here. This list is kind of stock by the looks of it, as well as stock as Bant Toxic can be. Doesn't really get too many extra toxic creatures added to it with all the sets coming out.
I'll say this though, if you're wanting to get into standard, it's a pretty good deck, and you're going to have it for a whole other year. Like, you're not really going to lose anything. You're not going to gain anything really, except maybe some sideboard cards. But you have a deck you can play for like $60. It's kind of great.
Yeah, it's got like a nice entry price point. None of the cards are really staples in other formats, so you can kind of get into it. Especially standard, it is a cool format currently. But here comes counter spell anymore. That's going to move it into exile. 2 more coming across. Now we're looking for kind of a sweeper here. I guess I can see a Get Lost, I can see a March in hand. So both these creatures do have their days numbered. But on the other side, I've got another way of flashing in a couple more toxic creatures. We've got counter magic now up due to these is it corruption? Is that the right mechanic I'm thinking of? Corruption being above 3 means that it is just going to be a hard counter spell if you want to cast the Bring the Ending. 2 mana counter target spell unless your opponent plays 2, but if they are corrupted, then it is just a straight up counter spell because they've got more than 3 toxic counters. Could come in huge here.
Yeah. When you hit the corrupted status, a lot of the cards in the Bant Toxic get a lot stronger. Great. Your little blue dice, perfect.
They heard you.
Yeah.
That's people don't know that, but behind the scenes, we've got to make sure Mason is happy at all times, has his coffee, has his massages, make sure that he gets food brought in, make sure the headset gets removed every once in a while.
The game state needs to be eligible for the viewer. We need to follow the rules. No one wants to be this way, but we have to.
Okay, we're going to try and make 2 more tokens end of turn. Looks like that's going to resolve. So that would mean that there's 4 mites on the battlefield, which we know are 1/1s with toxic 1. So all this chip damage is adding up, and it looks like we're letting the untap happen. So we've now got counter magic. Oh, we also get the Rot Priest. Turn everything sideways. Try and destroy 1. We don't have green mana. That's why we didn't deploy it.
Yeah, we don't have green. We're up to 4 toxic, it looks like.
do we start cracking some of these map tokens and try and find some green? Looks like that is what we're going to start off with.
Oh, that's a map. I thought that was a toxic token. Excuse me.
No, these are maps. From
Yeah,
we've had two get losts happen so far.
Looks like we're gonna. It looks like we're looking at the top cards slightly off screen for us. Oh, we're getting an actual map token to make sure that it's revealed to both players. It looks like.
Okay, so land to hand. That's a good one to hit. That one's gonna not only be able to produce green this turn, but also in future turns be able to make 1/1 mites. And we decided against deploying the Rock Priest. Just means that wrath sort of effects are going to be a bit worse here, because we could just start applying 1/1 mites at the end of turn. That's what we see. It's only going to cost us 1 point of life.
Yeah, and this is probably game like Shearing is at the point where she has a hard counter spell. She has a bunch of creatures on board, and Candy can only really do like 1 or 2 things a turn. Where we need to kill 2 of these creatures.
So we're going to try and have a block plus removal, but we know it's not going to be enough, which means it's going to be able to. Are we going to? Oh, can we bounce it? Is it non?
Yeah, I assume Sarah says
Yeah, it's
non-land
non-land.
permanent.
Return target non-land permanent.
It also proliferates, so it might be a situation where
can't target it. Yep, there you go.
Yeah. It should also, I think it says just things, so we can always bounce our own. Like, I think you're allowed to bounce your own card, but we'll see.
So we're going to try and march in response. We're going to target our own. That's going to be proliferate. That's going to be the game. That's going to move us to a 1-1 record in our standard. Obviously, Pioneers finished. So you know what that means, ladies and gentlemen. We're moving back to Modern to see what sort of. Oh, it looks like we've got at least someone's taken a game in Modern here. Yep. How are they getting on? Looks like they're just coming to the end of their sideboarding there as well. So
yeah, let's just stick with standard because their game is going to go for a while. We'll just stay here. They're shuffling up. But yeah, like ultimately, Brickman, like we talked about before, the other player just had 2 verdicts and a solitude, and we had an active One Ring going with kind of a full grip and like I think slightly more mana with a Narset. It was just going to be an insurmountable position. I wouldn't actually be surprised if it was just a concession where it's like, hey, if we're going to win, right, we need to like just basically win game 2 and game 3. We both don't want to get draws. We're friends, A draw in this sort of event this early is not good. Let's just scoop and try and play, as fast as we can because those players were playing very quickly. They know what it takes in order to not hit these rounds. So.
Yeah, and as you said, it's basically a 75 mirror as well. So there's no surprises moving forward there. So they're going to shuffle it up. Is there a way that they can get into 3 games? We'll find out. We don't know, but we will be going back down to our standard table because it's a little bit more interactive and back and forward where blue-white versus Ban Toxic. I feel like Ban Toxic is probably meant to be favored in that match, meant to be kind of be winning that one because it's got, as you say there, lands that can produce creatures. It's got ways of counter magic now, but we need to get that first 3 points of Toxic in. So looking at opening hands, do we have keeps on both sides? Still haven't seen a Rock Priest actually enter the battlefield yet. Going into game 3 here from Sarah.
Yeah, it's one of those things where if Ken has, and looks like both players are mulliganing, if Ken has temporary lockdown on the play, it's going to be so massive, right? Sarah's going to spend turn 1, turn 2 developing threats, and then she wants to play a kind of Delverish game after that, She wants to hit you a little bit, keep you off, make you play around, my soft counter magic. I've got, things like Spell Pierce, whatever you got to be careful of. Then I'll charge of the mites if you don't, I take my Mirrex. So she needs that early infect to happen so that she doesn't have to tap out more and play into his game plan. So Ken's going to need some early interaction or something like temporary lockdown to clean up those early creatures to keep the pressure off him. And if he does, we might see a repeat of game 1 where he kind of just, eventually finds a way because her deck does not keep up pound for pound on power level.
That's a really good breakdown of basically how this is what is needed to be able to secure the W in this match. Just having a little quick look there at what chat was saying, and I believe I can name a deck that has no win cons that I've seen played. It was the blue-white decks that used to play the vial that shuffled their graveyard back into their deck, and that was the win con, was basically controlling the game, making sure your opponent drew all the cards in their deck. Not saying it's my favorite format I've ever seen played. I think I might be going down to 5 cards here. Not what you want to be doing going into a game 3 when your team's already a match down.
Yeah, but luckily, if Sarah's making this mulligan, we're happy because we actually get to mulligan, right? Like if we just had a bad hand, or a hand that doesn't get the job done, we're just losing anyway. So now, we can at least have a chance at winning. And if Sarah has something like, like a Skrelv into a Jawbone Duelist, that's 4 Toxic on turn 3 if we go for it. And it looks like she has something similar.
Rot Priest plus March. We spoke about how good that can be moving forward there. Well, there's the Jawbone off the top as well, just as you said. We got lots of options for turn 1 as well here. Okay, this is as 5-card hands go. This isn't bad.
Yeah, no, I mean, one of the nice things about these decks that are like so mana efficient is that you get to like actually have playable hands when you mulligan. And one thing I've been telling people a lot recently is like, if your deck doesn't work when it's mulliganing, it's probably just not a good deck. And like it's a sign of a great deck when they can mull to 5 and still have great draws like this.
Okay, we're going to get in there. That's 1 point. Obviously, 3 is the key. That's the first step we want to get to. What do we want to deploy? And what are we soft to? Temporary lockdown next turn, that could come down, but are we seeing in hand there is a destroy evil, so that would be a really good answer, like a follow-up answer to that.
We need to draw an actual white land. We have the Seed Core, which works for Phyrexians, but we don't have actual white mana. One of the problems with the Bant Toxic deck is it plays a very, let's say, ambitious mana base. So we're going to now go up to 4 Toxic.
Yeah, this double striker, especially when you pair it with Skrelv, which adds an extra +1 toxic to it. So it's actually 4 toxic every time it connects. It can really grow pretty quickly. And now on the other side, we're seeing getting flashed in. Now this is one that I've seen popping up a little bit here and there. I'm trying to find the name of it. If I can find the actual deck list, here it is. It is
Capsule Flinker.
Yep. Now tell me what that one does.
Capsule Flinker has 3 modes. You can scry and gain life, you can exile a graveyard, or get a +1/+1 counter for each creature left the battlefield this turn.
You're so good at this. I haven't even been able to find the card yet. But
my brain's very normal. It's very normal, I would say. I'd say invite me to your parties. I'm a good time.
I like to party.
Yeah.
Okay, what we got going on here? Right, I finally got the deck list up for me. 3 copies in the main, and we're not scared. We're turning them sideways.
Yeah, I like it. Capsule Flanker is actually a card you sometimes see in Pioneer because it's also a cat for the Kahira sideboard. So it does a little bit of a lot of places. Also, you see it happens in Convoke as a way to answer cards like the Phoenix deck, but also if your opponent wraps you, you can play this, and it's all in one place, but you get a pretty big creature.
Yeah, and it looks like we're willing to throw under the bus into the double striker. We don't want to be taking 2 more toxic. Doesn't line up well with just the 1 toughness here, but we got to do what you got to do. Missing on lands here is a bit of an issue. Here comes a Field of Ruin added to the battlefield. There's another land. It does produce white. Sorry, white blue. I believe that's the one. Okay. Lots of options in hand, though. Are we just going to go straight to combat? We're having a little count.
Yeah, we're seeing. Is that a Prairie Stream or is that Prairie Stream or is that Restless Anchorage? What's going on over there?
It's very beautiful. Very beautiful.
Yeah,
art.
it's great. I love that art.
Okay, let's turn them sideways. 3 damage, 3 toxic if these connect.
And we're at 4 toxic, is what this is saying.
Yeah, 4 toxic currently. Okay, we're going to try starting off with a Get Lost on the Jawbone. Sawbone.
Yeah, a little surprised not to see Sarah deploy the Rock Priest at the start of all this. I kind of thought that was going to be her line to play around removal / force Ken's hand. But I guess we're charging the lines. Makes sense.
Being very patient with it. I think we see double removal spell, double counter spell in hand, plus a Wandering Emperor. So now we've got the ability to play both here. So that this is a nice juicy target for that negate.
Oh, this is it's so over. We're gonna get negate probably into Flash and the Wandering Emperor and just exile this Crawling Chorus. And Chorus is such a pesky threat because if it dies, it leaves behind a Might, but exiling it does not. So now Ken has stabilized the battlefield. Now Sarah has a handful of threats. We missed on those land drops, but it is a tough place to be.
Okay, so we're just going to deploy the Rot Priest. Of course, Rot Priest, whenever we target a creature, we can put a 1 toxic counter to our opponent. what else are we leaving up here? So we've got a way to bounce it back, which will trigger, plus the proliferate. And this is where things get a little dicey, right? A little scary moving forward. And we're going to go for the bounce and the turn, see if we can get the token off the battlefield. This might be a good enough target to counter. Having a little look which one we want to use. And it's going to be the we don't want that. We're going to into exile, kind of leaving up the other abilities on this new one. People calling it Cryptic Command. What were your thoughts on this? Bear in mind, I played with Cryptic Command, so I have an opinion with it. But
yeah, I've played Cryptic Command too. Cryptic Command is much better. This card's much more versatile though. Like the ability to play it on turn 3 matters a ton. It's modern day Cryptic Command, right? Like you only get 1 mode for 3 mana, but for 5 mana you get 2, and that flexibility matters a ton. So it's nice.
Okay, we're cracking one of these maps, adding a +1/+1 counter, meaning it's now going to be a 2/3, which is a great sized attack into that samurai on the other side, just a 2/2 vigilance, while leaving up 2 mana. But we're gonna fully tap out. We're saying, have you got it? Skrelv Hive coming down here. This is a great threat if it can stick, but it is not going to stick. Now we are no cards in hand, just mercy to our own draw step. It might look like a Sunfall, maybe. Just a quick flash there.
Yeah, Sunfall would be nice. Memory Deluge would be nice. The Wandering Emperor would be pretty good.
So how do we kind of navigate this? Like, would we play around Cat Magic, play around Wraths? Would we find a Wrath of last turn? Or do they want us to deploy more to the battlefield? Can we deploy more moving forward? We've got a good arsenal of spells in our hand. Just if we deploy them in the wrong order, we're going to get real. We're not going to like the outcome.
For sure. By the way, we talked about our mirror match in Modern. Garrick's already won game 2. They are going to game 3. So there will be a chance, Sarah, her team can still win this. We thought maybe with Brickman, up a game in the blue-white mirror might be able to win it that way. But here we go. Crawling Chorus gets deployed.
Why are we not tapping the seed core for these and leaving up the like white mana, so to speak? Is there a reason for that? Seed
Core can grow the creature, so maybe that's the plan. I don't think Seed Core triggers Rot Priest. It's been a while since I've read Rot Priest.
No. It's got to be a 1/1 creature for it to target. And
that's right.
Yeah. 1/2.
But does that trigger the Rot Priest's ability of targeting? I don't think it does. I think it's this when a spell targets. Whenever a creature becomes the target of a spell. Yes. Okay. So the Seed Core doesn't just trigger for 1, which I thought maybe was the reason.
Okay, so we're happy to get like a little trade here. That's what we're going to pump it into a 3/2, so it gets the samurai off the battlefield. Oh, it might just be double land in hand. That might not be a Sunfall. It might just be the Art of Planes that I'm seeing.
I think you're right, and it looks like we're going to Field of Ruin now. So this will also open us up to animating our Restless Land in order to block. It does give Sarah another mana on the end of turn, so she can just charge the might, get some more infect creatures. But it freezes up in different ways.
Yeah, this is a really close game on both sides. You know what I mean? One misstep for both players here. One bad draw could spell the end of this match, and then it would all come down to that middle match, that modern blue-white control mirror that we've got happening. Negate was drawn for a turn. Perfect timing to be able to answer this. Untap. Another land. I think that's a coast, and going to come into play tapped if it is deployed this turn. We're going to map token on the Rot Priest. Reveal. Add another counter, so that's going to be another snare that can be drawn next turn.
Looks like we bin the snare.
Well, we've got one in hand as well. I wonder if we're trying to set up for a phasing out turn here, because that's another one. That's 6. Phase out both. That's 7, 8, and then damage. So if we can connect one more time with both these creatures with just 2 land in hand, I suppose there is a creature land that can go on blocking duty here. Playing it slow. I love it.
Yeah, Ken just on land. Sarah with discharge might still just gets to, like you said before,
Wandering Emperor. Wandering Emperor's the draw. But now it's really awkward if we target. If anything targets and then we just phase out in response, that's just lethal.
Yeah, but if Sarah ends a turn charge the mites, needed to play that land there. By not playing the land, we can't animate the anchorage, which means we are actually just dead if Sarah plays the charge of the mites. No reason to hold that land.
Good,
But
good ping there. Oh, okay.
all right, nice.
Now,
All right,
now we're playing the land.
all right, looks like we. I guess we motioned like going to beginning of combat or something. I don't know. Here
But
comes the.
you phase out both creatures here. So blue, play 1 blue, discard phase 2. That's 2 to you. Yep. And then untap. You got four creatures, 1 blocker.
And that's game because we have a
There is
land in
taking it
hand.
down. Okay, it's going to come down to it. Is it going to? Who's going to be able to win the mirror match of blue white? Remember, both teams on the same deck. This is Team Flex slot. Moving across to it here, we've got Narsets, we've got Teferis, Leyline Bindings.
So we just resolved Days Undoing, and we have the Narset, and we Leyline Binding Brickman's Narset. So this Days Undoing is going to be a draw set for Garrick, and probably just a draw 1 for Brickman because he probably didn't draw anything this turn.
Well, and I thought we just saw the toxic deck win. This is toxic as it gets in this mirror match. That's so okay. We came in at a good point, but this is going to be brutal. Draw a fresh 7 set. Your opponent can draw 1, and a lot of ponders in hand there. I actually really want to get these out of ponders, but obviously they spiked horrifically once they got unbanned. So I'm kind of damn. But if I'm going to buy them, maybe I'll buy them next time in America on the NRG website. That's where you can pick up all your, the new cards that are printed, that are, especially with Modern Horizons 3 coming out. RIP my bank balance. Narset was the draw on time. Oh, Days Undoing.
We Days Undoing back. We have Teferi 3 in play. It's all good. Like, we'll both have no cards in hand, but at this point, Brickman, that's so good. That's like literally the best draw.
That's cool.
Yeah, you just have to play it. I mean, I guess, so you have Teferi, but you already minus the Teferi in order to get the Narset back, so you can't do it in the draw step, which would be the actual best time. Are we waiting?
I think we got a force of negation.
Yeah,
in hand.
Garrick has too many cards. We cannot. I mean, I guess Brickman's waiting. We know there's a Leyline Binding in the hand that could have potentially get this Narset, which means you have to fight over it. This is I understand where Brickman's coming from, but it's very greedy.
Maybe you need to get greedy in this mirror match. Everything on the line for your whole team. One of them wants to have a 4-0 record going into the next round, giving themselves the best possible chance. Because, of course, it is 7 rounds today.
Garrick, you've been playing so fast. I need you to do more than 1 card a turn on Narset. It's just you've been playing lightning speed, and then Narset. It's like, let's take a minute, one at a time. Live it up.
Counterspell added to hand. It's really cool to see like all the American players. You've all got these like really nice counter spells from the Magicon. Well, we haven't had the one in Europe yet, so there's like they're not in circulation over here. Okay, here comes Leyline's Binding.
Yeah. Yeah, we see Brickman has Counterspell and Force Negation. I imagine the cards are interchangeable, so I would lean towards playing Force Negation because it's 3 mana, but the other control experts.
You don't have to worry about, obviously, we just saw a counterspell found off the Narset, but with Teferi on the battlefield means that it cannot be deployed now. So, yeah, that's going to get exiled. Hard cast Subtlety. This is going to be the counter magic.
Yeah.
Now we're going to see that play, I imagine. And look, realistically, best card off the top is a land, I guess. So we could play a land into a Narset. Solitude was the draw, though.
Garrick has another Days Undoing in hand. I don't know. If my opponent kept asking about the Teferi, I definitely would have just cast Days Undoing. It would have got countered. But yeah, we're going to see the draw step Days Undoing. That means Garrick has no cards in hand. Brickman's going to draw 1. Just 1, because the other opposing Narset's in play. Now, the Kahira could get picked up and played. That's going to just be the turn, assuredly, because there's no other plays.
I don't hate that. That's not bad. That's going to be apply pressure to the board. Production. How much time is left on this round? Just out of interest.
I'm going to guess 12.
I'm going to go with 8.
Price is Right rules. I'm going to lose.
9. Okay, I'll take it.
Ooh. Speaking of taking it, whiff on the Narset is huge for Garrick. That is massive.
That is not where we were. Oh, hold on. The one card that was drawn for Justin was Counterspell, and we were able to hit that Cura.
Well, land. Yeah, land, and now we can just put in our own Kahira. No reason not to. Oh, it's Guy Reach Sanitarium is that weird land. That's why we're not doing it. Okay.
Oh, are we hard locks?
Yeah, I think now Garrick never gets another draw step. And as long as Brickman doesn't destroy his Teferi, Garrick can never respond. So that flex slot. That might be a concession.
Flex lock, yeah. You realize that's the hard lock. Flex lock takedown. Congratulations to them. I think we're gonna get one of them in for a winner's interview this round, where just I want to know more about flex slot. I've seen it floating around quite a bit on Twitter now, so we can get a word from the actual people that are not only sponsored by, but a big push behind them. So we're gonna get George in to have a talk about that. So if you've got any questions for them, let us know. It kind of went how we thought it was going to be. I feel like Humans was going to be favored. I felt like Toxic, and then the literally the same control mirror is a toss up. Who can get that lock first? Coming in, Narset, Safaris, Days Undoing, madness happening. But I'm glad that we managed to show it to you all here. And that's not going to be it, because we've got more rounds after today. 3 more rounds, then a cut to top 8. So that's 5 rounds for everybody that's really good at math out there. But this is going to be the last round for me and Mason after this interview, chat. So it's always been a pleasure as ever to be in the booth and share it with you, Mason. I'm going to get my thanks out the way nice and early so we can get more magic action for everybody. And if you do have any questions for Flexlot, let us know. So we've seen 5 games of Magic today. We saw May take it down. We've seen the Pioneer, Standard, Modern. What's got me your highlight today so far, Mason?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably going to be that round one of the round one, the finals we watched this morning. I mean, we both thought May was dead, sure in game 2, but definitely in game 1. That was my favorite, and it was awesome to commentary with you. Can't wait for the future. It looks like George is ready to interview.
Let's go. Let's get down to George. How are we doing, George? I need to start you in the booth with Will and Mason. We're going to ask some questions. Obviously, we just seen that match up there. It was a coin flip on who was going to draw better it is. But we're going to try and talk to you about Flex Slot a little bit here. My first thing is, one, I see it all over the place on Twitter. It's a good word on the promotion. And I love that you've got it on your arm. We were talking about, it's great having T-shirts, but you don't really see that in Magic the Gathering when it comes to coverage. Having it on your arm like that is such a big brain play. Love to see it. So can you just give us what is Flex Slot? Let's start with that one. What is Flex Slot?
So FlexLot is started as a sideboarding guide website. So you've seen sideboard guides. Everybody kind of knows what they are if they're in the Magic competitive scene. Right, you've got your 60 card main deck. Sometimes it's 80. You've got your 15 card sideboard. But that's not where the strategy ends. That's not all you register for an event. You have to map out, you have to prepare what other people are going to bring, make sure your 15 cards and your 60 cards make sense for what you expect to play against. And that's kind of the hard part. I think that's what separates, you have a good deck versus you have a good plan for an event. And so a lot of times these cyber guides are on Excel sheets or Word documents, wherever it is. They're difficult to digest. Sometimes they're difficult to disperse around your friends or your patrons or whoever it is. And so I built this website that'll allow people to do that a lot more interactively. There's drop downs, there's UIs, there's drag and drops, there's card images. And so a couple years ago when I started making sideboard guides and publishing them and dispersing them around the community, I kind of got frustrated with the existing workflow of Excel sheets. I already do that enough at work sometimes, and I want my hobby to be fun and my work to be work. So I thought, hey, maybe I can help improve this environment a little bit about making sideboard guides, and so that's where it was born from. It was born from my own need, and I figured, hey, this could be something that the rest of the community uses as well.
Great.
Yeah, it's great. So I guess my big question to you is, if I'm someone, can I go to FlexSlot and read other cyborg guides like you talked about? Is there a page there? What's it like for someone who hasn't visited the website before?
Yeah, so right when you get to the front page, first you'll log in, and then you can also see any public cyborg guide that someone's published and made public, which a lot of people have been doing. You can see public decks that people have just posted if it's just a deck list without a sideboard guide, though I'm not a big fan of that. I like my plans to be cohesive. But also there's different integrations with other services out there. So there's a Patreon integration and a Twitch integration whereby you can say, hey, I want to keep my existing workflows. Like I have Twitch subs, that's where I want to focus my time and energy. Or I have Patreon subs, that's where I focus my time and energy. You can just link your Patreon account or your Twitch account and then have your content be kind of locked behind that and say, hey, only my subscribers can access my content. So there's a bit of public stuff on there, and then there's a mix mash of content that's locked behind Patreon and Twitch as well. And then as soon as you go in, you can You just upload your deck list, you get taken to the sideboard guide interface, you can import all of a given format's metagame. Let's say you've chosen Pioneer or Modern or Legacy, what have you. You just click the button, it'll import you the top 10 or 15, whatever it is, decks, so you don't have to like think about that. You don't have to import that. Just I tried to make as little copy pasting as possible. I wanted everything kind of just to be integrated, and so to empower the creators and the players themselves.
So you're making it easy for us, which, as a creator, that's what we want. But also as a player, that's what I want. The amount of times that someone does well in a tournament, posts it on Twitter, they're like, "Hey, here's my list, here's my cyborg guide," and then it gets lost in the Twitterverse, right? If I'm not one in the first 10 minutes of seeing it, it's gone forever. Yeah. Having a set place where we can all upload, and it doesn't have to be Hall of Famers upload. It can also just be players that win the the FNMs, and everybody's just got guides, and we can work on it as a community. That's really, really good because I've got a day job. I can't sit around playing Magic continuously as much as I want to. I can't do that. So having, people that have got full-time jobs, being able to a place to go, someone's put the time and effort into that deck already. You can't just take the list and try and hope you best. I think that you know better with the sideboard. There's an actual list there, guide for you. That's so awesome that you came up with this idea. You basically took 2014 into 2024 and kind of like, look, why let's use technology to our advantage. So huge. How if I had a cap on, I'd take it off to you, my friend, because that is a great place, great resource, and a great community asset. And I'm all here for the community. So hats off for me. Any other questions, Mason?
No, I'm good to go. I know George is used to going to time in the round. He had a little bit extra. I want to give him what it's like to just get a couple minutes to breathe.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I appreciate the kind words from both of you.
No, obviously, hats off. Keep doing the great work you're doing, my friend. We're going to let you get off to your team and, kind of refocus, get ready for that round number 5 as we're going to head back to the booth because I can hear everybody kind of calling the time in the round.
Thank you both.
Appreciate it. And as we come back to the booth, as I said, this is our last round. I'm Will Hall. That is Mason Clark. We appreciate all of you being here, but we hope that you stick around because, of course, we're going to pass off to the next set of casters who are going to do an amazing job, and they're going to carry you through to find out which team is going to take this down, advance, get themselves into the end of year finals, get themselves a trophy, get themselves a bunch of money, and for who all the other teams getting a bunch of points to get on that leaderboard. Any last words, Mason, before we call it to an end?
No, it was great to commentate with you. I'm glad I got to see sort of the last pure modern tournament, right? Like the next big modern tournament is Modern Horizons 3. In a lot of ways, we didn't really mention this. May won the last solo modern. Obviously, we have modern today, but she took it down, living in sort of the last cap of Paper Magic. Very cool to see. And I'm excited to see in the booth with you, when MH3 comes out in just a month. And, we'll be here on June 22nd and 23rd for that. So catch us around then.
Cannot wait for that. So stick around, everybody, gentlemen, and enjoy more NRG. That is it from us. See you soon.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the NRG Championship Series. We are here in Indianapolis with a team event. I'm Corbin Hostler, joined by Devin O'Donnell, and we are here to bring you home through the last stage of this tournament, through the stretch run today. We've seen some excellent team trios action so far, and I'm excited to get to watch it play out the rest of the way with you, Devin.
Absolutely. This whole weekend has been amazing. We got to watch May French take down the Modern Showdown yesterday with Living End. She put on one heck of a performance, and it was an absolute blast to watch. And I'm very, very excited to see what these teams have brought today. And we're going to be starting with the Modern seed here, Corbin. We got a little bit of Amulet Titan and 4-color Omnath, kind of a sort of a classic matchup, I guess, is as classic as you would call it. And very, very excited to get to look at that. But before we do so, I don't know if we have time to get to a slide real quick. We can take a look at the leaderboard just so we can give you a very quick overview of what we are looking at here. So you see Dom Harvey, players in yellow are already qualified. Dom Harvey, Sean Gallagher, and Matthew Hoey taking down a couple of our events. Dominic Harvey, just the man can't seem to lose. And, the rest of the names that you see on here. So, yeah, very, very excited to see what we have here.
Yeah, these are the superstars of the NRG series right here, right? Like these are players we've watched. We've commentated their matches. We've seen some incredible matches out of them. And you're going to see some people moving up, right? This is going to get updated this weekend. May picking up more points this morning, winning the title. And after this event concludes, we'll have some more players to get moving up and down this list. We've got the event coming up in June will be the end of the first season. And that will be an opportunity for all of these players to take stock of where they're at and really advance for all of those end of the year prizes that we have coming up. But yeah, I think we might be ready to get down to the modern match here where we have two players as part of their teams sitting in the middle seat here playing Modern. We have, let's see, make sure we're okay. It looks like the seats may have been a little different than we thought, but it looks like we might have, if our graphic is right, at least Fletcher Johnson on the left here with 5-color Omnath, Adam Washburn on the right with Amulet Titan. We will verify that we have the names right and the seats right, but we are off and running here in the round, and things get started off with the classic Arboreal Grazer, Urza's Saga over on the
Yeah, I
right side.
believe I believe the team names are correct because I know it's very very strange sometimes with melee. Melee and teams, it's very weird because if you click on it only shows one of the players
Yeah.
in melee, so you have to click on the name to expand the whole team. But yeah, we have Fletcher Johnson on 5-color Omnath and Adam Washburn Moses on Amulet Titan. Like you said, we see turn one Grazer for Saga here. And this matchup is really all about Solitude. I think that maybe is one of the most important cards from Fletcher's side of things. There are 4 copies in here, and another big one is Elishnorn. You know, the question is,
Mhm.
Can Fletcher stave off enough of this early pressure to get Elishnorn into play? Because I mean, looking at the deck list for Adam here, I mean, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not seeing an outtake a game one Elishnorn, and that one can stop basically everything, right? Valakut triggers, Primeval Titan triggers, so that could be something that Adam is definitely looking towards.
Yeah, that is one of the key. There's definitely a few key ways, you're right, for the Omnath deck to interact. That said, if you are the Amulet player, you always have the option of just going faster, of outracing anything but Solitude, right? Of trying to get ahead of Omnath and it's sort of progressing its own game plan. And this is a pretty good way to do it. Your Saga ticks up to 2. You throw down a Dryad of the Elysian Grove, so you can play another land, which is a second Saga. So lots of different paths moving forward here for Adam.
Yeah, this is about as good as it gets for the Amulet player. And the one thing that I will mention is the sagas are on 2 different chapters. So
Hmm.
the next turn, the first one is going to go to chapter 3. That will almost certainly go ahead and pick up a copy of Amulet of Vigor, and the second one's going to be delayed a bit. And as a matter of fact, the first one's going to be delayed a bit as well, as we see Teferi go ahead and kind of sort of stone rain Adam here, make him pick up that saga. And that is it buys Fletcher a good amount of time. It's not, you know, it's not the game breaking. It's going to end the game on the spot. But if we see a Solitude take care of a Dryad as well, that will also protect the Fairy. Very good sequence here for Fletcher as we try to, you know, like I said, Fletcher just really wants to stave off not dying on turn 3 or turn 4 and really
Hmm.
get to that Elishnorn.
Yeah, look, this is what the Omnath deck wants to do, right? Just kind of plays out its spells, it makes its land drops. Eventually, bigger things come down, but it does it very, it progresses its own game plan while controlling to an extent, at least the most damaging threats. And that's why you see Adam here has not been able to go
Okay.
completely wild, but does throw down and explore. So you can explore 2 Urza Saga.
Yeah, one thing we didn't really discuss a little bit here, Corbin, is the
Hmm.
saga tokens. Now, typically, this is, I would say, probably like the third or fourth plan for the amulet deck. They really want to be either killing you with Primeval Titan or with Dryad Valakut triggers. But
Hmm.
3 Ursa sagas, that makes a lot of constructs, and that can be a lot of pressure. And it's not clear that Fletcher can answer all of that pressure.
Yeah, and that's what I was thinking. You think of Amulet, right? And everyone knows, oh, Amulet Titan. They play Amulet and they play Titan, and then you die, right? But not always. Sometimes Urza Saga just does Urza Saga powerful things, and that's pretty good in Modern, it turns out. Especially in this Modern, where people kind of pitch free cards out of their hand. Everyone does this flurry of resource trades in the first couple turns, and sometimes it's whatever's left over. And constructs are pretty good at being what's left over.
Yeah, I did get a glimpse of Fletcher's hand. It looks like Fletcher has a copy of the One Ring, which I would imagine is going to get deployed this turn, which will, let him draw a couple of cards, maybe find some answers to those construct tokens. Looking at the 5-color Omnath deck list, as far as removal is concerned, you know, the 4 Teferi Time Ravelers that can go ahead and bounce a construct for a turn, the
Hmm.
Solitudes, and then 4 Leyline Binding, 4 Prismatic Ending, and then along with 2 Supreme Verdict as well. So, you know, Fletcher is, I guess, sort of well prepared for these saga tokens if they are to come down. And you would have to imagine Adam is going to go ahead and make one right now.
Yeah, he's definitely going to need to find a path to victory here. It looks like 1, 2, 3 cards in hand or so. Whereas Fletcher just kind of setting up. He's got almost everything he can want at this point. plenty of cards in hand. So the pressure is definitely, I think, on Adam at this point to sort of become the beatdown and find a way to press forward.
Yeah, and this Urza Saga is going offline. If we take a look at the deck list, the options available is, Adam is going to go ahead and grab a copy of Amulet. The only other one that could be available to grab off of Saga is the single copy of Expedition Map, which usually you only want if you want to get another Saga. But Adam's already got 3 Sagas, so I think we're kind of already Saga flooded at this point.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll see what he does to try to get back into this one. Staring down a couple pretty powerful cards on Fletcher's side. Adam's definitely going to need to find a way out of this and get ahead. Just get something onto the board, right? Like the 0-3 and 1 construct is not where you want to be yet, but needs to find a way to get ahead. So if you are Fletcher, though, things seem to be going pretty well for you, right? You've got down your early cards. You haven't died on turn 3 or 4. What is the next step in this one out? Well, I'd say that. Here we go. It probably involves answering Primeval Titan.
See, this is interesting though, because Fletcher does have protection this turn. Fletcher last turn did go ahead and cast that 1 ring. So,
Mhm.
this Primeval Titan's going to hit the battlefield, even if it goes, gets a little hasty and maybe there's a Dryad cast, or I'm not exactly sure how far Adam can go here, but no matter what, Fletcher has that safety net of I cannot die this turn, which is got to be a reassuring thing if you're Fletcher here, especially when you see this Primeval Titan come down. I think I caught a quick glimpse of Adam's hand, and I believe Adam may have drawn the Haste land, the Slayer Stronghold. So,
Mhm.
maybe wanted to go towards the Hasting the Titan, but perhaps did not have the ability to do so because he drew that Slayer Stronghold.
Yeah, and we see bounce lands involved here for Adam, but it looks like Adam is just passing the turn back. Wasn't able to, as you said, get that hasted Titan going. Wasn't able to start pulling out a million lands out of his deck. Still playing as fair as it can be, a very fair game for Amulet Titan, which has to feel good if you're Fletcher. You untap now, fan the hand. You've got a lot of cards to look at, a lot of gas to try to figure out how to deal with this. Right, your biggest constraining issue is going to be your mana with those 4 lands and of course whatever you have in hand. How do you both answer the Titan and then set yourself up for when Adam untaps and has access to a bunch of mana and possibly make some more constructs? That's the line that Fletcher's trying to figure out. It feels like he's got all the resources he needs. He just needs to figure out how to line them up.
Yeah, getting a glimpse of the hand, it looks like Fletcher has a Leyline Binding, a Prismatic Ending, and a Solitude, and those are all very good cards. But like you mentioned, going to
Mhm.
be a little bit gated on how much mana we can produce this turn, because those are the only white cards in hand, which means Solitude has to pitch one of those key removal spells if you want to be able to double spell here. I guess you could just go towards something like binding the Titan, Prismatic Ending, what the Amulet, and save the Solitude for next turn. But we'll have to see how Fletcher wants to go ahead. And the other thing you got to realize is
Mhm.
that those 2 sagas are going to represent 2 more amulets. So it's not even like Prismatic Ending on Amulet. Maybe Adam just doesn't care about that.
True. That's a very good point because it at some point 3 amulets, 2 amulets, it's going to be enough mana to kill you. uh, if it is. So here we go. Step 1, you mentioned it. It is prismatic ending the amulet of vigor. That will at least maybe it's a little bit more difficult for Adam, and we'll see where we go to from here.
Yeah, prismatic ending normally cannot target lands, but in this rare instance, that was a legal target, and it looks like Fletcher's going to go towards the Fable here instead of deploying the lane line binding. Because to the best of my knowledge, I'm going to look at Fletcher's deck list just to confirm, but I don't believe there's a Godless Shrine, and yeah, no Godless Shrine. So that because we're missing black as
Hmm.
the we have like I think I see Temple Garden. I think it's Elegant Parlor, Island Plains, which means there's 4 types. We're missing the swamp type,
Right.
and we don't have an untapped swamp that can also cast Leyline Binding. So binding right now is off the table for Fletcher.
That's right. Yeah, very well said. That binding would have cost more mana, so instead opts to go with the fable. Uh, does still have, I think we called out a solitude, right? So maybe
Yep.
feeling like you have a card to pitch solitude. You have an opportunity here. You know that Adam's most likely about to do some stuff that's just very silly one way or another. And you have to be prepared for solitude is of course a great get out of jail free card, at least for a turn for make creatures. So it's maybe what Fletcher looks to lean on here is Adam surveys the board and tries to
You
figure
want to do
out
something, Fletcher?
what to do. Yeah, we're
Yeah.
going to start with these saga triggers, I imagine, and people think this one through. But here we go. This is going to be a very big key turn here in this middle match.
Yeah, Fletcher's hand, I believe, like we said before, I think it is the Solitude, the Leyline Binding, a Wrenn and 6, and just a couple of lands. So has access to the Solitude this turn, but there's that Teleria West as well. So you have to imagine if Adam gets a couple of amulets here, can maybe generate enough mana off of the Simic Growth Chamber to be able to float some mana, pick up the Teleria West, transmute it, get a pact. And I think the issue here, so there's a couple of things to think about. One is the one Solitude even enough to stave off elimination, to stave off death
Hmm.
this turn? Because if Adam say presents 3 Titans and you can only kill one of them, that's
Right.
not good enough. The other interesting part is last turn, and I'm pretty sure I saw this in Adam's hand. I believe he did draw the Slayer Stronghold, which means, and the other thing is Fletcher doesn't know that, right? So
Right.
Fletcher might have to play the game as if Adam still has access to that Hasteland in the deck. And we see the Solitude's going to take care of the Primeval Titan, presumably.
Yep. All right. Step one, take down the Titan. Step two is going to be figure out how to answer all these constructs if you're Fletcher. But uh, he does seem to live. It doesn't. If this is an attack step, then there aren't more Titans coming down this turn, which is probably about as much as you can hope for when you tap out for your Fable and try to commit to that longer game.
Yeah, we see chump block here for Fletcher, and I wonder if Adam is just going to go ahead and play that Slayer Stronghold this turn, because I think if that is the case, that's probably what's holding him back from not being able to just kill Fletcher outright this turn.
Hmm.
And yeah, there
There
it
it
is.
is.
There's the
Yeah.
Slayers. So next turn, Corbin. Next turn, we got some fireworks.
That's true. Assuming he has the I was checking the colors here, making sure we can activate everything. Uh, but yeah, assuming the cards in hand that they could get. This is a really fun game to watch. Honestly, is watching Amulet Titan play a non-Amulet Titan game. Although I recognize there are in fact amulets and there has been a Titan, but this is just really the power of Urza Saga kind of sticking around, trying to clean up. But of course, Fletcher is now going to hit chapter 2 on that Fable when he untaps. He's got 2 counters on the One Ring. These are very powerful cards. He's going to take some burn from the One Ring, of course, but going to have access to a lot of cards on this turn. Another One Ring might grant him protection, could find more removal. We've got, I think, a long way to go here, but this is going to be a key set of draws for Fletcher.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're sitting in Fletcher's seat, you probably assumed last turn when you said go that you were you were probably
Yeah.
dead to rights. And now that he's got another turn, it's like I don't know what to do. I thought I was going to die. So we're going to see a ring activation in response to the Fable. Very heads up play, so you can actually get the extra
Hmm.
cards that you don't want off the ring. Get rid of those for the Fable. And I believe we may have surveilled another binding to the top. So it might actually be, I think, 2 copies of Leyline Binding in hand. But again, as we've talked about, these Urza Saga has just made so many threats that it's really hard to trade 1-for-1 with these construct tokens. On
Hmm.
top of the fact that you have to answer them, and then you also have to be able to answer the Titan. So that might be a Supreme Verdict in hand.
Well, I was going to say, what we haven't gotten to yet is the fact that the ring damage is not irrelevant at this
Yep.
point. Fletcher's at 6 life, he has 3 counters. You mentioned responding to the Fable trigger, which is nice, of course, too, because the ring makes you pay life in your upkeep. You can still, in your main phase, which is when that saga triggers, you can activate it then without having to lose additional life to get the 3rd card. And then pitching 2 to the Fable. That was 6 new cards plus with the draw step there for Fletcher. That said, still very, very deep in the tank. So it wasn't as clear as, okay, maybe I have another ring. I just slam the ring and think about it later. Lots for Fletcher to consider on this one.
Yeah, if that is Supreme Verdict, that's a really big pickup because you can go Supreme Verdict to clean up the tokens and then hold up Binding for a Primeval Titan. And you have to imagine it if that is what is in Fletcher's hand. That's what we're going to go for here. Getting a bit of an update on one of our back tables. It looks like Benjamin Ungar has taken game number 1 over Don Delosier. That's going to be our Pioneer seat. Is it Phoenix taking game 1 over Boris Heroic? SBC, that looks like a Supreme Verdict to me.
Yeah, and this is a fun one too, because if one of the matches ended, well, the match isn't over yet, but Ben and Don finished their game next to him. Now everyone's looking over, heads over shoulders. Ooh, what do you got? What's going on? Oh my gosh, how have you not won with all those amulets yet? What's happening? Just the team events are fun, right? Like team events are so good. You're playing a fun match like this, you're deep in it, and you've got a sort of a built-in audience to watch you play. Plus, everybody here, we appreciate all of you hanging out with us on the stream on this Mother's Day here at the NRG Championship Series. We are deep into round 5 as we watch these teams sitting at 3-1 battle it out. Fletcher working through a very complicated turn here to try to answer Adam's board, but doing a dang good job of it so far.
So one thing I totally did not realize, we've just been kind of watching this game progress as the every single turn. There was a red and 6 cast on turn 2, and that never got interacted with.
I
There
was
a
I was
red
I was
emblem.
curious about that because it was kind of off the side of our screen. I
Yeah.
wasn't sure exactly if that was in place. So just plenty of land drops in, I imagine, for Fletcher.
Well, and that red emblem is massive because now you can start prismatic ending all these amulets. So now, Adam passed the turn with 3 constructs, a primeval titan, and 3 amulets, and now he's taking his turn. He has no creatures in play and 1 amulet.
Yeah, this was a huge comeback by Fletcher. We talked about it. This is you tap out for that Fable. You're committing to, okay, well, I'll untap and I'll figure it out then. And if I don't untap, fair enough. You got to untap. You did figure it out. This has been an amazing comeback by Fletcher. But now Adam is still, I mean, look, Adam has access to all the same powerful things that Amulet does. And while Amulet can win with the constructs like we were seeing, it can also do broken things more or less. And that's what we're going to see Adam attempt to do here. As Fletcher, I'm not sure. Do we think Fletcher's still? I can't quite spot the hand there to see if it's fully shields down or not.
I think it's a Ren and 6, a binding, and a land, I believe. Oh my goodness. Is
Okay.
this going to be lethal with our Boreal Grazer?
Oh, wow.
My God.
Oh, Arboreal Grazer attack you for 2, I believe, past the turn. 1 ring trigger.
And then the ring trigger. Oh my goodness. Summoner's Pact for our Boreal Grazer for lethal. I never thought I would see it, Corbin.
Oh, wow. What an incredible series if that's how it ends. Oh, man. The 1 ring, it is a burden, is it not? Everyone said, oh, there's no drawback. There should be more drawbacks to the 1 ring. This is looking like a heck of a drawback right now.
Now, it's not over yet. We are in Fletcher's upkeep. The ring trigger is on the stack. Hypothetically, there could be some shenanigans where it's like Solitude. Oh, he drew a Cosmic Rebirth. So if we can get Cosmic Rebirth on the screen, I know a lot of people probably aren't familiar with that card. And did I just pick up the cards? Okay, Cosmic Rebirth. I'm not sure what happened there. We'll get confirmation from our spotter here. But Cosmic Rebirth is a card that returns a permanent from your graveyard to the battlefield if it's 3 or less, and you gain 3 life. That ring, I believe, was on 4, and Fletcher was at 2. So the quick math, 2 plus 3 is 5. 5 minus 4, Fletcher survives 0-1.
Yeah, we'll have to check and see what happened there. But if either way, watching Adam play that game, just sort of Adam just kind of gears grinding every turn, just can't quite get through. But in that case, he was able to make those constructs, send it through, but Fletcher was able to make that play, gaining the life. And you know what? Fletcher Johnson takes it down as a result of that. Untaps, and Adam says, well, you've got all these cards. You just drew another 4. If you've got it, I think you've got it. So they're going to be on to game 2, and we are on to game 2 here in the Pioneer seat, where on the left bin, Unger is taking on Don Delosier on the right on Boros Heroic. And things are getting started very quickly here. Don on the play has the Monastery Swift Sphere as you want, and the cantripping over on the side of Ben. So here we go. Is it Phoenix, Boros Heroic in the Pioneer seat?
Yep. Just a quick note on that last game. I believe that I think Adam actually lost to the Summoner's Pact because I think Adam picked up the blue-green bounce lane and just physically couldn't pay for Pact. It's just a quick update there. But yeah, these are 2 decks that I have played quite a bit in Pioneer. I played a lot with the Heroic deck, played a lot with the Phoenix deck as of late. I think this matchup is generally pretty close. It really all comes down to the protection spells and pacing your threats. Like, you don't want to just run your threat out there without protection. You kind of want to maybe bait your weaker threat first. In this case, Monastery Swift Spear being one of your weaker threats. And Slickshot Show Off is a card that we maybe haven't talked a ton about, but one that has been making waves in several formats. Most of probably the biggest of which is Pioneer, where you just get to the plot. I think that the really amazing aspect about this card is the plot, where you don't have to commit the threat on the turn that your opponent has mana up, and you can kind of sequence your threats in the way that you would like to. And it's especially good in this deck, Corbin, because this deck plays a lot of those protection spells.
Yeah, and you're seeing the power of it now. Here it comes. Big swing Yeah, this was everyone always says, look, free spells are one of the most powerful things you can do in Magic. So plot is a really interesting mechanic because it is not exactly a free spell. You're putting mana into it, sometimes more than it costs, but the ability to play it for free and have that not even a surprise factor, but just sort of overload somebody's resources on one turn factor, like you're seeing exactly here as Dawn gets a huge swing in off of just 3 lands.
Yeah, and Ben's in this weird spot where, Ben probably has a removal spell on him, but he's like, do I even want to cast my removal spell into your
Yeah.
protection? And Ben chooses to fire off the impulse, and Don's like, all right, fine. So, is that a tell for Ben? Does that mean Dawn doesn't have protection, or does she just not want to use it there because she already has 2 other threats in place? So, just a lot of mind games with this Boros Heroic deck versus the heavy removal spell decks.
Yeah, especially in the cyborg games where the Izzet Phoenix deck is just nothing but removal for you. And it's all going to be coming about sort of that key turn and key interaction rather than necessarily just a key card. But here we go. The swing comes in. It looks like that is down to 6 life for Ben, who's just considering here as a 1 spell in hand. We'll send that at a creature. We'll see if Dawn just going to send the show off to the graveyard.
Yeah, and Dawn's in a position where she's not casting any of the. I believe I saw at least a monstrous rage in her
Monstrous
hand,
Rage, yeah.
but she's figuring, okay, well, I have 4 power in play. Ben's already at 6 life. I don't have to cast any of these spells in hand. I can make Ben react to what I have in the battlefield and play into my protection spells, and that's a really good position to be in when you're the heroic player.
Yeah, and look at this. Ben has cast. Look at Ben's graveyard. It's full. It's not full of phoenixes, but it is full. Ben has cast a lot of spells, but you see only 2 lands there. Those two old school steam vents, and a lot of cards in hand still. But at 6 life, you're going to be gated by how many creatures and cards you can answer, and it's not very many with only 2 mana of it. All right, big turn here for Dawn. Has a chance to try to even things up, and really quickly looks like here we go. Play a creature, attack with them. Your go. What do you got?
Yeah, that's the 3rd copy of Slick Shot. Just getting into the red zone. Not a single trigger has happened yet, and yeah, looks like Ben said no actions, and Don's like, all right, go to 2.
Yeah, look
And
at the discipline from Dawn there, right? Because we know that got cards in hand, just play them, attack, not going to get too excited, just attack, make you deal with things.
Yeah, and I think that part of that is because Ben has not presented any pressure. Like,
Yeah.
you can imagine this game is a lot different if Ben has 1 or 2 Phoenixes that were attacking at each of these turns, where Dawn maybe feels a little bit more pressured into going for one of her pump spells or something like that. But because Ben isn't doing anything, she's like, "All right, I'm just going to attack you with my creatures. You're eventually going to have to answer them, and that's when my protection spells are just going to kill you on the spot." Yeah, Ben. I think Ben resolved that cruise and still has not drawn the 3rd
That's
land yet.
just a handful of lands and
Yeah.
nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
Or I'm sorry, a handful of spells and no lands to cast them.
Oh, we found a pathway. Okay.
There we go. Well, this is your mana is precious, and as powerful as Treasure Cruise, a la Ancestral Recall and Pioneer is, when you only have 3 mana and you have cards already, I'm not sure that was only what you needed here. So we'll see. Ben looks like it was gonna start with a removal spell. We'll see where things go. All right, Slick Shot Show Off out of here.
Yeah, Don's just totally okay with that. I think the hand. Don's just revealing the hand. Like, I got you covered, Ben. I got you covered. Doesn't matter what you do. Yeah, so Ben's best play can be Axe, kill 1 creature, discard a Phoenix, leave it on defense. But Don has the Monstrous Rage to give it trample, which will certainly trample over for lethal over the measly 2 toughness of that Arclight Phoenix.
if your Arclight Phoenixes are blocking, it is a good strategy, but doesn't always work very well. Okay, so the Monstrous Rage 2 has been a really nice hold because at any point Dawn could have cast it to just get in for extra damage, right? And perhaps walk into a removal spell or something. And that's what Ben's hoping for, to try to kind of swing parity back once you're on the draw in the matchup. But doesn't work. Very well done by Dawn, as you mentioned it. There comes the Monstrous Rage. That will give it the token. That will give it the pump. And 1 attack swing, assuming they don't miss anything here, should send us into game 3.
Yeah, exactly. So there's the Monstrous Rage. Trample.
Like the roll. Yeah.
Love the roll token. I got to say, those roll tokens are kind of hard to find. I had to go to a couple different couple different local game stores to try and find those. But see, Anger, look, we're going to give them both trample. All right. If Ben's not going to concede, everything is going to have trample.
Hey, you know what, Ben? You're on camera. You've won the first game. You enjoy every minute of it. You earned it because you are 3-1. Your team right now
Love the
is in
block.
the NRG series. You're doing great. But that
Well-
one over to Don DeLozier. And look at this match. If you look across the three matches that make up this team match, things are pretty even back and forth right now. Look at that.
Yeah, we are all square here. I believe I think we're going to go back to modern here for a second. Not sure what productions. We're looking at a couple of different games here where actually, you know what, maybe we go standard a little bit. We haven't seen any standard action. We got a teamer analyst in the hands of Ben Weinberg against Cliff Boyardee playing Azorius Control. Ben up a game on the teamer analyst deck. Standard is a format that we haven't seen a ton of here. It's a format that myself I am very interested in because I am participating in the upcoming regional championship DreamHack event.
Mhm.
And I've been playing a lot of different decks. I do think that both these decks are quite good in the format. And you'll notice there's a couple of Tishana's Tidebinders. Now, if we look at Cliff's deck list, those are all in the sideboard. Game one, I think there's basically no creatures, and then kind of the idea is you kind of sort of pivot into this post board plan where you're a little bit more tempo focused and can kind of dictate the pace of the game a little bit better with those Tidebinders. On top of the fact that there's just a lot of different triggers, like there's Aftermath Analyst, Titan of Industry, Nissa, Fetch Lands. I don't know if you've ever Tidebinder one of those Capenna Sack lands, but it's a good feeling.
Playing with Stifle in 2024 is a great feeling, especially when it comes attached to a Merfolk. But what's been great about Tiebinder is how many archetypes it's made. Like, obviously, I'm a huge Merfolk fan, so I've casted a fair amount and enjoyed it. But it gets you out of everything. In these blue-white control decks, it doesn't just counter, the Stifle these days not only comes attached to a body, but it basically removes the body of whatever you're hitting. Just Tidebindering a Planeswalker and then not having to worry about it is hugely powerful, especially if you're a blue-white control deck that you think you can control most of the rest. That said, you mentioned teamer analyst or aftermath analysts. These analyst decks, they just go over the top of basically everything eventually, and just so much value. And you already see one of the huge ones there, the big drops there on Ben's side, along with the smaller setup cards. So this is a really interesting game. We're deep in it. It looks like 3 cards in the hand of Cliff, a number for Ben. And we'll figure out where he wants to go from here. He's got a huge spread of both cards in his graveyard and in play as well. So we'll see. I'm not sure exactly what they're talking about now, but we're going to resolve this and move on from here.
Yeah, I think we might have walked into a judge call. I didn't even
Okay.
notice that when we were looking at the backup screens. Not sure how long the judge call is going to take. I don't know if you want to stay here, if you want to go back to modern. But in any case, yeah, the teamer analyst deck is an interesting one. It's looks like Ben is shuffling up now. It utilizes Aftermath Analyst, which I don't know if we can maybe get that up on the screen for the lovely viewers at home. It's a 2-mana 1/3. You get to mill some cards, and then you can sacrifice it to return all lands from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Now that is very powerful with these Capenna sacrifice lands. There's a couple of different ones, but for all intents and purposes, they ETB, they sack themselves, and you go fetch a basic. So if you play a couple of those and then play an analyst, you get to mill over more lands. It's just this really powerful mana engine, and then the late game you play towards stuff like Virtue of Strength, which triples all of your basic lands, and then that gives you enough mana to just World Souls Rage your opponent out. But it also has a ton of card advantage. You have Ill-Timed Explosion, which is a card draw engine, and Wrath. You have Memory Deluge, which you can mill over with Aftermath Analyst. So just a lot of stuff going on. And we saw this deck top 8 the Pro Tour and in the hands of Sean Goddard, and a very, very powerful deck that a lot of people like.
And there, you're seeing World Souls Rage put out onto the battlefield now. Looks like Cliff is probably reading that one, if I had to guess. This deck is incredible, and it's also really neat just to have this archetype. It's almost, I don't want to call it combo or ramp, but it is a sort of a unique archetype, and you don't get that a ton in Standard, right? Standard is often mid-range soup, as we would put it. Esper mid versus Grixis mid, and that's sort of the do you play black in your deck or do you play a different color? That was kind of sometimes how these things go. But this Standard has very unique decks, and this is possibly the most unique of all of them. You laid out some of its cool interactions, and then it ends in a giant World Souls Rage. It's very nearly a look. If you called Aftermath Analyst channel, you wouldn't be terribly far off in practice.
Aftermath channelist.
There you go. Aftermath channelist. We're there you go, Devin. We're off and running for the day. I'm in.
Yeah, folks in chat don't clip that. But what's cool about World Souls Rage 2 is yes, it is a win condition, but it's also just like because you want to put the fetch lands into your graveyard, it can also just be kill your creature plus ramp a couple. Like you're seeing here, Ben cast a 4-mana Rage, dealt 2 to a Tidebinder, put 2 lands into play. That's still more Nissa triggers. The fetch lands trigger Nissa again. And it's like, it's just very, very cool that this deck has a lot of top end, but in a lot of spots, the top end is also good in the mid game. So it's very flexible, which you don't usually see out of a ramp deck like this.
Yeah. And the incidental life gain in this deck too is not irrelevant when there's mono red and Boros aggro floating around.
Yeah.
Really neat example of what's possible in standard. Of course, this is big standard, right? We didn't have a rotation last year. They've changed it to be a 3-year rotation on standard. So this is the largest standard format we've had in who knows how many years, right? I don't even know, maybe ever, without pulling out the history book. But there's a lot possible in very different archetypes. Having covered the regional championships over the last few weeks, we've had multiple tournaments where it's just 6 different archetypes in the top 8, and it's a different 6 archetypes.
Yeah, I mean we saw that at the Pro Tour too. I believe the Pro Tour had, I think it might have been
With 6, yeah.
6, yeah, 6. Yeah, okay. So a lot of different decks that people are playing, and look at how many lands. Ben's got a lot of lands over there. The landlord himself. We're looking for some tokens.
He's got a whole box of tokens. Good work. That might be the tables, but this is what we like to see: proper token representation on the board, so we all know what we're looking at.
Yeah, and that's a good point you mentioned. I can't really, and I've been playing Magic for a long time. I can't really remember a standard format that was a 3-year rotation. I think it, at least from as far as I've been playing, I don't remember it, but I'm pretty sure it's mostly only been 2 years.
Yeah,
so.
there was a hot minute where they changed it to a 1-year rotation, and they rotated twice a year. That was a very interesting time period that did not last very long. I don't know if people loved it, but I have covered a lot of Esper mid-range tournaments. So to see Esper mid-range be the most popular deck at the last tournament and then do very poorly as a whole, I was thrilled by, because it means, one, it's great to not just have mid-range soup be good, but it also means that the format was such that players didn't solve it, because the most popular deck was not the best deck not even close.
Right. Yeah,
Esper. All right. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say Esper had maybe not the best weekend. There was a couple of players that did relatively well with it, but yeah, for sure. As we move along here in this game, so it looks like Ben had that big turn, putting a bunch of lands into play, and now we see Fletcher casting a Jace the Perfected Mind. Looks like we're getting the Phyrexian cast of that. If we can get that one up on the screen, that might be a card that maybe a lot of other players aren't familiar with. But yeah, so you can +1 to give a thing a -3/-0, and then the other abilities you can usually it's here as the win condition where you play a Jace, maybe say -4, mill them for 12. Sometimes you Otawara your own Jace and then do it again. But it's also just some kind of a card advantage engine, and specifically against the Analyst deck. The Analyst is a deck that puts a lot of cards in the graveyard. So, there is a good chance that by the time you cast this Jace, not here, of course, but 20 cards in graveyard is not the hardest thing to achieve against this Analyst deck.
Yeah, and then you get upgrade your Visions of Beyond ability. It's pretty good. We're talking a lot about standard here, but this Jace, by the way, holds a really interesting spot in standard, because it actually functions as kind of a, as you mentioned, a win condition, but also sort of like this counter piece to, say, domain decks or other decks. Like just milling people is actually sometimes a viable way to end the game in standard when it's not a full mill deck. But as a piece, Jace has really been effective in that. And I've certainly lost a few times to games I thought I had won, and they just play Jace and mill me, and can't answer that.
Yeah, especially in the Legends decks where they play so many Takanumas, where it's just sometimes they just go, like in the post-board games, they just go Jace, mill you for 15, Takanuma, Jace, mill you for 15, and it's just you just die out of nowhere. So kind of wild.
Yeah. All right. Well, this one, that Titan of Industry, looks like it is getting in there. Cliff is at 5. Looks like life totals are 15 right now for Cliff, 9 for Ben. Mana, you can probably reverse that. It's a lot for Ben.
A lot to a little.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks like the creature's coming into, I believe, at Cliff's face, and we have Iganjo's going to go ahead and take care of that Rhino token. The counter that's on the Titan of Industry, I believe, is the shield counter.
Mhm.
Shield counter is kind of a weird wording where you don't actually have to fully destroy or attempt to destroy the creature. It's just any sort of damage that is dealt will remove the shield counter. So you saw that chump block there with the Tidebinder, that will get that shield counter off, and then maybe allow for maybe a get lost or some sort of other sweeper to be able to clean that up later. I guess Sunfall would kill it anyways. And looking at Fletcher's hand, I think, or sorry, looking at Cliff's hand rather,
Uh-huh.
I think I see just a counter spell and a land in hand. So not a lot going on for Cliff.
Yeah, not exactly where he wants to be. He does have Jace at least for one. I think he maybe activated it here. So, yeah, not a ton of options for Cliff. Is already down a game to Ben Weinberg and is basically dead at any point to World Soul's Rage if you don't have an answer to that at this point. So, definitely getting pretty close. Look at this, though. Instead, fires up the creature lands and turns them sideways.
I mean, Ben's at 9. That's an attack for 5. That's more than
Wow.
half of Ben's life.
Are these map
So-
tokens? Yeah, we get map tokens off of these as well. That those anchorage. So okay, if Cliff can survive this hit, he's got
Yeah.
Ben down to 4.
And notably, Cliff is at 10. This would normally be an attack for 10, but Cheese, I believe, shrunk that Titan for 3. So this is only an
Did
attack for
activate,
7.
yeah.
So Cliff has just decided, you know what? My hand sucks. We're just gonna go ahead and try and race.
Well, if this works, what a play, right? Like what a
Yeah.
line to see as a blue-white player. You go on the beatdown when all else looks lost. Yeah, I don't know if Ben just like took some poke damage this game, or if this has been sort of the from turn 1, Cliff was like, I'm gonna get you down to 0 with these lands, because we had already seen a counter on one of them. So this is a fascinating way for this game to end. We're setting up for a very nice ending, one way or the other.
Now, Ben's hand right now is a blank. There's a land and a negate. Now, Nissa has a trigger. When you landfall for the second time, you flip until you hit an elf or an elemental. Ben, it needs to hit an analyst and not another Nissa. If it's another Nissa, the game's over. If it's an analyst, we're going to gain a bunch of life. Let's see what we hit. That's another Nissa.
Okay.
So, to the best of my knowledge, I believe that is going to be Cliff taking game 2, unless maybe Cliff just for some reason decides not to go for the creature lands. But yeah, even I believe Ben had gained a life off of the land, putting Ben up to 5. But even if Cliff misses on the map tokens on the anchorages, it's still 5 damage. So regardless, and I mean, if Cliff went for it last turn, you got to imagine we're going to go for it this turn.
Oh yeah, no more lies sitting in hand is not helping at this part in the game, and neither was that last card we drew. So there we go, double activate on the anchorages. I think the last card, for what it's worth, might have been Rest in Peace. So that'd be pretty good if you can find it in game 3, but you may not need it here. Turn the land sideways. What is this?
Oh, I missed that. Oh, that's Turn the Earth. I forgot that card gains life. And
Turn the Earth. Yeah, let's put that one up on screen. I'm not
Oh
familiar
my
with that one
goodness.
either.
It's possible Cliff might have missed this. So you turn the Earth as you choose 3 cards in the graveyards. The owner of this card shuffle them, and you gain 2 life. Oh my goodness! What a crazy finish there. So I believe that was Cliff conceding, because Ben would just cast the Turn the Earth and then untap and attack. What a wild finish there, Corbin.
It sure was. Good for Ben. Fooled us, fooled his opponent. None of us knew that thing was sitting in the graveyard. It must have been there before we came in, or we missed it getting milled. But either way, what an ending. Ben Weinberg taking it down 2-0 in the first sheet. Of course, Fletcher Johnson did the same in the second seat with 5-color Omnath, taking down Amulet Titan out of Adam Washburn Moses. And that leaves us here in game 3. Boros Heroic from Don Delosier versus Ben Ungers. Is it Phoenix? Couple creatures in play right now for Don, and it looks like we came into this game with Ben on a scant 1 life.
Yeah, this looks a lot similar to the game that we watched before, Corbin, where it's just creatures attacking into the red zone, Don maybe not needing to cast a lot of spells, and Ben just kind of biding his time here. And yeah, Ben on 1 life here.
Okay, well, here we go. This is not bad. Young Pyromancer is definitely a way. We talked about that game before where it didn't matter what removal spells Ben had no pressure. Well, now Pyromancer both gives you pressure as well as a win condition in the late game. But here we go. The Lightning Axe on the Slick Shot Show Off is going to get countered, but then a Spell Pierce fights right back. And like that, another token goes down, and the Lightning Axe takes out Slick Shot Show Off. Don Delosier might not have a way to deal 1 point of damage. It looks like no cards in hand and just the Monastery Swift Spear.
Well, never mind. That's a God's willing off the top.
What an amazing ending. God's willing off the top. A crazy play there by Ben Unger to get back in the game. Don DeLozier finds the God's willing. That, of course, gives protection to the Swift Spear. That will end the game and end the match in favor of the Weinberg Washburn Moses DeLozier team.
Yeah, that was a wild finish for honestly both of those matches. We saw the blue white control game where Cliff almost was able to turn the tides on that game, and then we also saw that last match. It looks like I believe we are potentially lining up a possible interview. We'll see if we can get more information on that and see if we have players in the booth. But Corbin, that was one heck of a round.
It was. I got to say, team events are great. We're popping into the booth here with this round. We're going to be here with you for the rest of the day at NRG Indy. But that was so fun to just pop back and forth. You see every format, all the cards. Some of the cards span formats. It's fun. It's fun. It's a mix of new and old.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to think about with that, specifically that, the blue white control game. There was just a lot of different things where, Cliff looked like we were able to turn the corner and start attacking with those creature lands, and Ben had that turn the earth, and there's so much going on there. Just an amazing match. And the slick shot show off, that card looked very, very good in the Pioneer match as well. That was a very good showing for that card, and just a lot of stuff to look forward to.
Yeah, been a great tournament so far. We'll see if we can get a winner interview from somebody on that team. But this has been the team events with Standard, Pioneer, Modern. All three formats are in, I think, what is a very fun place to watch for the viewing experience, right? Like we watched an Amulet Titan game that came down to basically not amulets and not titans, right? Those were answered. Came down to whether the other things were going to be good enough. And then we saw that turn the earth, a complete shock out of the graveyard to swing an entire match. So there's a lot of interesting play, I think, going on in all three of these formats, and a lot of really great teams here at the NRG putting on a show.
Yeah, looks like okay, we're taking a look at the area. I believe we may have an interview lined up for you here in just a moment. And we have an interview with Don DeLozier. So, Don, congratulations on the victory there. That we watched a little bit of the game, I think it was game 2, where Ben was missing a bunch of land drops. Talk to me about that game, because you had a couple of spells in your hand that you just kind of didn't really need to cast because Ben didn't have any pressure going on.
Yeah, usually what you're trying to do in these like fair matchups when you're playing Heroic, it's a weird deck so people aren't familiar with it. You're kind of just playing like mediocre creatures and then saying like, hey, you're going to waste mana every turn, I'm going to keep dealing damage to you. Eventually we're going to have some fight, and then I have a bunch of like really cheap protection or pump spells in my hand that are going to stop whatever you're doing. So then you're playing this game of like, their life total keeps getting lower, eventually you have a fight, and you're probably going to win, which is what happened there.
It was really fun to watch. Yeah, honestly, you seem like you have, despite playing the aggro deck, feels like you're almost in control when you're sitting behind those protection spells. And then you also have some games where you just win with them at the end, right? Like at that last game.
Yeah, you just establish control early. You're just a highly proactive deck, so you're just like getting a big board state and just like locking it into place. It's like, obviously it's a little bit different just because the format is different, but it's like similar to like Legacy Delver or something like that, where like Wasteland is fairly analogous to like God's Willing here, where it's just like, it's something to freeze the game in the state where 1 and 2 drops are going to kill him.
Well, that was great. Talk about, if you don't mind, Slick Shot Show Off. How's that been for you this weekend?
So I played an RCQ right after that card released, and then I like made a big tweet where I just like spread out all my cards, and I put the Slick Shot Show Offs above them, and then I said that I won an RCQ with 4 copies of Slick Shot Show Off and 56 other cards. It's absurd for the deck. Basically because I've been playing this deck for a while. It's not good, but I've been playing it anyway. No, I was playing it for a while before this, and the one thing I wanted was like, I really wish I could have like another like really quality 2-drop, maybe something like with haste. Like I was kind of wanting like extra copies of Monastery Swiss Spear. I was just really wanting something like evasive or something like that. And then the other thing that I always wanted was like some possible way that you could like spend mana for a card, but not actually have it on the field yet. And then they did that. They gave me everything I wanted. And then I started killing people with it. It's great.
Yeah, I've been playing quite a bit of this heroic deck, and it is surprising to me how well. I guess it shouldn't be surprising to me, but it's surprising how much the plot matters in this deck more than basically any of the other slick shot decks because there's so many protection spells. And we've even seen some of the Gruul decks kind of adapt that sort of strategy as well. They're playing Blossoming Defense now, and that's sort of they're kind of taking a page out of Heroic's book, and that card has just been amazing. And I think that card is a huge addition to this deck. The other card that I see on your deck list here is 2 copies of Dreadhorde Arcanist. Now, if I recall correctly, I don't believe that was in previous lists, so talk to me about that card.
Well, it was in previous lists. It just got cut for a while, just in favor of the slick shot. People were trying out a bunch of different creature packages. Uh, it it's one of these like highly meta dependent things basically where you're generally going to have like 3 different types of matchups. You have like the ones where you're actively racing and like contesting on the board. You have the ones where you kill them, so like Lotus Field or something like that, and then you have the fair matchups. Basically, Dreadhorde is significantly better in the actually racing on board matchups than anything else, largely just because you can flashback protection spells, and also because it allows you to like have additional copies of your best pump spell, and that usually makes it so that when you actually go for your big turn, which is usually how you're winning those matchups, it just makes that big turn that much better because you're flashing back your best protection or your best pump spell, and they probably die. Because of it. Basically, this is not a thing that should be correct before people were like playing large numbers of Slickshot show off. However, now that there's like the rise of those kinds of matchups, you kind of have to rebuild the deck to have more game against them. And Dreadhorde Arcanist is basically exactly what you're looking for.
Well, that is an excellent breakdown of the deck for everybody looking at home, looking to get a heads up. Don, this has been a great run so far. Congrats to you thus far, and we'll continue to see you play throughout the day. So thank you for taking the time with us, and good luck.
Of course, once we win the event, I have Illuminator Virtuoso Magic the Gathering fan fiction that I'm going to post on twitter.com. It's going to be called the Boros Heroic Deck Guide. It's going to be great. Everybody should be very excited for it. All right, goodbye.
Awesome. Thank you.
Love to see it.
Yeah, that was great. Love that. So this is an awesome deck, awesome player, awesome team. This has been an awesome weekend thus far here at the NRG Championship Series, and we are going to get ready. Maybe take a short break here, and then we will be heading into another match for you here on the other side. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the NRG Championship Series here in Indianapolis. I am Corbin Hostler, joined by Devin O'Donnell Doomwake. We are heading into round 6 of 7 here in this team event, and we've been talking about it. The broadcast has all day, Devin, about how much fun it is to play these team events, especially now that we get in these last rounds with everybody crowded around watching.
Absolutely. Team events are some of my favorite of all time, a personal favorite. And, I'm a little bit jealous that I didn't quite get to go to this particular NRG event. But for the folks at home, if you guys are interested in attending one of the next events that we have upcoming, the next one we're going to have in St. Louis, that's going to be June 22nd and the 23rd. We're going to have a Saturday 10K Modern Showdown, followed by a Sunday 5K Pioneer Trial. But Corbin, that's not all. We have the rest of season 2 in 2024 lined up, ready to go. We're going to have Chicagoland July 13th through the 14th. That's going to be Saturday Modern and Sunday Legacy. September, I'm going the other way. August 24th to the 25th, we're going to be in Madison. It's going to be for a 10K Showdown in Modern and a 10K Showdown Team Trios. September 14th, 15th, we'll be in Louisville, Saturday, 10K Showdown in Modern with a 5K Standard Trial. And then last but certainly not least, November 2nd and 3rd in Indianapolis, we're going to have a 10K Modern Showdown followed by a 5K Pioneer Showdown.
Yeah,
Now,
and of course, remember all of these events, the leaderboard, you get points towards it. You get points towards um, end of year standings and prizes. There's also the Ultimate Guard sponsorship, which includes even more prizes into these main events and side events. So there's a lot that you can have when you come out to an NRG event. Beyond just the main event, there's lots of side tournaments and prizes to get.
absolutely. And speaking of those prizes, what are the players playing for today? First is going to be $3,000. I like the three trophy graphics, a little bit of 30
Yeah, I like
points.
that.
And then, second 1,525 points, and that scales all the way down. And, as we talked about multiple times over the course of the broadcast, Corbin, those points
Mhm.
are extremely important. You get a lot of players vying for those end of year championships. And, it seems like Dom Harvey can't be stopped, but to the best of my knowledge, I don't believe Dom is here this weekend. So players are actually playing for first place this time.
Yeah, and we saw May French take it down this morning in an amazing match final at Plain Living Inn, which was great. So yeah, there's a lot on the line, as you said, but also I just want to say how cool it is, both for the players and for everyone watching, and for us commentating as well. It's just there's something on the line basically in every round of every tournament, right? Not just for that tournament, but you're playing for something larger. You're playing for that end. So even if maybe your top 8 dreams are dead and you're out at an NRG event, there's still something to play for, and that's what makes the whole season really fun. And that's why I'm glad we've got another 4 or 5 stops on the calendar before the championship at the end of the year.
Oh yeah, but what we have to discuss here, Corbin, is we have to
Mhm.
discuss the match at hand, which I believe our players are just getting set up and shuffling up. We're going to be starting on Pioneer this time, and we have Carter Steichen on the left-hand side of your screen playing Niv to Light, and Connor Mullally on the right-hand side of your screen playing Is It Phoenix. This Niv to Light deck has been picking up a lot of steam as of late over the past couple of weeks, ever since the release of Outlaws of Thunder Junction. Brought
Mhm.
a couple key new introductions and a few cards that are in Carter's deck list here. I know you brought up in the interim, excuse me, rather, was
Mhm.
Pillage the Bog. Kind of talk to me about that card.
Yeah, Pillage the Bog from Outlaws of Thunder Junction is just a sweet one, right? Not to mention, we'll start with the art because the art is just cool if you're someone who
Mhm.
cares about that. But look, moving beyond that, it fits into so many decks. You plot the card if you want, you can get it for free. But looking at the top X of your library, where X is twice the number of lands, it scales into the late game. But even as your 2 mana play, right? You can play it and you're going to look at 4. That's pretty good. And then you can just plot it for later so you can get around hand disruption. You can play around a lot of things with it. And if you don't know what you need on turn 2, wait until it's free to cast on turn 8 when you definitely need something specific and you can look at a whole bunch of cards to get it. Yeah. So Pillage the Bog is a very sweet inclusion basically wherever it goes.
Right. Yeah, it's perfect if you're missing land drops, really good top deck later on, and it's hard to find that balance. It's hard to find a card that's good early and late, as well
Mhm.
as good as Pillage is. Another card that I want to shout out here from, I guess, technically Outlaws of Thunder Junction, even though it's from the big score, is Ancient Cornucopia. This is a
Yes.
card that, if we can get this up on the screen, it's a card that a lot of some standard versions of ramp decks have been playing. I've even seen, there have been different variations of the Niv deck, but this is 2 and a green. It's an artifact. When you cast a spell that's 1 or more colors, which happens to be 99% of the Niv deck, you gain a life for each of that spell's colors, and it's a mana rock as well. So it's perfect because it helps stabilize against the aggressive decks. It curves you into that turn 4 Bring to Light, which is
Mhm.
very, very important. You have Sylvan Carried as you see on the battlefield, and just a very, very powerful card that you cast something like a Niv and gain 5 or anything like that. It just really helps you stabilize.
Yeah, we talked earlier too in standard even about how much incremental life gain can matter. That's always something that's mattered as well, and when it comes to say limited formats, and it's just something that when it works its way into constructed, it can turn out to be quite big. And Ancient Cornucopia is great at that. I mean, you look at the card and you think, oh, it's a commander card. You gain life for your 5 color commanders. Blah blah blah. That's really neat. But what it actually is a ramp spell with upside in this deck along with Sylvan Caryatid, where it doesn't really get interacted with via the lightning bolt type spells, right? All the various removal that people play. Well, that's not really going to work against your artifact, nor is it going to work against a hexproof Sylvan Caryatid. And that really gives this deck the ability to curve out that Niv earlier, because if you do use your removal on Niv Mizzet, if you've played Niv Mizzet on turn 4, the value you're going to get off of it is so enormous that it's probably going to snowball you for the rest of the game.
Right. And just kind of general composition as far as the Niv deck is concerned, it is, it says Niv to Light on the deck list. It's more of a 2 light than a Niv deck because, there are only 2 copies of Niv Mizzet Reborn along with
Mhm.
1 Niv Mizzet Supreme. But really, this deck is, I guess you could call it, really, it's just a control deck, right? There's a ton of removal. You have Leyline Binding, Vanishing Verse, Lightning Helix, a lot of sweepers that you can tutor for off Bring to Light. And then your card advantage comes from Up the Beanstalk and Fable the Bear Breaker. And then you're kind of just, a lot of times with Niv Mizzet, it's a lot of people think of this card where it's like, oh, this flashy, 6/6, draw 10 cards. But a lot of times in this Niv deck, it usually only draws like 2, maybe 3 cards tops. And that's just kind of okay.
Yeah, you talked about Up the Beanstalk. That's one of the huge ones, right? So it just makes all of those plays even better, no matter what you find off of it. But here we go, Vanishing Verse. Going to try to take out the Ledger Shredder, and we're going to run into, thinking about it over on Connor's side. But yeah, I was going to say this is basically an ideal start over here, or very close to it for Carter, just kind of making your lands, making your mana, making your card advantage, and facing down no Phoenixes at all. From pretty good spot to be.
Yeah, I think Connor took a couple of mulligans there. And you see Connor actually put that Galvanic Iteration up to the front. So he'd cast the Shredder and was thinking about just using the Galvanic Iteration to trigger the Shredder and just cycle. But, chose against it. I think looks like iteration couple lands. And this Niv is, Niv's going to draw a card off of the Beanstalk, and we'll see how many cards. I predicted 2.
Here
Let's
we
see if I
go.
was right.
Wow, look
only
at
one.
that. Okay, just a cycle. Just a cycle. A low roll, if you will, on the Niv Mizzet Reborn there for Carter, but I'm not sure it's going to matter. He seems to be in a pretty decent spot here, in control of this game in terms of engines, at least. So Connor going to have to put something together, and I guess Treasure Cruise is a pretty good way to begin, although tapping out for it means that he's probably not going to be doing anything too explosive quite yet.
Yeah, and honestly, the most important part, like the most important number on Niv, is not in this matchup, not the number of cards it's hitting. It's the 6 in the bottom right hand corner. Because if you look at Connor's deck list, the main removal spell here is Lightning Axe. There's 4 copies of that, and that only deals 5 damage. So
Right.
at the bare minimum, Connor is going to need to pair that with something else. Could be a Galvanic Iteration, could be another red card, another red removal spell, but is not going to be able to trade, 1-for-1 with that Niv at all.
Yeah, and these are all things to keep in mind moving forward. Perhaps for that second game, this one looks like it might be swinging quickly out of reach for Connor as Carter actually just deploys an Omnath. Go ahead and gets a land, gets some triggers off of Omnath, really just showing off the power of the Niv Delight deck right now, just playing all of these really, really strong 4 or 5 mana spells.
Corbin, I feel like I've been lied to. They said it was okay to have Omnath and Pioneer because we didn't have fetch lands, but Carter just played a fetch land, so I don't
You're
know.
not wrong. The fetch occurred, and you know what? They print other cards that do similar things. Right? We've seen the Maestro's lands, and I'm sorry, the New Capena lands over in Standard. Who knows?
See, a free the fake cast. Okay, there's an Arclight Phoenix. That, I mean, could be the start of something here for Connor. Trying to think of the position that Connor is in. How do we get out of that at this point?
Yeah.
It's probably going to involve something like Temporal Trespass plus Galvanic Iteration. You would probably imagine that Connor's not going to be able to do all of this in one turn. Going to need that is kind of the end game that this Phoenix deck is playing towards, where you copy your next spell, you cast Temporal Trespass, take a couple of extra turns. If Connor has enough mana, you could even see something like Iteration plus Flashback Iteration, and then I can't even count how many turns that is, but there's a Phoenix coming back here. But yeah, that's probably what Connor is going to be playing towards at this point.
Yeah, well explained, especially since there he goes for double Prankster, where you were able to put a bunch of cards into the graveyard, but was only able to find 1 bird off of that, right? So I was thinking he was probably hoping for obviously as many as you can get, but if you get 2, you can really start to change maybe how blocks work, or the clock if you want to start doing that. But was just trying to buy time by getting as many Phoenixes into play as possible. Only gets the 1, and that means shields are now down. Carter untaps, has a lot of options, and looks like it might be Leyline Binding to answer that one Arclight Phoenix.
Small victories here for Connor, though. We did get the Spell Pierce, our opponent, who has 7 lands in play, so we'll take those. We'll take those.
Left it open, didn't leave it open not to cast it.
Yeah. Oh God, Yorion, blink the Omnath
Wow.
and the Niv Mizzet, and draw a card off Beanstalk and blink the Beanstalk. I don't even know. I cannot explain. I cannot count how many cards the Carter is going to draw this turn. Can't count that high. Just a grip full of cards here. A couple of Cycle Lands, Hallowed Fountain. Yeah, we're at 22. We could pay a little bit of life. No big deal.
Everything you wanted on this one, and then look at them all come back. Okay, well, here we go. Triggers across the board. Looks like we're going to have an Up the Beanstalk trigger. We're going to have a Niv trigger. We're going to have... all right, here we go. So it begins. Looks like we're counting out 10 cards to Niv Mizzet. What a great start to this match if you're Carter, right? You're getting pretty late in this tournament. There's 7 rounds, and here we are in round 6. This all matters quite a lot. So getting your team on the board here would be huge, especially since it looks like Piper Powell on Gogar Yawgmoth took down Aiden Brantley on Amulet Titan in the modern match, at least in the first game.
Oh, yeah. This Niv, by the way, Corbin, above average. This one hit 3.
Oh, okay, well, you know what? You are...
Evened it out.
Yeah, 2 is what you said, and 2 is the average where we were at in the match.
Carter's going to discard. I have too many cards in hand. Too many resources. I don't know what to do with all these cards. We're discarding Deadly Cover Up against the Arclight Phoenix deck. Well, I guess there's no Phoenix in the graveyard, so it's fine.
Yeah,
still had all these, you know.
This one might not be long for this world. Connor has a ton of cards, but in as Is It Phoenix decks sometimes do, most of those cards don't really do anything. They find cards that do stuff, but you got a lot of work to do here, and it's got a long way to go. So instead of trying to just immediately start cycling, we're going to go for the Picklock and Prankster to put cards into the graveyard. But you said it, no Phoenixes.
Yeah, Connor really needs to try to set up I think it needed to hit a Temporal Trespass and go iteration. Unless, do we have the Trespass?
Oh, we got it.
Okay. Hold.
Well, yeah. It would have been huge if he would have been able to hit a bird or two there, right? A Phoenix, even if he lost his last Phoenix in combat, but instead that Phoenix got exiled, so it won't be coming back. So this is now 2 turns stacked up for Connor playing commander over here, but no Phoenixes to go. But hey, we've got a turn now, mana, and now all of those cantrip spells. Try to see how many Phoenixes you can get in play this turn to start attacking next, to try to end the game over the next turn or 2, which is what you have.
Yeah, the other big issue here is that even if Connor can find some flyers like Phoenixes to be able to attack with, there's 2 flying bodies on the other side of the battlefield, right? Then the Yorion, which is a 4/5, doesn't die to the Fiery Impulse, and then the Niv, as we mentioned before, requires 2 cards just to even if you have Lightning Axe, you need Axe plus something to be able to take care of the Niv. So it's going to be hard, even if Connor can find, say, 2 or 3 Phoenixes, to be able to get the Phoenixes into play and remove both the Niv and the Orion, because like you said, we only have 2 turns after this, and we need to get a lot of power in play to be able to threaten lethal over the course of those 2 turns.
All right, here we go. Treasure Cruise, draw 3.
Yeah, now in rare circumstances, sometimes Phoenix does play 2 copies of Trespass. I will note there is only 1 in Connor's deck. So that 1 Trespass is, now that it's gone, it's gone for good. We don't have another copy of that.
Yeah, especially with the iteration, it was the 1 card that Connor was able to keep in his graveyard from all of that, which it does have flashback for 3 mana. So that's going to be an option available. Connor now looking like is about to move to what would be his last turn, I believe. So going to have to find something very soon here.
Now, it's been a while since we've since Carter had a turn, but I remember, I feel like the Niv hit a Vanishing Burst, I think, but I can't remember 100%. So there's the Leyline Binding too here for Carter. So I think there still might be a Vanishing Verse, but the carried it cannot tap for mana because it was returned, but it was flickered by the Orion. So
yeah, but that will keep at least some of the card draw away, getting rid of that Ledger Shredder. A second one arrives, and there is an Arc-like Phoenix into the graveyard for Connor.
Okay. So this is Connor's last turn, I believe.
Yes,
yeah,
and it sure is, isn't it?
Literally the last turn.
All right, well, Carter Steichen takes it down with Niv to light in game 1 over Connor Mullally. And then the middle match, Piper Powell on the modern, won with Golgari Yawgmoth over Amulet Titan for Aiden Brantley. And in the standard, Grayson Nemitz, Will Kruger Teamer Analyst in the hands of Grayson is up a game. So it looks like we're probably going to head over to Modern here, where we have Piper and Aiden hopping into the second game. Aiden on the play with Amulet Titan and is leading off with, looks like a couple of good lands and the all-important Amulet.
Yep, and Piper leading off. No one drop here for Piper, just a couple of lands. See what she has access to. Let me take a look at the deck lists here. I want to look at the sideboard. So if you look at Piper's sideboard, cards that you would consider bringing in against Amulet Titan, there's a couple of Pick Your Poisons, couple of Force of Vigors, and a Fulminator Mage are kind of the standouts for me. So that's what Piper's working with in potential in the post board games. As far as the matchup goes, I haven't played this matchup a ton. I think the general consensus is that Amulet is slightly ahead, but I'm not 100% positive. So a little bit surprising to see Piper pick up game 1 here.
Yeah, and Piper in this play and turn 2 here just fires off Boseiju on a bounce land of Aiden's.
Love it.
No real value if you look at it that way. But on the other hand, it's called a strip mine in this case, and that's taking 1 mana away from somebody can be pretty good when that deck needs all of its mana. So nice heads up play there by Piper. Doesn't have any further pressure board presence at this moment, unfortunately. So Aiden is still going to be doing some tricks here, and there goes bounce land, add mana, pick it up, add some more mana, play Dryad of the Elysian Grove. That unlocks another land drop, which will be that Cruel Turf. Untaps the Amulet of Vigor, adds 2 mana, picks it right back up. Here we go. Keep going. I guess Spelunking is next, which will allow another land into play. Spelunking is such a fun addition to basically every deck it goes in. And I understand it's probably just Amulet and constructed, but what a fun card. It's big and standard as well. But what a
Oh yeah. Yeah, we saw it in the Teamer Analyst deck in the last round too.
Mhm.
What's funny about the Spelunking interaction here is it actually kind of weirdly doesn't necessarily work the way you want it to with Amulet, where Spelunking says lands you control enter the battlefield untapped, and Amulet specifically says if I can't remember the exact wording. I get it pulled up, but I think
It untaps it once it comes into play. It creates a trigger,
Right.
which is why the
Yes.
bounce lands work the way they do with it.
Exactly. So because Spelunking puts the permanents into play untapped, you don't actually have you can't choose between the Amulet and the Spelunking because the Spelunking already has them come into play untapped. So it's kind of a weird, wonky ruling situation there with the Amulet and the Spelunking. Doesn't come up too often, but there are
Yeah.
both on the battlefield here, so it could come up
Well,
this game.
yeah, you say, well, why does it matter? It's the same thing, right? Well, no, if you have multiple amulets, they create multiple triggers, which allow you to add the mana several times in a row, which you actually can't do when Spelunking just has it in play untapped originally.
Okay, well, I'm actually
Ooh, look at that play.
I have confirmed with Twitch chat that apparently you can choose to have
Oh,
the mana
well.
battlefield tap. I actually didn't know that, so good to know. Thank you, chat. So never mind. But we see Force of Vigor taking care of both of them. So as a matter of fact, it's not going to matter because neither of them are on the battlefield anymore.
Well, it's yeah. I mean, the point is you can do all those tricks with Amulet that you cannot necessarily do with Spelunking. But yeah, you're right. Both of them gone huge Force of Vigor and followed up with another play there by Piper, just deploying all of the hate right now.
Yeah, Rex Sage into Force of Vigor, just blowing up all of Aiden's stuff. But one important thing to note here is that Piper does not, doesn't really have any combo pieces in play. There's no Young Wolves, no Yawgmoth, none of that stuff. And, there is quite a few lands on the side of Aiden over here. So Aiden might just be able to say, okay, well, I don't need an Amulet. I'm just going to cast a Primeval Titan and say, make a deal with it.
Yeah, certainly, because that was a big turn for Piper, and Piper did not have a big play necessarily. The Wall of Roots coming down is not really going to impact the board at all. Looks like a Boros Garrison over here for Aiden. That is one of the key ones, of course, giving the mana for the activations that you need. But we'll see. You said it. I'm not sure that there's much else going on over here. Just a pass back. We've got an 0-5 staring down an 0-3. Modern.
Corbin, I'm going to put you to the test. That
Oh, no.
fancy land that's in play for Eden. Do you have any idea what that could be? I think it might be a Lush Portico. I think
Green white is where I was going to go with that one.
Okay.
That seems the most likely to me as well. My feed is not perfect, but that's what you had to ask me. That's what I'd say.
All right, because At first, I thought it was the full art Celestia Sanctuary, but then when I saw Aiden pick it up last turn, I was like, well, that wouldn't make a lot of sense.
No, and the Celestial, there's the Celestial Sanctuary in the graveyard. That's a different one. It is, in fact, a Lush Portico. Good eye.
There you go.
Every confirmation from the floor.
So that is currently 6 mana in play for Aiden. 6 is the magic number here for the Primeval Titan deck. So see if Aiden has something along those lines. And, like I mentioned, for Piper, really needs to try to get a combo piece in play. This is the turn that she would love to just slam a Yawgmoth here, because even if Aiden taps out for Primeval Titan, without something like an Amulet or a Dryad already in play, not that scary. It's just a 6/6, get some stuff for next turn. So if Piper has a good play this turn, Aiden taps out next turn, then maybe she can set up for a kill the following turn.
Yeah, and what's interesting is that both players sort of had a window to do theoretically something last turn. I think Piper has more options now, but and neither player did anything sort of game breaking, right? There was no wild ramp plays out of Aiden. There were no combo plays out of Piper, and just kind of a sort of an interesting a lot of flurry at the beginning of the game. Then a little bit of a lull, but I think now Piper going into the tank here with access to 5 mana at a minimum might be about time to make a move on this game.
Yeah, didn't quite get a good look at the grip for Piper, but yeah, really wants to play something like, okay, I see a chord, which awkward. Ideally, we'd want a chord for a Yawgmoth, but we have 4 lands and 2 creatures. Oh, the Walroots. Okay, so we can't chord for Yawgmoth if we want to. So that is something that is on the table for her. I wonder if she's thinking about getting a Fulminator Mage. Could potentially Fulminator, say, the Gruul Turf and keep Aiden two more turns away from playing a Primeval Titan. That could be something as well.
Yeah, you have to think. Okay, Aiden has 3 cards in hand. You know probably what 1 or 2 of them are, but I haven't kept track of what's been bounced back to hand per se. But Piper is saying, okay, well, it can't be anything terrible for me, but at the same time, you do have access to 6 mana next turn, and maybe that is more important to keep you off of that than it is for me to get Yawgmoth into play just to start the place. But here we go. The decision is coming because here comes Chord of Calling. X equals 4.
Yep, 4 with the counter from Walroots. So if X equals 4, you have to presume this is going to get a Yawgmoth. I think that the decision to main phase it was that she wants to. I'm guessing she's going to sacrifice some stuff now to try and find a young wolf, and that's why she chose to do it main phase and leave that extra mana untapped. So that would be my guess as to what she's going for here. Sacrifice the 2 creatures, maybe find a wolf, and that can get you a little bit deeper. So
Yep. Heads up play there by Piper to think that one through, figure out what is this going to look like after I resolve this spell, and go from there. So here we go. Yawgmoth in play. Couple of creatures to sacrifice for fodder. The namesake of the deck in play. Generally where you want to be, but this is not by any means a slam dunk for Piper, because without any combo sort of lined up in play, and without a ton of mana available in response, Aiden might have a window when he untaps.
yeah, the other thing I want to check is how many copies of Besage are in Piper's deck list. Looking at her deck list, there are 2 in the main deck. So she could
more.
also be digging for the second Besage here, because with the legend in play, that Besage gets discounted to 1, and that Besage could potentially blow up that Gruul Turf
Right.
to make, maybe make Aiden farther another full turn away from casting that Titan.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, if that Gruul Turf goes away, Aiden does not have access to double green without an untapped source either.
Well, I guess
Right?
he could get he can get a forest off the Besage though, right?
Oh, sure, you're right. Yes.
And then we forest Portico, but
All
still
right,
would
so
need an untapped land.
yeah, you're right. So okay, so Piper digging down with the Yawgmoth does not look like she found anything that's going to deploy immediately. So here we go. Aiden untaps with a window and an amulet off the top.
Okay, and there's an untapped land, so you could even go Amulet first, then untapped land, then Primeval Titan. I wonder if there's. Okay, we're gonna play the land. Yeah, here it
Okay.
is.
Yeah. Titan hitting the battlefield. Does Piper have any response? She does not. Aiden picks up the deck, and here we go. What a huge draw that amulet was, because it made this Titan play from something that was good to something that was extremely good, because this is going to be very possibly a massive turn for Aiden.
Yeah, I don't think it's quite lethal from this position with only one amulet. So we're going to go
Right.
ahead and copy the Boros Garrison. That's going to be able to activate the Slayer Stronghold, haste up the Primeval Titan attack for 8. But then it kind of tapers off from there. I guess you can get something like a Teleria West and a Simic Growth Chamber, pick up the Teleria West for next turn. But the awkward part about that is you actually can't use the Teleria West at instant speed, so you can't say float the mana and then transmute still in combat. So wouldn't even be able to transmute. It looks like we're going for a potential of Valakut here. Valakut in a Vestige. Wonder why we're getting the Vestige.
It's interesting. Yeah, chat's asking the Vesuva is, I believe, what was picked up to the bounce trigger.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's in hand. The Vestige comes into play. The Valakut comes into play. Okay. Well, this. You're right. This is an interesting line. This is not just say my Titan's going to, kind of end the game or anything. This is a really interesting spot. Does Piper have a line from here? What is Piper looking for to try to dig out of this?
So Piper really wants to try and set up the traditional kind of Yawgmoth kill with 2 Undying Creatures and Blood Artist. So, see if she can assemble those 3 cards. Other than that, Orcish Bowmasters is a way to generate multiple bodies to get some more cards off of Yawgmoth. Here's the Young Wolf.
Young
That's going
Wolf.
to put a counter on the Primeval Titan. So there's step 1 for Piper.
Both players with good draws here. It was Amulet off the top for Aiden. It was Young Wolf off the top for Piper. And it looks like a Cord is the follow-up.
It's pretty
Things
good.
are getting very interesting now because has access to a land drop, has access to plenty of mana, and now a couple creatures to convoke as well. This has been a nice turn for Piper trying to dig out of it, staring down Primeval Titan and Valakut.
The awkward part about this setup for Piper here is she is a little low on life. So, we can say tap the 2 creatures and 3 lands to go get another copy of Young Wolf, and that sets up the quote unquote infinite chain where we can just bounce them off each other to draw cards. But on 8 life and now fetching to 7,
Right.
we're not going to be able to do that many times.
So interestingly, it could be, is that a Dryad Arbor? This could be all enough to, just ping down board too. But okay, Dryad Arbor has hit the battlefield for Piper. Nice fetch there.
Dryad Arbor just, looks like you could, if you looked from maybe 10 feet away, you could easily tell that's a creature, right?
Especially in the back there. Yeah, the classic Dryad Arbor. But hey, I love seeing Dryad Arbor in Modern. It's a fun card. And the fetch for Dryad Arbor just always leads to good gameplay moments like this one where Piper is trying to find a way out, and it's just say kind of every card counts, and that's a way to get an extra one.
Interesting that we didn't
Interesting
cord
draw.
for. I wonder. Interesting that we didn't cord for another copy of Young Wolf. Now this is post board. It is possible that maybe there might only be 1 Young Wolf left in the deck. I don't know if that's the case, but okay, we're gonna fire off the cord now. Looks like
Okay.
so. This appears to be a cord for 1.
Yep.
And again, if there is a Young Wolf in the deck, this will sort of set up that chain where we can bounce them off each other. Go ahead.
Can Piper deal with the Primeval Titan this way? Or is it just
No.
draw until you try to draw and try to find? So it's a question is, is Piper just trying to combo here, or does Piper have ways to interact with the board while she's going through this?
If she is going for the second Young Wolf here, I have to imagine she's just saying, okay, I'm going to give myself 5 looks to try and find the Blood Artist. And yeah, because the Young Wolf has to sack to put a counter on the other Young Wolf, and they kind of just sort of bounce off of each other for a little bit. So yeah, I guess the awkward part is even after all of this, she will only be left with 2 lands and 2 untapped creatures, which means she can't cord for the Blood Artist. So that could be a little awkward. I believe picked up a copy of Wall of Roots, which will be mana neutral in terms of Court of Calling, because you tap it, you cast it for 2 mana, and then you can use the wall to pay for Convoke plus the green mana. So doesn't add mana when it comes to Cord. So we'll have to see what her plan is here as to what she's going for.
Yeah, it's a really tight spot here. And if you look down at the bottom of the screen here in round 6, 10K Team Showdown Team Trios here at NRG Championship series in Indianapolis, you can see that Carter Steichen picked up the modern match, or I'm sorry, the Pioneer match over Connor Mullally 2-0 with Nib Delight. You've got Grayson Nimitz up 1-0 over Will Kruger in the standard seat. So this is a huge moment here. Piper Powell, if she's able to find a way to win this game out of this spot, will put her team on the board in a much, much needed position.
Yeah, can't quite get a good look at what Piper is looking with, but really at this point, just kind of needs to find that blood artist. I don't really think there's anything else that's going to get her out of this spot because the Primeval Titan you have to presume is just going to present lethal. It is currently a 4/4, which means if we killed it, we'd have to use Yawgmoth 4 times, and we're only at 4 life, Corbin,
Right.
so that can't really do that.
That one won't work, and it's a cord in hand, but just one short of having the bodies to tap to go get that blood artist with that cord. So this is a really tough spot for Piper, I guess, trying to figure
Oh, she
out.
did draw the cord.
Yeah, trying
Oh,
to
so
figure out
she's just
what
one
there is
short.
here. Yeah, so trying to figure out if there's maybe anything you can get. You mentioned there may or may not, if there's not any more young wolves, you can't afford for that for one. I don't even you getting dorks to block isn't really where you're wanting to be either right now. So this is a really tough spot for Piper, and the longer she thinks about it, the less I think there's going to be an answer to find.
Yeah, I mean, there's a Boseiju, I guess, which can pop the
Yeah.
Valakut, maybe, but I don't really think that's
Oh,
going to buy you enough
okay, a
time.
soul cauldron off the top now.
Hmm.
If you
Does that
needed
do
some more
anything?
options, I don't know. I'm not sure if it would here.
So,
Certainly
hmm,
opens up a whole new line to think about, which is why the Golgari Yawgmoth deck is such a, and I guess playing against Amulet Titan too, right? These are two decks in Modern that require a very high level of
yes.
precision, I would say, right? To play optimally, and you're watching two players pilot them very, very well right now.
So many different things to think about. What speaking of things to think about, maybe if there's okay, well, I believe if that's the case, I think that the standard match might have just finished. So yeah, looks like
All right,
Grayson
well,
Nimbett's going to take the match over Will Kruger, I believe, and that's why the
yeah. Whether
players
Piper
are done.
would have found a way out of that or not. And look, chat is deep into the thoughts, the lines over here. So we're with you. Nothing more fun than talking through Amulet Titan lines, am I right? Or Yawgmoth lines. All of these just wildly complicated modern decks. But yeah, great match there. We got to see some fun ones. And team taking it down. That was a fun match here. In round 6, we are going to go to an interview. It looks like coming up. But yeah, Devin, that was we saw both players sort of go very deep, and we saw just kind of, even if it didn't work out, what the possibilities of both of those decks were in Modern.
Absolutely. Like you said, just a ton of different things to think about with all the things that, like the lines that you have to go through with the Yawgmoth deck, and it being the way that the deck is constructed, it just has so many different options at all points. And we do, I believe, have the interview lined up here for you. So see if we can go down to the booth here. And congratulations on the win. Talk to me about that last match
Thanks.
there.
Yeah, this is my third time playing Phoenix today with Niv. It's kind of gone like that. Like, granted, he missed a lot of more Phoenixes than my previous opponents, but post board, I feel great about my plan, bringing in Ashiok's counter spells and just keeping him off Ledger Shredder for that long really helped. Just stem the tides until I can resolve my bombs. So feels very good.
Well, yeah, that was certainly a great one to watch, and you've obviously played against Phoenix a ton with the deck. So what? How did you end up with what you're on this weekend? Though? What was the where you look at a format where we've seen a lot of movement and headlines over the past few months, and you came with something which has been kind of making its way into the format, but is
Yeah,
not
it's starting to
dominating
make
it.
waves online.
Yeah.
So I've actually been playing this deck since RC Dallas last year, back when it was bad. We didn't have any Pillage Log, Beanstalk. It was infinitely worse then. And so the reps obviously account for that. But I think it's in a really good position right now with Vampires, Amalia, and Phoenix being the most played decks.
Mhm.
I love my Vampires matchup. The Phoenix matchup, once you get understand the plan, it feels very solid. And the Amalia, it's play dependent, but I feel comfortable there. And it all lines up that this 80 card pile of a mishmash of multicolored spells that looks clunky, it's just powerful enough, versatile enough, and we have answers that line up well with the prominent threats. So I think it's well positioned, and it's so much fun to play. So
Absolutely. Especially, you have Bring to Light and so many different things that you can tutor for at every stage of the game. So you feel like you do have a lot of different options and a lot of agency there. One card that I see has been picking up a little bit of steam recently is Ancient Cornucopia.
Yeah.
And it's a card that I hadn't seen a lot previously, but over the past couple of weeks, I have seen it pick up a lot more. How do you talk to me about that card? How do you like that one?
Yeah. So it was my first time playing with it today, actually. I picked them up at the booth. Shout out NRG.
Nice.
Yeah, right. But it's a card that it's been fine for me. Having the extra acceleration, mana fixing has been nice. I've gained upwards of 12, 13 life in a game with it. Granted, I've stabilized in a lot of those, and that's life gained after stabilization. But I think it's a card that definitely fits what we're doing, especially now that we've moved off of being all in on Niv Reborn to like the Fable. It fits much more with our generic mid-range plan. So I think it's a great addition, and I love being able to just be able to cast a 5-drop and against Control or Phoenix have counter backup. It really allows us to set up a lot more of those lines.
Yeah, very strong. Well, you all are now, I think, X and 1, right?
Yes, we are 5-1.
Heading into the last round. So, don't know what we're going to happen from here. But how are you feeling with how your team is, where you're at right now?
Feeling great. So myself and our modern player Aiden showed up without a third. We saw Grayson tweet out morning of that he didn't have a team.
Oh wow!
So
There
yeah,
you
we're
go.
kind of flying with it, but it's been great. Looking to get Grayson back-to-back team champs. So
Yeah, I guess that's what we've been talking all day about, how fun the team events are and how much that's part of the experience. And it looks like you all are having a very memorable event with your team that came together this morning.
And even though we just met, yesterday, talked a little bit, he's been a blast. It's been a lot of fun, the three of us, and obviously, it's been going well.
That's awesome.
Love that. Well, thank you so much, man. Thanks for taking the time to talk to us. And good luck the rest of the way today.
All right, appreciate it.
Wow. That was pretty good.
Back. Yeah, that was great. Welcome back into the booth, everybody. Corbin Hostler, Devin O'Donnell here at the NRG Championship Series in Indianapolis. We are having a great time watching these modern and pioneer and standard matches with you. It is a lot of magic, a lot of different formats, and a lot of fun. So we appreciate you hanging out with us on this Mother's Day.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Before we go ahead and let you go towards the next round, we want to bring up a couple of things that we would like to discuss here. Let's go ahead and first take a look at the 2024 leaderboard. These are players who have been performing very, very well at all of our events. You see Dom Harvey at the very, very top. Like I said, everybody's actually playing for first place this time, Corbin, because Dom decided not to show up this weekend. And just a slew of names that we've seen over the course of this weekend and many weekends past. Connor Mullally, who we just saw on camera. May French, like you mentioned, took down yesterday's event. I'm sure she's going to be skyrocketing in the leaderboard. We saw Cliff a little bit earlier. And what these three players in yellow, what their names in yellow means is they are already qualified for our end of year championships, which you see on your screen. Steven Dykeman, who was our champion last year, and then you have Matthew Hoey, Sean Gallagher, and Dom Harvey, who have won previous Showdown events. Now, not only do you get a bunch of prizes and a qualification for the end of the year championship, but Corbin, what else do you get for winning a Showdown?
Yeah, this is a really cool one, by the way. You might have seen some of these at your tables if you've been out to any events, but you can get a custom token courtesy of Inkling Customs. All Showdown winners will receive it. You can get the one you want. It's amazing. It is a great token, a literal token of your winning, but it's so much fun to have something that commemorates a big, meaningful moment for you later on, and nothing's more fun to have it in a game of Magic than a custom token that you or winning these. So we love having this available with these series. It makes it a lot of fun. It really makes every weekend feel like a big deal. They're building towards something towards the end of the year. You get to take these prizes. It's not just a Magic tournament for one day, and that's it. So we really enjoy everything that we have at these, from our sponsors like Ultra Pro to as well as the Inkling Customs. It's great.
Absolutely. So I believe I think there is about 10 minutes left in the round. So, keep that in mind when we go. I think we're going to try to take a little bit of a break here before we get to the next round. So maybe 10 or 15 minutes or so, grab some popcorn, grab a little drink, grab a snack, and we will be back not too long with the next round. So see you then.
All right. Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the NRG Championship Series here in Indianapolis. We are at the 10K Showdown. It is Team Trios on tap today. I'm Corbin Hostler, joined by Devin O'Donnell. We have watched some excellent Magic so far this afternoon, and we're getting ready to head into that final round that will decide our top 8. Been a lot of great matches, Devin. What have you thought of what we've seen so far and what we're about to see in this last round here?
It's been an amazing day so far. Players are, they're definitely very well versed, and we have quite a banger of a matchup for you guys. We believe this is a win it in. Again, the tiebreaker math gets a little weird. There's a lot of draws. But before we get to the match, let's take a look and see what these teams are playing for. Take a look at our prize pool for the event today. You see first place, $3,000 and those 3 trophies alongside those 30 leaderboard points. As we've been saying all throughout the broadcast, those leaderboard points, are very precious. Playing towards the end of the year championship, and you can see the breakdown for all of these players and teams. So, as far as the matchup that we're going to be starting with, Corbin,
Mhm.
we are going to be starting in Pioneer. It's going to be Rakdos Vampires and Is It Phoenix. This is kind of, as you mentioned, a classic matchup between 2 of the more popular decks in the Pioneer format, and I'm very very excited to see how it plays out.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one, right? Not only is it kind of all on the line for these players, uh, whether we end up in this match, everyone who's going to be playing in this round at these top tables has a top 8 on the line. This is huge. Not only are there this weekend's prizes, there's also the prizes that go down further down. The Ultimate Guard sponsorship has allowed players to get all kinds of goods from these tournaments, not just the top 8, but that top 8, as you mentioned, it's huge, not just for this tournament, but for future tournaments because you get points, you get you get leaderboard rankings. There's a lot going on here. So we can take a look at basically what players have to play for on that leaderboard and where they're trying to get, which is the end of the year championship series. You see the players in yellow there, of course, led by Dominic Harvey, who has been hanging out with us, I guess, in chat, or at least giving us some rulings through chat. We appreciate that. But he has been crushing these tournaments so far this year. And as you can see, is top of the leaderboard and already qualified for that 2024 championship, along with Sean Gallagher and Matthew Hoey.
Yeah, and then Tim Hatch in second place made the finals of our very first event. Ultimately, I believe losing to Sean in the finals. Sean or I think Tim lost to Sean in the finals. And Tim has been putting up a bunch of top 8s here, a bunch of good results, and we see a lot of other names on the list that we see all over the series here. So I believe we may have had a bit of a scare or repair, but it turns out that was just a scare. We are not going to repair the round, and we are just about ready to take you down to the feature match area. As we see on the left hand side of your screen, Pio on Is It Phoenix and Lucas Parson on Rakdos Vampires. This matchup is interesting. So the Vampires deck is all about, the namesake card, the Vein Ripper. That's the vampire that
Mhm.
we're trying to cheat into play off of Sorin Imperious Bloodlord. Very powerful play because, normally you have to spend 6 mana on Vein Ripper, but only have to spend 3 mana on it this time. And, the Is It Phoenix deck we've seen a couple of times. So this should be a very, very interesting matchup.
Yeah, it's also we talked about we called it a classic matchup, which it is, right? Of Pioneer. But that said, Rakdos Vampires was a deck that didn't exist 4 months ago. In this, at least in any version that was strong in the metagame overall. So how things have changed, but Is It Phoenix just kind of keeps trucking along, doing its thing. But Rakdos Vampires coming along is just completely upended the Pioneer metagame and left it in a pretty interesting spot. And now this matchup, as these players go back and forth, as we see the classic Blood Tithe Harvester on one end and the Picklock Prankster on the other, is going to try to mill some Phoenixes. No luck there, but of
No
course
Phoenixes.
the upside of this card is that even when it's bad and you don't hit Phoenix, if you look at it that way, well, it still cycles, so it's pretty good. It fills your graveyard for those delve spells and everything else that's key to the Is It Phoenix archetype.
Yeah, and one important thing in this particular matchup, so Picklock Prankster, very powerful card, as you mentioned, allows you to cantrip, get you an extra body. This matchup in particular, that 1/3 body probably matters more in this matchup than basically any other matchup. And the
Yeah.
reason for that is because Vein Ripper, in order to target it, has a ward cost where you have to pay an additional sacrifice a creature, and just having a free 1/3 body to be able to hold off to be able to sacrifice to the Vein Ripper's trigger when you go for something like a lightning axe is very, very important.
Yeah, well, it looks like we are coming back to the booth here for a minute as the tournament sorts out what it's got going on. Fair enough. But hey, well, let's talk about we've seen basically across every format today. 'Cause we got standard, pioneer, modern. We've seen new cards hitting the field. We've seen OTJ making a big impact as the Thunder Junction cards. Flick Shock Show Off has been huge. There's been a lot kind of on display here as we've worked our way through 7 rounds of all of these formats. What's been some of your favorite thus far, I guess, in terms of some of the matchups and decks that we've seen?
As far as the new cards are concerned, I am, very, very big on the red aggressive decks, the ones that,
Hmm.
Slick Shot Show Off being a wizard to enable Wizard's Lightning. So I'm really big on Slick Shot Show Off. I think that card is absolutely phenomenal. There are some decks, as we saw at Dawn Delusion, that
Yeah.
take advantage of the plot a little bit better than others because they play those protection spells. But even if you're not taking advantage of the plot, it's still just on rate a very, very powerful card. 1/2 flying haste, and you cast a couple of spells, and all of a sudden you can attack with a 7 power flyer. And this is, I think, probably the single most impactful card from OTJ for Pioneer.
Yeah, no one has invoked it yet, but I have thoughts of infect every time this
Mm.
card gets on
Yep.
screen, right? And we interviewed someone earlier talking about it, about how well you just kind of get into this waiting game where you just kind of poke them down, and then eventually there's a fight, and you're probably going to win it. And I was like, yeah, that feels a lot like when you try to lightning bolt your opponent's infect creature, but you're scared to do it. So instead, you just take 1 poison, and now you're at 5 poison because you've done it for 5 turns. That's exactly how that card has felt. And that's putting it in the plot so that when you cast it, you have mana open to protect it. And when they do fight over it and you do win the protection, your Slick Shot Show Off gets pumped and does more damage. And if it's something like a Monstrous Rage involved, things get really ridiculous. So yeah, you're right. That card alone has single-handedly um, made just a huge impact on multiple formats, as well as someone told us earlier, it changed how they built their deck and what they considered the sideboard for.
Right. Yeah, that is definitely probably the most impactful one. The other card that we had technically on camera, although we didn't get to see a cast, was the one that you had brought up in the Niv
Mhm.
deck, which was Pillage the Bog, and another block card. It's kind of funny how that works out. But yeah, this card is phenomenal in the Niv deck. It's very, very good early on. And I'm being told, as a matter, I don't want to interrupt you, but I'm being told by our producer, I believe there will be a repair, so we may have to get this situated. Not exactly sure what happened there, but tournament magic happens all the time. I'm sure you've been a part of that before, Corbin.
Oh, I've seen some fun ones back in the day when we were doing Grand Prix, and it was fun. We had record-breaking numbers: 2,000 people at an event, 3,000 people at an event, 3,500 people at an event. How awesome must that be? Well, sometimes the tournaments just broke.
Happens all the
Sometimes they
time.
didn't happen. Sometimes
Yep.
the venue would kick you out. It was a lot. Look, I obviously I loved that and love those big tournaments. But as you said, tournament logistics happen. I once played a top 8. The lights went out in the venue. I'm in the middle of my top 8 match. Judges pulled out their cell phones and just held them up over the table, and that was how we played.
Yeah, actually, funny enough, my very first PTQ top 8, or not the first PTQ that I won, we were in like the event hall. It was like 8 p.m. They only had the event hall till 8. So we were
Yeah.
in the middle of the draft, the lights cut out. We had to go to the local game store that
Yeah.
was holding the event and then finish the draft there. And it was a wild time. So I've experienced some things over the course of my years playing Magic, and repairs, they're more common than you would think.
Well, it's nice too because we have a big tournament set up for Magic, and there's a circuit, and everything's huge, and it's great. And then you go to something like MagicCon Chicago, and you find people just playing on the floor because they ran out of table space. For all the best planning in the world, sometimes things go awry, and all you're left with is the gathering, right? But in this case, we will have a repair for you, and we will have a win and in coming to you from the final round here of the 10K Showdown NRG Championship Series in Indianapolis. I think we are ready now to take you down to the table. I'm Corbin Hostler, joined by Devin O'Donnell. Thank you for hanging out with us. And here we go. It is time for a winning in. Let's jump over to the modern tables where Michael Aquino on Jun Creativity is taking on Christian Valenti with 4-color Omnath, I believe.
Yeah, okay. So previously we had a pair down. We had an X1 getting paired into an X11. Now, I did mention earlier the breakers, they're a little strange. So if going back and I want to pull up to get the exact number here, I want to look at standings going into round 6. We had two teams that were 5-0-1, and
Mhm.
then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams that were X and 1, which I don't know if you know this, Corbin, but 7 plus 2 does not equal 8. That's an
Not quite.
uneven number, which means that there are actually quite a few players and teams that had to play out this last round instead of intentionally drawing. And then on top of all of that, we had another 3 X11s. So a lot of weird stuff going on. And this is the match that we have brought to you. So we're going to be starting on, like you said, Michael Aquino on Jun Creativity and Christian Valencia on Four Color Omnath. I'm going to go ahead and get these deck lists pulled up for you on the screen, or I'm going to pull up the deck list so I can kind of read them out to you. But as far as this matchup is concerned, Jun Creativity and Four Color Omnath, I would have to imagine, I think I like the creativity side of things, but it's probably going to be a close one.
Yeah, the Omnath deck we watched play out earlier seemed to even have control of the board in terms of not losing, even if it wasn't necessarily pulling far ahead itself. And that's something that we see when the Junk Creativity deck is so in on casting download creativity, getting rid of some small creature on your board to go get a Archon of Cruelty, and that is of course the meaningful play that Christian Valenti is going to have to be prepared for, whether that's with a Solitude to lessen the impact or anything else to try to keep it from happening. But that is what players are going to be up to now. This is, as you said, a huge moment because the final round, there's not shaking hands and sitting into the top 8. Maybe a couple of people did that, but for the most part that is not what's happening here. We have a lot of players, a lot of teams battling to get into this. So if you were at this event, you see people crowded around their teammates, huddled over their shoulders. Hey, the getting in, everyone trying to make a team decision on these plays, because that's what makes these team events so cool is that you can play with your teammates. If your teammate finishes their match, pull up your chair next to them and get in and make those decisions as a group. It does make the turns maybe go a little long sometimes if you're doing coverage, but man, is it fun when you're playing.
Yeah, and you saw Christian. I saw Christian kind of move the hand over a little bit to his right and a little bit to his left. I think he was, just doing a check for do you guys like this hand? Should we mulligan
Yeah.
it? And it's team events are amazing. You don't get to do that stuff really anywhere else. And I really I've played a few team events in my day, and they're some of the most fun, if not the most fun, that you can possibly have playing Magic. And just it's just so many things that you can discuss, and about plays and mulligan decisions and all these close lines, and just a lot of fun. And it's just it really makes you realize that it's all about the gathering.
That's right. Well, and also very important here, it gives you a lunch buddy, right? You have somebody guaranteed
Yep,
to be finished with their match at the same time as you.
that's pretty important too. So it looks like Michael on the play here started off with a couple of lands. And there's a Renin 6. Now, this Jun Creativity deck, it is labeled as Creativity, but there is more than just Indomitable Creativity that we have to cheat a large creature into play. This deck is
Mhm.
also utilizing discard outlets like Bitter Reunion
Right.
and stuff like the Surveil lands, Fable the Mirror Breaker as well. And it's putting Archon into the graveyard and then utilizing Persist to return that Archon to the battlefield. So a lot of different ways that we can go about this.
Yeah, and especially here on the play, I believe Michael was you're going to get your land drops with this Renin 6. Just really just going to be getting value every turn just in making land drops. It's not a ton, but in this deck, it's pretty valuable. And this is just threatening the board presence, and that is immediately putting Christian kind of on the back foot. Not that he can't answer it, of course, but it is certainly going to give Michael sort of the early head start and just the long term resource advantage. That's why he picks up that land there. Renin 6 up to 5 counters. Christian going to try to figure it out. I see a grip full of cards there, an expressive iteration pulled out to the front. Could chose to go for sort of just a value play. You make your land drop with that iteration, go from there. But you also might want to answer either the Renin 6 or the Fable the Mirror Breaker that Michael's followed up with.
Yeah, and this is kind of, so the four color deck is very, very good at, just playing the mid range game. Like it's accumulating a lot of resources. It
Mhm.
has its own Ren and sixes, omnaths, things of that nature. And this is sort of, I guess, the best way that Michael wants this game to go, where you want to kind of make Christian answer the stuff that doesn't involve the creativity, and then kind of
Right.
have that as your follow up play. Because if you're making Christian use resources on stuff like Ren and Fable, then maybe that's less answers for the follow up Archons.
Yeah, that's kind of the story of Fable's life, isn't it? Right? It's seen itself banned in formats. It's almost never like the most threatening card necessarily in the entire deck, but it is always the card that just kind of gives you all the value you need to do everything, and then we'll just win the game. And that's why we see Fable just make its way into a ton of decks across every format it's legal in, basically. And in this case here, it requires an answer from Christian, or it just runs away with it while also providing cover for that Ren and Six. So we see Christian fight back here with Teferi, but Teferi can't actually answer the Fable. All he can do is answer the token from the Fable, and of course, leave behind a pretty powerful static effect. But that is the status of things now. We pass back over to Michael, who's going to untap with two powerful cards in play and a grip. We'll see how the creativity deck navigates from here.
Yeah, and that Teferi is kind of really what Christian wanted here, to be able to answer that token, pick up a card, and then leave something along the line, leave something in play after the fact. But that Ren and Six can just cleanly finish off a Teferi. So, no harm, no foul here from Michael. As we see, I believe a couple of lands discarded, and I think they replaced themselves with different lands. So just
Right.
maybe not exactly what Michael was looking for. Taking a look at the grip, I think it's a lot of lands that persist. I don't really see if there's any other spells here for Michael, and that persist doesn't have any targets quite yet. So maybe another copy of Ren and Six as well. It's hard to get a quite a good glimpse, but this is the turn that you want something like a creativity, where you can go, say Ren ping down to Teferi, fetch for in Dwarven Mine, make a token, creativity that thing away, and take a look and see what Christian has. Looks like
Yeah.
Teferi, Solitude, Bolt. I think it's an expressive and an
Lands.
Omnath.
Yep.
It's quite the
Yes,
grip.
that is perfectly nailed. Very good. So the Thoughtseize is going to either clear the way or at least attempt to slow things down over here for Michael. Looks like we'll see what he chooses to take here. Very interesting game. Both players here with a lot of resources, and yeah, that Ren and Six just coming down on turn 2 is really looking like it's going to be, not the breaker, but really the thing that decides who has, to use the word, agency in the game. Which is to say, Michael seems to have quite a bit of it right now, especially when you follow that up with the Thoughtseize.
Yeah, this is a weird spot here for Michael where, so your best top deck is creativity, right? Because you can go fetch for Dwarven Mine, creativity X equals 2. You kind of want to remove the Solitude out of the equation, because then you figure if Christian just goes land Omnath next turn, then, um, the Solitude can only answer one of the tokens. And you still get to,
Right.
resolve the creativity. But looks like we're actually going to go for the Omnath instead, playing maybe more of a mid range game. Which, kind of the way that Michael has played this game, that sort of makes sense, right? The Ren and Six into the Fable doesn't necessarily have the creativity yet, so maybe he's trying to play a little bit more towards the long game. And if that's the case, then taking the Omnath does make a little bit more sense.
So it looks like Teferi may have
You didn't kill the
emerged
Teferi, okay.
unscathed here. Not sure if we missed something, like what did we miss there, but here we go. Expressive iteration for Christian Valenti. Now happy to play the mid-range game. Probably happy to still have a Teferi in play. Takes a look at those three. I caught a glimpse of an Omnath. That one might go with a hand to replace the discarded one.
Yeah, the Ren and Six did get activated because it went up to 6 that turn. So
Yeah. All right. Well, maybe Michael deciding I'll play this game at sorcery speed. No big deal. This Teferi doesn't matter for at least the turn or two, if that's the case. But okay, so Christian resolves the expressive, gets the land off of it, puts the Omnath back in hand, now has a grip of cards and mana and the ability to play spells at instant speed. So we'll see what he wants to do. He's staring down a Fable that's about to transform, a Ren and Six that's nearing an ultimate. There's a lot to consider here, really, from both sides.
yeah, as far as the The Renin 6. Okay, looks like we're playing a different land. As far as the Renin 6 Ultimate is concerned, there's currently a Thoughtseize in the graveyard. And then looking at the deck list here for Michael, there's 4 Lightning Bolts, 2 Fatal Pushes, and a Bitter Triumph. And then there's the Creativity as well. That could be something where you want to say, like, if you can present a Ren emblem with Creativity, you can just Creativity over and over, like every single turn, and make your opponent answer it ad nauseum, which is something that,
Yeah.
it is definitely a threat, going towards the late game, as we see Michael going to go ahead and fetch up a copy of a Dwarven Mind that will provide a 1/1 token. Excellent creativity fodder.
Yeah, that's sort of the key to this deck is that you can fetch out that Dwarven Mine because it has a basic land type, and in the right circumstances, you can get that token right there, which allows you to build your deck around the creativity. And here we go with transforming Kiki Jiki, another good thing to build your deck around. But very powerful position here for Michael. Christian has resources, so we'll see, and mana open here, so we'll see how this all plays out. But this is going to be a big turn as both players sort of stare down a lot of options. First thing we do is we poke Teferi down to 1, poke Teferi down to 0, I guess. Okay. The way is cleared for instant speed spells from Michael. We'll
Yeah,
see where he
and
goes.
both players know that Lightning Bolt in Christian's hand is face up, like that was revealed off the Thoughtseize. So
Mhm.
Christian, we know that Christian has at least the reflection covered, but it's a question of, what additional threats does Michael find after that? Because the Fable dies, Renin 6 still in play, but it feels like Michael is kind of we're running out of gas at this point. We need to find some ways to churn through cards, like a Bitter Reunion, perhaps another Fable. I mean, I guess at this point, Corbin, we're getting to the point where we can almost hardcast an Archon. We got 5 lands in the battlefield, and I think there's plenty more in hand. So
Well,
even
certainly
even
right
something like
about
that could be
that.
good.
I didn't think about that line, but you're right. We may get to that point in this game because look, Christian, for all the cards in hand, and look, there's a lot of them. Has access to just 4 mana, 5 after you play one this turn. And that's pretty much just one spell, which means you play it and more or less say go, and you have Solitude open, it looks like. But yeah, there's both players just not really making a ton of progress in ending the game at this point. So, all right. Christian's going to take a stab at that. Here comes Omnath hitting the battlefield. Trigger, draw.
I think there was a copy of Prismatic Ending picked up here for Christian, and we know about the fetch land too, so there could be some fireworks here. If we have, say, something like fetch land plus the One Ring, that would be, quite the turn here for Christian. I don't know if we picked up a One Ring, but yeah, there's the fetch land, going to be a little bit of life off of the Omnath. Even as something as simple as, following it up with a Teferi or a Renin 6 could still be pretty good here for Christian. And the Solitude is still known in hand as well. So, Michael is in a position where now that we have multiple creatures in play, we can actually go for creativity X equals 2 or more. So
Right.
we'd say, okay, even if you're going to Solitude one of my tokens, I'm still going to get to resolve it for the other tokens that it's targeting. So, the Solitude is good against the turn 4 creativity, but not as good against the turn 5 or turn 6 creativity.
Yeah. Very good point. And that is certainly something Christian will be considering here. Resolving this fetch lane, taking a look through the deck, puts it into play. It looks like untapped. We'll see what the line is here because look, Omnath is a scary card to play against too if you're Michael. So both sides here are sort of in a position where their decks want to be. It's just a question of who's going to be able to go over the top first. And that is what both players are considering right now, trying to figure out one, can it be me? And two, if it's not me, how can I mitigate what's about to happen? And that is exactly the thought process you see Christian going through here as he takes a look at all of these cards and tries to figure out the way forward. It's like he settles on Teferi.
Yeah, and Christian got the 4 mana from the Omnath, so still even has 1 mana floating after this. My guess is that there's a red floating, and he's going to go bounce the Dwarf token, use the red floating to bolt the Reflection, and then still have up the Sacred
Yep.
Foundry. Or we can
Oh,
use the other mana floating plus the Foundry to Prismatic Ending the Renin 6. That could maybe be a bit better, and then hold up the Solitude or something along those lines. Maybe he prefers. It's possible that Christian v- values getting the Ren off the battlefield more than the Reflection. I guess you could do both, where you could go Prismatic Ending the Renin 6 and then Solitude pitch to kill the Reflection. But without any
you could,
creatures in play, the
yeah.
Reflection's not doing a ton,
Right, and the thing is, if you do get rid of the Ren and 6 too, you could in theory save your Teferi. It looks like the line we end up on is Lightning Bolt, Reflection of Kiki Jiki. Don't take any chances there. Put that thing into the graveyard. And looks like probably a pass the turn. So Michael fetching out here is going to untap with a, well, not really tap. We'll see if anything on the end here, but going to untap with sort of a big ask in front of him, which is work through Teferi and don't let Christian untap with Omni.
Yeah, Michael really wants to find something like really wants to find, I was going to say creativity, but now, so we've actually decided to fetch out the Surveil land instead of the
Archon on
instead of
top?
another Dwarven Mine. Yeah, Archon on top would be
Archon on
pretty good.
top?
Surveil that's the graveyard, then Slam Persist.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, so actually there's a Transmogrify in hand, which unlike creativity, that can only target one creature. So that one against the known solitude, not that good.
Looks like Lightning Bolt was the card that Michael kept on top with that Surveil, and then went ahead and drew it. It looks like the first thing that's going to happen is we're going to ping Omnath and then Lightning Bolt Omnath, I believe is what transpired there.
Yep.
So Omnath down to Fairy still in play, but hey, Michael's shown that he can handle that before. And you know what? He's not done casting spells. It's the second Ren and 6.
Yeah, this is kind of awkward here for Michael. Michael does not know about this. See, this looks good for Michael, right? You
Right.
get to go kill the Omnath, kill the Teferi, but we know, and Michael does not know about that prismatic ending. So, no matter what, Christian was almost going to be forced to prismatic ending the Ren and 6 next turn. And now that you've deployed the second one, even though it looks like a good spot, Michael's going to be, it's going to be a lot more backbreaking when this prismatic ending on this Ren and 6 happens.
And you
Or
know
if
what?
it
It
even
looks
does
like,
happen.
yeah, that's a one ring that was drawn at the end of the last turn by Christian and now hits the battlefield. We talk about who's going over the top. This is a pretty good way to do it after the board cleared.
Yep, there's the Ren. Okay, there's a Plains in hand for Christian. So if he wants this Ren and 6 dead, it is dead. And it looks like we're actually going to choose to. Okay, we're going to bolt it instead.
Bolt it.
Guess that makes sense.
Michael's
Prismatic
just
ending.
been systematically run out of resources at this point, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. Remember when we saw Michael had turn 2 Ren and 6, turn 3 Fable, and we thought, okay, well, Michael's going to try and play this mid range game. Turns out Christian's deck is a lot better at doing that than Michael's is. And kind of seeing that fully on display here, the One Ring and Omnath, and it's just Christian's deck has a lot more ways to be up cards. Michael has, the Bitter Reunions and the Fables and ways to churn through cards, but not a ton of actual card advantage mechanisms, as not nearly as many as Christian has.
Yeah. All right. So it looks like another Surveil. That one goes to the graveyard. It looks like creativity was the draw for Michael, or is at least in his hand. That is an important card, but we already know that he had some of that. So he's going to have to find a way to dig out of this one. No Archons have made an appearance either in the graveyard or as the ability to hit the battlefield. So this is looking like it's slipping away very quickly here for Michael as he's staring down a one ring. Christian is protected by the ring, but also protected by the solitude in hand. Really, really looking good for Christian. And you know what? His team needs it because William Kowalczyk on Quintorius combo took out Lucas Parson and Rakdos Vampires in game one, and Reed Anderson on Domain Ramp won the first game over Ryan Bellamy's team analyst. So Christian Valenti's team here with its back up against the ropes already.
Yeah, Christian might be the saving grace for the team in these first set of games. Kind of surprising to see Domain Ramp take game one over Teamer Analyst. That traditionally is one of the weaker matchups for Domain Ramp. So, shout out to Reed taking game number one there, and we're gonna go for Transmogrify. And again, everybody knows about the Solitude.
Yeah.
It's possible that Michael's in a spot where he's like, okay, well, maybe there is a chance that Christian doesn't have a white card left over. He figures he's far enough behind that maybe you just have to go for it anyways.
Yeah, things aren't really going to get any better from here, that's for sure. All right, Lucas Parsons managed to even it up over in Pioneer, though, so the stakes remain high here. Right, Christian's team picks up a victory in this team match. Remember, it is the best 2 out of 3 matches as far as the team goes, so you can lose and get carried by your teammates. And I have seen players go 1-16 and make the top 8 anyway because their teammates carried them, which is always one of the fun parts. That said, Christian is looking like he's going to pick one up here as a ring hits 2 counters, draws some more cards, and gets refilled. The transmogrify did not work for Michael Aquino.
Well, I was going to check the results, and remember how we said that the standings were a little bit awkward and tiebreakers were a little all over the place. Well, the first 3 tables decided they don't care about that, and they have all drawn. So that means that 6 guaranteed players. So there is a chance that this may not be a win-in depending on what happens with the other tables. But in any case, yeah, that's kind of surprising that the first 3 tables drew. But I guess they figured that their breakers were good enough. So just a bit of an update there as we see Christian slam the Kahira Cat Lord into play, and we've located a win condition. Now we can get this game over with.
Finally, yes. Swinging for 3 at a time. But you know what? Michael's already down to 10, dealt himself a
There
lot
you
of
go.
damage. But
Yep.
yeah, look, if you're a player and you see these things going on around you, all you can worry about is the game in front of you, right? That's all that matters. You can't think about too far ahead. You can't worry about other tables. You play the game in front of you, the tiebreakers fall where they will, and you hope you're in the top 8 when it's all said and done. And both of these teams very much with a chance to do so. So, all right. Michael trying to stick around in this one, fetches out another land. You talked about hard casting Archon earlier. Well, we're at that point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lands in play now.
I mean, Michael's shocking in the stomping ground. I can't imagine why else we would do that, right? It's got to be something. Unless you're just trying to put the fear of God in Christians.
Yeah, for sure, right? Well, they're all getting tapped. It would be a big bluff, but it's not. It's an Archon of Cruelty. This
Now,
is
the question is
I mean,
this
look,
even
this is something,
good enough?
right? Yeah, well,
It's good, right?
yeah. Kahira, if this Kahira could go down, so you'd at least stop the attacks, I guess.
Yeah,
All right, Michael.
win condition dealt with.
It's not often you see this deck hardcast in Archon of Cruelty, but someone in chat said it earlier. It's like Tron. Back in the day, you could deal with all of their Tron lands over and over and make sure they don't have Tron, and then sooner or later they just have 6 lands anyways and cast a Wormcoil and then play a 7th land and cast the Karn, and that was how it goes. So in this case, we went interact for 8 turns, and then it was time to just cast Archon of Cruelty. That said, we talked about how many cards Christian has, and it's a lot. So we'll see now if Christian can dig out from underneath the 1 Archon and by drawing some cards here with the 1 ring.
Yeah, Archon of Cruelty is good, but not sure it's going to get you out of this mess. So, as we like to use the phrase garbage time. So, we can
That's
take a
right.
look at the sideboards here just to, see if we can figure out who maybe
Mhm.
improves a little bit in the post-board games. So, as far as Christian is concerned, we got a couple of Veil of Summers, a couple of Force Negations to help fight over those Indomitable Creativities. Surgical Extraction, very, very good against the Persist Archon plan. That pretty much is mostly what Christian is looking at. And then for sorry, I had the wrong list up here. And then for Michael, there is a couple of Pick Your Poisons. Those could be good against Leyline Bindings. There's Terastodon in the sideboard. Now, I haven't played a lot of this creativity deck, so I'm not sure if this is a matchup where you want to switch threats from Archon to Terastodon. But if you are worried about the potential of like a surgical extraction on Archon, that could be something you want to go towards as well. And then, he has his own Veil of Summers to help fight over counter spells. I think that both players improve roughly about the same, and because of that, I think that maybe Christian is still a little bit comes out ahead a little bit in the post-board games.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I like Christian's position because the creativity deck has more, I don't want to say dead draws per se, but like it has more sort of context dependent draws where you can't just play it if things aren't going well. And
Right.
meanwhile, on the other side, if things aren't going well, you can still just play your Teferi and bounce something and cycle and get there. And it's a lot better than being flooded with a hand of Archons and creativities, for instance. So yeah, I tend to agree with you that Christian is likely to be in a good spot here. But yeah, we'll see if Michael's still playing this one out. He gets a turn, he gets a couple draws there, staring down Teferi, the 1 ring. It's looking like Christian will lock this one up, but Michael's fighting the good fight here. And why not? Reed Anderson over on the first table in the standard match with Domain Ramp takes down Ryan Bellamy 2-0. So Michael's team actually up a match here. And over on the Pioneer side, Lucas and William locked at 1 apiece heading into game 3. But here we go. So
Now,
lots down to this match, and here comes Archon.
so here's the thing, Corbin. We were talking about, Michael was very far behind. One thing that we kind of that we hadn't brought up was that the fact that Bitter Reunion gives your
Yeah.
creatures haste. So that Archon that just came into the battlefield this turn, that one can get into the red zone if we decide to sacrifice the Bitter Reunion. Now, again, Christian still has a lot of cards in hand, but the damage from the Archon, that is, I think, Michael's best path to victory here. It's just, Archon, deal you 3, attack, deal you 3, hope that you can't find an answer or can't gain life and something along those lines. But yeah,
Yeah,
looks like that's
the
that's
ring
the
will
plan at
help
least.
him out for sure, but Teferi hits the graveyard. Still a Solitude in hand, it looks like, for Christian, right? So he's going to get to untap here.
Oh, ring protection. Right.
Mhm.
Okay.
So
Got it.
he's
That's
going to
so
untap
no attack
here.
this turn.
He's down a Planeswalker, but he is alive. So now he's sort of in the same spot he was last time, where he's got to just answer everything that Michael put into play and then hope that you don't die. And we'll see if another ring can get involved. That was a really easy one. But a full grip of cards, at least one Solitude here for Christian to try to dig out. So he's, in fact, feeling very comfortable with that and just going to pass the turn right back over to Michael.
Yeah, and with the ring protection, I wonder if maybe Michael was supposed to wait a turn on going for this Archon. I mean, I'm not sure if there's a way out regardless, but
Yeah.
maybe because the Archon wasn't going to do anything that turn due to the ring protection, it might have been better to have it as a surprise factor this turn where you just go persist back the Archon. Now I can give it haste. I mean, Christian has the Solitude in any case, so I don't think it would have mattered too much, but yeah, we're going to see the Solitude take care of the other Archon. And yeah, Christian's got a lot of cards in hand. It's my expert level commentary. Christian has more cards in hand, therefore he is favored.
Well, he set the free
Oh,
ones.
we
Oh,
got
it's
another Archon.
another one.
Okay.
And is that another? So the Bitter Reunion in play. This one could get haste as well. What is the answer? Oh, it is an actual counter spell, an honest counter spell from a very old printing of the card for Christian Valenti. Really clutch there because this card casts the Archon's plan almost took like it for Michael. Almost turned what looked like a game that was going to be a runaway for Christian into a steal for him, and it would have been huge for his team. But it does look like Christian is able to stave it off for now with that counter spell, and now going to town with the ring to start drawing cards. You have Lifelink from Solitude, I believe, to take down the Ren and 6. So all right, Christian feeling much more comfortable with where he's at.
Yeah, one thing you mentioned that we didn't you brought it up very briefly. Reed Anderson taking the entire match 2-0 over Ryan
Mhm.
Bellamy on Teamer Analyst. That is traditionally an extremely bad matchup for the domain ramp deck side of things.
Yeah.
So very, very surprised to see Reed take that one down 2-0. Yeah, and as we see, we Will Kowalczyk and Lucas Parson in our Pioneer seat is in game 3 currently. So there's a lot riding on this match in this game, and Christian really needs to get a game win for his team here because if Will Kowalczyk wins that match, we're done here, folks.
Yeah, this is either going to be excellent choice on our part to show this one, or less than fortunate. But I'm going to hope that we called it perfectly here because this has been a really fun one to watch, and I think that another game or two out of this matchup would be pretty enjoyable. So here we go. It is indomitable creativity to the hand for Michael Aquino. He's got a Bitter Reunion in play. He's staring down everything basically: a Solitude, a One Ring, a bunch of mana, but still in the game. I'm going to pitch a land to Bitter Reunion, try to draw 2.
Creativity
Land.
and a land. I wonder, are we out of Dwarven Mines yet? So we have 4 total copies. I see at least 2 in play under the separate. There's 2 that are separated by themselves. I don't know if there's any in the other stack of kind of sort of the taller stack of lands,
Mhm.
but at least 2 in play currently. But you have to imagine the creativity is not really ever resolving. I think I saw at least 1, if not multiple counter spells for Christian.
Yeah, having just the actual counter spell in game 1 there was really clutch because this is a point of the game where something like Spell Pierce we've seen out of other decks wouldn't really have done it. A lot of cards wouldn't necessarily work at this point, but just actual counter spell was huge there. And this is really setting up for Christian. He's done a really good job. We talked the whole game about how just kind of making these value plays, moving along a little at a time, and is at all points this game managed to keep the shields up and not get taken by surprise, and now feeling confident enough to just go ahead and flash out a solitude to get some extra attacks in.
Yeah, I think realistically, the only way that Christian can lose this game at this point is tapping the ring too many times. So you'll see
Yeah.
that Christian just played the new ring and he's like, yeah, I don't even want to tap this thing anymore. I don't need to have enough stuff in hand to be able to close out the game. And with Michael at 9, I think I saw a third Solitude in hand. This game should be just about, well, I mean, it's definitely over, but actually over. It should be over next turn.
Well, then we might be able to jump into the Pioneer game. If not, we'll come back for game 2 of this one. We'll see here. But yeah, what a match here in round 7, last round of the Swiss of the 10K Showdown in Indianapolis. These teams playing for a shot at the top 8. And these two players putting on a show with this Junk Creativity 4-color Omnath here. Christian Valenti trying to put the finishing touches on it. Omnath cards are out. I think that'll do it. There's a handshake on that game, at least. Michael,
Well, if they're shaking on the game, maybe that's some foreshadowing for what happened
Yeah.
on our Pioneer match.
Okay, so looks like we can check out deck lists, or we can hop over to Pioneer if we get an opportunity, but we will keep you updated on how this match is going. But wow, all right. Christian Valenti taking it down, keeping his team alive here. But, I saw
Some
another
handshakes.
we will see.
I think the
man.
match might be over. We'll see.
Yeah, take a look at this Junk Creativity deck list because it's pretty cool. You called out how it's not just the creativities, but also has access to the persist, which gives the deck an entirely different line and different angle using the graveyard as well, which kind of makes people have to choose and overload on their sideboard cards, which can be difficult. So really nice, a nice deck here. But on the other hand, 4-color creativity was able to 4-color Omnath was able to win that game. And unfortunately, I think that might be the match over. So we'll have to get back down and get a result in. But I'm glad we got to watch a great game there. So we'll come back to the booth here and we will catch you up on what happened there as we march towards the top 8 here at the NRG Championship Series. I'm Corbin Hostler with Devin O'Donnell. That was a fun one right there.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. So I think we're going to get an interview in the booth here just for you guys in just a moment here. Yeah, that was a lot of fun to watch. We get to see some creativity versus 4-color. That first game, the only game that we watched, the first game, where you kind of saw that the creativity player had the Ren and 6 into Fable the Mirror Breaker, but Christian's deck was just much more able to kind of play that mid-range game, and was never really able to resolve a creativity. Cast a couple of Archons, and that was almost good enough, but not quite enough to cross the finish line, especially against the One Ring.
Yeah, that was a great match. I think, all right, we're going to head down to the interview with the winning team here in a moment to get their take on that match as we head towards the top 8, which they are very much live for after that.
Hello.
Hey, everybody. How's it going?
How's it going? Hey,
guys.
Good.
Congrats on that one. What an exciting one. Tell us about those as you're playing those last couple games. Everyone's watching. There's a lot of pressure on. What was that like?
It was sweet. At least for my match, I'm playing Quintorius, and I got just hardcast a Virtue Persistence and start upkeeping Carnosaurs.
Oh, wow.
No, yeah. He's cracked.
Well, is that must have been the ending game too, right?
Oh, yeah,
there,
that was
game 3 with Quintorius?
Yep.
We were kind of discussing just like ways he could die. Like that's how good in the head of the game. It came down to like we talked like a minute about like a Quintorius uptick and like a fatal push, him dying, and that was like correct. But
Yeah, if they had fatal push, I'm dead. So
yeah. Even like a pile of Carnosaurs. But
Well, they didn't, and you all are very much live for the top 8 at least. We'll see how it all shakes out. But yeah, I mean, congratulations. Thank you about I guess we can talk about that match. We can also talk about the modern match, which we watched a ton of.
Yep.
How did you all, in general, how did you all come to your decks for this weekend? Because you all seem to be playing, sort of very difficult decks to play to take a high level of skill. So how did you all land on what you're at this weekend?
personal preference, like we didn't like discuss. We discussed decks, obviously. We discussed like decks we think are good, and it was at least my choice of domain was based off of the large percentage meta of Espa mid-range at like the most recent Pro Tour. I like playing the deck. I saw Mangu's list. I was like, that's cool. This is probably good.
I settled on Quintorius because I like its Phoenix matchup. Ironically, I lost every Phoenix matchup today. But other than that, I got to play against a bunch of mid-range decks and just win the game on one card.
Yeah. I played Teamer Analyst twice. I know people say it's a bad matchup, and standard matchups are pretty close in percentage-wise, but like I don't think it's that bad, especially in the cornucopia versions. Like there's been times where my opponent, at least online, has been like, here's the big enchantment that triples on my mana, and I'm at like 100. Like I don't think they can kill there, like ever. How'd you get on creativity?
Oh, so yeah, historically I actually played 5-color creativity, and I want to try Jund creativity out because I like the fact that not only does it have a combo with obviously creativity, but the fact that you can thought seize yourself and then persist turn 2. So they have to consider turn 2 and a turn 4 combo. At the same time, thought seize being so versatile, you can also target your opponent. I like how resilient the deck is. As you can tell, my game, it was only game 1, and I was just going tit for tat. It got to the point where I was just hard casting Archons, right?
Yeah, it gets to the point where you're
So it's like turn 2, turn 4, turn 8. Pick your, take your pick. I'm still going to be here, and I'm not going anywhere. You know what I mean? So you can control me as much as you want, but I'm going to be here. So I was just holding down the 4 while my 2 other teammates here were popping off. You know what I mean? So yeah, it was great.
Yeah, he's been thought seizing himself all day. I love that. That's my favorite interaction.
I think my favorite was when I surveilled one, and then the next turn I
Entomb
Persist, and my Satoru player was just like, oh my gosh, I can't do anything about that. Okay.
Surveillance are Entomb. You cannot change my mind.
Yeah.
Like broken, beyond broken.
So yeah,
no, that was awesome to see. Now, as far as the standings, the tiebreakers and matches were a little weird here. I think I'm actually seeing that the first 3 tables drew. So I think there's a chance that maybe you guys are still in it, depending on how the breakers cut out. But as far as the match goes, that was it was really fun to watch. As far as the standard match, I know you had mentioned that you said that the domain you're not as scared to play against Teamer as I think a lot of other domain players are, and you took that match 2-0, which Corbin and I were pretty impressed by.
My opponent's deck was non-functional practically.
Okay, well that's
points of the game where like game 2 I was very worried. This is the second time I've stone brained and I've gotten nothing off of it. First time I named Bonnie Paul, I was like, oh, there's nothing there. Or first name I named Titan of Ministry because I think they play more of that than Bonnie Paul generally. And there were 0 of those. And then I went to this match, and then I named Boney Paul, and there were 0 of those, and there was Titan of Ministry in hand. But my opponent was stuck on 6 lands, and I was just kind of like holding up like enough interaction to kind of deal with this massive threat coming in. But it was just like, rip, that's not a land, rip, that's not a land, rip, that's not a land. And then later, when the game ended, they had a Memory Deluge and only 1 island. And in game 1, they didn't like have red mana ever. Like I won by resolving a what's the thing that discards and like makes a billion dudes?
Makes a billion dudes.
5 3/3s, 7 mana.
Herd Migration.
Herd Migration.
Oh yeah.
I was like, play Herd Migration. I was like, oh okay. The only thing I lose to is ill-timed
Explosion.
Yeah. I didn't notice until the game ended. They didn't have red mana. Like.
Yeah. Well, tell us before we go on. How did this team come together? What was the backstory for this formation?
I've known these guys since like middle school, basically.
Dude,
we've known each other for
we're local
years.
players at a local
same
store, and we just play at the same game shop. And actually, we have a bunch of other friends who are also from the same game shop too. So we're pretty much a whole group. We're just like we play together. So yeah.
Well, love it. And we love to see you all out here, and we love to see you doing well. So congratulations on that win. Great run today, y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, welcome back into the booth, everybody. Corbin Hostler, Devin O'Donnell here. That is it for round 7 of the event. That means we're heading towards the top 8 announcement.
Very, very close to crowning a top 8, and we mentioned that round has a potential to be a win and in depending on how the breakers shake up. There's a lot of weird stuff with there's a ton of matches that were X11s that were playing it out, and a couple tables that drew. So a bit of weird stuff, and we'll have to figure all of that stuff out. But before we get you guys on a break, we are going to discuss and show you what is the next events we have coming up here on the NRG Tour. So the next event, we are going to be stopping in St. Louis. That's going to be on June 22nd and June 23rd. Saturday is going to be a 10K Modern Showdown. Sunday is going to be a 5K Pioneer Trial. But that's not all. We have events for the entire Season 2, July 13th and 14th in Chicagoland. It's going to be 10K Showdown Modern, 5K Legacy Trial. August 24th and the 25th is going to be in Madison. It's going to be a 10K Modern Showdown and a 10K, Team Trios Showdown. September 14th and the 15th in Louisville. That's going to be 10K Modern Showdown and a 5K Standard Trial. And then last but certainly not least, November 2nd and the 3rd, 2024, Indianapolis, 10K Modern and 5K Pioneer. Should be a lot of fun as we kind of sort of close out the season, Corbin.
Yeah, and these formats right now are all really fun. I mean, we've talked a lot about Standard and we've seen a lot of it. But of course, we always love Modern and Pioneer. But also take note, by the way, Legacy, Team Trios, these are really enjoyable events when you get a chance. So definitely try to get out to an NRG event for the second half of the year. If you can, we'd love to see you there. Just like we've loved spending today here with you in Indianapolis at the NRG Series as we march towards our top 8 of this 10K Showdown. I believe we will be back on the other side of the break with that top 8 announcement ready for you. And then we will hop in until we have a winner, one team at the end. So thank you all for joining us. We will see you on the other side to start the top 8. Hey everyone, welcome back to the NRG Championship Series in Indianapolis. We are heading towards the top 8 of our 10K Showdown in this Team Trios event. The players are getting ready. We are getting the announcement prepped. We have all of that coming to you soon. But rather than leave you hanging, Devin and I wanted to hang out with you for a bit. So welcome back, Devin. We've had a great day of Magic ahead of us, and we've got a great evening of Magic in front of us. But before then, we've got we're gonna hang out. So what have you been up to in Magic lately?
Well, I've been playing a lot of Standard in preparation for the RC in Dallas. A lot of Pioneer with the RCQ season, being the Pioneer format. So a lot of those two formats. But the one format that I have not touched on a little bit I haven't checked on it a little bit is Modern. But that's partly due to the fact that we have quite a big shakeup coming in not too soon here, and that is the Modern Horizons 3 set that's coming out.
That's
so we wanted to kind of come back here and talk to you guys and maybe do a little preview discussion of the official spoilers that have been released so far. And I gotta say, Corbin, the set from what I've seen so far, the set looks like an absolute banger, and I think it definitely is going to shake the landscape of Modern.
Well, yeah, kind of regardless of how you feel about the first 2 Modern Horizon sets, you can certainly say they were impactful of Modern. And that's what we're going to get with this one, too. The Eldrazi push is very fun. The Flare cycle is very interesting. There's a lot going on here, not the least of which is snow-covered lands and other lands that are cool, including snow-covered wastes. So there's definitely a lot going on. And if you think about Modern Horizons 1, well, it gave us Hogak, but if you don't think about that, it gave us some interesting cards. Think about Modern Horizons 2, of course, it gave us the elementals that have turned out to be really defining pillars of the format. So I'm not sure, if we see anything yet in Modern Horizons 3 that lives up to that billing, but there's definitely some interesting cards.
Yeah, the first one that I kind of wanted to put up on the screen here, and one is that's actually not a new card; it's a reprint from one of the Commander sets, and that is Kappa Cannoneer. And now I will say that there have been a lot of affinity deck lists as of late, mostly due to not experimental synthesizer, the simulacrum synthesizer, which is the artifact from the big score that lets you make construct tokens when you play artifacts that cost 3 or more mana value, or whenever they enter the battlefield, rather. And Kappa Cannoneer checks that box. It is a 6 mana card, but you're not really casting it for 6 mana. You're going to be casting this for 1 mana a lot of the time, and 1 mana for effectively what is a 5/5 because it triggers off of itself. So 1 mana for a 5/5 unblockable ward 4. That's a lot of stats, and I really do think that this is going to give a huge boost to these affinity decks that have already kind of started to crush the Modern format.
Well, yeah, you think back to the beginnings of Modern, like literally the very beginnings of it, Affinity has always been a deck. And forever it was. And now it's not, basically, until these more recent iterations of these blue-white type decks, these cards that have brought it back, and it's felt like it's very close now for a while. And yeah, Kappa Cannoneer could be the one that pushes it across the edge. Um, I want to talk about a card that is a throwback because, of course, one of the neat parts about these Modern Horizon sets is that they feel a little time spirally in that way, and that there's a lot of references to old Magic cards and things that were good. For instance, White of the Reliquary is a black green zombie knight reminiscent of Knight of the Reliquary, which was a staple of many competitive formats for a long time. It was good in Modern. It was very good in Standard. Heck, it was good in Legacy for a long time. It has sadly no longer is a thing, but here we go. White of the Reliquary, you sacrifice a creature, search your library for a land card, put it on the battlefield tapped. By the way, it also gets bigger for every creature card in your graveyard and has vigilance. So 2 mana, attack, sacrifice another creature, go get a Dark Depths in Legacy. Go get whatever you want in Modern. And I certainly hope that there are really interesting ways to utilize this in Modern. But I just love the card. I love the art being a throwback to the Knight, and I love the ideas that I've got churning with this one.
Yeah, Urza Saga too, another beautiful land to go grab off of this card. It works very well with lands that make tokens like Colony Garden, things of that nature, because you can use the token to then sacrifice to get something else and really let you kind of chain off a little bit. Looks like the players are just about starting to sit down, so maybe we have a little bit of time to discuss one more card really quickly here. The another card that I think is going to be have quite a bit of an impact is Ugin's Labyrinth. This is kind of the new been a lot of talk about this one, but this is the new soul land where if you have a 7 imprint when it enters the battlefield, if you have a 7 mana colorless card, tongue twister. I don't know why, but you get to exile it, and then if a card is exiled with it, you can make 2 colorless instead of 1, and you can use it to return the card for later use. So very powerful with expensive Eldrazi spells like Ulamogs and Allah's Dusts, and you got to do a little bit of work to get an Ancient Tomb, but nonetheless, it is at the end of the day, no matter how much work you have to do for it, it is still a land that taps for 2, which can do a lot of stuff.
Chalice of the Void is back on the menu.
Oh yeah,
that's what I see from this, right? The idea of Eldrazi Stompy as it exists in Legacy, where you have soul lands to play Chalice on one, which stops a lot of the format, and then you play your Eldrazi after. I don't know if we're exactly going to have that in Modern, but Chalice for 1 on turn 1, that is a real thing that some decks can play towards now.
Yeah, and I mean it was a thing when Simeon Spirit Guide was still in the format, so we'll have to see kind of how that plays out. So, as we mentioned, the players are just about ready and sitting down. So, what I wanted to do is maybe we can take a look at the top 8 bracket to see what teams made it in, what teams missed the bubble. So, on the top left-hand side of your screen, we have the team of Fote, Bellamy, and Baggett versus Williams, McKnight, and Moon. We have Pio, Bakuber, and Canfer against Tajali, Brickman, and Yeo. And then on the right-hand side, we have Crate, Grenke, and Hoos versus Higgins, Dickerson, and Torres. And then we have Belfato, Branham, DeVarty against Dunn, Bader, and Aldrich. The matchup that we are going to be starting with, I believe, is, let me just get this right, the top right. It's the Crate, Grenke, Hoos versus Higgins, Dickerson, and Torres. And we're going to be starting in the Modern Sea, Corbin. And there's a deck that you had that you have some interest in. Talk to me about this Modern match we're about to see.
Yeah, very much. So, Calibrated Blast. It's a Magic card. It's a very good Magic card. It's a very fun Magic card. It's the kind of fun that you can have in Modern, where you just cast it and you reveal until you get a card that can deal a bunch of damage straight to your opponent's face, and that's all it does. You just do that over and over. It's really fun. Look at that. Yeah, reveal cards from the top of your library. You hit a non-land. When you reveal a non-land, it deals that much damage to any target. Usually you're dealing 14, 15 to your opponent's face. And if they've dealt themselves any damage, that just ends the game. And if they haven't, well, your card has flashback and you get them that way. I saw this deck do very well at a charity tournament earlier this year. I then picked it up for the Miko Masters. I had some fun with it. It's been a really enjoyable one. And now here it is in the top 8 of the Team Trios event at the NRG Championship Series in Indianapolis. And this is going to be a blast to watch in action.
I see what you did there. The the matchup on the other side of the other side of the bracket, the Modern player is Esper Reanimator. That is what's going to be playing against the Calibrated Blast deck. This is your normal Reanimator stuff, Atraxas, couple Gristlebrands, utilizing Goryo's Vengeance, Ephemerate to blink the Atraxas, Teferi Time Ravelers, Grief Solitude to pair with the Ephemerates as well, some discard outlets. So, this is kind of the, I guess, the stock Esper Reanimator, as it were. But this should be a pretty interesting matchup. We'll have to see if I think this is going to come down to whether or not the Calibrated Blast player can there's for what it is, there's not a lot of interaction, right? You're not interacting with the graveyard a ton, so it's really just going to be whether or not the Reanimator player can have a fast enough draw, maybe a Grief along the way to help take a Calibrated Blast. I feel like this is maybe not the best matchup for Blast, but what do you think about that?
Well, there's some interesting lands we'll get to perhaps in the sideboard too. That there's a lot. I'm not going to say interplay or God forbid agency, but there's a little more to the deck than you might think at first glance. Mainly in the mana base. We'll see if any of that comes up in specific situations. But the attraction, the Reanimator deck, right? This is itself was new-ish to modern, but basically this is kind of the last remaining instant speed broken spell allowed in the format, right? With Goryo's Vengeance, is kind of how that works. And Goryo's Vengeance has been around in reanimating various targets for a very long time in modern. But this deck, I think specifically, is good because of how much interplay it has with its own cards, how it can play at very instant speed, and how Ephemerate interacts with everything the deck does. It really is what ties together, and the Goryo's Vengeance delayed sacrifice trigger working with Ephemerate is what ties together the black-white Ephemerate shells that people have been trying to work ever since Modern Horizons 2.
Yeah, like you mentioned, this is a really good example. This Esper Reanimator deck is a good example of utilizing the kind of grief scam. Can we say the word scam on this broadcast? I think we can. the grief scam openings where you're not pairing it with Not Dead After All, which is usually what you would see in the Rakdos decks, but instead you're pairing it with Ephemerate. And it turns out that Ephemerate is really good with Goryo's Vengeance because normally the Goryo's Vengeance you would lose the creature at the end of the turn, but if you Goryo's Vengeance and Atraxa and then Ephemerated, you no longer have to lose it at the end step. It just stays in the battlefield. So it's a really good kind of marriage of the early power of grief and utilizing Ephemerate to take advantage of the evoke, but also pairing that with the Goryo's package. So a really phenomenal deck list here, and one that has been putting up quite a bit of results in modern as of late. Calibrated Blast, on the other hand, is a deck that I haven't seen in a while, and I have seen. I watched you play it on the Miko Masters, and I watched a little bit. I know Spike was big on this deck for a little bit, and this is one that I guess there are some new. Now that I actually I didn't think about this. There's are some new lands. There's some new lands that we're playing. Yeah, we actually have Jagged Barrens. This is a new OTJ card where it's just a desert ETB tap for a black or red, and you ping your opponent for 1. And now they've been playing a sun scorched desert in the past as ways to get in, like you mentioned. Calibrated Blast deals 15, but you can't always get that last 5 points of damage in. So having ways to do that in your mana base, pretty cool.
Yeah, they're really randomly a huge upgrade to this deck, right? But that's what makes I'd say modern great, but honestly that's what makes Magic great, right? Is that something as innocuous as this, some weird limited fodder comes into play not just in constructed, but in modern, in the top 8 of a NRG Showdown for $10,000 with everything on the line for this. That's when Sunscorched Deserts and everything, all these interactions that come into play. That's amazing. That's I think why we all kind of why many of us love this game, and we're going to get to see it in action here with both sides playing really cool modern decks.
Yeah, 4 Mishra's Factory, 4 Radiant Fountain, also present in the mana base, 4 Ramunap Ruins. There's a Hidden Volcano too. That's the Discover one, right?
Yeah, you can discover to get another blast.
Yeah, and just 5 mana sack it, get a blast. So a lot of cool stuff going on with this blast deck, and we will have to see. It looks like the players have. I'm looking at opening hands, so looks like okay, we're getting word from our production. It says they're waiting on the judges, so might be just a little bit longer, not too much longer here. But yeah, Calibrated Blast versus Esper Reanimator. As far as the if we got a little bit of time, we can talk about what the other matchups are. Yes. Pioneer, we have Azorius Control against the Mono Black Waste Knot deck. And then in Standard, we have Gruul Aggro against Simic Cookies. So that Gruul versus Simic matchup, I'm looking forward to that one.
And we think that, look, full disclosure here, we hope to get to show you some of these calibrated blast games and then get over to the other games in the match, because the blast games might go pretty quick, especially when Reanimator's on the other side with a pretty fast in game of its own. So we could see some fun here. And look, blue white versus mono black. Take me back to 1993. That sounds amazing. Let's go. Like this is going to be a great series of matches here to start off the quarterfinals of our top 8. So the players are nearly ready. What about standard though? What were we going to see there, Devin?
Gruul Aggro and Simic Cookies. So the Simic deck, this is a deck list that has been popularized by Twitch streamer Ash Lizzle. I know she's been putting in a lot of work on this deck, and recently had a top 8 of the Canadian Regional Championship. So had a pretty good weekend last weekend. And the Gruul Aggro deck, this is kind of one that's been popularized with the printing of Slick Shot Show Off. I know we've mentioned that card a few times today, and that card's just making it a splash basically everywhere. So yeah, very excited to see that matchup as well. The Azorius versus. Oh, here we go. We are ready to go down. It looks like I'm getting word from our production. So let's take you down to the match. And we see players here. It looks like AJ on the right has potentially kept the hand. Not sure exactly how many cards. And Joshua just trying to find that calibrated blast.
Yeah, I mean, it makes it pretty straightforward, right? For both players, you know what each other are trying to do. You know exactly how they're going to do it or not. So we'll see how it goes here. So dice roll might be pretty relevant in this one. Of course, in this case, that is determined by the seed, which it looks like probably favors AJ on Reanimator here. But mulligans continue for Joshua Dickerson. Of course, with the mulligan rules of you looking at 7 and then keeping the ones you want, well, all you really need are lands and calibrated blasts in this deck. So mulligans, I think, pretty effectively.
Yeah, this is, I mean, we're talking about, what, 4, 5, 6 years at this point, but the London Mulligan was such a huge boon for these sort of, I don't want to call them all in because they're, I guess linear is maybe the right word, but these
Right.
linear decks that are just trying to set up like, very specific combinations. Like you think Tron is trying to set up, A plus B plus C.
Mhm.
You think Dredge, where it's trying to set up lands plus the Cathartic Reunion or something like this. And I feel like the London Mulligan, is that oh my God, Corbin, is that a Mulligan to 2?
Well, I said you need lands and calibrated blast, and I guess instead we got land and calibrated blast.
That's good enough, right?
Yeah, well, land off the top. You just need a few more.
Yeah, you get the Jagged Barons in there to start the 1 point, and then the fetch 2. That's going to put AG down to 18. So
What
you
a
figure
story if he gets
maybe
it right.
can you imagine game 1 of the top 8 mulligan
Yeah.
to 2 and just turn 3s them? God.
What's the best you've ever done on winning on a mulligan in a tournament?
I've
I
won
got
on
one on 3
4.
one. I got 1 to 3 on one time.
I
Playing
feel
the
like
combo deck.
I feel like I maybe have won on 3 from Tron.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Okay, so I guess does this count? If I mulligan to 1 and I revealed Leyline of the Void and my opponent conceded, does that count?
That counts. That
Okay.
counts. That's a game.
All right.
Yeah, that counts. I've certainly lost to Tron on 3. I know that.
We got a Rakdos Carnarium picking up the Barons, get a little more damage off of that next turn. It's an Atraxa in the graveyard, Corbin.
All right, well, this is a pretty good start if you're AJ. Does he have the reanimation spell? And if
Yeah,
so, well, there you go. Goryo's Vengeance. That brings back Atraxa. Atraxa trigger, and that is suspiciously a white mana open for that Ephemerate. Well, what's crazy, the calibrated blast hand here was actually going to do it, right? I mean, it has lands now, has blast, but might just be a little too slow for this wildly powerful Atraxa Ephemerate plan.
Yeah, what's crazy about the Goryo's deck too is you mentioned that they're, the white mana representing Ephemerate. Even if you don't have the Ephemerate, you're so likely to hit it off of the Atraxa. Right? You're looking at 10 cards where it's like you just jam even if you don't have it. It doesn't matter. And then worst case scenario, okay, I didn't hit the Ephemerate. Well, I'm still going to attack you for 7, gain 7, and draw 5 cards. Like, is that even that bad of a situation?
Seems amazing because if you think about it, by the time you've done it, you've seen 10 cards of your deck, and then you're going to see another 10. So you're getting through a third of your deck at that point. The odds are certainly in your favor. But
well, he had it anyway. So
had it anyway. There you go. Ephemerate on Atraxa. We'll do this again. Why don't we?
All right, 10 more. And I think the big issue here is lifelink, right? So we saw it
Yes.
gain 7. The 7 is going to put AJ to 25. Even in the best case scenario, Josh goes untap land, blast you for 15. That puts AJ down to, I believe, 10. And then the Atrax is going to put AJ to 17, which means even if he top decks another blast, it still only would put AJ to 2.
Yeah, I'm going to throw one wrinkle into that.
Okay.
Blast deals damage to any target, and
You could kill
AJ is
the
tapped
Atrax, though.
out. And AJ is tapped out. So now that seems like probably doesn't matter. But that is like if you're Josh, I guess the plan would be to do that. But because you're right, that math otherwise does not work out in his favor, even in maybe the most optimistic of scenarios.
Yeah, I couldn't quite get a good look at the second Atrax. I don't remember if Agorios was revealed. Because now you're in the spot for Joshua. It's like you cast the blast. That's not bad, but it's where do you even go from there? Do you target the Atraxa? Do you just go upstairs? We're gonna see Ephemerite's gonna come off of rebound here. Let's see. Are we going to choose to cast it? I actually kind of like that from AJ. AJ's like, okay, well, I already have a trillion cards in hand. I just want this life.
Yeah, just in the game. In the game, it ends a game in 2 swings, and the lifelink is in fact relevant. So, so too is perhaps any of the cards in AJ's hand. So, all right, here we go. Calibrated blast target.
So, anyways, I started blasting,
and we're off to the races. One blast in. It's we got a reader, of course.
We're reading
because why wouldn't you? As a matter of fact, fun fact. Calibrated blast can be Tishana's Tidebinder because it creates a delayed trigger that goes on the stat. So fun fact. In this case, it doesn't matter. We're scooping them up and heading on to game 2 just as fast. It looks like Mason took down game 1 over Mario in the standard. So Cookie's falling to aggro, and that sends us over to Pioneer, where, as expected, Hunter Crate on Azorius control is locked deep into a game with Aaron Higgins on Mono Black Waste Knot.
Yeah, this matchup is so weird because both decks have a lot of, I guess, quote unquote dead cards. They have a lot of spot removal, right? Like you have Aaron has the fatal pushes and things like that. And then on Hunter side of things, you have, Sunfalls and all these spot removal spells. So both players have a relatively good amount of dead cards. I think I would prefer to be on the Waste Knot side of things in this matchup. And the reason for that is a couple of things. So one, there's a lot more utility lands, right? For a mono black deck, you are able to squeeze in more utility lands like Hive of the Eye Tyrant, Gyre Reach Sanitarium, Field of Ruin, all these different types of things that can actually utilize your mana. And then just like the plethora of discard spells alongside Waste Knot. But it looks like there are, 2 active Planeswalkers here for Hunter, so not doing too bad against this Waste Knot.
Yeah, and one of them being Narset as well, of course, having the honestly one of the most frustrating passives to play against in the game, where you can't draw more than 1 card a turn. Well, Waste Not helps draw extra cards. Mage's Divine Tome helps draw extra cards. Can't do those things against that Narset just sitting there at 1 counter taunting.
Yeah, it's like a situation where you want to use the Gyre Reach because you want Hunter to discard cards to trigger your Waste Knot. But if you do that, like if you're utilizing the Gyre Reach, then you can't draw cards with the Maze Mind Tome against the Narset, even if you do both on your opponent's turn, because you're activating the Gyre Reach on their turn, and then you also can't do the Maze Mind Tome, but you can't do it on your turn because you've already drawn a card for turn. So this Narset is, now that you mention it, it's throwing a wrench in a lot of Aaron's plans.
Yeah, it's definitely tough, and it looks like a Waste Not in hand and possibly another Maze Mind Tome in hand. So yeah, Aaron in a difficult spot here. That said, a removal spell, something to get rid of the Narset,
oh boy,
starts to unlock the card advantage. But what is that? Is that
that's a Shark Typhoon?
Shark Typhoon, baby. All right.
And I'm gonna be real with you. This mono black deck does not have a way to kill enchantments, as you could probably imagine. Now, I will say, sometimes these mono black decks do play Invoke Despair. Unfortunately for Aaron, 0 copies in the deck list today.
Yeah, this is a tough spot to navigate out of. Looks like we might have this is the part of the game where when you're playing against the blue-white control deck, you know that you're at a very low percentage chance to win, but you've got to try, especially if you're Aaron Higgins and your team has already found itself down 2 games in this top 8 matchup.
Yeah. Yeah. If we see, okay. It looks like we are, yeah, I think this game is going not so great for Aaron. So if we can switch it over to standard, we can take a look and see exactly what is going on between Mason and Mario. Players
Yeah.
are shuffling up, as you mentioned. So, yeah, I
This
mean,
one
that
might
game
go much
was,
faster.
yeah, that game was still going on. I think Aaron was very, very likely to lose that game just because of the hard gas shark typhoon. But here we see Gruul taking game one over Simic Cookies, which, to be honest, kind of makes sense. I think that the Simic deck, while it can apply some amount of aggression, it's not really going to be able to provide as much aggression as a deck that has Slick Shot, Show Off, and a bunch of pump spells.
Mhm.
And the big issue is the Simic, as you know, as you can imagine, when you're playing blue and green, your removal options are extremely limited. You don't really get to play the cut downs and the torch the towers and anything like that. Go for the throats. Your removal is basically only in the form of, I'm going to check the deck list here, 2 copies of Kite Sail Larcenist, and realistically, there's 3 hard hitting questions, so I guess that can help as well.
Yeah, and also one of the things I think is interesting here with the Girl deck is we were talking to people earlier about how Slickshot Show Off can just change the way people build the deck too, and make it have more protection, have a sort of a slightly different way of playing the game, which could also come up very interesting here because the Simic Cookies deck, as you see, I think that's Tough Cookie, yeah, for
Tough cookie.
resolving here. Uh, it has a very different game plan than most blue green decks you would see, that's for sure. So this is I think a very interesting matchup to play out. But having this here and having the food even could be relevant over the long game. We didn't see how the first game played out, but this is one of the more fascinating matchups I think you can see in standard.
Mason has just played the best land in the entire standard format, which is Thran Portal.
It
It
is
is
certainly
confirmed
a
the best.
land in the standard format.
It is one of the lands, yes.
Yeah.
Play with fire, taking out tough cookie. Now, a lot of people who are maybe not familiar with standard are maybe not. They don't really, if they haven't seen this cookie stack before, they might, say what's going on here. As we see Zoetic Glyph, that's
Oh
what's going
yeah.
on here. That
Oh
is
yeah.
the Ensoul artifact at home. But it's really just trying to utilize these sort of. I'm not kind of trying to say that these like puny creatures because they
Mhm.
they are kind of they are still pretty tough to
Tough
like they do hit
cookie.
pretty
Yeah.
hard. Yeah, tough cookie. But they're like small and they utilize artifact synergies. So you have Teething Wormlet, which gets pumped by when you play additional artifacts, and then you have the card you see on your screen, Zoetic Glyph, which is effectively a 3 mana and soul artifact, turns it into a 5/4. So these ways to utilize artifacts and ways to utilize Agatha's Soul Cauldron with some different activated abilities as well. So really kind of just trying to take advantage of some artifact synergies and play to the battlefield and honestly, Zoetic Glyph is maybe one of the best cards in the deck, just because
Yes,
even when it
because of
dies,
this.
you just get an extra card. Yeah,
Yeah, because of this right here. I mean, that's maybe not the one you want per se if that's a Tidebinder, but it is a free card. I mean, it's a 3/2 that you got out of your Ensoul artifact being killed. Like this was an amazing turn of events for the Simic Cookies deck, all things considered.
yeah, and
And
that's
that's the power of that card, right? That it's wild because if you get rid of it, which you need to do because it's a 5, it turns it into a 5/4. I mean, heck, it's like you want pacifism at that point. So you don't have it. So instead you attack. If you're Mason, you just turn your creature sideways and we're off to the races. That said, Mario seems to be in the lead right now on taps, looks at a hand of lands and plenty of options for spells.
Yeah, Mario's weirdly kind of turned. Mario is sort of the more aggressive deck in this matchup, which is not something that you would expect to see when you see like Simic versus Gruul kind of thing,
Right.
just in terms of the names of the decks. And got a couple options here. We can hold up a Deshana's Tidebinder. We can deploy a Surge Engine. Looks like a hard hitting question as well, and a Kite Sail Larcenist to be able to take care of. We're going to hold up the Tidebinder, which I kind of like. Just
Yeah.
don't play into any of the red removal and kind of make Mason make the first move.
Yeah, it definitely seems like a play, and it's all because of that the Zoetic giving the extra spell, which gave the Tidebinder, which allowed you to speed to 3 and keep it in your
Oh,
favor. But look at that.
Corbin, we talked about this in the interim.
Whiteboarded.
Oh boy. There is one copy of Giant Growth in Mason's deck list, and I am very, very happy that it is now revealed to both players.
It is. It is a whiteboarded giant growth, and that's incredible. I don't know if we'll see it get played, but it's here and it's made an appearance as the creatures attack. Fun deck, love it. Love it when giant growth is good, when shock is good. Like, how fun is that?
I was gonna say if Mason doesn't cast the giant growth, I'm gonna give him an unsporting conduct.
And there it is.
There it is. Cast on the stack. Bang.
All right, Mario coming in here. Looks like we're going to Tidebinder, probably the prowess trigger on the Swift Spear. And before we get to blocks with the growth on, so look at all the camera time it's getting too.
Yeah, this Tidebinder is actually kind of brutal. Okay, we have a shock for it. I was going to say, if we didn't have shock for it, then the Swiss Spear would have remained a 1-2, and they could have just ate it up with the Tidebinder. But
yeah,
fortunately for Mason, and that giant growth is still going to resolve. So a big attack here, I believe. Looks like it should be 7,
8.
I think.
I think it's 8 because there's another trigger from the Play with Fire.
Well, remember, one of the triggers got countered from the Tidebinder.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. So, yeah, 7. Okay, so 11 to 10 as it stands here. That was a pretty good turn, all things considered, for Mason, but Mario is still very much in the game here. Looks like Kitesail Larson is to try to fight back.
We got a good old-fashioned race on our hands. Yeah, Larson is kind of a card that you don't see too often, but it's a 2/3 flyer, and I believe it has word 1. And when it enters the battlefield, you can choose, I believe, a permanent you control and a non-land permanent your opponent controls, and you can turn them both into treasures. So we're going to take that Kumano and just make it a treasure. Then we have, I believe, hard-hitting questions going to take care of the Swiss Spear. So
huge,
really good turn here from Mario.
Yeah, that hard-hitting question was huge. I mean, just you're able to add to your board while removing 2 threats from your opponents. Very, very good. And the attack now putting Mason down to 7 life. Hard-hitting question, you can see there's just a 1 mana spell that's going to be able to just take away most of your opponent's stuff because your creatures have decent power and toughness, like we said. And there's a lot of small creatures running around when the matchups where you want hard-hitting questions. So Mason down on life, down on the board. Only 2 cards in Mario's hand, and we know that neither of them are going to do anything immediately, right? You can't play anything, so the way is clear for Mason to try to catch up on the field right now. And if you can kill the Larcenist, you'll unlock 1 creature of your own.
Yeah, I believe looking at Mason's hand, I think I saw a copy of Slick Shot show off. So we'll see if we're going to go towards that. I believe if we're tapping the portal, we're probably going for Questing Druid, which, yeah, that is the case. And we'll see what, if any, follow-up is there. Yeah, it's definitely a Slick Shot. I can't quite tell what the last card is.
Yeah, just passing the turn back here. So, all right, it's open for Mario here to try to close it out. It's got the Tidebinder in hand. It's got a couple creatures in play. We'll see how they want to play it out from here, but looking pretty good to try to pick up a game. The first game, in fact, for his team. By the way, that Azorius and Wastenot matchup we were checked in on earlier, we thought might be over.
Still
soon.
going.
Still going. Yeah.
I would have to imagine if we had like if we flashed over to that match, there would probably be about like 15 sharks or so in play.
Yeah.
I guess if that's the case, then Hunter would be.
It'll be over soon, or who knows? Who knows? But I do know that this
big attack here.
This one might be over soon as well because Mason is getting attacked by both of Mario's creatures. We'll see how combat progresses from here. First thing is priority gets passed, and this looks like a removal spell.
Yeah, Witchstalker
pointed at
Frenzy.
the Kitesail. Yeah.
Yeah, Frenzy is going to cost 2 mana because there are 2 creatures attacking. It's going to take out the Tidebinder. And it looks like Mario is going to Tidebinder the Questing Druid ability, which is pretty good. Turns it into a 1/1, doesn't get the counter, and doesn't get future counters. So pretty good setup here. Tidebinder looking really, really good in these games.
It's a fun card, isn't it?
So good,
especially in these tempo. I loathe to use the word, but tempo-ish decks, right? This aggressive blue-green deck that can also mess with your opponent's game plan at the same time. The Larcenist, the Tidebinders, the hard-hitting questions when you want those. A lot can go on. So okay, we'll see how this.
We got a judge call. I'm not quite sure what the call is.
See how this resolves here.
Yeah, 2 mana. I mean, we had 2 mana to cast the Frenzy, and there were 2 creatures attacking, so I'm not quite sure what the question is. But
yeah, we might pop back over to that Pioneer match.
Yeah, in any case, we can go back to Pioneer. As expected, there's the Shark Typhoon still on the battlefield.
It's still 15 to 14 on life.
How has this happened?
Okay, so Narset's still in play. Wandering Emperor still in play. Very nice Hallowed Fountain in play. Bunch of tokens. I mean, looking pretty good here for Hunter. Aaron looking through the hand and decides to scoop him up.
All
There
right,
we
well,
go.
we came back at the perfect time then, I guess.
3 games over to Hunter's team there. Hunter picking it up with Zori's control. Now his team up in every match. So backs up against the wall for Mario, Josh, and Aaron.
Now we get back to our regularly scheduled blasting, and we'll have to see. We'll have to see exactly what is going on here.
Yeah, I wanted to call out, if we're going to pop our head back into this match, the Nephalia Academy in the sideboard, where if a spell or ability your opponent controls causes you to discard, you can set it on top of your deck. That's the tech that can come out. But we also might we see these players deep in it. We might be able to pop back over to standard. To get
Yeah, I think standard's good to go. So there was a bit of a judge call. Not exactly sure what happened, but in any case, the frenzy did resolve to take care of the Tidebinder. And yeah, this is like a classic game of limited. Just a lot of back and forth attacking and damage racing and all that stuff. And it looks like Mario is good to finally get their team on the board for a game win. Because like you said, it did not go very well for the first game. All the game ones on the other side.
Right. Yeah, it's a lot of back and forth for us too. I had a real we're popping in and out of matches. NFL Red Zone moment here. It felt good.
Oh yeah, it's fun.
Yeah.
I'm a big Red Zone guy. I see. I would rather watch Red Zone than like watch a single entire game. You know.
For the most part, that's how I am as well. I do a lot of fantasy, so that might explain it. But
Same.
It's an enjoyable way to watch it, and that's kind of like what watching team trios is. You know, just popping in and out of matches and different formats and different game states, and coming into this slick shot show off being played out here by Mason.
Bang in the red zone. Taste it. Take one. What are you gonna do? Last card in hand, I believe, is a green card for Mason. Not sure what that could be. Take a look at Mason's deck list. Green cards. I'm scanning for green cards. Snakeskin Veil, Giant Growth, Pick Your Poison. That's really it. So could be a Questing Druid, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So interesting state here. Mario trying to come up with 4 points of damage here. 1 blocker. Just trying to finish it off.
Sentinel of the Nameless City. Going to bring along with it a map token. We can map onto something here. Looks like we're going to map onto the flyer. Makes a lot of sense. Reveals a Gingerbrute. Going to graveyard that. And get into the red zone. We'll see if we have anything for Mason. No, we don't. All right, Mario getting the first game win for our team of Mario, Joshua, and Aaron. And I believe we are ready to go back to the scheduled blasting as it attracts us in the battlefield. And there's a lot of Emeralds in hand for Joshua.
Look at
it's not where you want those.
45, 57, 70, 80 mana worth in that hand.
75. They're all 15s, right?
Yeah, at least the Emrakuls are. The Worm, 15s. I believe, is as well. So yeah, that's quite a bit.
90. The old 90 mana value.
Look at AJ's at 3 life.
That is true.
We got tokens.
Can't get a look at the graveyard, but I don't know if there's a blast in the graveyard.
That's a Ramanap Ruins in hand.
Ooh, how do we sneak in 1 more point of damage? Because you can't really attack it to the Atraxa.
The life link is going to change it all. Otherwise, you could poke in for 1 and eat the block, but the lifelink changes it. Are there other deserts? There are, and that's why Ramanap Ruins is so good. By the way, there's also this Discover land sitting on the
that's
battlefield.
What that is. I wasn't sure what that was. So
yeah, that I can't tell. That might just be it. We don't know. Like one would assume, but he hasn't activated it yet. So here we go. Joshua Dickerson, a calibrated blast, trying to deal 3 more points to AJ Greenkey. I guess you could even let AJ gain 7 and even have a shot at this next turn for what it's worth. But we'll see how Josh goes from here.
We're just coming into this game now. Taking a look at AJ sideboard. Excuse me. There are 2 copies of Unmoored Ego. So if I had to guess what happened this game is that Joshua slammed Blast on turn 3, hit 15. AJ went to 3. And then AJ resolved an Ego, and that's why we're not going for this Discover land, because we don't have Calibrated Blast left over. That's my guess.
But I'm with you. That checks out. In which case, this, Okay, so the lifelink again from the Atraxa.
You see the Exile Zone? He just flashed the 4 Blast. Okay, that's exactly what happened. I still got it.
Detective Devin on the case.
All right, Spirit going back to the hand to Fairy. So with the Calibrated Blast out of the way, and this Atraxa coming in, and okay, I get it if you could maybe chip in the last like 1 to 2 to 3 points of damage, but 10 is a tough sell.
Yeah, this is good. It's too bad that Ramanap Ruins was probably likely one turn too late, right?
Yep.
So because he could have had AJ down to a virtual 1 life, and just the life link from Atraxa making it too much. In all likelihood, there you go. That's a Gristlebrand. That's a handshake. AJ Grinky picking up the first match for his team, taking down Joshua Dickerson's Calibrated Blast 2-0. That means that the other matches are going to decide who advances here in the top 8 of the NRG Team Trios Showdown in Indianapolis.
Yeah, that was a little unfortunate for the Calibrated Blast player because, the Calibrated Blast deck is good at casting Calibrated Blast, but after you get Unmordigoed, it's not the best at doing a lot else.
Yeah, it was very close. It was very close, but didn't quite get there. Fun to watch, though. That's for sure. All right, here we go. Back to standard Monastery Swiftspear and an attacking for Mason. Mario responding with a siren and a map token out of Simic Cookies.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool one drops in this Simic deck. You have there's Ginger Brutes, Spyglass Sirens, and Teething Wormlets. So a lot of different ways to get on the battlefield very early, and just kind of put this is the equivalent of, I mean, Affinity, powerful deck and putting a lot of permanents in the battlefield. This is sort of that same thing where the cards aren't as individually powerful as, say, your Rafines or your Shieldrids or any of these cards that are also legal and standard, but it's like a critical mass thing where you have a bunch of the stuff in the battlefield and you're using synergy a lot more than you're using just the raw power.
Yeah, definitely one of those things that comes about is having access to more cards in standard, right? And having the bigger rotation, because getting the Zoetic card along with all these other random map token cards, it's really nice to be able to put that together in standard in a way that comes together. So here we go. The Siren, though, does bite the dust, and that is a subterranean schooner for Mario. That's a really fun card right there.
Oh yeah, we have a boat sighting. Maybe not as the big boat that people expect, but this is the boat that we have access to. One of the boats. And we saw a Fugitive Codebreaker. Interesting turn that we didn't even discuss this, but Fugitive Codebreaker was cast on turn 2 for Mason, and we actually did offer the trade for the Siren. That one, for folks at home, it's a 2/1 haste prowess. So we could have elected to not attack. Now it's possible that we didn't care about the trade because we had the second one lined up. So no harm, no foul. But yeah, interesting decision there for Mason last turn as we send in the clouds this turn. No available blockers here for Mario, and this is kind of what we talked about. This play draw matters a ton, and Mario's definitely under the gun here.
Yeah, because the schooner, especially just sort of by the way vehicles work and the way it works specifically, triggering off an attack is very, very powerful. But really, when you're on the front foot, on the back foot, it's like fine, right? But it's a lot worse, and that leads to sometimes getting behind on board, as can be the case here. So we see looks like a Kitesail Larcenist out of Mario to try to work his way back, and then we'll see if he opts to go for the attack with the schooner here or to keep everything back on defense.
Yeah, we talked about damage races. So the interesting thing about this turn is that you kind of want to attack with the schooner to be able to get the explore, but it's also a really good blocker. 3/4 is kind of a tough stat line for the red deck to be able to attack through. Now there are cards that can do it, right? You have Witchstalker Frenzy and Monstrous Rage are the two that come to mind. But yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and kite sail down the Fugitive Codebreaker and
the map token.
Oh, we can get a mana off that. That is a good point. Okay, so that can help us double spell. That's a good turn here for Mario.
Yeah, especially depending on what we do with this here, because I mean, look, 15 life is, I mean, you don't want to be behind in the race, but it's not 0. It's not single digits. You can maybe take a hit, get a little aggressive with the schooner, and you actually does use that mana to double spell, is able to play out, I think that's Ginger Brute, right?
Get him in.
Swing in with that and the schooner, and now the schooner is going to have an explore trigger on the Larcenist, and it looks like that's a non-land on top. Larcenist is going to have 4 toughness, also out of range of many, combinations out of the red deck. Big turn.
Yeah. On top of the fact the Larcenist has ward. right? So you already have to pay. I'm thinking of a card like Witchstalker Frenzy, where if you attack with the Swift Spear, you normally be able to cast the Frenzy for 3 mana, but you got to be able to pay that ward cost in the Kite Sail as well. So, yeah,
Yeah.
currently Mason, probably gonna not have access to that Fugitive Codebreaker for a while. And I believe Mason might have missed a land drop last turn as well. So maybe having some potential mana issues here. Grip full of spells, which not the worst place to be in with a Swift Spear, but when you're facing down this much pressure, not exactly where you'd want to be. Wants to maybe follow up with like a Slick Shot plus something else, and I do see a Slick Shot in hand, but we'll have to see what that other else is. Pick your poison, I think, is the best option here for Mason if you have it.
Yeah, whoever spends the most mana tends to win the game, and in this case, Mario showed the power of that, really getting value out of just even that larcenous extra mana compared to Mason missing land drops here. She's not going to be able to cast enough spells, perhaps, to get in. So as it catches in that treasure token that the creature turned into, and is in fact able to double a spell here as a result with the show off and this saga. And in fact, it's in a pretty decent attack here. What's that? Probably for 5. So, all right, stuck on 2 lands. Mason's still working with what he's got. Gets in a hit. But here we go. Mario Torres, Sima Cookies player, is untapping with access to 4 mana and some spells. So we'll see how he opts to go from here. But he's got a lot he can do.
Not just some spells, but pick your poison to be able to answer the show off and a tough cookie to be able to crew the schooner. This is going to be a really big turn here for Mario. Now, 9 life still a little precarious. Does have to worry about something like, Monstrous Rage plus, dare I say it, Giant Growth? Is Giant Growth going to end this game?
You may say it.
If that was still left in, we'll have to see. I mean, look, here's the thing. If you're playing a Giant Growth, you're not allowed to sideboard it out. You have to keep it in every matchup. I don't make up the rules.
That's true. You're right, though. That was right there in the original rules of Magic. And Mario's thinking this one through, knows that he's in a good spot, knows that this is huge. Of course, AJ Grinke on this for Reanimator defeated Mario's teammate Joshua Dickerson on Calibrated Blast over in the modern seat, which means if Mason were to win this game with Gruul Aggro, the match would be over. Meanwhile, Hunter Crate is also up a game in the Pioneer seat. So this is a huge spot for Mario. And I'm not sure exactly what we're looking at here or what we're waiting on, but this is going to be probably the defining turn of this entire tournament for his team.
Yeah, the hand for Mario right now is just tough cookie and a land. So I think what we're deciding between is how aggressive do we want to get, and what combination of cards do we die to / what combination of cards can we afford to play around. So that's kind of what is going through the head of Mario here. Now, you kind of we talked about the Monstrous Rage plus Giant Growth. Now, how much damage is that? So the Swiss Spear is 1 point plus the 2 prowess triggers, that would be 3. The Giant Growth is 3 more, that's 6, and then the Monstrous Rage is a +3 because it's 2 from itself plus the roll. So that would be 9 damage total with Mario at 9 life. So in that instance, if that was Mason's exact hand, he would have to hold back just 1 blocker, right? Any single point of toughness would do the trick, and looks like the tough cookie is holding back. So maybe that's exactly what is going through Mario's head.
Yeah, also had access to the Ginger Brute, so he definitely had a lot to think through there, right?
Yep.
Is going to go for the crew here in the attack and reveals a non-land on top. That adds a counter, and you mentioned it keeps back the creature and is hoping that this will be enough. So Saga ticks up. What does Mason have here? Can Mason pull it out and send his team into the semifinals?
Yeah, Mason did pick up a mountain that turn. I think we're deploying another Slick Shot, which will get a counter from Kumano. So that is, if you're Mason, that is pretty good for you. But I didn't quite get a good look at what the leftovers were past the Slick Shot. Don't think I saw a Monstrous Rage or anything like that. So that's the card. If you're a Mason fan, you're really looking for Monstrous Rage here. I think it's double Slick Shot, Witchstalker Frenzy, which that's kind of a tough hand.
That's not exactly where you want to be at all in this spot. Mario might be just a few moments away from this as Mason tries to find a way out. Thinking about it, and the first spell is going to come down, probably be a show off, and we'll go from there. But this has been a really back and forth match between two aggro decks of sort of very different varieties, which is fun to watch.
Yeah, the other question is here, can Mario actually present lethal next turn, especially through that Witchstalker Frenzy?
Mhm.
I'm going to assume the answer is no, because you figure Mason's at 10. Even just on the board, we know the cookie's on top. That gets cast, cruise the schooner. That's 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But through the removal spell can take care of one of the creatures. So it is entirely possible that Mario goes for it, like, plays the cookie,
Yeah.
sends in the clowns, gets frenzied, and then could potentially land the backswing. So this is gonna be a really interesting turn to see. Does Mario play around a removal spell? Can he afford to play around a removal spell? Exactly what is going on. I guess you can also. So instead of playing the cookie from hand, you can activate the cookie in play to make the food
Like a
into a
4/4.
4/4, and then use the cookie to crew the schooner. But then, even in that instance, it's still
Not counting up to lethal.
even without the frenzy, because the Swiss Beer can now is left on defense. So the Swiss Beer can chump block the 4/4, and then you would be taking 3, 6, 7, 8
Yeah.
damage from Mason's at 10. So
Another line here then is that there are actual food tokens. That is life gain for
yes,
Mario,
yeah.
and the schooner is the biggest thing on board this game. Maybe if you're Mario, you can opt to play this game with an eye towards playing 2 more turns, with the intent of gaining 3 to 6 life over the course of those turns. Now you know that Mason has unlocked some things, likely with that third land, is about to flip over the Saga into another creature, has cards in hand, so that kind of strategy can be risky. But yeah, there's a lot going on here for Mario. That's for sure. I think you said it's something about limited earlier. That sure looks like a great
Oh
game
yeah,
of limited right here. No creature has more than what three or four power and toughness.
we call this a pure damage race.
Yeah, it's fun.
This is kind of why I like standard, because I feel like the other formats have gotten so powerful to the point where we just don't see this type of gameplay anymore, right? It's
Yeah,
a
rarely.
lot more about these kind of linear interactions and less about actually playing to the battlefield in this sort of way.
Mhm.
And it's really refreshing, because I don't know about you, but I really enjoy games like this where it's like, what do I have to attack with? What do I have to hold back? What can I afford to play around? Do I have to hope my opponent has nothing? There's just so many things to think about in these spots.
Yeah, I'm a big limited purist myself, so I very much enjoy the questions that this sort of thing poses, right? And where it comes down to sort of who can grind it out the best. So here we go. Mario has made a decision. The tough cookie hits the battlefield. We've got another food token, so could sacrifice a food token to gain some life. We're going to crew the schooner, send it in.
Ooh, I like this. Okay, just attacking with the schooner. So we're playing just about as defensively as possible. We're even holding back the kite sail to check the slick shot show off. Oh, and you know what I love about this play too?
Mhm.
It also means that you're only attacking with one creature, which the red deck has 4
Right,
frenzies, and
right.
you're just not playing into frenzy at this point.
Yeah, and you know that Mason's been short on lands the entire game. And now you've
Yep.
got, in theory, plenty of blockers here. You've got mana
Oh
open to
my
get
god.
food. So what is this?
Corbidy Truth the Giant Growth.
Okay. All right, let's go.
And this is Ancestral Anger on Slick Shot. So I'm going to do some quick math here. So the
Yeah.
Slick Shot is a 2/3. It gets +1 power from the Anger and 2 power from its own ability, right? So
Yeah,
that's
plus
2
3.
plus 3 is 6. The Giant Growth is 3, 5 more. That's 11. And then you have 11 minus.
Oh gosh.
Yep.
Oh
Yeah,
gosh.
that should be enough. So Mason is spending 2 mana on the frenzy, but that's one. The frenzy costs 1 plus the ward, so that's the 2 mana covered. And that Carplusen Forest is going to represent Giant Growth, and I think this is going to be a lethal attack with Giant Growth.
Wow.
You love to see it.
Wow, you sure do, man. Giant growth winning games, 1994, 2024. Magic is amazing. And what a play by Mason. What an ending if he's able to finish this off. If the map holds up, if Mario we know he's got nothing. Does Mason pull the
This
trigger
Giant
here?
Growth. This
Yeah, we
Giant
do.
Growth.
Ah, yeah. Giant growth fist bump.
Oh
Good
my
game.
god.
Mason. Who's
Wow.
takes it down? Gruel aggro. What a win. What an ending. Giant growth winning the game. You called it out before the match started. What a caster call right there, Devin. What
Giant
a
Growth.
match.
I mean, I gotta be honest. I did not think I would see Giant Growth in the year of our Lord and Savior 2024, but here we are. Giant Growth winning games of Magic, and I got one copy right here. Don't ask me
Oh,
why I have
heck
one, but
yeah.
I have one. I was just sitting on my desk. yeah, no, really, congratulations. That was amazing to watch, and you don't get to see Giant Growth cast every day. And it was a true game of Limited that was decided by
Right.
one of Limited's oldest tricks, right?
Yeah, that's right. And all 3 games in that match were tight. Great match to open the quarterfinals here at the NRG Championship Series 10K. This is Team Trios. I'm Corbin Hostler with Devin O'Donnell. We will be heading into the semifinals next. But first, we want to look at everything coming up in the future here on the NRG Series. First up is St. Louis. This is coming up on June 22nd and the 23rd. There is a 10K Modern Showdown and a 5K Pioneer Trial on Saturday and Sunday. And of course, side events, Ultimate Guard providing prizes and support to those side events as well as the main event. So definitely a lot to play for in St. Louis. And you can get points for the season long leaderboard and all of that comes with it, as well as the events that come up in the back half of the year in season 2. That begins July 13th and 14th in Chicagoland, where we'll be playing Modern and Legacy. Heading after that to Madison for Modern and Team Trios again on August 24th, 25th. September 14th and 15th, we will be going to Louisville for a 10K Modern Showdown and a 5K Modern Trial. Standard Trial. And wrapping up season 2's events this year in Indianapolis again, November 2nd to the 3rd, with a $10,000 Modern Showdown and a $5,000 Pioneer Showdown. That is a lot to play for over the course of the year with these series. We've already had a handful of events this year. We've got the leaderboard building up towards the championship series at the end of the year. A ton going on in this.
Yeah, and the most importantly, we have giant growths, and hopefully we will have more
right.
giant growths for all of you when we have our next match, which should be just around the corner. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a little bit.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the NRG Championship Series. We are in Indianapolis this weekend with a 10K showdown of Team Trios. It is Standard, Pioneer, Modern. Those are the formats that our players are competing in. Corbin Hostler, joined by Devin O'Donnell. We are taking you through the top 8 this evening. It has been an excellent ride so far, and there is more to come. But first, we've got a little bit of time while the players get ready for the semifinals. The last game went a little while long. So before while they get ready to play, we wanted to hang out with you a little bit, myself and Devin, as it's been an awesome way to spend a Sunday afternoon watching all of this great magic.
Yeah, I got to be honest with you, Corbin. I don't think much is going to top that giant growth for lethal that we saw at the end of the last match, but we're going to do our best. We will certainly do our best. And we have a couple of Azorius control decks on the horizon that's coming up here, but we're not going to talk about that right now. We are going to talk about some Modern Horizons 3 cards. And one card that I wanted to put up on the screen here, probably my personal favorite from the set, because I'm a big fan of graveyard decks. That is the Recurring Nightmare callback in Chthonian Nightmare.
Yeah, nice and easy to pronounce.
Yeah, the easiest card in the set to pronounce. This card is so sweet. It's 2 mana, ETBs, you get 3 energy, and then you can pay any number of energy or X energy, sack a creature, return it Chthonian Nightmare to its owner's hand, and then return a creature with mana value X from your graveyard to the battlefield, activate only as a sorcery. So that really, really sweet, Recurring Nightmare throwback. There's a lot of stuff to do with this card, specifically with like Stitcher Supplier and Bloodghast and other, like, it's really good with Grist because Grist counts as a creature in your graveyard. So a lot of cool stuff you can do with this card. And I don't know about you, but I'm generally a really big fan of these, like, not combo graveyard decks, but more value oriented stuff where it's, nickel and diming and, getting a lot of value. And this card seems perfect for that type of deck.
Yeah, and the energy theme is interesting as well, because that's something we're seeing them push with the set. As we know, energy has not exactly had a great track record in constructed in terms of being something people enjoy. Right? We went from Aetherworks Marvel being terrible, like no one liked that. It got banned, to Teamer Energy just being kind of oppressive and getting banned. So they're giving it another shot, and this is certainly a very interesting use of the mechanic. But yes, if this card is good but not broken, I think it's very, very
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, it's cool. Speaking of, though, like, something that can give you fodders, this is one of those cards that can bring, it might go into these graveyard decks, your prized amalgam type decks, your Narcomoeba type decks that could also run things like Flare of Denial, the counterspell, the free quote air quotes counterspell, and the air quotes free cycle of flares. But Flare of Denial, of course, is 3 mana cancel, but you can sacrifice a non-token blue creature to pay its costs instead. Yeah, Flare of Cultivation is the other one we've seen. You can sacrifice a green creature to go get 2 basic lands and cultivate essentially with them. So these are very interesting, like free cards. Wizards has gone back to the well of free cards, despite that being, something people consider dangerous. But what do you think of Flare of Denial? I mean, is this something that is going to have an impact in Modern?
So with denial specifically, I can't really touch on cultivation. I'm not sure about that one. With denial specifically, I think it's a little bit more sort of upfront as to what deck it's good in, and I think I know why you wanted to bring this up, Corbin, because it's really good in Merfolk.
It might
Um,
be.
yeah,
It might be. We'll see.
typically, what's nice about this card is you don't. So with a card like Force of Negation and Subtlety, you have to you have to play in such a way where you have to hold one of your blue cards in hand to be able
Right.
to pitch to it. And what's really nice about Flare of Cultivation, or excuse me, Flare of Denial, rather, excuse me,
Mhm.
is you just get to play out all of your stuff and still have your counter spell left over. Normally, it's a circumstance where your opponent has one card in hand, and it's like, okay, well, I don't have to play around a counter spell. Now you do. So, you don't have to lose, you don't have to hold back anything. You just jam it all and still have the Flare of Denial up. Outside of Merfolk, I don't exactly know what this goes into because you need a very high density of blue creatures to be able to pair with it. You did mention Narcomoeba and Prized Amalgam, which both
Mhm.
happen to be blue, so maybe there is something to that as well. But yeah, really phenomenal card in Merfolk, and I wouldn't be surprised to see this one see some play.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I'm jury's out for it in Merfolk, in my opinion, but it will be interesting. But yeah, thank you for hanging out with us, everybody. We're just looking through some modern cards as we get the top 4 ready. We're gonna get that bracket up as soon as we can too to work through it. But I want to go through at least one more card we have to give a shout out to in the set. You talked about it during the break. Is Knoll Drifter, just for the name alone,
Mm.
right?
Yeah,
Very
the flavor on this one hits different. For folks who remember Mold Drifter, this is Mold Drifter's, big cousin, I guess, as it were.
sure.
It's a lot more powerful when you are kind of cheating it into play. So, the common play pattern with Mold Drifter is you Mold Drifter Ephemerate or whatever, not dead after all. And this card does work with those cards because it has Evoke, but you don't get the full benefit because
hmm
the draw cards is only on cast. But what
hmm
you do get instead of the second enter the battlefield, you get a much better creature, right? 4/4 flying Annihilator 1. So it's the question is that better body worth giving up those additional 2 cards, especially if you're doing it that early in the game? But yeah, the flavor is just, on point with this one. Between this and White of the Reliquary, absolute bangers.
Yeah, this is cool. Someone in chat just called out "good with dress down," which is also pretty
Mm,
funny.
yeah.
I like that idea. Um, let's talk about before we move on here. I just want to at least call out 2 classic Magic cards, 2 cards that were just dominant legacy pillars when I got started in this game 15 years ago, and are now coming to Modern. Priest of Titania and Orum's Chant. Like both of
Mm.
these were just enormously powerful combo cards. And I mean, to be fair, still are, I suppose, and Priest of Titania would still see play. Um, but yeah, I think it's just interesting that no one even has mentioned Orum's Chant as previews have come out. No one's even talked about elves with Priest of Titania. But that tells you how much, I guess, one, how powerful the format is these days already. But two, also how much power people expect from the set. That this is kind of just like, oh yeah, these exist now.
Yeah, Priest of Titania is a really cool one because there have been various elf decks that people have been, playing and having some moderate success with. And this one is, this is as close as we're ever going to get to Gaia's Cradle. They're obviously never going to put Gaia's Cradle in modern. So this is what we get, and it is still a relatively powerful card. The one toughness, a little bit sketchy in the Bowmaster Red and Six world, but
It is. The thought on that, I think, is that if you're an elf ball player, is that elves, unlike basically other decks, can overload on must kill 1 toughness creatures to such an extent that maybe you can get away with it, or maybe Bowmasters just pushes it out all entirely. But it's one of those, if you untap with it, you can certainly go off with it, right? Elves has been a combo force in the past. Glimpse of Nature, remember, still banned in modern as a result of all of this. So yeah, there's just something to look at, something to look at there for sure. But I think we might be ready to head into our top four here. So we are going to pull up the bracket and get into the top semifinals. Is where we are headed here. The NRG Championship Series Team Trios in Indianapolis. Devin, why don't you walk us through the bracket here and what we have coming up?
So we are going to be starting on the left-hand side of the bracket with Williams, McKnight, and Moon against Tajali, Brickman, and Yeo. That is going to be our feature match. The other side, we just watched Crate, Grinky, and Hoos take care of Higgins, Dickerson, and Torres. They're going to be battling against the team of Dunn, Bader, and Aldrich. Now, as far as the matchups are concerned in our feature match, we are going to be starting on the Pioneer side of things. And we have Mono White Humans, a deck that we, to my knowledge, I don't think we've seen maybe once on camera before today. And they're going to be playing against Is It Phoenix? Should be, you mentioned classic Pioneer matchups. And honestly, this one feels like it's as classic as you can get.
Mono white humans, any form of humans, as if it, they're not exactly the same as the human decks in modern always were, kind of, but it's sort of a similar vibe, and some of the key cards are the same. So yeah, humans feels like a very classic eternal magic archetype at this point, and Phoenix is the same way. It exists not just in this format, but it's been played in every format where it was legal at some point or another. So yeah, it'll be great to get to watch these, and there's a ton on the line, of course, as we are in the semifinals now in this event. That means just two more rounds once we get headed into the games here. This and the finals, we'll have a champion.
Yep. So we players appears to be shuffling up and drawing the opening hands here. Travis Williams on the left and Ty on the right. We see Ty leading us off with a recruitment officer. I know my alt arts. I know
There
that
you go.
one.
Well done. Yeah, I did some prep work with somebody for one of the broadcasts one time, and they had a flashcard system with all of the alt arts, but not the name.
Oh, okay.
And I'll tell you, there were 500 something cards in OTJ plus everything it could come, and it was a challenge.
Yeah, there's a lot of alt arts in OTJ. You got the big, well, I guess the big score cards don't necessarily have all. Some of them do.
A bunch of different sets, right? A bunch of just different cards you can look at,
Yeah.
But yeah, recruitment officer number 2 coming down along with the Dauntless.
Yeah, bodyguard's going to go ahead and protect that recruitment officer if Ty so chooses. Now, as far as the matchup is concerned, I think this matchup is generally, I would say, pretty close. I think maybe Phoenix is slightly ahead because they just have so much of the red removal to be able to fight through. But the sometimes the humans player can have a uncontested Thalia or protected Thalia in that case with either Dauntless Bodyguard or Brave the Elements or something along those lines. As we see an attack here, we're going to get in Adeline. No removal spell here for Travis. That's a tough spot.
The game gets out of control immediately, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Adeline is a card that snowballs out of control very quickly.
So, I mean, I was going to say, I don't know how much this comes down to play draw. On the one hand, is that Phoenix on the draw would have access to more removal, but on the other hand, it can get overrun. And this is looking like an overrun game. The first creature ate a removal spell, but that meant there weren't any for the follow up. And basically, once you get the first attack in with Adeline, it feels, I'm not going to say unlosable, but the 4 toughness, the snowballing advantage, it gets out of control very, very quickly. So if you're Travis now on Phoenix, you're about to start just your 3rd turn already staring down what feels like lethal. You need to get something going. I see 1 Phoenix in hand, 1 Fiery Impulse. Both of those you're going to hope to do something with. Here's a consider.
Okay, I was gonna say Travis needs to find an axe this turn, and right as I was about to say that, does find one right off the top of the library. So 1 spell already cast this turn. Now, if you count the graveyard, there are 5 cards. You can go axe, discard Phoenix, that gets you to 7.
Yeah.
But the thing is, you don't want to. Okay, we're just gonna kill everything. So Fiery Impulse is gonna kill the bodyguard. Play the pathway on red. We're going to go axe, discard Phoenix, kill the Adeline, and then I would presume leave the Phoenix on defense here. But this is a really good turn here for Travis.
It was. This is exactly what Travis needed to get back in this game, because that was threatening for Ty to just be an overrun type game where it just ends on turn 4. But instead, Travis able to thread the needle, get the removal in there, and finish it all off with a Phoenix coming back to block, which is all just huge for him here. And now as it always seems to do, the treasure cruise is sort of the last piece that feels pretty crushing. And just like that, this thing swung. Ty was in such a good spot. Now just sitting on a recruitment officer, I guess, can activate. But just like that, it feels like Travis is in almost full control.
Yeah, this game is a lot different if that lightning axe does not come off the top of the library that turn for Travis, and that Adeline can just kind of crunch back in. Even with the Phoenix, you could chump block the Adeline for a turn, but
Mhm.
you're not really making any headway in terms of actual battlefield presence. And see a Shredder here, and okay, we get a little activation out for Recruitment Officer, looking for probably a lieutenant, and Adeline is not bad. Okay.
Yeah, especially when Travis is tapped out, you can get yourself a trigger. I mean, I don't know if it's going to be enough to get you back in it, but hey, it's nice if you're playing this on a white deck. The recruitment officer is giving you that late game ability to activate and get some cards back. You hope it doesn't come up. You hope you've just won the game by then, but sometimes it can. And here you go, Thalia's lieutenant hits the battlefield, puts counters on these, and we'll see where Ty goes from here. Looks like an attack for 3.
Yeah, I believe the leftovers here for Ty are Thalia, and then the last two cards in hand are Adeline and Brave the Elements. So, we did talk about, Travis having that really good turn, but Ty was able to kind of, muster up a good battlefield presence, and that Brave the Elements could potentially spell the end of the game at some point if we are able to get enough power into play. Now, worth noting, the Brave the Elements does cost 2 mana for the Thalia
Right.
to do the Thalia attack. So even if Ty does not draw an untapped land, is not going to be able to go Adeline into Brave in the same turn.
Yeah, and honestly, for Ty, being able to just spend the mana so efficiently there was huge. Like if
Yep.
the Adeline would have let you 1 mana not spent, and that would have been fine, but able to deploy the lieutenant, get an attack in, and then to follow it up with Thalia to now tax everything Travis does. And Travis wants to be casting a bunch of spells, which means if it doesn't start with a removal spell pointed at Thalia, a lot of things are going to get taxed, and that's what you're seeing happen here. And for Ty, no big deal. You pay 2 mana for your Brave the Elements. You swing in for what you hope might be lethal, and it's close, like 1, 2, 5, 7, 9 right now ish. So getting very close, Ty is to possibly ending the game.
Yeah, and I had mentioned Thalia being the card that is really the difference in this matchup. Whether you have it, if you have it in the play, obviously it's very, very good. If your opponent doesn't, like you said, kill it immediately, every single spell costs 2 more. But even in these spots, this is what turn 4, turn 5, and that Thalia is coming into play. It's still doing quite a bit of work here. Travis is not
Yeah.
really able to effectively, is double spelling, but maybe not in the way that he would want to. He would much prefer to cantrip, removal spell, do something, and is extremely limited on the amount of actual actions he can take, which this Phoenix deck does like to take a lot of actions.
Yeah, these he is double spelling, but I don't know if these are the spells that Travis was hoping for because
Yeah.
there are no phoenixes in the graveyard. All these cantrips just do nothing. It's just complete air. Just sitting back on block on defense. Now, this isn't the worst defense, got flyers, but tied now just a few points away. So that Brave the Elements in hand does not represent lethal quite yet in terms of just giving creatures protection from a color, especially since Travis does have 2 colors of blockers thanks to the Phoenix. But Ty's in a pretty good spot. Just has to figure out how he wants to force through damage in this position.
Yeah, that's a very good point you bring up, where Brave the Elements only gives you protection from one specific color. And because there's the Phoenix and the 2 blue creatures, then, you say you give Pro Blue, Phoenix can chump block the biggest creature, which is, or I guess in this case, trade for the biggest creature. It's only an attack for 6. So Travis is not super, not in the danger zone, as we like to call it.
Right.
But potential there. So I think what's going to happen here is Ty is going to cast the Adeline and then probably not attack. And then next turn can set up for something like Coppercoat Vanguard plus Brave, send in the clowns, and maybe hope that's good enough. Travis really needs to find some red cards, specifically, the removal spells to be able to take care of the Thalia, but maybe Phoenix if there is any sort of way to get that Phoenix into the graveyard with like a Shredder activation or Shredder trigger rather.
Mhm.
And yeah, we'll have to see how Ty wants to take this turn. My guess is the Adeline's coming into play.
Yeah. And you know what? That was a good point too about if you don't like the cantrips are good, but cantripping to find removal to then pay the tax on the removal as well it's just very bad. Like basically, if you can't answer Thalia with your first spell cast, the advantage it gains, the humans player, is just gonna just overwhelm in all likelihood, and that's what we see. Um, an easy double spell
Okay.
from Ty, able to put down
Hopeful
Adeline,
initiate.
and a hopeful initiate. So just completely overloading the board here. If is able to poke through any damage this turn, is definitely setting up for Brave the Elements looking like a very, very, very possible lethal attack next turn.
Yeah, the hopeful initiate means that I may have gotten the hand wrong. I thought it was a brave, but it might have actually been brave or hopeful instead of brave, and therefore, unless card I
Ooh.
think might be a copper coat vanguard. So we might not actually have the brave elements, which could be a little awkward. Now, the question is, do we have an attack with the lieutenant? So the shredder is currently a 4/6. If you attack with lieutenant, you make a token off of the Adeline to make the lieutenant a 5/5. So no attacks there. And Travis picked up a copy of Fire Impulse, like we said, wanted
That's
to
a
draw
huge
those
one.
red cards.
Yeah, that's huge right here because this definitely could change how this goes. We've got 3 counters now in Thalia's Lieutenant, so it's starting to get pretty big itself. But look at Legend Shredder. They got 3 counters on it as well. Travis now feeling, I think, pretty confident. Fiery Impulse starts it off, but you can assume that's pointed at Thalia. It hits the bin. Travis's hand is now unlocked. We've got 2 lands, the ability to cast 3 spells if you want it. There's Consider, Trigger, Ledger Shredder, digging for birds at this point, so you can start doing Phoenix things.
Ledger Shredder's been hitting the gym lately.
That's right. Look at this. Consider, respond to the trigger, respond to the consider. Just to look at the most things possible, I guess, to try to get those birds into the graveyard. Very nice technical play there by Travis. Doesn't reward this particular time, but a nice play to take note of.
Yeah, very, very heads up play in terms of sequencing. Like you said, just give you the maximum number of looks at Phoenix, where you respond to the connive trigger and play another cantrip. It just gets you a little bit deeper. And yeah, something that doesn't come up too often, but it is, it comes up often enough that it's very, very important when it does. And yeah, like you said, no birds here. Now there is a time walk, and by time walk I mean temporal trespass in Travis's hands. So potentially doing some math on, okay, if I attack with something this turn, and then I want to make it so I have a 2-turn clock in play to set up the trespass next turn, but obviously doesn't want to attack with too much and threaten, a top deck Brave the Elements or some other sort of kill from Ty, so has to play a little bit carefully. But I presume at least, yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. The shredder and the pick lock. So you have 2 blockers of different colors, and then it still sets up a 2-turn lethal with that trespass.
Yeah, very nicely done as well. And look, I'm just looking down at the bottom, taking note as we march towards a possible finale. Here's Lightning Axe takes out Adeline. First match goes down. Kin Min Yan takes Azorius control to a win over Casey Moon on Domain Ramp and Standard. So Ty's team up a game, but Ty in a very tight spot deep in game 1 here of the semifinals of the 10K Team Trio Showdown, the NRG Championship here in Indianapolis. Travis Williams on Instant Phoenix has done a really nice job of pulling out of this one when it looked at times like Ty's board just might overwhelm. But here we go. Big strike. Turn them all sideways. Attack you.
Okay, so I couldn't quite see what the card that was cast off screen. There is a creature that Ty played pre-combat that is underneath the number 5, so I can't quite get a good look at what that was. Maybe chat can confirm for us because I don't know if they got a glimpse of it, but I think it might be the Copper Coat Vanguard. So if that's the case, you see 2 blockers here. You block the lieutenant and the recruitment officer, and then that would have you taking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So pretty easy. Just yeah, okay. It looks like it was a Copper Coat Vanguard. So, yeah, I mean, if you block the 2 biggest things, you're currently taking 6 damage. So, not a ton to worry about. I think Travis doing some math here and seeing what if I let 3 creatures through, what can I die to, things of that nature. And these players do have open deck lists. So, Travis knows exactly what Ty has access to in terms of the instance.
Yeah, Travis is thinking it through here. Definitely has good options because, as you mentioned, has the extra turn spell in hand. So it's really just thinking through not just this combat, but what do I need over the next 2 turns that I'm going to have to actually end the game without giving Ty a window back in.
Yep. So there we go. A big attack here. if you're in Ty's spot, you're like, okay, well, I dealt my opponent 10 damage. I'm at 11. I'm not dead on board,
Yeah.
looking pretty good. But then here is the temporal trespass, and that is going to be the game.
Wow, he just pick him up. There we go. That'll do it. Temporal trespass looking very good in Is It Phoenix for Travis Williams, who gives his team the first win of the match. Not bad considering that his team is down a game in standard. So, all right, we're going to swap over. Sorry, we don't have a triple box here, but we are going to swap over to Justin and Vincent locked deep into a modern match where we've got Yawgmoth on one side as Yawgmoth is hitting the battlefield against Azorius Control from Justin Brickman with a whole lot of mana available.
Yeah, Justin can almost Justin's almost getting to Emrakul territory at this point. But yeah, I think this matchup is traditionally not the best for Yawgmoth. There's
No.
the control deck is very, very good at answering the threats when they're presented one by one. Now the Yawgmoth deck can sort of, set up spots where it is presenting more than one threat in a turn. And Yawgmoth can help do that, but nothing to sacrifice to the Yawgmoth here. A Griston 4 can maybe generate some tokens, but not a lot else going on for Vincent here, and Justin's just sitting on 20 cards in hand. What it feels like.
Yeah.
So
As long as Justin has an answer to Yawgmoth here, it should be fine. And there we go. There's an answer to Grist. I assume that's some kind of fancy art from a new set. It looks like, and here comes the one ring. That'll give you protection. Draw a card because you know what? Still have mana left over after this.
you know what? Kill your Yawgmoth too.
There we go. That basically, I think, will do it. It looks like full on top deck time for Vincent, which means it is likely to be another Azorius Control victory soon to be picked up. And by soon, I mean, who knows how long from now.
Well, it's really a question of how many turns Vincent wants to play. These matches are untimed, so it's not like in a situation where if you're playing in the Swiss rounds of a tournament, you kind of have to keep the clock in it. The clock is a factor. You don't want to,
Mhm.
take too much time. But these top 8 matches, they're untimed, so Vincent's just kind of just hanging along for the ride. He knows he's basically dead at this point, and almost 0%. But just maybe there's a chance that Brickman doesn't find what ends up happening in these spots is sometimes if your opponent can't find a second copy of the ring, there is the potential that they die to their own ring. Now, how often does that come up? Not that often, but it could happen.
Play to your outs, right? I don't know if
true.
I don't know how many of these players are veterans of the Lantern Control days. But that was always the question there. Is how soon do you scoop to save time?
I still have nightmares about Lantern Control.
You just had to learn to play it. That's what I did. I just embraced it and played Lantern Control and learned to love it. Very sad that it's no longer playable. It won a Pro Tour though, so it will go down in Magic history.
Yeah. Funny enough, I did actually play against Lantern at my most recent FNM that I went to, which was this past Friday.
Heck
so
yeah! How was it?
Still got it. I got destroyed.
Oh wow! Okay, look at that. There's hope. You're telling me there's a chance. Not for Vincent though.
Probably not for Vincent. Yeah, talking about hope. I'm trying to think of a sequence of draws that could potentially get Vincent out of this. It's like Grist, Mill, make a token. I'm trying. I'm scraping and I'm trying, but I'm not coming up with it.
Yeah, goes and grabs the Dryad Arbor. We may as well attack.
Bang. Beatdowns. What are you going to do,
no,
Brickman?
how rude.
Oh, just take the 1. What's the worst that could happen?
He could just not do it and then block. It's even more rude.
Yeah, more life.
Gain the life.
Yeah, I think that's what Brickman is considering, or maybe there was some motioning. Yeah, because Solitude is up to, so you can choose not to exile anything with Solitude. So in this case, just choose nothing, block, gain a little bit more life. Again, make sure you don't die to your own ring, because that's really the only way that Justin can lose this game.
I was really rooting for that little Dryad Arbor. Unfortunately, it goes down in combat. So
what could have been,
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah, Brickman looking very, very good here. So of course, if Brickman picks this up, his team goes slightly in the lead here. But look, it's going back and forth. Tie. Mono White Humans dropped the match to Travis Williams, or dropped the first game to Travis Williams on Is It Phoenix. So This is all three matches are very tight in this, and this is if you're in these games, you're looking at your teammates, you're going, "Oh, how are you doing? How are you doing? I lost the first game, I won the first game," and this is a tight moment. There's a lot of pressure.
All right. Okay, that Vincent has seen enough. Counterspell, you got me. All right. So Justin going to take still at all these. Look at these
Nice.
counterspells.
That's a lot.
Justin going to take game number 1 here over Vincent. And both of the Azorius control players taking a game here. The saving grace for the other team is Travis winning game number 1 against Mono White. We're going to take a look at standard here as players are in game number 2. Again, domain on the left-hand side of your screen. And man, this is, I got to tell you, Corbin, this is not looking great for our 5-color domain opponent who has 3 Blaines and a Swamp in play.
Angel beatdown plan, I guess, but I can't say I've ever seen a domain player with that particular board state when it comes to lands. And there's a mom in play over here for Kinman. Yeah, so okay, and there you go, 3 steps ahead, I think that is. So that angel hits the graveyard. Another token comes out. This is wow, and just turn them sideways very quickly. Ken just scooping Ken just turning him sideways, and that's it. Casey Moon scoops him up.
Casey's had enough.
Wow, what a unlucky sequence of land draws for Casey, that's for sure.
Yeah, unfortunately, the decision to sideboard into Orzhov Angels did not work out super well for Casey. So that's going to be the first match here, going to Kenmin EO in the standard seat on Azorius control. So I believe we might have both other matches in sideboarding right now. I would presume the Pioneer is the closest one to going on. What were we going to say?
Well, I was just thinking about this, right? So double Azorius control and mono white humans. That's your lineup for the day. Ty has spent so many minutes watching his teammates play Magic.
Oh yeah.
You know, that's where my mind was at.
Maybe Ty was considering, like, Ty is in the position where he's like, okay, well, I want to learn how to play blue-white control. So the best way to do that is play this mono-white deck, finish all of my matches, and then I can just watch my teammates play blue-white,
What if he's actually the secret blue-white master there to give advice to both blue-white teammates after finishing a mono-white humans matchup? I don't know. Lots of conspiracy theories here. But in the meantime, double 1-drop, triple 1-drop for Ty to get out onto the board here. So while we're making theories, Ty's just making plays.
Yeah, and a card picked up here for Travis, which I believe came out of the sideboard, Young Pyromancer. I don't know if you noticed the power and toughness of all the creatures on the right-hand side of the battlefield, but they all are 2/1s, and it turns out making a bunch of 1/1s off of Young Pyromancer pretty good against a bunch of 2/1s. Now, that is presuming that we get to untap with those. And we're actually going to go with the Shredder first, which I like because it provides a stable blocker, good enough, almost like baits out the removal spell. If there is, one of the like Skyclave Apparition or something like that, you'd rather have the Shredder die anyways. So really heads up play here for Travis.
Yeah, and here we go. Block, and then set the
Ganjo,
the land. All right, so yeah, Shredder hits the bin. Travis falls down to 12 life. Ty keeps all 3 creatures. Not a bad use of your land, that's for sure. But okay, see some red stuff. This is when you can go Pyromancer plus something if you're Travis and start filling the board.
Yeah, honestly, that turn, if you're in Travis's seat, I think that is probably the happiest that you could possibly be, like the best outcome for you, because you traded the removal spell for the creature that you wanted to die first, and now you get to follow it up with Pyromancer, kill your creature, make a 1/1, and you're effectively removing two attackers because you're killing one creature and then having the 1/1 to be able to block the other 2/1. So really, really good sequence here for Travis.
For sure. And like that is not a good rate on removal spell, is paying that much mana to do a combat trick like that. So Ty with now X1s, staring down X1s, play wedding announcement. This is a good one. This is I don't know if you can out token a Young Pyromancer. And now we see, and is it Phoenix hit the hand? I'm sorry, Arc-like Phoenix hit the hand to go along with that lightning axe. So this is looking like Travis is in a pretty good spot here. But wedding announcement is a very powerful card, just maybe in the wrong seat for this one. Maybe one standard seat might have done a little better in this particular circumstance, because this is going to be a big turn for Travis.
Oh, second Pyromancer too. I mean, the announcement is nice because I mentioned that the creatures on the right hand side of the field for Ty all have 1 toughness, but once we flip that announcement, they have 2 toughness. So it's a little bit harder to block the 2 toughness creatures more profitably with the Pyromancer tokens. But if you think about it, I mean, by the time that the wedding announcement flips, Travis might have 5, 6, 7 tokens in play. He can afford to just trade 2 or even 3 for one of Ty's creatures and not even really care about it that much.
Exactly. And eventually Treasure Cruise gets involved as you see it. This is the one that then pushes it over the top. And then you can just make tokens forever. So whether they're trading the rate of 2 for 1 or 1 for 1, I mean, it's still going to be some amount of time before that wedding announcement even flips. This is a lot of spells that Travis is going to get to cast between now and then.
Yeah, and a Phoenix. I mean, honestly, Travis might be in a position where he can just start attacking. Yeah, this Phoenix is getting to the red zone. Oh, the 1/1, love it. Get it in there. Turn it sideways.
He's not going to block.
Yeah, we don't need it. We got 3 others to block with, so we'll be fine.
Well, Travis looking pretty good here. Ty back up against the wall. His team is up a match already, and in the middle seat, Justin Brickman is up a game. So it is not all lost here if you're Ty, but if you're Travis and you're rooting him on, this is it. You need this game to keep this match going, to keep your finals hopes alive. And you're looking in a pretty good spot here. I can't see if you'll be able to actually cast anything on this turn, but systematically just sort of wearing Ty down, got more removal lined up when you untap, and of course the token. So in a pretty good spot, all things considered. Ty trying to dig out. Not seeing anything that's going to do it yet.
Was a recruitment officer activation hitting Athalia's lieutenant, which it's not that bad, right? You pump up your other stuff, but it's just if you look at the battlefield for Travis, we've gone so wide with that young Pyromancer. It's just going to be nearly impossible for Ty to be able to present any sort of lethal attack. I mean, maybe if something like Brave the Elements is involved, which that is a card that was likely kept in, that's probably Ty's only saving grace at this point because without Brave, it's going to be basically impossible to make any sort of attack.
Yeah, his own life at 16, still feeling at least somewhat comfortable on that. But here we go. God. Travis is going to deploy the second Pyromancer and has his follow-up. So this is going to be very, very much on the way to the end of the game. Unless you probably called it exactly. It's going to have to be exactly a Brave the Elements kind of play to get Ty out of this one.
Yeah, we're not getting through this wall of tokens without Brave. So that is really what Ty is looking for. But not only do you have to find Brave, you also have to find 12 power. Right. And you don't have that much time. Look at this attack. Yeah, Travis.
Oh, look at that. The Pyromancer comes in too. Travis says, no fear. I'll swing.
Yeah, I mean, it's got enough value. You have enough other stuff in play that you really don't mind trading that Pyromancer away, especially if it's going to put Ty on a 2-turn clock. So we see an attack for 7, put Ty to 9, 2 blockers. You block a token in the Pyromancer, and I believe 3, 4, 5, 6. It's still 9 damage. So Ty's going to need a good draw step here.
Yeah, look, if you're Travis there, it's a good job of recognizing that we're in the end game. We're at the point where I have the blockers. I don't need to play overly conservative. I don't need to win by 20 points of life. I just need to win by enough, which means I can swing with this. And if you block, you're not going to be able to come back for lethal. And it's already got me enough value. My hand looks good. So I'll do it. And I'm not going to overthink it. It's a really nice play there, recognizing where you're at in the game. And closing it out, hopefully in a timely manner. Don't give your opponent any time to draw back into things.
Corbin, I think I got a glimpse at Ty's hand, and I believe now I know I've been one to get cards in hand wrong a couple of times, but I think there might be a Declaration in Stone in Ty's hand. Now we talked about going wide with Young Pyromancer. If that is the case, and that card is in Ty's hand, that's a pretty clean way to answer these Pyromancer tokens.
True. Also, a reason to get aggressive with them if you're Travis, because they could all just bite the dust. Interesting. That is a play that makes that Pyromancer trading in combat pretty interesting. Because there you go, you nailed it. Deck in Stone. It's going to take out all of the tokens, but there is still a Young Pyromancer, so it's got to be coupled with a big attack here. So we've got Travis at 12. Wedding announcement's going to do something in the end step. So Ty trying to find a way back into things here.
Yeah, Copper Code Vanguard. This is going to push 5 damage. And because Travis traded the second Pyromancer last turn, does not really want to you don't really want to block here. So this is going to put Travis down to 7. The announcement's going to draw a card and flip, which makes the other creatures bigger. And on top of all of that, Ty still has that Thalia's Lieutenant in hand for next turn. So this is, but we thought this game was over, but that Deckenstone was a massive, massive play here for Ty.
It was, especially coupled with the other Pyromancer actually biting the dust. Now, it might still be fine for Travis here. Travis has a hand of multiple removal spells, but only 1 red mana right now, right? 2 red mana. Okay.
Two.
So be all right. He has access to both of the red cards in hand. That can get rid of 2 creatures. You'll also make a couple tokens. You have your bird. You can even start things off with a picklock transfer here. So this is a high upside type of turn for Travis, and there's some of that upside because one of the first times today we've seen, at least in the last couple of rounds, a timely Arclight Phoenix hit the graveyard off of Prankster. They're free the fan, I believe is the spell they're technically casting.
Right. Yeah, and normally you'd want to take the removal spell here, but because Travis already has 2 removal spells lined up, figured just take the cantrip instead.
Yeah.
And we're going to go ahead and opt here. So we can opt, put on a card. We can still cast our Fiery Impulse on the Copper Code Vanguard, return the Phoenix. Now, as we talked about earlier, this is the spot where you would really want to try to find that Bravey elements because, Travis has put up a wall of red creatures on defense. And if Brave comes off the top, I believe we might be done.
Yeah, what's interesting there, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, but Travis could have opted for 2 removal spells and instead opted for opt-in removal spell.
Yes, I believe so.
And now swings in with the Pyromancer again, losing it in combat, but the birds get in. That puts Ty down to 3. All you need is 1 Phoenix to get in next turn, and you've got a team of blockers for Travis. All of that aggression has ended with this spot. You have no more Pyromancers, but you do have Ty down to 3.
Yeah, and that was not a Brave the Elements. So Ty is going to concede the game, and that is Travis Williams taking this match 2-0 over Ty Dejali. That was a very, very interesting match.
Yeah.
Unfortunate for Ty that Brave the Elements did not come up the top, but that Deckenstone, we thought we had a game there, and that was still a pretty close game nonetheless.
Yeah, honestly, I'm still trying to work my way backwards through that one because Travis played in a way that I don't know how counterintuitive it might be, but you don't typically throw away your young Pyromancers and just had no fear putting them into the red zone, do a little extra damage. But that extra damage resulted in speeding up the clock and not giving Ty time to dig out of it. And as a result, this semifinals is now knotted up at 1 match apiece. Justin Brickman and Vincent McKnight here in the modern table. This is for all the marbles. Winner of this match gets it. Justin Brickman with Azorius Control up a game.
Yeah, we did say that we think that the Azorius Control side of things for the modern match is relatively not a super heavy favorite, but I think it is a favorite nonetheless. Just the way to systematically kind of handle these threats one by one. And what Vincent is really looking for is the sideboard. So I want to take a look at Vincent's sideboard really quickly and see what we are working with. A couple of pick your poisons that could help against the leyline bindings and whatnot. Force a bigger fatal push. Not really anything we want to go towards. Thoughtseize could be pretty good at picking apart the counter spells, and a Veil of Summer as well. So what I was looking for is, additional threats. Sometimes these decks in the past have played like a Shieldred in the sideboard or some sort of other like card for the, quotes in for the grindy matchups, end quotes. And I don't see any of those grindy matchup cards here. So we'll have to see exactly how this plays out. Looks like we got a Haywire Bite. That one can go into the red zone.
Yeah, a lot of small creatures here out of Vincent's side. And Justin just saying, yeah, sure, I'll figure it out eventually. A lot of cards in hand, just instantly passes a turn back. But here we go. Here's something we might be fighting over. It's a Court of Calling out of Vincent, which is going to run into a counterspell from Justin.
Love that counterspell art.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one. And we got to see all kinds of them. Last game, he still had all of them in his hand. March of Otherworldly Lights going to get rid of the halfling, and there you go. Now just the Haywire Might in play for Vincent, and not a lot of hand to look at.
Picked up a Stone Rain, a little Fulminator Mage off the top of the deck.
I guess you play it,
yeah,
right?
Not doing a lot here, but holding it doesn't really accomplish that much either. I guess you can save it for a Triumph at some point to try to keep Justin off of Domain for a binding, but that seems not super relevant. I guess using it now keeps Justin off of a hardcast Solitude, so it's probably worth doing.
I guess I kind of like doing it now, but I don't know, it attacks.
It's true, it is a 2/2. What do you value more? Keeping just the 3-mana 2/2, just Gray Ogre in the red zone?
Well, the thing is, Vincent has just no cards in hand, right? Like actual
Yeah.
nothing, just a peatland to crack. So like maybe you're at the point of the game where you're so desperate that you're saying maybe this thing just has to go the distance and I just have to poke in damage. Because otherwise I'd say, yeah, you just want to wasteland them with it and then, just kind of keep the game stalled and go from there because that's fine. Because if they don't have another land, it's huge for you. But I don't really know in this particular circumstance. So Vincent opts to just pass the turn, give Justin the go ahead to play a land, which he immediately does, and now has access to 5 mana and a plethora of spells.
Yeah, I think if you're in Vincent's position, the only way that you can win this game is that you have to assume that Justin has all lands in hand. And
Yeah.
in the event where he has all lands in hand, blowing up a land doesn't do anything.
Right.
So I think that's maybe the assessment here for Vincent as we see an Agatha Soul Cauldron hit the battlefield. Not sure if that's really something that Justin even cares that much about. Although with the Fulminator Mage, it probably is now that I think about it. So that is a way for Vincent to actually do something here because now we can go Stone Rain, exile the Fulminator, counter on Haywire Might, Stone Rain again, maybe. But
it's
sure,
a start.
Justin has something to
It's
say
certainly a
about that.
start, right? And then if you're able to piece anything together later, maybe it matters. So it is something worth caring about. And here we go, Solitude on Haywire Might.
Yeah, really heads up play here for Justin, targeting the Haywire Might in response to the Cauldron, because
Yeah.
otherwise Vincent could go sack the Fulminator, and then use the Cauldron to exile the Mage, put a counter on the Haywire Might, and
Right.
then have that to be able to sacrifice. So heads up play for Justin.
Yeah, could have knocked Justin down to just 3 lands in that circumstance. And then if you're Vincent, well, you may not be in a great spot, but you'd have a little bit of action in terms of your Peat land and your Soul Cauldron and hope your opponent doesn't have lands. So Justin able to head that off, very experienced, it looks like, with this particular blue-white deck here, and is able to just take control of the game. Already up a game, trying to punch his team's ticket to the finals. Here, the team trios 10K Showdown in Indianapolis. Kahira is the play.
Love it. 6 mana, 3/2, pumps your Solitude and gives it Vigilance, which is probably more relevant than pumping it.
Yeah, Kahira's getting some screen time today.
Oh, yeah.
All right, I didn't catch the draw there for Vincent. Looks like we cracked to the Peatland as well. So definitely a struggle. Looking uphill at this point, trying to see if these cards get him out of it, or if this run comes to an end and gets his team a really nice semifinals appearance. Of course, everyone is competing in these tournaments is competing for both points for the season-long prizes in addition to weekend prizes. And of course, Ultimate Guard is sponsoring prizes for almost everyone in the events as well, including side events. So definitely a lot going on here. So this is going to be a great finish for whichever team does see it end here in the semifinals. So Vincent is looking at the board. It does not seem like he's finding anything that's gonna provide a way out.
No. Yeah, surveying the hand, surveying the board. I did the coverage trick where I turned my head to see if I could, if that would change anything as to what the cards in Vincent's hand look like. But it turns out that's not how cameras work. So unfortunately,
You got me
I
trying
think
it
one of
now.
them might be a land. But yeah, Vincent's just gonna go ahead and pass the turn back, and Justin is in full control of this game. Where wants to find a Narset. I guess we can start setting up the lock with Narset plus Gaia Reach Sanitarium. I guess that's the win condition for these control decks is.
Well, outside of this Kahira
I guess
beatdown,
this.
clearly.
Yeah.
I do think I might have spotted a Narset in hand, so we'll see. But yeah, this is the Gaia Reach Sanitarium lock you mentioned is really kind of an interesting spot for these decks to end up at as a win condition. It's kind of like the old Elixir of Immortality. My win condition is never decking type play.
Yeah, there was a blue-white mirror on. It was actually, I think it was Brickman versus Garrick Alford. There was a match on camera earlier where I think it was Garrick resolved Narset Days Undoing, And then Brickman, after the fact, drew one card with a Narset in play, minus his Narset, found his own Days Undoing, and then did it back to Garrick. And it was just like, oh my goodness.
Love it. And that I don't love it at all. But it is those are legal plays.
Some people love it.
I would say Brickman's loving where this one's at because looking to put the finishing touches on this one, making sure that you don't forget about anything, you don't miss anything. So we're going to play it safe here and just pass the turn back again, I think is what happened. So, all right, Vincent McKnight, can you find a way out? First spell is to just tap a Boseiju, play a Boseiju.
Lotus Petal. And we have to main phase that just the channel Takanuma.
Takanuma? All right, sure. Justin says sure, you got it. Huh? There's 2 Yawgmoths. It's gonna have options, but this all it feels pretty low low agency for Vincent. How about that?
Yeah, Yawgmoth not doing a ton here. I mean, I guess it blocks the Kahira, assuming that, but I mean, Brickman probably has some way to answer it, even if that's the case. And funny enough, Vincent had to use the Boseiju to, like, legend rule Boseiju to cast the Yawgmoth, so it's not even clear he has a 4th land in his hand to be able to cast it. Oh, goodness. The double Boseiju there is pretty hilarious. When you're like this far behind and it's like, I need this land to be able to cast my 4-drop, and of course it's the 2nd Boseiju.
Of course, yeah. Well, all right. The attack comes in from Justin. Vincent, well, we got another land. Found the One-Swept Heath.
All right, break the Heath. Get a land for Vincent. Vincent is very animated. Very, very animated. We're taking a look at the graveyard. Seeing the land we want to get here. And then Brickman's going to... or just put the subtlety face up on the table. Love it. It's like, yeah, we're done. We can just stop doing this. Oh, man.
Look, if you played blue-white, you can't complain. You got to wait it out, You got to wait it out. We'll put that spell on the stack. You can counter it at the appropriate time.
So it's so funny because Vincent is mid-fetch, was about to get a land to play the Yawgmoth, obviously, and because Brickman revealed the subtlety, Vincent's like, you know what? I'm just going to get a Dryad Arbor. How about that? Pendlehaven Dryad Arbor can trade for the Kahira, but then you're still just dead on board anyways, right? It doesn't matter.
Subtlety won't do anything except maybe flash into play and attack.
Yeah, well, now Brickman just cast the subtlety now. that was pretty good. I like that. Reveal subtlety. Actually, as a matter of fact, I'll just get a different land.
All right, a subtlety comes into play.
Will Brickman decide to attack with his creatures? That is the question.
I think Vincent's ready for him to. This has been a really nice run, though. Think about it. Double Azorius control team, along with Mono White Humans now, is going to be making it to the finals of this tournament. Good weekend for blue-white, isn't it?
Yeah, and Vincent's just really happy to be here. I can appreciate that.
Yeah,
Vincent's having a lot of fun right now. All right, we're going to block the Kahira. We're going to Pendlehaven Pump. And you're going to take lethal damage.
Well, you can put a counter.
Oh,
we can sack. We can kill a land.
Yeah. Blow up that archive.
Yeah.
Oh, targeting Flooded Strand. Justin's like, you know what? I'm not even going to
All right, GG. Justin Brickman taking it down over Vincent Knight, picking up the win for his team. That sends Ken, Justin, and Ty into the finals of the Team Trios 10K Showdown in Indianapolis. Congratulations. Great run from them so far. And, of course, congrats to their opponents for an incredible semifinals run here. This has been a lot of fun, Devin. We got one more.
Yeah, we got one more match to see whether or not this double blue-eye control team can be defeated in the finals. If we can just take a look at the bracket one more quick time to see what the other side of the brackets look like, and we can give you a little bit of a preview of that. I don't know if that's available to us. So the other side of the bracket was Crate, Grenke and Hoos. That's the match that we watched on the very first quarterfinal match, and they're playing against Dunn, Bader, and Aldrich. So not exactly sure what the outcome of that match, if it has been decided yet, but that will be their finals opponent. And yeah, this has been an absolute blast to watch. We get to see the Mono White Phoenix, Mono White versus Phoenix in the Pioneer side of things, and a lot of good stuff in Standard and Pioneer, Standard and Modern as well. So yeah, very very excited to bring you guys the finals. I don't know if we're going to take a look at maybe the next events before we let you go on break, but if we have that slide available. There you go. St. Louis, we are going to be at next June 22nd and the 23rd. We're going to have 10K Modern Showdown on Saturday with a 5K Pioneer Trial on Sunday. And not only that, we also have the rest of Season 2. If we can get that graphic up on screen, in case you guys want to play in any of these lovely events. As you see, $65,000 in cash prizes across all of these events. July 13th and 14th in Chicagoland, we're going to be playing some Modern and Legacy. August 24th and the 25th in Madison, we got some Modern and another Team Showdown. September 14th and 15th in Louisville, we have Modern and Standard. And then last but not least, November 2nd and the 3rd in Indianapolis, Modern and Pioneer. So yeah, Corbin, I'm very excited to see who we got in the finals here, and I think it should be an amazing time.
Yeah, I think the other match is still going. The note, by the way, is that both teams that make the finals will qualify for the upcoming regional championship in Dallas. Devin, I know you said you'll be there playing. I think I'll be there covering that one. So a lot to look forward to, a lot to play for. All of these teams, and that is we've got one finals team set. The other is finishing up off camera right now, and we will be back on the other side, ready to bring you the finals of Team Trios 10K Showdown here at NRG Indianapolis. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the NRG Championship Series. We are coming down to the finals of our Team Trio event here in Indianapolis. I'm Corbin Hostler, joined by Devin Doomwick O'Donnell, and we are proud to bring you the finals coming up because it has been an excellent day of watching team coverage so far. There has been a lot of great magic, a lot of great magic to come in future events, and a little more magic to come here before we wrap this one up, Devin.
Absolutely. Like you said, we are about to start the finals of the Team Showdown. And now that we have the event and you guys get to see the match at hand, we get to see what these players are playing for us. Let's bring that up on the screen here. So first place is going to be $3,000 along with those lovely 3 trophies with 30 leaderboard points. And then you see the prize distribution through the top 12, top 16, top 32. All those points really do add up towards the end of the season leaderboard. Now, for winning the event, $3,000, trophies, points, a lot of stuff, but that's not all they get, Corbin. What else do they get?
That's right. You get what every Magic player wants. I interviewed someone who won a Pro Tour recently, and they said what they really want is their face on a card. And you can do that by winning an NRG event. You can get an Inkling Customs custom design token of yourself on a card, and you can play it at all your future NRG events. It is a very special, unique prize that I think is really, really, really cool for the players who are able to come spend their time, commit their time and energy to a tournament all day long, all weekend long, and come out on top. It is a fitting prize.
Yeah. Now, as far as the matchups we are going to be looking at here, I got to tell you, Corbin, there is a lot of Azorius in this top 8. We actually have Azorius in every single match, so we can't escape it. We're gonna have to watch some Blue Eye Control, and we're going to be starting in the standard side of things, and we're going to see if Gruul Aggro in the hands of Mason Hoos can take down Azorius Control in the hands of Ken Minyo. We actually saw this Gruul deck a couple of times, and this is the famous. I'm calling it famous, whether or not it actually is famous. The famous Giant Growth, that lovely 4th edition Giant Growth, and I want to see if we can get another Giant Growth victory. I would like that.
Well, the Gruul Aggro deck is certainly capable of it. We're going to get some mulligans here, but it has been one of the more interesting decks. Look, it's got to be good if we're starting with standard here, right? Because it has been a lot of fun to watch this Flick Shot show off decks. I'll say that. That has been a treat today. And this Gruul Aggro deck is a good example of them. And as far as when it comes to blue-white control, hey, this is an exciting weekend. If you're an Azorius mage, as you can see, any format you want, it's viable.
Yeah, exactly. So a lot of blue-eye control. We see Mason, and seeding is kind of important here. So Gruul Aggro, the 3 seed on the left-hand side of your screen, is going to be on the play here. And you have to imagine, I've spotted a whiteboarded card, the hand Corbin. We have a giant growth alert. Don't put it on the bottom, please. You got to keep it in the hand, Mason.
Giant growth sighting. He's looking at it. He's thinking about it. Talking it through with his teammates. Of course, the benefit of having teammates is that you're allowed to do stuff like this, and you're allowed to keep that giant growth in hand, which is what Mason does, and we are off to the races.
His teammate was probably like, yeah, you're in the finals on camera and you have a white bordered 4th edition giant growth. You are not legally allowed to put that on the bottom of your library.
True. That's what good teammates are for. They keep you from making mistakes like that.
Yeah. So yeah, turn 1 Kumano faces Kakazan. That is probably the most important card to have on turn 1. Not only gets the pressure started a little bit, right? You see the 1 damage here from Kumano, an additional point of damage because it adds a counter to the Swiss Spear, and then it also flips into a 2/2. So, I mean, that's 1 mana for essentially what is 4 points of damage. It's distributed among stats.
Plus.
But
yeah.
And
is that play with fire to the face?
Yeah, we're doing this on upkeep because, as you notice, Mason did not play a land last turn, so really wants to scry and find that second land drop here. I'll see if we can. No, it looks like bottom, not a land. So land will allow Mason to double spell here. Big draw step. See if we find it.
Couldn't tell. We're gonna flip the Saga. I mean, it feels good at least knowing that when you play with fire to someone's face for basically the scry effect, at least against blue-white control, it's basically probably the optimal target for the spell anyway.
Yeah, that play with fire is not going anywhere else besides Ken Min's face here, as we see the deduce at the end step. Going to go ahead and do its best think twice impersonation. Draw a card, pick up a clue. And here is the question: do we have 3rd land and temporary lockdown? The answer is yes.
Do. Which was huge because despite just the 1 land start from Mason, Ken was down to 10 life. So that changes quite a bit. Takes the pressure off. Now it's another huge draw step for Mason. It looks like we missed, and he's just going to have to pass the turn. So this, you can see that the aggro decks can get out underneath the blue-white control decks. They have to have a sweeper, and then they have to not get burned out. In this case, looks like Mason's just going to miss on lands. We may have a very decisive first game going over to Ken. He's just picking up the deduces to draw cards, crack those clues, draw more cards. Just kind of, I got all these I'll ever need over here while you can't find a second land to play the game.
Yeah, 5 lands versus 1. I think saw a glimpse of Mason's hand. It looked like a couple slick shots. That giant growth. The giant growth is the mascot. Okay, the giant growth is no matter what. Even if you're having a bad day, you're missing a couple of land drops. All you got to do is just take a look at that giant growth in your hand, and everything will be better.
You remember that you won a match with it on camera, and then the rest of it will be okay. Everyone gets mana screwed. Not everyone wins a match with giant growth on camera.
We're casting a spell. What could this be? Oh.
Okay. Yeah, pump your creature so I can draw a card. That card is still not a land. You get all your bad luck out of the way here, Mason.
We're going to discard. If you discard the giant growth, we can't be friends anymore, Mason. I'm not going to lie to you. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Yeah.
You're safe.
Love it. Keep that giant growth. Just put that, take that giant growth to the grave with you, Mason.
All right, Ken trying to figure out, just let's close this one out. We'll get there. Just going to discard the hand size, and there we go. Mason picks him up. First game goes over to Ken Minyell, and it is time to move over to the Pioneer match, where Justin Brickman's blue-white control is against AJ Grinky's Esper Reanimator. We've seen both these players over the last few rounds play their decks to a really high level, and here we go. I'm sorry. We actually went another one down. We're at Mono White Humans from Ty versus Hunter Crates Azorius control.
Yes. Yeah, and we see this is, I believe, still game one. Looks like a Shark Typhoon being cycled here for Hunter. And interesting thing here, we have a Brutal Cathar just flipped on the backside. The Moonrage Brute likely did not, probably didn't eat a creature when it came into play because there's not a lot of targets in the blue-white control deck. But the thing does flip into a relatively good threat, right? It's a 3/3 first strike, and I believe it has ward. I think it's ward pay 3 life, if I remember correctly. So relatively hard to kill threat here, outside of something like a sweeper. But if you want to target that thing, you got to pay a little extra life.
All right, so we've watched Ty kind of struggle up against these bigger decks in previous rounds, and going to try to fight through the same here as March of Otherworldly Light takes that outline. You do have, as you mentioned, the Transform Werewolf along with the token, also a couple Mutavaults we want to keep note of.
Yeah, Mutavault also very, very important against this blue-white deck because there are a lot of sweepers, Temporary Lockdown, Supreme Verdict, Sunfall, all those kinds of things, and none of those touch Mutavault. So very, very good here for Ty as we see the Moonrage Brute get into the red zone, presumably attacking Hunter and not the Narset.
That's
The
right.
mono white deck usually doesn't really draw that many extra cards, so you don't care too much about the Narset.
Okay, well, here you go. We've got another Brutal Cathar, Moonrage Brute here. So we're going to swap it back, right?
Yeah, so
Becomes
it
A.
ETBs as the Brute, but then because Ty casts 2 spells, then when it comes back, it flips back to the Brutal Cathar and eats the token alongside it. I know, not confusing at all. Day night, totally fine mechanic to keep track of. Nothing difficult at all about it.
Fun mechanic for sure. I saw somebody say the most evil way to leave a commander game is introduce day night and then scoop. And you know what? I feel that. Yeah, makes sense. It's really good when it comes to Brutal Cathar, though, right? This card is very, very powerful. It's very easy to set up situations where it transforms back into the front side and you get to exile something else. And in this case, you're exiling tokens. It's even more powerful.
Yeah, this matchup is not one where the front side does a ton because there's not a lot of creatures on the side of Hunter. But what you can imagine a matchup like, say, a mono white mirror match or something, where if both players are frequently casting like 2 spells, and then you take a turn off, and the mono white deck has so many cheap, 1-drops and cheap cards that it can kind of control the flipping of the Moonrage Brood, and very, very capable of just kind of turning it on and off whenever it wants to.
Also, we saw the Mutavaults come in. Hunter falls all the way down to 2 life, trying to find a way out of this. And you mentioned it about how good the Mutavaults are. Even if you can answer the board, you have to be able to answer lands. Hunter can't. And that's a game 1. Going over to Ty on Mono White Humans.
All right, what are we looking at here in Modern? So Azorius Control for Justin Brickman, Esper Reanimator for AJ Grenke, and not a lot going on here. We see a Philagi Archaeologist. That's a swing and a miss, but we got a little 1/4 out of the deal, so could be not the worst. And yeah, I wonder. I think this might be the correct life total. So Brickman's all the way up to 23. It's a pretty high life total here for blue white, and not a lot going on here for AJ.
Yeah, the good news, of course, for AJ playing such a high impact deck is that if you can get control of it, you can end the game in a turn or 2. It's actually getting control of it and resolving any Atraxas that are the hard part.
Looks like we have a flashback Faithful Mending, discarding a land and another copy of Mending. Kind of cool as a way to just like, the second Mending is kind of good to discard to the first one because they do work pretty well with each other, where it's like you want to flashback the one, and then if you have an extra one in your hand, instead of casting it, you have to just actually cast it the front half. But when you're just discarding it to another one, you're not losing it. You're not losing out on as many cards. You're just filtering at that point.
It feels very, very good.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
So Tainted Indulgence here. Now there is, correct me if I'm wrong, I think you have to have 5 different mana values. Let me take a look at this card.
I believe that is correct. In which case you don't have to discard. In this case, it can be it can sometimes be used as a discard outlet. And I saw an Atraxa So
Well, you know what's funny about this? There was 5 mana types in AJ's graveyard, but
yeah,
drew the Atraxa, so you would prefer to discard the Atraxa, and this is a one instance where you actually can't discard it.
yeah, very possible because there's a Goryo's Vengeance in hand for AJ.
Yeah. Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana. Well, that Atraxa will be on the menu at some point here in the future, but it looks like Justin. Now we don't know exactly how many cards Justin is working with here. Are we casting Lorien Revealed? Looks like we might be.
We're tapping some mana. Yeah, there's Lorien Revealed hitting the stack. Question is, do we have the green source in play for AJ? Looking at the deck list, there is a copy of Hedge Maze, and I believe that is the only green source. Now, I know that those lands have some new fancy artworks,
Those are
but
yeah.
I don't know if we have the Hedge Maze in play. And this is a situation where, okay, I guess we can just discard it to the flashback mending if we want to. But I was going to say this is a situation where, because the game has gone on for so long, if that Hedge Maze was, say, discarded earlier to, like, an earlier copy of Mending, and you don't have the Hedge Maze in the deck anymore, you cannot hardcast the Atraxas because there's only that one green source.
Right. Yeah. Well said. And as it turns out, Atraxa hits the graveyard. Goryo's Vengeance hits the stack. Counterspell sends it to the graveyard as well. I guess AJ gets to attack. That is a plan. But Justin was able to keep the stack clear again, keep those Atraxas from getting in play. No triggers for AJ to refill his hand. Brickman on just a couple of cards, though. Looks like maybe 3 cards over there.
Yeah, Counterspell took care of the end of turn Goryo's Vengeance. Lining up 4 mana here for AJ. It's going to be Hardcast Grief.
That's pretty good here.
What's a Teza doing? Okay.
Wow, and a Teferi and a land. This is a window opening, perhaps, for AJ.
Yeah, Brickman down to 15. I mean, you got 8 power in play. Maybe you just take the Teferi and let Brickman have the Days Undoing? I'm not sure. It's a question of, do you want to just, like, are you okay with Brickman resolving the Days Undoing and just be saying, okay, well, we both get 7 cards, but I get the first crack at it? And it looks like AJ is not a big fan of that, which I think makes sense because you are far enough ahead on board that you don't want to give Brickman more cards.
Yeah, all you need is for Brickman to miss a draw step or 2, and you should be able to close this one out. That's what you're hoping for, at least. Which honestly would be a win if you tell the Esper Reanimator player, hey, it's going to be, turn 12 or whatever, and your blue-white opponent is going to have not let an Atraxa resolve. How do you feel? You wouldn't have felt good about that hypothetical game, but as it turns out, AJ very much has a window here. Very, maybe perhaps narrow path, but certainly a path towards victory if Justin can't find a sweeper.
Looks like Justin breaking a fetch land, getting an archive, do a little bit of surveil action. And we will have to see. I guess we came into this game pretty late, so not entirely sure how many copies of, say, Goryo's Vengeance that AJ has gone through, maybe how many are left in the deck or anything like that. We shall see.
All right, so we're going to send a Fierce Guardianship. I'm sorry, wrong.
Fierce Guardianship. Whoa.
Force a negation. Wrong free counter spell. My bad. Send that one over to the graveyard for Justin and play a land, but no gas at all for Justin in this spot right now. It is wide open for AJ.
Yeah, heads up play here for AJ. Went draw step, Ephemerate the Grief, which means that even if Brickman had drawn a good card, would have gotten it off of the Ephemerate the Grief. And then upkeep can Ephemerate the Rebound is going to target the Phalangic Archaeologist, get another additional card, and found it to ferry off the Phalangic Archaeologist, and that one's pretty good too.
Yeah, this is all really, really strong stuff from AJ here. I mean, you're obviously in a spot where the Azorius player is kind of flooded out, but hey, that's what you want to do, is run them out of cards so they have nothing left but a bunch of lands.
See another archaeologist here that's going to find an ephemerate, and I mean, we can kind of just do the same thing again, right? Attack for 6, draw step, ephemerate the Grief, maybe check to see if Brickman drew a good card. And now that the Teferi is in the battlefield, Brickman can also not respond. So one of Justin's better draw steps is a Solitude, right? Where you can go say, if AJ goes draw step, Ephemerate the Grief, then you can Solitude in response. But now that AJ has found that Teferi, that line is off the table now.
All right. Can Justin find a way out of this, or is he going to be the first of his team to drop a game here? Which it looks like that might be the case, because Island off the top means game 1 goes over to AJ Gringo and Esper Reanimator. That feels like a really clutch win for their team. Obviously, you dropped both of the first 2 games, which is where you don't want to be. But on top of that, picking up a game 1 win with Reanimator feels like a good position to be.
So moving over back to Pioneer, I love that Ty has brought in Containment Priest. Now, I'm going to take a look at the deck list for Hunter. I'm pretty sure this is just Grizzly Bears with Flash, but let's look at the deck list here for Hunter real quick. Yeah, I'm not seeing a ton else here, but you know what? Turns out just having a flash threat is pretty good against this blue-white control deck, because you don't necessarily want to commit mana into their counter spells or into their sweepers. So, having mana up represents, say Hunter goes for a sweeper, kills a couple of creatures, and then Ty's like, okay, well that's fine. I can rebuild. End step Priest, untap, play some more stuff, and helps you kind of rebuild a little bit faster.
No Settle the Wreckages, I think, either to worry about. So you also got Mutavault to clear the way against the sorcery speed wipes. Like this Wandering Emperor at instant speed is very good here, of course, as it gets rid of a creature and you're going to get on top of it. But it's certainly not Settle the Wreckage at that 4 mana spot. So all right, the follow up though is a wedding announcement from Ty, and that, unlike the earlier game when we saw it when it was maybe a little in a medium spot, this is an extremely good wedding announcement.
Oh yeah. 2 creatures already attack this turn. Supreme Verdict, I mean it's pretty good. You get a little 2-for-1 here, but then you already have the Mutavault to be able to sort of rebuild, and the the wedding announcement is going to bring alongside it more tokens, eventually flip and get a little bit more pressure on the battlefields. Have to see what Ty is working with here. Wants to try to kill that Emperor, but doesn't really have the luxury of doing so because of that 2/2 token.
Right.
Now, if we have something like a Lieutenant, we can put a counter on the Mutavault to be able to look at that.
There you go. You called it. Lieutenant, put a counter on Mutavault. You should be clear to attack the Emperor and put a decision to Hunter here.
I like how the wedding announcement turns sideways.
It's a very aggressive wedding announcement.
Yeah. Get some opalescence in play.
All right, looks like the chump block is the play for Hunter there. So value is untapping with the Wandering Emperor, which he's going to do. So you have no more lines in hand at least.
Yeah, and I think I saw a white card. It might be a Sunfall in Hunter's hand, which, again, not too bad. Sunfall, if that's what that is, that can take care of the 2 creatures in play. And more importantly for Hunter, leave behind a body. Wants to be able to help. We're just going to go for Kahira. Love it. Counter on Kahira. 4/3.
Yeah, wouldn't have quite been able to activate the token off of a Sunfall there, I think. So opts for Kahira, is able to put a presence in play. It's really playing this game around this Wandering Emperor, right?
Yeah, and what's funny about the counter on Kahira is now it can actually trade for the Mutavault, right? Or I guess it was going to be able to anyways, but you can trade for the Mutavault if there's another copy of Lieutenant off at the top or something to make it a 4/4. So pretty heads up play here for Hunter. Kind of play around that. See the Mutavault getting fired up, and okay, I think we're motioning attacking everything at Emperor.
Yeah, it is right. I think there might have been one miss trigger on the Lieutenant here off the end-step token. We'll see if that ends up coming back up to mattering here. But the Mutavault's going to get in there. The token's going to get in there. And the Wandering Emperor is going to fall down to 1. So it sticks around. But look at that. A second wedding announcement for Ty. And this card, we've seen this before. We've seen someone said... this is the kind of match you've seen standard, where these wedding announcements just take over the game, and instead you've seen it here in Pioneer, because that is a huge strength of this mono white humans deck. So you're going to cash in the Wandering Emperor for a token. Hunter, with a handful of cards, is going to have to try to find a way to dig out of this, and instead it's just going to pass the turn back. By the way, Castle Ardenvale joined the field for Ty.
Yeah, interesting spot that last combat for a hunter with the 4-3 Kahira, or 4-3 Kahira had the option to eat the token, but chose to trade for the Mutavault instead. And I think that makes a lot of sense because of the Sunfall in hand, right? You want to make sure you can get as many Mutavaults off of the battlefield as possible before you cast that Sunfall, because that's one of the ways that Tai has around those, sorcery speed wraths is just keeping those creature lands in play. So we see an attack with a whole bunch of stuff. The Anchorage is going to go ahead and eat the token, get a little bit of damage in here. And yeah, those wedding announcements going to start flipping. And we will have to see what the leftover is here for Tai.
So Tai has a recruitment officer, has mana available, has a couple cards in hand. This is an example, I think, really, really good example, and that's another Mutavault drawn, of how the mono white human set can play the long game. Here we are against Azorius control, and the engines being set up are all the aggro players.
Yeah, like you said, recruitment officer, wedding announcement, just a ton of ways to generate extra cards on top of those creature lands too. Castle Ardenvale joined the mix there alongside the Mutavault. And we can go ahead and find a Kithian here for Tai.
Read
Get a
that one
reader.
for sure, yeah. Magic Origins, flip Planeswalker right there.
Oh yeah, it's been a minute.
This is a huge spot here, though. Hunter has got cards in hand, so past the turn, this is a position Hunter has opted into, at least in this turn cycle, where we're going to see what Tai tries to do with this attack. This is another Mutavault hitting play. That one will be summoning sick, but the other one could attack. But it is 6 open mana for Hunter, and that has got to worry you a little bit if you're Tai trying to line up this attack.
Yeah, and I think, at this point, like you said, Hunter's got a couple of spells in hand. I think that Hunter might just be sweeper flooded. Like, maybe is just trying to get a little bit more value out of the sweepers, wants to hold up the Anchorage. I think I might have seen a Cutsel's Flanker in hand as well. There's a lot of stuff being cast here for Tai, though. See Mutavault getting into the red zone, a Coppercoat Vanguard being cast, and this is going to be a very, very large attack.
Yeah, and this is big because take a look up at the other matches. Mason Hoos on Growl Aggro evens it up with Kim Minier on Azorius Control. AJ Grinke, of course, up a game on Justin Brickman. And Tai is up a game on Hunter here. So Hunter trying to give every member of his team a win. Meanwhile, Tai trying to lock up the first match for his here in the finals. So this is a huge turn as both players think through this attack step.
And it looks like this Restless Anchorage might be on chump blocking duty because the pumping from the wedding announcement. So the Mutavault is a 3/3. The Lieutenant, I believe, is a 4/4. And the Officer, or actually, no, they're getting pumped by the Vanguard too. So it's double pump. And, a knockout blow. Okay. Oh, but it has ward. Awkward.
Oh, that's a kind of a brutal way for that one to go, but that is a really, really good ward trigger there to get that spell. And this is okay. We'll see where this ends up because Hunter is staring down some amount of creatures, but is still alive. It's at 5 life. Kithian hits play.
Look, it's been a long day for these players, long weekend for these players. So
yeah.
it's something like that happens. It is it's unfortunate, but it is what it is, and we'll have to see if Hunter can bounce back. Now, we mentioned there are a bunch of Wraths in Hunter's hand, but I guess the issue is now there's 2 Mutavaults in play for Tai. So
That's
even
right.
a Wrath here is just it's not even close to good enough.
That's right, because I think you can wipe the board and then get swung at by 2/3/3 Mutavaults and still lose. So
yeah,
kind of a brutal spot for Hunter to be in. We'll see if he's able to. I don't know what else he has in hand. It's got access to, I guess, 6 mana again because you lost your land, so you're going to need some help. But just passes the turn back. If you're Tai, you got to be feeling very, very good about this. Feeling good about giving your team the first match in the finals. And what a run for the mono white humans deck, by the way, in a 4-man Pioneer with a lot of powerful stuff. We're just playing 2/1s and swinging with them.
All right, there's the Sunfall. That's going to take care of the 3 creatures on the battlefield, but presuming that Tai remembers to activate the Mutavaults,
Yeah.
I think we might be done here.
Yes. 1 mana short of activating that creature token to block. Looks like a Verdict and a No More Lives in hand. So yeah, this might be it.
Creatures activated, attacking. Love it.
Tai takes it down first match going over to their squad. That means we can look over to the other matches because they are just one away, including here in standard, where you see Kim Min-yeo and Mason, who's locked into a tight game 3, Gruul Agro versus Azorius Control. If Ken wins, it's all over. If Mason wins, AJ Grinke will have a chance to give his team the victory.
Yeah, and looks like we've come into. I believe both players might be at. I'm not sure what the life totals are. It's showing 2020. We'll have to see if that is the current and correct life totals. But
Yeah.
it's been a few spells this cast this game, so I would presume that that is not the case. But in any case, we see a relatively clean battlefield, which, if you're the Azorius Control player, you're pretty happy to see that, and a Wandering Emperor. Now, the card that was just cast here for Mason is a card that I believe came out of the sideboard, Cemetery Gatekeeper. You don't see this one every day. This is the 2/1 first strike, or actually, there's one in the main deck and 2 in the sideboard. So you can exile a card from a graveyard, and then whenever a player plays a land or casts a spell that shares a card type, they take 2 damage. So kind of a way to punish the control player for playing additional spells. And we see a lockdown is going to take care of that one.
Yeah, and it gives you a little additional burn to the face, right? Because that's certainly a thing that we see come up once these decks start to stabilize the board and start hiding behind tokens. You really just want a little bit of damage that can go upstairs at times, and that's a big part of it. So that said, this is, I mean, Mason's sitting on 3 lands here. Meanwhile, Ken has access to plenty and a couple of cards in hand. So both players looking pretty low on resources, honestly. So Mason's just going to have to try to find a way to sneak through for this last 9 points of damage. This is a tight spot.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it looks like can't quite get a good look at the grip for Mason, but there's this red deck, or Gruul deck rather, definitely does have a lot of ways to punch through a very big explosive turn, giant growth. So we'll have to see what exactly Mason can put together, and something like a slick shot show off and a monstrous rage that could present a lot of damage. Combine that with another pump spell, or maybe in a monastery Swiss spear. And I cannot tell you what that. I think it's pick your poison.
Yeah, it looks that way because temporary lockdown is going to go away, which is, of course, going to bring back the cemetery. Creature to exile, another one.
Yeah, what's funny is I think you really want to target instant or sorcery with a Gatekeeper because there's a lot more of those than any other card type. Now, I want to pull up Cemetery Gatekeeper. I think it's any graveyard. Yeah, any graveyard. So, and I believe there are instants. Yeah, I think there are instants in Masons. So maybe could have exiled like something like a Lightning Strike or the Snakeskin Veil, but actually choosing to go with the Wandering Emperor instead. So what is going to be the follow-up here for Ken, sitting on a 2/2? And notably, the Cemetery Gatekeeper does have first strike, so good attacker into the Samurai token. A Deluge here for Ken. That's pretty big. Find
Yeah, I
a
was going to
couple of
say
cards here.
that first strike too. You're right; it's really relevant against just having 4 life now. So thinking it through, Ken decides we're going to try to dig our way into something useful here because this is a tight spot. Because 4 life against any kind of red deck is a scary place to be, regardless of what the board looks like. So going to need to find some good stuff.
Didn't realize Ken was on 4. Yeah, I mean, if Mason had targeted an instant with that Gatekeeper, that Deluge would have put Ken to 2 and basically left him with no outs at that point. But yeah, where it looks like there's a march that is going to take care of what I presume to be the disguise creature, which is the Fugitive Codebreaker. So Fugitive Codebreaker down, Ken on 4.
Oh, just force the pass back.
No cards in here. No cards in hand for Mason. Let's see what the draw step is.
That first strike being very relevant, as you said. All right, looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 mana available for Ken, including a Sunken Citadel. A couple of anchorages. Yeah, and a removal spell as well. That's big.
Get lost here. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be.
No, you're
I'm
right.
trying to try not to be hindsight 2020, all the things. But if we had targeted that instant,
Yeah.
Ken would not have been able to play both of those spells there. But in any case, Get Lost is going to take care of the Gatekeeper, leave behind a couple of maps, and I mean, Ken is at a precarious 4 life total, so anything can happen here. It could be
Ken's
like a
tight.
slick shot, map a couple of times, and see where we go from there.
Okay, but instead, Mason's just forced to pass the turn back. And it looks like Ken just does the same. Okay, draw go with the aggro deck and the control deck. Classic Magic with the finals on the line here at the NRG Championship Series. You have to assume that this benefits the control player, Ken. And here we go. It is a memory deluge to get even deeper.
You see, Mason is forced to pass back, and then Ken is also unfortunately forced to pass back, right? That's how it works.
Yeah, right. Okay, well, he found those cards very quickly. Ken might be able to sense it here. Still at a precarious, as you said, at 4 life, but found Sunfall, has found more answers here. Just has to not die to any kind of surprise off the top of Mason's deck.
Yeah, now there are burn spells in Mason's deck. Ken at 4 life. There's 4 Play with Fire, 3 Lightning Strikes, 4 Kumano faces Kakazan, and then the haste creatures as well. The Slick Shots, the Fugitive Codebreaker, Swift Spear. So there is a lot of potential for Mason to draw a couple of burn spells in a row here, but I feel like time is dwindling and we're going to need to draw those burn spells sooner rather than later.
You're right, because here comes the Wandering Emperor putting a token into play, another card for Ken. This starts getting in there, but even perhaps more importantly now, as the mana opens, Ken's ahead on board. Now all of your ground creatures are cut off. You don't have, I don't know that you have 4 damage to the face, but here we go. Mason's going to try to get onto the battlefield.
Yeah, this is an end step Seek the Beast, which we assume it's not going to resolve, but if it did, then that would get Mason a couple of cards here. Ken debating on how he wants to answer this. Presumably we'll just go 3 steps ahead, counter plus draw. Looks like that is the modes. I'm guessing. Yep. Pick up a couple of cards. This is Cryptic Command, right, Corbin?
It is very close. I don't know how many people watching at home played during the era of Cryptic Command, but it felt like there were no good options. You try to move to combat, you failed. You try to attack, you try to draw, you failed. None of it worked. And that is kind of what 3 steps ahead does. And it's looking like it's going to send Ken to a good spot in this game here as Mason tries to fight back with another one. And this one does resolve. Exiles. Wow, look at that.
Okay.
That's a haste creature plus a burn spell.
All right, 2 spells off the top from Mason. So Mason on 12, Ken on 4. What are we going to start with? So we're going to start with a Swift Spear that presumably will resolve. Now, Ken does have a copy in Normalize, so you could normalize the Swift Spear, but you probably don't want to do that because I think you'd much rather just normalize the Lightning Strike, but we are thinking about this.
Yeah, you don't want to fall to 1 life. That said, you can, because if you let this thing resolve, you can just block. And that, of course, is what we're going to do. It's a Monstrous Rage, though. This is a good one. It's unfortunately going to run right into that No More Lies, which is going to counter the Monstrous Rage. And the Swift Spear will...
Yeah, I mean, this is not too bad, right? Because you force the counterspell on the Rage, but then you get to resolve the Lightning Strike.
You also can strike the token and win the combat thanks to the Prowess trigger. So I guess some interesting options here for Mason. Now it's still feeling like Ken's in a pretty good spot, but this has gotten very, very interesting for an Azorius player sitting behind a Planeswalker and a bunch of cards.
Yeah, and I think, like you said, Mason is really considering what the Lightning Strike here. Presumably, I think you just go upstairs because that leads you the out of Kumano and Play with Fire. If you target the creature, it's pretty cool because you get to kill both samurais. But Ken can just make another samurai with the Wandering Emperor. So I think you just have to go upstairs and knock the top of the deck.
That makes sense, and you might even get a couple shots at it depending on how this goes. If we have that right, and Ken is at the match. So we have an update, by the way, from the back table. AJ Greinke on Esper Reanimator was able to take down the modern match, and that means with ties win on the 3rd table, it is tied up with each team having 1 victory. And this game is in game 3. This match is. So this is it right here. Ken Minez at 1 life. Mason is at 11, staring down a couple of cards, looking for something off the top of his deck to finish it. This is for all the marbles here at the team Trio Showdown here in Indianapolis.
All right, knock the top of the deck. Is it a burn spell? Let's take a look here for Mason. Now, even if there is a creature off the top, we still have the maps to be able to find more stuff.
Right.
Oh, we
There's
actually we have the creature off the questing druid, right? So we can use the questing druid to use the map. So Mason is going to get a couple of looks at it. Top card. That's a slick shot.
Oh,
interesting. No, we can't keep that because of the restless anchorages. So
right.
I would presume you just snap that one to the graveyard. There's 2 anchorages. There's almost no way you can keep this. Mason's thinking about it. Okay, we're motioning. Huh. Now what's going on? Are we keeping it? Interesting.
I guess we must have, because here comes a second explorer to get another counter on it. I would assume we're still keeping it on top. So, okay, the creature in play is now quite large. And wow, this is an interesting line for Mason. He's going to have some more shots at it. By the way, also has the biggest creature in play.
Oh my god. Oh no. So what happened there is wow. Mason. So Ken went for 7 mana for a deluge. Ken had 2 mana left open, and Mason went for play with fire, but Ken did have the phantom interference to counter it. So if if Mason just didn't use that second map to be if Mason didn't use the second map, he would have had 2 mana to pay for the phantom interference. What a crazy game.
Wow, what a wild finish. And you know what? Hey, it is still not over because the turn has just gotten passed back to Mason Oos.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing about blue eye control. It's like you get into these spots and there are okay, we're gonna plot this. I like that. You get into these spots and it's just a little bit hard to close out the game. So that's gonna be a Cutsil's flanker, presumably gonna gain 2 and scry 2. That's gonna put Ken up to 3, which fortunately for Ken does get him out of range of out of range of a lot of the outs. No more play with fire, no more Kumano. Just looking at that last copy of Lightning Strike, because there's only 3 in Mason's deck list. So 3 Lightning Strikes, 2 of them down. That's a 1-outer.
Yeah, that was just a huge sequence of events, and you nailed it there with Ken. Those players fired that off so fast. Mason, I think, thought that they had it, and Ken just able to get the counter in, and now more tokens hit play. The life is back up to 3. Can Mason get the miracle top deck, or will Ken finish it off? There's a lot of cards in hand. It's looking very good for his player.
Yeah, I think I saw two copies of 3 Steps Ahead in Ken's hands. So presuming that we hold up mana, then even if Mason does drop back-to-back out, it's probably not going to be good enough with those 2 counter spells. So,
and there we go. The anchorages are getting activated
as
well. The end. That is it. Kim and Justin Brinkman, Taisha Tally, they win your NRG Team Trios 10K Showdown here in Indianapolis. What an amazing match that was. Every one we got to watch throughout that finals. Back and forth, some incredible stuff.
Yeah, that was a crazy set of matches to watch. I think that last game of that standard match there, those last couple of turns was just so many different things to think about with you saw that there were the map tokens that were activated. If the map token wasn't activated, you would have had mana to pay for the counter spell that was on the play with fire. Also deciding whether or not to keep the slick shot on top. There's so many different lines and decisions that were involved in that game. Just a treat to watch. And congratulations to our winning team.
Yeah, that was a really exciting top 8, honestly, all the way around. We had the full team event top 8, which was incredible to watch. Very fun for all of these players. And we're going to get the winning team in for an interview pretty soon. But yeah, I mean, talk about how much fun it is, Devin, to play. We talk about how much fun it is to play an event. How much fun must it be to win an event with 2 of your friends and to share the team victory?
Yeah, I mean, team events are amazing for what they are. Just getting to play Magic with 2 of your best friends, and that camaraderie that you get to have. And like I said, it's all about the gathering. But winning the event with 2 of your friends has to be an incredible feeling. I mean, I have never won an event in my life, so I wouldn't know what that would feel like. But yeah, I'm sure it's got to be great.
Yeah, I mean, and I think we're going to get him into the booth too to talk to him. But it's going to be a fun car. Dinner afterwards, that's what makes these events or team events coming to you later this year. Traveling around the country, you can get and with your friends, of course. The side events too have prizes sponsored by Ultimate to do when you come out to the shows. And that is why we get to get to your neck of the woods and bring you some.
Absolutely. Yeah, looks like players are just getting down into the interview area now, and players are getting headsets on. We are almost getting to the interview, so just a moment here while we get them all situated. Here we go. Look at this. Congratulations on winning the team showdown here. How does it feel?
Awesome. Oh my God. Today's been a roller coaster.
Stressful. Yeah. It's been a wild one.
Yeah, we were like very happy to get this last one. I could not have felt more deflated in my match, so teammates carried hard.
That's the joy of team events, right?
Yeah.
You all have had gotten all day to play each other, kind of carry each other, and help each other through the hard rounds.
Speaking of carrying,
we're pointing over here. Yeah, let's hear it.
Yeah, we were playing to get Ty and up the leaderboard, but we'll just take the easy way to champs.
Right.
Like this kid playing mono white humans like nobody's business. Its demise is greatly exaggerated.
It's true.
Beat Phoenix 4 times?
No, I went 3-1.
3-1. Like
that's pretty good. We watched a lot of the mono white humans deck throughout the top 8, and it was very fun to watch battle, and the Mutavaults keeping things interesting too. Late, it seemed like no matter what your opponents had for answers, you were able to navigate around a lot of it.
Yeah, I think I drew really, really well, but also like control is a really, really good matchup, and yeah, I think it's still good. Still a good deck.
Yeah, no, that very, very last match that we watched was the last match going on, which was Ken Min against Mason, the Azorius and Gruul deck. Talk to me about those last couple of turns, Ken Min, because you had to be sweating. You're at 4 life, you went down to 1 life. There's the questing druid that resolved. Talk to me through those last couple turns.
It was so stressful. I was digging for counter magic that would work, but a large amount of the counter magic in blue-white control and standard is mana leak or quench, and he had plenty of mana to pay for it, so I was worried that I was just going to get burned out. I think I've played control a lot over the years, and I think I just know how to play against aggro pretty decently. And I feel like I did that pretty well there.
Yeah, no, I mean that game looked great, and now, of course, you all are the champions with the qualifications and the prizes that come along with it. So, I mean, how does that feel? Like knowing you've accomplished it, and what's next for you from here? How do you go up from this?
Fantastic. It's been like 6-7 years since I've been in champs, so I'm excited to be back. It's a new age. The series is completely different, and I'm just excited to game with the best.
Pretty swag.
That sums it up well.
Yeah.
Well, thank you all, and congratulations again.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Well,
Kinda
Devin,
swag.
I think swag indeed. I think we might be nearing the end of our time here. This has been a great event with you, and I think before we sign off, why don't we go ahead and talk through what is coming up next?
Absolutely. So we will be catching you the next event in St. Louis. Be sure to tune in June 22nd and the 23rd. We're going to be having a Saturday 10K Modern Showdown, followed by a Sunday 5K Pioneer Trial. Like I said, follow the stream. Make sure you get those go live notifications you don't want to miss when we go live. But after St. Louis, we are going to be heading over to, I think it was Chicagoland. I did it right. July 13th and the 14th. Saturday Modern, Sunday Legacy, August 24th, 25th, Madison, Saturday Modern, Sunday Teams, September 14th and the 15th in Louisville, Saturday Modern, Sunday Standard, and November 2nd and 3rd, Indianapolis, Saturday Modern, Sunday Pioneer.
We appreciate all of you hanging out with us. Devin, thank you for watching these games with me today. This has been a blast to run through team trios with you and with everyone watching. So we will see you, everybody, at the Nerd Rage Championship Series in St. Louis next time. Thanks for sticking with us.